Chapter 1. The beginning of the Allen Iverson talent package. March 1st, 2016, United States. Phoenix, Tokens Dick Resort Hotel Arena. The NBA regular season matchup between the Suns and the Cavaliers is fiercely underway. On the sidelines, in the corner of the Suns bench, the Chinese player Martin, clad in the number 3 jersey, anxiously watches the court. His anxiety does not stem from the fact that the home team is trailing significantly, nor from concerns about his non-guaranteed contract expiring in 2 months, leaving him unable to pay rent for his upscale apartment. It is not even from the looming prospect of homelessness after today's match. Rather, it is due to the countdown in his mind, 3 minutes and 2 seconds. As he watches the seconds tick away, Martin's heart begins to race with anticipation. 3 minutes left, just 3 more minutes. Decades of relentless practice and 2 months of frenzied effort, 21 games and 1,000 minutes of waiting have all led to this moment. Clenching his fists, Martin silently yearns for something. On the court, the game has entered the fourth quarter. 90-66, the Cavaliers lead by 24 points, with 11 minutes remaining. The Cavaliers, led by the illustrious Kyrie Irving, are on fire this game. With his dazzling drives, deft maneuvers, and pinpoint three-point shooting, he executes with ease. The Suns' feeble defense is utterly helpless, merely watching as their opponents slice through them effortlessly. The Cavaliers launch another offensive. Irving has the ball, facing the Suns' rising star, Devin Booker. Thump, thump, thump. Irving performs a series of dazzling dribbles between his legs, as Booker is momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, Irving executes a quick between-the-legs change of direction, advancing to the right. Booker, startled, hastily retreats to block his path. However, that retreat proves to be a mistake. Irving surprisingly steps back, skillfully pulling the ball between his legs. Booker is left flailing, nearly losing his balance as he stumbles back 2 meters. Wow! Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Irving smiles slightly and confidently releases a high-arching 2-point jump shot. Swish! The ball finds its mark with precision. Oh-ho! Irving saunters away in triumph, exuberantly high-fiving LeBron James and the others on the sidelines. In the backcourt, the Suns players slowly trudge, their spirits utterly deflated. Rookie Devin Booker hangs his head in frustration, while 34-year-old veteran Tyson Chandler stares blankly into space. PJ Tucker glances at his teammates, saying nothing, quietly retrieving the ball and stepping out of bounds. The score quickly escalates to 7-2-1-0-2. The deficit has widened to 30 points. Yet there are still over 9 agonizing minutes left. In the stands, disheartened home fans can no longer bear to witness the team's humiliating defeat, and many have begun to leave. The few remaining clusters appear desolate. On the sidelines, head coach Jeff Hornacek crosses his arms, his eyes narrowed, his expression remarkably calm. Yet, his pale knuckles betray his inner turmoil. He refuses to accept defeat. He refuses to be fired. However, a 30-point gap. His opponents are the top team in the East, boasting the triumvirate of LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Love. What more can he do? The tide has turned against him. He has no choice but to resign himself to fate. Sigh. Hornacek lets out a long breath. 7 consecutive losses, an 1842 record, second to last in the West, and third to last in the entire league. With such a performance, his position as head coach is all but secured for the time being. Perhaps it is best to concede this match. No need to further exhaust promising talents like Booker. Time for substitutions. At that moment, whoa, the sudden exclamation comes from the end of the bench. Hornacek turns to see Martin's unusual demeanor, while others were expressions of despair and avoidance. This young man is filled with excitement, as if he has just won the lottery. Martin, this Chinese player, was brought to the NBA by Hornacek from an NBDL team. Thanks to Martin, the team's marketability surged, allowing Hornacek to stay with the Suns for an additional 2 months. During this time, the team's performance has been dismal, yet Hornacek has witnessed Martin's relentless training. With no natural talent, he compensates entirely through hard work. In Martin, Hornacek sees a reflection of his younger self. Previously, Hornacek had genuinely wished to give him a chance, but to preserve his own position, he had not dared to take the risk. Effort determines the lower limits, while talent sets the upper limits. After all, Martin is merely a 183 centimeters tall guard of Asian descent, ill-suited for the NBA stage. But now, circumstances have shifted. With his hopes of retaining his position dashed, everything else has become inconsequential. Moreover, he has heard that this young man is unable to pay rent and has been evicted, even bringing his luggage to the locker room. How tragic. Today is the final game Hornacek decides to give him a chance, viewing it as a parting gift. Martin remains oblivious, lost in his own exhilaration. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding! The 1,000 minutes of experience on the NBA bench concludes, and the Divine sign-in system officially activates. Dear player, you have received a beginner's gift package. Please check it. Upon opening the gift, Martin is taken aback. Whoa! The beginner's gift package contains the Allen Iverson talent package. Although traveling from 2022 to 2016 presents its challenges, this system's reward dispels all his grievances. Allen Iverson, AI. The answer how many basketball enthusiasts dream of such an opportunity. Though born in '96 and only 20 years old this year, Martin has watched countless videos of Iverson. The first time he laid eyes on Iverson's highlights, he was utterly astonished, captivated by his brilliance. Martin holds Iverson in the highest regard. The number 3 he wears is a tribute to his idol. Moreover, Martin's measurements 183 cm tall, 74.8 kilograms, with a wingspan of 196 km, nearly identical to Iverson's. His basketball skills have been honed through imitation of Iverson's every move, each maneuver practiced to perfection. The system has bestowed upon him this top-tier talent. Is this not a path to divinity? Will you use the Allen Iverson talent package? Yes. In an instant, Martin feels a warm current coursing through his body. He closes his eyes in bliss, savoring the sensation. It feels as though he is immersed in a hot spring, as if he has transcended to a higher plane. Martin loses himself in the experience, reluctant to emerge. At that moment, a voice breaks through his reverie. Martin. Startled, Martin realizes that Coach Hornacek has unexpectedly approached him, gripping his shoulders. Coach, get ready, it's your turn to play. Seize this opportunity. Aim to score as many points as possible and enhance your stats. That way, it will be easier for you to find work in the future. Hornacek's coaching skills leave much to be desired, but his daughter is genuinely impressive. Ahem, I digress. Hornacek possesses a kind heart, genuinely concerned for Martin's future. In gratitude for Hornacek's recognition of his talent, Martin resolves to lend him a helping hand. Coach, don't worry, I won't let you down. Well, Hornacek chuckles softly, giving Martin a pat on the back. With that attitude, focus more on how to score. With that, Hornacek nudges Martin toward the scores table. This kid has potential, it's just a pity. Hornacek muses, while the others on the bench breathe a sigh of relief. As they watch Martin, the sacrificial lamb, take to the court, they exchange glances filled with mockery. That kid is so excited, yet he doesn't realize he's walking into his own demise. Thank goodness for him, otherwise would be the ones getting demolished. Shoo, the coach is looking over. Meanwhile, Martin sits at the forefront of the scores table. Gazing at the gleaming court before him, his face radiates excitement. This is the stage he has pursued for over 40 years in 2 lifetimes. This is the very place he has battled countless times in his dreams. Today, his dreams are finally set to become reality. Martin's hands tremble slightly, a mix of nerves and exhilaration coursing through him. A fire ignites within his chest, warm, heated, and burning brightly. He can hardly contain his anticipation. Beep! On the court, the 31-year-old P.J. Tucker of the Suns fell to the ground in a fierce scramble for the ball, sending it crashing out of bounds. A dead ball opportunity arose. The Suns made a substitution. Out went Booker. In came Martin. With a resounding clap, Martin took the court in place of Booker. In that fleeting moment, Martin felt a surge of vitality coursing through his veins, invigorating his entire being. Wow! He thumped his chest twice, exhilarated as he surveyed his opponents on the court. What he did not anticipate was the system's notification chime ringing out just as he stepped onto the court sidelines. Ding! You have an opportunity to check in as you enter the arena. Would you like to do so immediately? Check in. Check in successful. You have received a Divine Physique card. Note, the Divine Physique card will enhance your confrontation ability by 10, reduce the impact of injuries by 10, and amplify the effects of your stamina experience card for the duration of 1 game. After the game concludes, the host will further improve their physical attributes upon completing training tasks. With the Allen Iverson talent package, there are additional rewards for checking in. Doesn't this mean Iverson is operating at an unfair advantage? No, this is not unfair. It merely reflects the rabbit's fear of insufficient firepower. After all, while Iverson's talents are formidable, he also harbors numerous weaknesses. His greatest limitation lies within his own physique. Though his speed, vertical leap, and reflexes are top tier, his stature is diminutive, his physicality lacking, and the threat of injury looms. The system's assistance in bolstering his physique is merely a precautionary measure. Regarding this arrangement, Martin could not express complete satisfaction. He could only mutter, "Wong di few." Would you like to use it immediately? Use it. Casting a glance at the transcendent European player on the court and the venerable LeBron James off the court, Martin smirked mischievously and strode confidently onto the court. Chapter 2. a trial that could lead to demise. Across the ocean, in the Tencent Sports NBA live broadcast studio, commentator Yang Yi, with keen eyes, spotted a black-furred gorilla dashing onto the court. We see the Suns' mascot has entered the arena. This signifies the arrival of garbage time in the game. On the court, P.J. Tucker is still battling for the ball, but it has gone out of bounds. A dead ball opportunity, and the Suns are making a substitution. Devin Booker is out, and Martin is about to step in. Unlike other teams' mascots, the Suns' gorilla is often associated with misfortune. It is regarded as a true harbinger of doom, and Martin's entrance coincided perfectly with this omen. It could truly be said that his debut was fraught with adversity. He seemed to be baiting Martin into uttering disparaging remarks. But host Wang Ming was not so easily fooled. Coach Hornacek has finally come to his senses. He has finally recognized who we Chinese fans have been waiting for. In previous games, Martin did not see any playing time. Today, however, he has over 7 mightiest golden opportunity to showcase his talents. Having undergone 2 months of intensive training in the NBA, I believe Martin must have made significant progress. Let us await the spectacle with bated breath. Wang Ming's words were eloquent, yet like Yang Yi, he did not genuinely expect Martin to deliver a commendable performance. They sought only for Martin to run alongside the team without making a grave mistake or embarrassing himself. Meanwhile, the live chat room was inundated with dark clouds of negativity. To share the court with the gorilla at such a time, how unfortunate. He looks as thin as a monkey. Did he waste the past 2 months? Does he really stand at 1.83 meters? Don't deceive us. The thought of him being knocked down is too painful to endure. Now it's time for a snack. Last summer, Martin, a freshman studying abroad at USC, entered the 2015 NBA draft, with Chinese fans placing high hopes upon him. Domestic media fervently hyped him, elevating him to lofty heights. First man after Yao Ming, Chinese Iverson, Asia's premier point guard. Such resounding titles were affixed to Martin's name. However, under the spotlight of countless stars, he went undrafted. Not a single team showed interest in him during the draft, despite the immense potential of the Chinese market. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The internet was rife with scorn, inundating Martin with vitriol. Yet, the undrafted Martin did not surrender. He did not return home in defeat to join the CBA, but chose instead to toil with the Northern Arizona Suns in the NBDL, continuing to strive for his dream. It was not until early January of this year that Martin resurfaced in the public eye. At that time, the Suns' starting point guard, Eric Bledsoe, was ruled out for the season, leading the Suns to announce Martin's promotion from their affiliate team. With 2 months of non-guaranteed contracts behind him, it was evident to discerning eyes that the Suns had merely signed a cash cow. Many fans could hardly bear to witness Martin's potential embarrassment. Keyboard warriors sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of criticism and denigration. The internet became a lawless territory for those seeking to destroy reputations. The few who supported Martin were rational fans, and those like the streamer Xiaoyi Ma, who adored him for his looks. In a corner of the live studio, a young girl clad in Martin's number 3 jersey clutched her skirt, softly cheering. "Martin, you can do it. I believe in you." Phoenix, at the Talkins Dick Resort Arena. The Cavaliers executed a sideline inbounds pass without any blunders from the Polish center, delivering the ball into Kyrie Irving's hands. Everyone could see that Martin was already positioned in front of him. He had immediately taken on the strongest defensive stance. Is he courting disaster? Well, I won't have to guard Irving. I consider this a relief. Let's hope he doesn't suffer too harshly. Among his 4 teammates, only P.J. Tucker cast a glance of concern, instinctively edging closer to Martin. "Kid, you got guts. If you can't hold your ground, don't worry, he'll lend you a hand." Yet Martin was oblivious to his teammates' thoughts. He was solely focused on proving himself. While many claimed Iverson's defense was subpar, Martin held a contrary view. In Larry Brown's system with the 76ers, Iverson was the offensive linchpin, with others assisting in defense. He received treatment akin to that of superstars like Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. When defending against taller opponents, Iverson certainly faced challenges due to his physique, but his defensive prowess against smaller players was undeniably formidable. Today, Martin would demonstrate this firsthand. "Kyrie Irving, I'm here to take you on." Gazing at the Chinese rookie blocking his path, who was noticeably shorter than him, Irving's lips curled into a faint smile. In those days, he earnestly sought to guard against Kobe, yet Kobe made him endure countless hardships. Today, the tables have turned, and it is finally his turn to impart a lesson. Irving, with a playful flick of his finger, beckoned, "Rookie, come, try to defend me." A mere attempt could lead to oblivion. Without any forewarning, Martin unexpectedly closed in. This was a breach of sportsmanship, a stealthy ambush. However, A smirk curled at the corner of Irving's mouth. He had keenly observed Martin's every move. The action was far too sluggish. Did he think he could steal the ball from me? With a chuckle, Irving executed a behind-the-back dribble, transitioning the ball from his right hand to his left. Yet, just as his left hand reached for the ball, it inexplicably slipped away. The sphere vanished into thin air, and the lad before him suddenly disappeared. Where did he go? Well, charge. The jubilant cheers from the crowd unveiled the answer to Irving. As he turned, he beheld Martin racing down the court for a fast break. He could no longer catch up, forced to watch helplessly. In the front court, Martin surged into the unguarded paint, showing no sign of slowing down. Everyone knew what this audacious young man intended. Yet, he was so diminutive, shorter than even the likes of State Lavine and the remarkable Tony Parker. Could he truly dunk? Fans in the 10-cent live stream shielded their eyes, unable to watch. Just a layup would suffice. Why attempt a dunk? If he manages to score with a dunk, I swear I will live stream my disbelief. Before the critics could even gather their thoughts, Martin had barreled into the paint and soared upwards as if propelled by springs. Boom. He forcefully slammed the basketball through the hoop. 110-82. A staggering 28-point lead. Martin leaped from the basket and charged directly towards the Cavaliers bench, unleashing a furious roar at James and the others spectating. Come on. Under Martin's fervent influence, the pent-up emotions of the Suns team erupted after a long, arduous game. Oh, magnificent. Just like that, let's crush them. The once tranquil TSR arena was transformed into a cauldron of excitement. Splendid, my friend, chuckled one of his teammates, as Tucker rushed over to celebrate with a high five. The other players on the Suns exchanged glances, somewhat astonished, yet remained still, perceiving the play as merely a stroke of luck. In the 10-cent live stream, Martin intercepted Irving. A fast break. He was unstoppable. What was he about to do? Oh, well, a two-handed slam dunk. Goodness gracious. Wang Ming and Yang Yi's faces were filled with disbelief. Yes, what a play. Martin is incredible. A nearby commentator echoed their excitement, his enthusiasm resonating throughout the live stream. The chat exploded with fervor. Where's the one who was about to criticize? Someone urged. Annie is hyped up. Stealing from Irving. A fast break dunk. Martin can brag about this for a lifetime. Come on, it was just an unintentional mistake by Irving. So what if I showed up? It was merely a dunk. Look at how astonished you all are. If he manages to score 5 more baskets today, I'll do the live stream upside down. A challenge was issued, as anticipation filled the air in Phoenix. Martin was closely guarding Irving in the Cavaliers' backcourt. After attempting a shot, he realized that he could not effectively defend against Irving. The only reason he managed to intercept the ball was that he had read Irving's moves, taking advantage of the opponent's overconfidence. However, facing Irving head-on, especially given the disadvantage in height and other attributes, proved to be exceedingly challenging. Thus, Martin resolved to apply relentless pressure, staying tightly glued to Irving to prevent him from receiving the ball easily. This was the essence of solid defense. As he kept his eyes on Irving, he also called upon his teammates to join him in the effort. Yet, aside from Tucker, who came to assist, the others seemed indifferent, merely going through the motions as if waiting for their time to expire. Observing this lack of urgency, Martin said nothing but remained tenaciously attached to the elusive Irving. In the Cavaliers' backcourt, there were only 3 players. J.R. Smith was poised to inbound the ball from the baseline, while Irving was closely guarded by Martin and Richard Jefferson was entangled with Tucker. What should have been a straightforward baseline inbound became anything but easy. Irving pointed skyward, signaling for a lob pass, but J.R. shook his head, indicating that it was not feasible as this player could leap impressively. Left with no other option, Irving adjusted his strategy. However, his deceptive maneuvers failed to outsmart Martin's defense. Time was running out. With only 5 seconds remaining to inbound, J.R. urgently alerted Irving. In a moment of desperation, Irving nudged Martin with his elbow and attempted a feint. Unfortunately, this action deceived J.R. Smith instead of Martin, who remained resolute. J.R., oblivious to the unfolding drama, inadvertently passed the ball right into Martin's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Martin converted the opportunity into an easy layup, narrowing the score to 110-84, reducing the deficit to 26 points. Well done, let us have another, he thought, while J.R. Smith's face flushed with embarrassment at being outperformed by a rookie. Disappointment etched on Irving's face. He spread his hands in disbelief. What are you doing? Are you a traitor? How could you deceive me too? As the two engaged in a brief exchange, the crowd erupted in applause, chanting, Martin, Martin, Martin. Just 2 successful shots had ignited the fervor of the several thousand fans present. On the sidelines, Hornacek stood agape, questioning whether he had misjudged Martin's abilities. In the 10-cent live broadcast, the commentators remarked, 2 shots in, someone is in for a reckoning. Martin is impressive. He plays like a rabid dog, such a dirty player. How embarrassing. Irving was merely being polite. If he were serious, Martin would be nowhere near his level. Opinions diverged, with some supporting Martin while others continued to criticize him. Online discourse was chaotic, and no one could rein in the rampant commentary. Amidst the chatter, Andy Ma expressed her frustration. You all will soon be proven wrong. The game resumed, and Martin was back at it, sticking to Irving like glue. Irving was visibly agitated. How infuriating. He had intended to teach this rookie the ways of the NBA, yet twice he had been countered by this unheralded newcomer. As Kyrie Irving. How could he be outperformed by such an obscure player? Determined to shake off his relentless shadow, Irving struggled, but to no avail. Kyrie. Fortunately. James Jones stepped in to provide a screen, but Irving waved him off, his voice firm and tinged with irritation. No, I don't need it. I am Kyrie Irving. Who do you think you were looking down on? Jones' well-meaning assistance fell flat. Ultimately, JR failed to pass the ball to Irving, opting instead for Jones, allowing the Cavaliers to finally advance the ball past half-court. Give me the ball. Upon crossing the half-court line, Irving demanded the ball, but Martin remained tenaciously close. And Jones opted not to pass to him, instead giving it to JR. JR, fueled with intensity, launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Clang. The shot missed. Damn it. This brainless fool. Irving gritted his teeth, realizing he was now without support. Oh no, that rookie is going for a steal. In the paint. Tucker of the Suns snagged the rebound and heard a call from midcourt. Here. Without a second thought, Tucker swung his arms, sending the basketball soaring towards the front court. At midcourt, Martin caught the ball, finding Irving standing right in front of him. The showdown was set. Martin versus Owen. Chapter 3. The Fluttering Butterfly Step. I shall not allow you to pass. Then let us see. At the very moment Martin spoke, Owen launched a sudden attack. In the realm of sports, distraction is the gravest of sins. When Martin spoke, it was the perfect opportunity for a strike. Hey. Irving cut towards the ball that Martin was dribbling with his right hand. However, Martin executed a smooth behind-the-back dribble, effortlessly evading the attempt. Yet, Irving wore a satisfied smile. You fell for it. He had anticipated Martin's movement all along. His recent feint was merely a ruse. He had foreseen that Martin would sidestep his attempt to steal the ball. Seizing the moment, Irving launched his right hand swiftly towards Martin's left. Hey. However, in that instant, with a resounding thud of the bouncing ball, Martin suddenly vanished from sight. Irving realized that his opponent had executed another behind-the-back maneuver and dashed past him. Well, amidst the gasps of the crowd, Irving quickly pivoted and pursued Martin. Thought you could outsmart me? Not so easily. Martin was ahead by a step. Yet Irving effortlessly caught up to him at the three-point line, once again obstructing Martin's path. With a slight smile, Irving remarked, Your speed is simply too sluggish. I even allowed you a step, yet you still cannot escape. This time, you have no chances left. Haha, let us try that once more. Martin took a few steps back, continuously dribbling the ball between his legs with a dazzling display of agility. The rhythmic thud of the ball echoed as he skillfully maneuvered left and right, a technique reminiscent of the legendary smiling assassin, Isaiah Thomas. With his incessant dribbling, Martin sought to disrupt his opponent's focus, luring them into a hasty response, thus enabling him to glide past with ease. Such artistry has become a rarity in the contemporary NBA, with Kyrie Irving being one of its most elite practitioners. However, to Martin's tempting display, Irving remained unfazed. Instead, he noted Martin's retreat. Is this an attempt to create space and rely on speed for victory? Yet, your pace leaves much to be desired. What a naive rookie. With unwavering focus on Martin, Irving prepared to impart a lesson to this young contender. Meanwhile, others rushed to the court, with JR attempting to provide assistance. Step aside. This is my battle. Irving's assertive declaration prompted JR to roll his eyes and retreat in frustration. The court was now devoid of interference, leaving only the two to engage in a solo duel. A one-on-one. This young Chinese talent was about to challenge Kyrie Irving. Such a scene evoked memories of the legendary rivalry between the number 3 and the number 8 from the 90s. Would this young player surprise us today? The atmosphere in the commentary booth, led by Mav Albert, began to pulse with excitement. Players of such caliber had been scarce for many years. On the court, Martin made his intentions clear to Irving. I'm coming. I'm going to drive past you on the right. Irving smirked. Don't try to deceive me. You're only going right. Come on, show me what you've got, rookie. After several observations, Irving was convinced that this young man, like many Asian players, was right-handed. He was certain that the rookie would attempt to make his move to the right. Just wait for the perfect moment, and then, gotcha. Here I come. After Martin kindly offered his reminder, he picked up a brick and threw it forward, advancing towards him. Martin executed no superfluous movements, merely swaying left and right. Such a simple action, yet Irving discovered that his body could not keep pace with his mind. He had clearly resolved to intercept the opponent's right flank. Yet when the moment arrived, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. And what of Martin? Had he passed by? No, not at all. Martin stood directly opposite Irving, a beaming smile adorning his face. Observing the triumphant demeanor of this rookie, Irving felt a flush of warmth. It was evident to him that the young man was intentionally toying with him by not attempting a breakthrough. You've provoked my ire, young man. With legs apart and knees slightly bent, Irving spread his arms, adopting a defensive stance while fixating intently on Martin. This time, he was serious. The spectators were bewildered. The 10-cent live stream flooded with confusion. The commentators, equally puzzled, questioned how to describe the play. What just transpired, teacher Young E? Well, it seems Martin failed a breakthrough, he replied. Irving's defense was remarkably tight and swift. Martin's feint did not deceive him, hence the outcome. But why does it appear that Irving is rather displeased? That's beyond my knowledge. Perhaps he was amused by his opponent's unsuccessful attempt. The live stream erupted in laughter. Haha. This is the Chinese Iverson. The failed showboating is hilarious. Meanwhile, at the Phoenix venue, veteran NBA commentator Marv Albert discerned the underlying truth. My goodness, Martin. This young Chinese talent is indeed provoking Kyrie. While many may not have grasped the intricacies of the last play, I can assert with confidence that it was extraordinary. Martin's movements were so rapid that Kyrie could barely react. He could have surged forward but opted to retreat, choosing to repeat the maneuver. This is provocation. Just look at Kyrie's expression. It's clear he has been incensed. Haha, we're in for an entertaining spectacle ahead. The moment left no time for slow-motion replays, as both players remained the focus of attention. With only 24 seconds left on the shot clock, Martin launched another offensive. This time, I'll go right. Irving offered no response, merely keeping his gaze fixed on Martin. Without any preamble, Martin initiated his attack. Lowering his center of gravity, he executed a swift change of direction, employing a series of left and right feints. You won't get past me. Irving, determined not to reach for the ball, quickly retracted his left foot in an attempt to obstruct Martin's path. However, as he stepped back, Martin unexpectedly executed a between-the-legs dribble, switching from right to left. Is he heading left? How infuriating. Irving, flustered, hastily retreated with his right foot. Yet, just as he pressed down, Martin performed another between-the-legs maneuver, this time switching from left to right. What? Irving's pupils dilated as he swiftly endeavored to block Martin, but his body was lagging behind his mind. No. Watching Martin glide past him, Irving was filled with disbelief. This was a double change of direction. It was akin to AI. As Irving begrudgingly sank to the ground, Martin sprang up behind him, executing a sudden stop-and-pop jump shot. The basketball traced an exquisite arc, heading straight for the net. When the ball struck the rim and swished through, the crowd erupted. Oh, Martin, Martin, Martin. Amidst the cheers, Martin spread his arms in a gesture of nonchalance, while Irving sat despondently on the floor. A magnificent tableau unfolded, aptly titled, The Birth of a God. In the commentary booth, Marv Albert stood in exhilaration. This is the butterfly step. AI. Indeed. In Martin, I see the shadow of the former AI. Wow. The NBA hasn't seen a player like this in quite some time. Who would have thought we'd witness such brilliance today? I cannot fathom what the Suns' management and coaching staff have been doing. However, I am certain that after today, no one will underestimate this player again. On the bench, LeBron James engaged in a discussion with Tyronn Lue regarding their upcoming opponent, the Spurs, when he inadvertently caught sight of Martin's fleeting presence. The indifference in Martin's eyes stirred something within James. Lue, can we call a timeout? Kyrie is playing a bit erratically. If this continues, it could lead to trouble. Tyronn Lue, however, waved him off dismissively. LeBron, it's fine. We're still ahead by 24 points. Trust Kyrie. He LL manage. Then, picking up the tactical board, Lue seemed to have forgotten something important. LeBron, what were we just discussing? James rolled his eyes, feeling a sudden wave of irritation. Can we truly win the championship like this? On the court, PJ Tucker raced over to Martin, extending his hand. Buddy, great job. Your handling is phenomenal, just like AI. It's so cool. Martin also struck with precision. Ah, this is all thanks to your pass. Haha, Tucker chuckled, ready to clasp Martin's shoulder, only to be pushed away. Buddy, Focus on defense. We still have 24 points to catch up. Watching Martin press towards Irving, Tucker felt a stir within. Are we really going to recover 24 points? Very well, I shall accompany you. Tucker hastily pursued his defensive assignment, Richard Jefferson. The Cavaliers prepared for an inbound pass. Irving was no fool. After several failed attempts, this time he refrained from seeking his teammates. Richard. Utilizing the screen set by his teammate Richard Jefferson, he finally gained possession of the ball. Starting from the backcourt, Irving swiftly evaded Martin's defense. He surged forward, charging into the Suns' territory. This time, none of you shall obstruct me. With 3 defenders stationed at the back for the Suns, they proved to be utterly ineffective. Irving maneuvered past 2 Suns players, penetrating straight into the paint. Standing before him was the towering John Loyler. As Irving leaned in, just before contact, he executed a sudden spin, employing the signature move reminiscent of Tony Parker's nimble drive. However, as he pivoted to make his layup, an opponent unexpectedly stood in his path. Martin. Owen never anticipated that Martin would block his path so swiftly. Owen could no longer halt his momentum. Bang. The two collided. Martin slid out directly, propelling himself a good 3 to 4 meters, nearly skidding beneath the hem of a lady's skirt outside the court. Beep. Offensive foul. Witnessing the referee's decisive fist gesture, Irving, holding the ball, shot Martin a sidelong glance and chuckled, shaking his head. Consider yourself fortunate, my friend. Beneath the basket, teammates from the Suns rushed over, several hands extending towards Martin. Well done, mate. Are you all right? You truly are brave. PJ Tucker and the others playfully thumped Martin's chest and patted his back, conveying their camaraderie. It must be said, Martin's collision was not in vain. The Suns finally displayed some grit. Gentlemen, we are just 24 points behind. Let's dig deep and turn the tide. With that roar, the players on the court renewed their focus, and the fans began to rally fervently. Let's go, Suns. Let's go, Suns. Let's go, Suns. Perhaps the fervor of the crowd ignited the players on the court. Subsequently, the Suns staunchly thwarted several offensive attempts by the Cavaliers. Star player Irving found himself targeted, failing to score a single point, while Martin grew more emboldened, consistently finding the basket. With dazzling footwork, Martin effortlessly breached the Cavaliers' defense. Just as the Suns had struggled to contain Irving earlier, this time, the Cavaliers were unable to guard against Martin. Martin, with his adept combination of drives and shots, scored another 6 points and provided 2 assists. The Suns astonishingly unleashed a 13-3 run, narrowing the gap to just 14 points at 113-99 with 3 minutes remaining. Beep. The Cavaliers called for a timeout, prompted by none other than the venerable LeBron James. The deficit had swiftly dwindled from 30 points to 14. And while the befuddled Tyronn Lue seemed oblivious, LeBron could no longer remain seated. Chapter 4. The gaze of a masterpiece in the 10-cent live broadcast room. A replay of the earlier actions unfolded. After watching the slow-motion duel between Martin and Irving, the commentators were left astounded. My goodness. This play by Martin was far from a mistake. It was a deliberate act of brilliance. We witnessed the signature left-right hesitation move reminiscent of Allen Iverson. The legendary sidestep with dual crossovers, a move that can only be described as the fabled butterfly through the flowers. Martin toyed with Irving, and it was no wonder that Irving wore such a sour expression. In just over 4 minutes on the court, Martin tallied an impressive 12 points and 2 assists. Yet, I believe this is merely the beginning. Martin's journey through 1 year at USC in the NCAA, half a year with the Northern Arizona Suns in the NBDL. In 2 months with the Suns has honed both his skills and resolve, culminating in the player we see today. After 10 years of diligent training, he has achieved recognition on a grand scale. From now on, no one shall underestimate him. He, Martin, is our very own Chinese Iverson. Wang Ming's praise was unending, while Yang Yi beside him winced as if struck. The comments in the 10-cent live chat erupted once more. Wow. I declared this was Martin's ascension, and yet you all doubted. How many years of practice does it take to master AI's moves so exquisitely? My mother asked why I was kneeling to watch television. Chinese Iverson? I can't help but feel he surpasses Iverson in prowess. If we bring him into the national team, there is hope for this year's Olympics. It seemed Martin had already made 6 baskets, while someone else pondered when they would go live. At that moment, the viewers noticed the Cavaliers' starting 5 standing at the sidelines. The tide swiftly shifted. The keen-eyed Yang Yi exclaimed, "Oh ho! The Cavaliers' starting 5 are back. They intend to surround Martin with a 5-man assault. Let us hope he can withstand it." Yang Yi's brief remarks ignited the energy in the live chat. I'm back. Why the rush? The game isn't over yet. Watch, with the Cavaliers' 5 back, can Martin still make waves? Dream on. Just wait and see LeBron crush that monkey. With TT in the lineup, Martin will find it impossible to penetrate the paint. The streamer, Andy Ma, was visibly frustrated by the stubbornness of these players. Clenching her fists, she yearned to deliver a punch. How could they behave this way when Martin was performing so admirably? In Phoenix, the Cavaliers' James immediately organized his team. Himself, Love, TT, Irving, and JR. The starting five were all back. With 3 minutes left, we cannot underestimate our opponents, especially that Chinese lad. I refuse to let this game serve as a stepping stone for his fame. Do you all understand? Understood. Among the crowd. The younger Irving felt uncomfortable seeing others so obediently follow LeBron's lead. This was Cleveland, his territory. Yet, LeBron insisted on playing brotherhood basketball, leaving Irving unsettled. With all these subordinates listening to the elder's commands, Irving felt even more disgruntled. If you all get along so well, perhaps I should take my leave? LeBron, ever the mediator, placed a comforting hand on Irving's shoulder. Kyrie, just play your game. Don't let the recent slump affect you. Reassured by LeBron's words, Irving felt better. After all, he was the current top player in the league. I know. Yes. That is good. At that moment, LeBron realized someone was missing. Turning around, he spotted Coach Tyronn Lue standing outside the crowd with a clipboard. Right, Coach? Do you have anything to add? Coach Lue was on the verge of tears. My LeBron still respects me. After a brief pause, Lue delivered his motivational speech. Gentlemen, our goal is the championship this year. Yet today, it seems our opponents are rather foolish. They dare to resist and dream of triumphing over us. Therefore, we shall not hold back any longer. What I need from you is to take the court. Crush them. Show them the strength of a champion. Roar. The Cavaliers returned their starters, morale soaring. Conversely, Suns coach Hornacek had no intention of reverting to his starters. Despite the eagerness of his leading scorers, Booker and Knight, Hornacek remained unyielding. The 30-point deficit was bridged by these substitutes. Let them continue to fight. Regardless, a victory would be a point of pride, and a loss would still be honorable. Excellent. Maintain the momentum we've built. Even with their starters back, we're in fine form. We fear no one. We will match them blow for blow. Naturally, we will make some adjustments in our strategy. Just as Hornacek began to outline the tactics, P.J. Tucker stepped forward. Coach, I propose we give Martin the ball entirely. The rest of us will focus solely on defense. Hornacek glanced at Tucker, then at the others. What about you? Do you agree? Ronnie Price, John Lure, and Alex Lynn all nodded in agreement. I believe in Martin's strength. I concur. Me too. Hornacek cast a meaningful glance at the composed Martin. For minutes, 12 points. 1 rebound, 2 assists, and 3 steals. He truly had expected this young man to be so deeply skilled. But if he was this remarkable, why had he not revealed it sooner? Is this the inherent modesty of a Chinese player? Hornacek shook his head, unable to comprehend. However, now is not the time for such reflections. Patting Martin on the shoulder, Hornacek made his decision. All right, since you all agree, let us proceed as planned. Martin, you will unleash your game, and the rest will support you. Is that clear? Understood. Martin could no longer bear the situation. It was disheartening to see their morale not diminished by the opponent, but rather undermined by their own coach. This was far from ideal. He promptly summoned his teammates, and they gathered in a circle with their arms around one another. Brothers, the Cavaliers have lost their spirit. Their key players have been off the court long enough to lose their touch. When they return, there is nothing to fear. From this moment on, the defense is in your capable hands, and I shall take charge of the offense. Today, on our home turf, we shall leave them in tatters. Let out a roar. Come, let us chant together. 1, 2, 3, Phoenix. Victory is ours. They all shouted in unison, and with that, the momentum surged. The game resumed with a resounding beep. As the Cavaliers' starting 5 took to the court, the atmosphere was palpably transformed. In the front court at the high post, LeBron James controlled the ball. Kyrie. Right from the start, James sought to set up a pick with Irving. Martin sensed impending trouble. He had not anticipated that James would charge directly toward him. It was an overwhelming challenge. With James's tank-like physique, Martin found himself utterly unable to withstand the force. With each collision, he felt his insides quiver. No wonder they provided a physical fitness card before the match. It proved somewhat beneficial in reducing the impact. Yet James did not persist in his bullying. As he established a deep position, upon noticing the Suns' help defense approaching, he hesitated not for a moment and swiftly passed the ball. J.R. Smith made a cut, and like a hawk, James delivered a brilliant bounce pass. J.R. surged toward the basket, evading Alex's defense, aiming for a reverse layup. Little did he expect, a large hand suddenly emerged from the side. Bam! A thunderous block. It was P.J. Tucker, who had just been aiding Martin in the defense, now swiftly arriving to protect the rim in the blink of an eye. Martin smiled and gave a thumbs up. This fellow is indeed trustworthy. Martin. The moment Alex received the ball, he quickly passed it into Martin's hands. Defend. James hastily urged the dazed Irving and JR to fall back on defense. Martin sought to seize this counterattack opportunity, but alas, it eluded him. Since the chance was lost, he resolved to engage in a positional battle instead. Youngster, you were merely fortunate before. This time, you shall have no further opportunities. Once more, Irving positioned himself resolutely in front of Martin, yet Martin wrinkled his brow in disdain. A defeated foe like you is not worthy of my effort. Ignoring the exasperation of Irving, Martin swiftly sought the screen set by P.J. Tucker. Who was he aiming to practice against? The commentator, Marv Albert, buzzed with excitement. Wow, Martin is targeting LeBron James. I must admit, I hold great admiration for this young man. Just moments ago, LeBron had outmaneuvered him, yet he retaliated in kind. Haha, vengeance for vengeance. This kid has spirit. However, it must be noted that breaking through LeBron's defense is no simple task. As the words of the coach Albert lingered in the air, Martin astonishingly pierced through James' defense. James remained rooted to the spot, while Martin surged forward, halting abruptly at the edge of the paint to release a jump shot. Unimpeded, the basketball soared directly toward the hoop. Whoosh! It found its mark once more. The score now stood at 113 to 101, narrowing the gap to a mere 12 points. Martin spread his arms, gazing indifferently at the motionless James. Thus, the second masterpiece was born, aptly titled, The Gaze. However, the fans were once again left bewildered. What was happening? Why did LeBron remain rooted in place? Why did he simply watch as Martin penetrated the inner sanctum? The coach, Albert, like many others, harbored similar doubts. When the live broadcast replayed the moment, everyone understood. It turned out that Martin was simply too swift. James swayed slightly, unable to keep pace. He could only extend his left hand as Martin darted past him. Well, Martin is indeed remarkable. In terms of defensive prowess, I only yield to the veteran James. On the court, James, feeling utterly exasperated, sidled up to Irving and whispered, Kyrie, I finally comprehend your sentiments. This fellow is indeed quite irksome. Irving, still perturbed, couldn't believe that Martin had abandoned his original partner to seek out James, a blatant disregard for his prowess. LeBron, hand him over to me. I can handle him. No. Now is not the time for rash actions. Kyrie, let us unite and deal with him together. That embodies the essence of brotherly basketball. Very well. We absolutely cannot allow him to soar today. The duo's collaboration soon unfolded. Chapter 5. Casualties of War. James, possessing the ball at the center, sought to exploit the mismatch with Martin, naturally drawing the Suns' defensive attention. As the critical moment loomed, James remained composed, refusing to act recklessly against the double team. He passed the ball. Finding a teammate in an open position was the most efficient choice. Kyrie, with the aid of his teammate's screen, Irving seized a rare open opportunity beyond the three-point line. Forgoing any urge to showcase individual prowess, he decisively launched a three-pointer. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim, soaring high. Rebound. A chaotic scramble ensued beneath the basket. The rebounding maestro, Love, snatched a front-court rebound. However, Tucker swiftly swatted the ball away. Martin. Upon receiving the ball, Tucker's immediate instinct was to locate Martin. Martin seized the ball and surged forward with fervor. He maneuvered deftly, weaving left and right, executing a spin akin to a little top, and deftly changing direction beneath his legs. With a flourish reminiscent of a butterfly flitting through flowers, Martin deftly navigated past four opponents. At an astonishing speed, he propelled himself towards the front court. The final barrier was none other than James, who had retreated just in time to guard the paint. Though James boasted a height of 6 feet 8 inches, he was a formidable presence, rivaling even Durant. His towering stature and expansive wingspan allowed him to dominate the low post like a center. As Martin charged towards him, James had no intention of backing down. Having been easily bypassed previously, he was determined not to become a mere spectator this time. Outside, Martin found himself in a position where he could opt for a shot. Yet, he refrained from doing so. If you won't come out, then I shall venture in. With an extraordinary physique, Martin had long desired to confront James head-on. Without losing momentum, he barreled towards the Cavaliers' interior defense. Just as they were about to collide, Martin leaped into the air, and James simultaneously raised his arms, soaring upwards. The scene was set. The diminutive Martin collided with James's formidable frame. The impact was akin to a small car crashing into a massive 18-wheeler. James sprang into the air, his hands raised high, completely overshadowing any shooting space Martin might have had. The likelihood of a block was exceedingly high. No, please, not this. Wasn't a jump shot a far wiser choice? Why confront James head-on? One must possess a sense of self-awareness. Many were eagerly anticipating James's emphatic rejection. Irving clenched his fists, poised to celebrate. In midair, James wore a confident smile, fully convinced of his impending success. Kid, don't blame me. However, in that very moment, something miraculous transpired. Who could have foreseen that Martin, suspended in the air, would harness James's momentum? Despite losing his balance from the collision, he managed to tilt his body and execute a sweeping motion with his arm. What? The basketball evaded James's outstretched hand, spiraling towards the upper right corner of the backboard under James's incredulous gaze. Just upon contact, the ball dramatically altered its trajectory, swishing through the net with a hollow sound. Swish. 113 to 103. Silence enveloped the arena in eerie stillness. Yet, moments later, a wave of excitement surged forth. Oh my goodness! What did I just witness? From this day forth, I shall proudly call myself a fan of Martin. Can anyone tell me where this extraordinary talent emerged from? In the 10-cent live broadcast, commentator Wang Ming exclaimed, Iverson. Martin is truly our Chinese Iverson. He has resurrected the image of that all-powerful superguard. Beside him, the chastened Yang Yi fell silent, recognizing that sometimes silence is the safest course. In Phoenix, the Cavaliers struggled to score. James began to adjust his strategy, with the entire team misfiring. He relied on a steady presence. Kevin Love. James lobbed the ball to Kevin Love. Love was indeed reliable, mirroring his composed demeanor and robust physique. In the low post, he backed down John Lure effortlessly, spinning around to deliver a smooth jump shot. 115 to 103, still a 12-point lead. Love's scoring ability posed a troubling omen for the Suns. Consequently, during their offensive plays, Martin quickly shifted his focus. While challenging James was exhilarating, the toll on his body was undeniable after repeated attempts. This time, Martin targeted a softer target. Although the Cavaliers were a trio of stars, one of those stars was an undeniable defensive liability. Love, while he excelled in rebounding and passing, and his shooting touch was remarkably gentle, he lacked agility in his defensive footwork, particularly when faced with pick-and-roll situations. Opposing Love was John Lure. Martin directly approached John Lawyer. A screen and roll. Irving was caught off guard. As Martin faced off against Love, he noticed the latter's serious demeanor and courteously uttered, "Sorry." Just as Love pondered the meaning behind those words, the unmistakable sound of a basketball echoed twice. In that moment, Love witnessed Martin's dazzling maneuver. Having previously encountered Martin's sidestepping double dribble, he had mentally prepared himself. He aimed to occupy the right lane, determined not to be deceived. Yet, Martin's movements were too swift and enticing. Love realized, to his dismay, that his body was betraying his mind. A frown creased Love's brow. Trouble was imminent. Martin's double move had only just begun when he suddenly noticed Love crouching down, clutching his ankle, his expression one of acute pain. This is none of my concern. I did not collide with him. Martin strode away, and yet another masterpiece emerged. The painting is titled Escape. This time, the fans found themselves enlightened. What is happening here? Goodness, did Martin just leave someone dazed with a mere glance? His swift lateral movements were astonishingly rapid. Is this the dazzling speed of a comet? Love appears to be taking things far too seriously. Perhaps he should take a cue from the veteran. This injury to Love might foreshadow complications for the Cavaliers in the finals, wouldn't it? My friend, the regular season isn't even over yet. How can you be so certain that the Warriors will reach the finals? What if my Suns surprise everyone? The Cavaliers' starting five aimed to subdue Martin. Yet from the very beginning, they faced a significant loss. The Cavaliers are certainly facing a challenging start. On the court, Martin showed no mercy. Seizing the opportunity, he bypassed Love and charged straight towards the paint. Tristan Thompson promptly came to the rescue, his long arms raised high, denying Martin the chance for a quick jump shot. Martin seized the opportunity, delivering a precise bounce pass to the open P.J. Tucker station at the three-point line, 45 degrees from the basket. Tucker took his shot without hesitation. Bang! Just like his muscular physique, the ball was launched with considerable force. The basketball soared high into the air. Under the rim, a congregation of players gathered, including Tristan Thompson and LeBron James, alongside John Lure and Alex. The Giants on both sides vied for advantageous positions. Ultimately, it was Tristan Thompson who secured the prime spot. The ball was his. However, just as TT leapt into the air, ready to claim the rebound, an unexpected figure soared up from behind him. TT felt a sharp impact from a solid object striking the back of his head, and suddenly, a pair of hands snatched the rebound right above him. Boom. The basketball was emphatically dunked into the hoop. TT's head buzzed as if it were the rim itself. The fourth tableau was born, dubbed the Dunk of the 8 Wise Kings. Oh. At this moment, the audience, especially the female spectators, were utterly captivated. Who could have imagined that the man who conquered the Kardashian clan would find himself in such a precarious position? Martin. Wow, Martin executed a follow-up dunk right over TT. What a magnificent slam. Announcer Marv Albert was completely invigorated by Martin's performance, the old-timer brimming with youthful exuberance. Is this the Chinese Iverson? Haha. Honestly, I believe he can certainly be compared to AI. With that basket, the score advanced to 115 to 105. A 10-point deficit. There remains 138 on the clock. Oh, what a play. Martin triumphantly returned, his hand still pressed to his ear, absorbing the cheers of the fans. Life is splendid. Meanwhile, Love was assisted off the court, making way for Channing Frye. On the sidelines, witnessing Martin's elation, TT's face was marred by disdain and envy. I was dunked on. What a humiliation. I must reclaim my honor. Fear not, my brother. I shall seek vengeance for you. Observing his teammates struggling on offense and faltering on defense, LeBron realized it was time for him to step up. LeBron dribbled forward. The Suns' 2-3 zone defense in the backcourt was as formidable as ever. The title of the league's best player is indeed intimidating, not to mention the terrifying title of the greatest of all time bestowed upon him by his devoted fans. His mere presence instills a profound sense of intimidation. One cannot guard LeBron alone. Thus, the Suns' defensive lineup shifted to counter him. 5 players. As LeBron surveyed the pocket the Suns had set for him, a smile crept across his face. Did you think I would only drive and dish? Noticing PJ Tucker standing 2 steps away, denying him a clear path to the basket, LeBron decisively opted for a three-pointer. Bang! Another miss. After resting for over 20 minutes. His body had cooled, and LeBron's shot felt considerably stiffer. He yearned to score, yet the momentum was decidedly against him today. Bang, bang, bang. Transitioning from number 23 to 24, he continued to miss. The Cavaliers struggled offensively, allowing the Suns to capitalize and rapidly close the gap. With 2 quick counterattacks, the Suns launched desperate three-pointers, narrowing the score to 116 to 113, just a 3-point difference. In the crucial final moments, LeBron consumed the clock, only initiating his attack in the last few seconds. With 2 defenders closing in, he chose not to force his way through but rather to pass. He directed the ball to an uncertain JR on the perimeter. After several previous misses, even with no defenders nearby, JR hesitated to shoot. Hurry up. Time is running out. Inside, LeBron was anxious, urging him loudly. Huh? Oh. JR had contemplated passing again, but with LeBron's shout, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and take the shot. Bang. It was, of course, a miss. Shooting from such an open view with no defenders in a tense game is exceedingly difficult. It requires a heart capable of withstanding immense pressure. However, JR could only be described as a wild card. Martin. Tucker secured the defensive rebound and promptly passed it to Martin beyond the three-point line. Martin received the ball and swiftly charged forward. The Cavaliers were caught off guard, with only JR retreating hastily to the backcourt. One man stood guard at the goal. In that moment, JR felt a twinge of panic. Yet, he could not afford to succumb to fear. Come at me. JR's feigned composure proved utterly ineffective. Martin approached with an imposing demeanor. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, JR had no choice but to brace himself for the confrontation. J.R. Smith. Thou to remain unyielding. However, this time JR exhibited a touch of cunning. He began to lean against Martin beyond the three-point line, strategically obstructing his path to the right. Employing subtle maneuvers to deny Martin any opportunity for acceleration, JR tugged at Martin, which indeed constituted a foul, yet astonishingly, the referee remained unresponsive. Upon closer inspection, one might observe that the referee, much like the spectators, stood by the sidelines, engrossed in the spectacle of the game. Martin felt the pressure of reliance weighing heavily upon him, yet this ball was his to seize. Even in the absence of the referee's whistle, a piercing sound suddenly pierced the air. Chapter 6. The Leap. The shrill noise emanated from the fierce friction between the sneaker and the floor, a result of Martin's abrupt halt. He planted his foot with such force that it seemed as if the floor itself might ignite. The audience instinctively followed the camera's focus to Martin's feet. Clad in a pair of unremarkable white battle shoes, they appeared rather ordinary at first glance. However, the striking red emblem stood out conspicuously. In the midst of this taut and intense atmosphere, it was surprising to find that the insignia bore an air of intimidation. Yet it was quite aesthetically pleasing. Many spectators found themselves pondering, if I possessed such a pair of shoes, could I too perform a stylish stop like Martin? This was a display worthy of admiration. The 10-cent live broadcast was currently inundated with messages urging support for Step. Meanwhile, the match continued unabated. Martin suddenly changed. And JR was taken aback. He had previously experienced the opponent's sudden stop and jump shot. No chance for a shot. However, unexpectedly, Martin did not opt for a jump shot. Instead, he executed a sudden stop followed by an explosive leap. It was precisely this shift in rhythm that rendered JR's defense ineffective. Caught a beat behind, JR could only trail alongside Martin. However, he managed to position himself to obstruct Martin's route on the right. I shall not allow you to score. This shot is destined to succeed. Martin surged forward, intent on attacking the hoop. Witnessing the audacity of the diminutive Martin challenging the rim before him, JR could scarcely contain himself. A three-step layup, you say? This is folly. The hoop loomed close. The moment Martin initiated his first step, JR began to mentally count. 1, 2, lift. Timing his leap perfectly, JR soared into the air. The erratic JR possessed extraordinary leaping ability, yet therein lay his flaw, his unpredictability. Indeed, JR ascended. But he soon realized that Martin's rhythm was half a beat slower than his own. Seizing this momentary lapse, Martin had just begun his third step, launching into the air. As JR leapt towards the hoop, Martin deftly slipped beneath JR's outstretched arm, gliding from one side of the basket to the other. With a graceful pull-up, the basketball arced through the air, kissing the backboard gently before obediently finding its way through the net. The score stood at 116 to 115, a mere point apart. Only 44 seconds remained. The outcome hung in the balance. Marvelous. Martin, Martin, Martin. The atmosphere in the arena soared once more. On the court, Martin eschewed celebration, instead pivoting to engage in defense. The thousands of Suns fans present, witnessing Martin's resolve, felt compelled to rally behind their team. Defense, defense, defense. The fans chanted fervently, energizing their players. With a 30-point comeback within reach, their confidence in the players, especially the extraordinary Martin, was unwavering. Today, against all odds, the Suns would prevail. Despite the opposing team's heightened morale, Cavaliers head coach Tyronn Lue opted not to utilize the final timeout. Instead, he vocally proclaimed his masterful strategy, get the ball to LeBron. As James received the ball from a teammate, an inexplicable chill washed over him. Yet, this was no time for trepidation. Slowly dribbling past half-court, James raised a finger skyward. Brothers, let's take our time and execute. With just over 40 seconds remaining, the Cavaliers maintained their lead, and there was no rush. However, urgency gripped the Suns. P.J. Tucker guarded James closely, attempting to steal the ball on several occasions, but James held it tenaciously. With only 8 seconds left on the shot clock, James initiated his offensive assault. Exploiting opportunities was his forte. He had previously executed many crucial plays through aggressive drives to the basket. For instance, back in 13, the veteran James clinched victory against the Pacers with a decisive drive. Thus, as James advanced, the Suns braced themselves for his impending charge. Martin shouted loudly, prompting his teammates to swiftly converge. As James stepped just 2 paces inside the three-point line, he drew the attention of 5 defenders from the Suns. One held the ball, while 9 others were tense. This exemplifies James's prowess. Rather than forcing his way through, James decisively passed the ball to Kyrie, who was sneaking along the baseline. An open basket lay before him, and Kyrie leaped into action. Get in there, he urged, executing a straightforward bank shot. The basketball struck the square on the backboard, and by all accounts, it seemed destined to score. However, Kyrie, with all his might, put everything into the shot. Then, with a resounding clang, the ball ricocheted back out. The rebound. Previously bullied by Love and TT, this time, P.J. Tucker bravely fought for the ball. Despite being jostled by TT, he managed to leap and snatch the rebound with both hands. As his body threatened to lose balance, he located Martin and flicked the ball towards him. Martin. The ball soared beyond the three-point arc while Tucker tumbled out of bounds. James urged everyone to hustle back. Get back on defense. This time, however, Martin paid no heed to their retreat. Time was running short. He had to accelerate. In the midst of the crowd, Martin surged forward. Kyrie immediately rushed to impede him. He reached out, attempting to disrupt Martin's rhythm. Yet, with a graceful 360-degree turn, Martin effortlessly evaded him. Channing Frye, slow to retreat, also attempted to swipe at the ball midway. With a sudden lowering of his center of gravity, Martin accelerated, completely disregarding his opponent's presence as he charged forward. "Oh, yes. Go for it, Martin." Martin's consecutive dribbles ignited yet another wave of excitement in the arena. This moment marked the Suns' desperate counterattack. After crossing the halfway line, JR closed in, while TT positioned himself at the three-point line, blocking the path ahead. TT assumed his stance, ready to embrace the challenge of being a true man. Martin showed no signs of slowing down, charging toward TT with JR by his side. "I shall not allow you to succeed any longer. If you are a man, come and collide with me." Just as he was about to crash into TT, Martin executed a swift pirouette, skillfully evading the impending ambush, and departed unscathed. However, the two unfortunate souls were not so lucky. JR and TT, unable to dodge in time, collided with one another. TT grimaced in pain, clutching his lower abdomen, while JR rubbed his aching head. Seizing the moment, Martin penetrated the restricted area. The final showdown? It's James. Oh my, they meet again. This marks the third encounter between James and Martin. What narrative will unfold this time? The live commentator, Albert, along with numerous fans, rose in excitement to witness the spectacle. On the court, James positioned himself near the free throw line, closing in on Martin. The two engaged in a tense standoff as they surged towards the paint. The basket loomed tantalizingly close. Unlike the previous encounter with JR, this time the towering James overshadowed Martin. James calculated the speed perfectly. Martin had no alternative but to attempt a contested layup. Moreover, James had learned from past experiences. When Martin refrained from jumping or shooting, he too remained grounded. 3 steps. James meticulously gauged Martin's rhythm. 1, 2, He's shooting. Martin did not leap. Instead, he unexpectedly released the ball at the count of 2. Did he truly believe that such an unanticipated maneuver could evade my block? How naive of him. LeBron's reflexes were astonishingly swift. In an instant, he sprang towards the basketball to contest the shot. However, he failed to make contact with the ball. As the renowned Magic Johnson once articulated, "The speed of the basketball always surpasses that of man." Today, in this moment, Martin reaffirmed this adage. Why? Why is the ball soaring so high and moving so swiftly? Is this not a shot, but rather a pass? In a fleeting moment, LeBron realized, "Oh no, I've been deceived." Watching Martin vanish from his sight, LeBron felt a surge of panic. Indeed, the basketball crashed against the backboard and ricocheted to the opposite side, executing a move akin to crossing a bridge. Following the trajectory of the ball, LeBron discovered that Martin had already positioned himself on the other side of the hoop. What? Is it truly possible to manipulate the game in such a manner? Commentator Marv Albert could not help but marvel. Is this an upgraded version of Tracy's classic backboard slam? Yet, he soon realized that the spectacle was far from over. Oh, Martin has evaded 5 defenders, but it seems he must confront yet another obstacle. On the court, a warning from a teammate alerted Martin to the presence of the 6th guardian, Kyrie Irving. As Martin forged ahead, overcoming all obstacles, Irving unexpectedly pursued him into the attacking zone. "I shall not allow you to score." Absolutely not. Upon witnessing the fierce determination reflected in Irving's bloodshot eyes, Martin steeled himself with utmost focus. "I am destined to score this goal. Not even the divine can thwart me. Mark my words. Should you manage to find the net, it would only be if the earth were flat," Irving proclaimed with unwavering conviction, staking his very belief on the outcome. Martin's eyes narrowed slightly, and when he opened them again, they were filled with an icy indifference, radiating an unmistakable aura of menace. "Here I come." In an instant, Martin moved with astonishing speed. Irving observed every detail with clarity. "You think you can sidestep and change direction on me? Not a chance." Irving bit down hard on his lip, drawing blood. In that moment, he was utterly focused, steadfastly guarding the right flank, denying Martin any opportunity. Martin truly executed that move with finesse. His movements were swift and remarkably fluid. After seamlessly shifting direction beneath his hips, he decisively opted to advance down the right flank. A splendid choice. Irving had been waiting patiently, closely trailing him. Yet, at that very moment, Martin's body, which had been surging towards the right, inexplicably vanished from before Irving's eyes. Moments later, Martin unexpectedly appeared merely 2 steps away from Irving. No, how could Irving not recognize it? This is still Iverson's classic move. A crossover followed by a step back. Today, did he not use this very move to toy with Devin Booker? In this game of life, one must eventually pay their dues. I shall not let you succeed. Although Irving's body instinctively leaned to the left and back, his mind urged him to lunge forward. The inevitable result was a moment of weakness in his legs. causing him to fall. As Irving descended, Martin sprang up right before him. A steady release of a long-range shot. Whoosh. The basketball swished through the net. 116 to 117. They have taken the lead. In the 48th minute of the game, the Suns led for the first time. In the Tencent live broadcast room, both commentators went into a frenzy. My goodness. This is the most incredible play I have ever witnessed in my broadcasting career. Absolutely divine. Martin has achieved legendary status today. The host, Annie Ma, even rushed in front of the camera, declaring loudly, "Martin, I love you." The live chat exploded. Millions of Chinese fans were euphoric. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh no, my Annie Ma has run off with someone else. Alas, lacking education, all I can say is oh my. Ding is magnificent. My mother asks why I am lying down watching television. Even if crabs take 8 steps, they cannot block my ding. A sidestep to outmaneuver Irving, dazzling left and right. Bringing down the 6 generals, an ankle-breaking finish, and dunking on the 8 sages. What talent! I shall join in. Overcoming 6 obstacles, defeating 5 generals, battling the Sage King, wielding the blade. If you wish to ask where the divine being comes from, they point towards the land of flowers. No more poetry. Quick, look. My heavens. In Phoenix. The Suns fans have gone wild. Amidst this fervor, Martin executed an even bolder move. Observing Irving, who was seated in submission on the ground, Martin smirked disdainfully, lifted his foot, and stepped over Irving's knee. Another masterpiece was born, titled, The Step Over. In that moment, the arena descended into utter chaos. OMG. He is a god. They are our sun gods. The Savior has descended upon Phoenix. Thousands of Suns fans were beside themselves with emotion. Several Cavaliers jerseys were torn to shreds by ecstatic Suns fans. On the Suns bench, Hornacek held his head in disbelief, while players were disoriented and in disarray. On the court, Suns players chased after Martin, while Cavaliers players stood frozen in shock. TT and JR continued to nurse their injuries. Irving, aloof and transcendent. While LeBron stood under the basket, hands on his hips. On the sidelines, Tyronn Lue stood behind Irving, a witness to this moment. This familiar scene left Tyronn Lue utterly unsettled, watching the orange number 3 fade away. His mind suddenly flooded with memories of the dark number 3 that had appeared countless times in his dreams. Tyronn Lue's pupils widened. No. Chapter 7. The NBA is about to change. At the TSR Arena, the Cavaliers called a timeout, trailing by 1 point with just 12 seconds remaining. Meanwhile, the Suns began to apply pressure. Fans in the stands shouted enthusiastically, and the spirited cheerleaders commenced their routine. With fiery red hair, orange skirts, and tops, they embodied the scorching heat of Phoenix, shining like the sun in the desert. On the sidelines, buoyed by such momentum, the Suns team felt invincible. Even against the season's formidable Warriors, they believed they could triumph. After all, they were merely facing a Cavaliers team without one of its giants. However, Hornacek remained unusually composed. Boys, we have just 12 seconds left. I do not want you to lose focus and squander this game. Everyone, look here. This is our defensive strategy. After observing Hornacek's confident tactics, Martin felt a sense of admiration. At such a critical moment, the old man was indeed the stabilizing force for the team. Only he could maintain their composure. Those who become NBA head coaches are not ordinary individuals. Despite their numerous flaws, there are always glimmers of brilliance. Unbidden, Martin's gaze drifted to the Cavaliers bench. Having suffered a shocking reversal, the Cavaliers' morale had plummeted, and the atmosphere was dismal. Coach, are you all right? LeBron and his teammates surrounded Tyronn Lue. Yet, Tyronn Lue remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Coach? Realizing LeBron's gentle shake, Tyronn Lue snapped back to reality. Oh, I'm fine. I wasn't thinking about Iverson. The group was taken aback, realizing how deeply Iverson had affected Tyronn Lue. LeBron quickly redirected their focus. Ahem. Coach, I meant the strategy. There are still 12 seconds left for our final play. Shouldn't you devise a plan? Oh, the strategy. I've got it all figured out. Under their eager gazes, Tyronn Lue pulled out a clipboard, marking 4 small points beyond the 3-point line, and then drawing a large circle along the arc. Our strategy is simple. Everyone spread out and give the ball to LeBron. I believe LeBron will handle everything. What do you all think? J.R. Smith was the first to respond. Exactly right. The others quickly joined in. I agree. It must be LeBron. Yes, me too. The silent Irving pouted. So, should I just step aside? Seeing everyone so supportive, LeBron felt a surge of joy. He was destined for greatness. This ball was rightfully his. All right. Since my brothers have such trust in me, I will not let you down. We are winning this game. Defense. 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 With the Suns fans cheering loudly. The final showdown approached. Beep. The Cavaliers executed a clever sandwich play from the sidelines. LeBron faked a screen, receiving the ball. With 12 seconds left. Aggressive teams typically aim to run down the clock for a final strike. Success or failure lay in their own hands. But this was LeBron. Stability and efficiency defined his career. As soon as he received the ball, LeBron initiated his offense. Using TT's screen, he effortlessly evaded PJ Tucker's defense, driving towards the basket. Indeed, Jeff was right. LeBron was seizing the moment. Martin and the players of the Suns were filled with elation. They were psychologically prepared for LeBron's sudden aggressive drive upon receiving the ball. A double team. At the moment LeBron surged forward, 3 defenders from the Suns formed a cohesive blockade. Without waiting for the defense to close in, LeBron swiftly maneuvered past PJ Tucker, retreating instead. With a single step back, he positioned himself just beyond the straight three-point line at the corner. He leaped and released the shot. This is for the King. It was a decisively executed attempt. The referee raised 3 fingers with one hand, signaling a three-pointer. The entire arena fixated on the trajectory of the ball as LeBron formed a celebratory gesture with his hands, preparing for his signature move. However, clang. The rim denied LeBron the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Cheers erupted from the Suns fans, but their joy was premature. Rebound. LeBron shouted. A chaotic scramble ensued beneath the basket. TT maneuvered through the crowd, shoving aside Alex Len, and with a loud exclamation, he broke free from the encirclement of giants. With a powerful single-hand slap, he directed the rebound towards LeBron. In that instant, as LeBron leaped, he noticed the 2 defenders had already approached him. Without a moment's hesitation, LeBron passed the ball to his teammate beyond the arc. JR. Block him. Martin and the others burst forth with great speed. James shouted, quick. Hurry. All eyes in the arena fixated on JR. Panic-stricken, he exclaimed, quick? Are you telling me to run away? I understand now. At that moment, who could have imagined that as the Suns players surged forward, JR would dribble the ball towards the center court? What could this possibly signify? Questions flooded the various live streams. Just as Martin reached JR, the final seconds evaporated. Beep, beep, beep. The referee declared the end of the game. 116-117, the Suns narrowly triumphed over the Cavaliers at home, completing a remarkable 30-point comeback. Hooray! The Suns fans erupted in excitement, their pent-up emotions released in a jubilant outpouring at this moment of victory. Martin vanished from JR's side, turning to embrace his teammates. We won. We won. Oh my, what a thrill, he exclaimed. It's all thanks to you, buddy. Ha ha, we did it. Cool. The players from both the Suns on and off the court collided in a jubilant heap. Meanwhile, JR clutched the ball tightly, rooted to the spot. What just happened? Weren't we leading the Cavaliers? Shouldn't we have won? At this moment, JR turned to James with a look of confusion. James's eyes were filled with disappointment and simmering anger. Why didn't you shoot? We were ahead. Upon hearing this, James was momentarily stunned. Ignoring JR, he shook his head and brushed past him, not even acknowledging the Suns players, and strode straight into the players' tunnel. At that moment, Irving approached, patted JR on the shoulder, and pointed upwards. JR finally lifted his gaze. Upon seeing the glaring score of 116-117, he nearly erupted. It's all right, just a mistake. Even the earth can be flat. Why can't humans err? The earth is flat. JR was taken aback, following Irving out, comforted yet bewildered. Was this truly consolation? No, in fact, Irving had found a scapegoat, with JR around. The post-game criticism directed at Irving would surely be diminished. However, regardless, their duo was firmly established today. In the commentary booth, witnessing the Cavaliers' exit in defeat, Marv Albert couldn't help but reflect. After today, the NBA is bound to change. In the 10-cent live broadcast room, Wang Ming leaped with excitement. Yes, we won. Martin triumphed. The Suns emerged victorious, scoring 30 points in a single quarter, leading the team to an incredible comeback. At this moment, I can only ask, who else is there? Yang Yi's face flushed as he forced a smile. The barrage of comments completely obscured the screen. Who else? I don't care. Martin is the strongest. The best in the world. With an army of 1,000, what is the difficulty in seizing victory? Ding is amazing. We won, truly won. This is the most exhilarating comeback I've ever witnessed, without a doubt. Haha. My youth has returned. The world of basketball is about to change. The host, Annie Ma, covered her mouth with both hands, tears of joy cascading down her cheeks. The atmosphere in Phoenix had transformed into a jubilant sea. At that moment, the large screen focused on Martin. Martin, Martin, Martin. Someone led the charge, and soon everyone joined in the chant. Unexpectedly, PJ Tucker squatted down in front of Martin. "What are you doing, buddy?" "Crowning the king. Please take your seat." PJ Tucker, this man in his 30s, displayed an unexpected sense of fun, and Martin could hardly refuse his kindness. He climbed onto Tucker's back. Martin, Martin, Martin. With Martin on his back, Tucker paraded around the arena, showcasing Martin's prowess. The entire TSR arena erupted in waves of excitement. After Martin completed his tour, Sun's sideline reporter Lindsey Smith appeared with a microphone in hand. Clad in a fitted red dress that accentuated her exquisite figure, she prepared for the post-game interview, and the crowd grew silent. "Martin, you entered the game with 7:38 left in the fourth quarter and led the team to an extraordinary 30-point comeback victory. How did you accomplish this?" "This achievement is not mine alone. It belongs to all our players, our coach Jeff, the coaching staff, our support crew, our cheerleaders, and the fans present here. It is because of you that we witnessed this remarkable game today. Everyone calls you the Chinese Iverson, and your moves tonight mirrored those of AI perfectly. What are your thoughts on that?" "AI is my idol, and to be compared to him is an honor. However, I aspire to be myself. I hope everyone remembers my name, MADNG, rather than the familiar Martin. Thank you. Scoring 30 points in your debut quarter ranks you 6th in history. What do you have to say about that?" "First place? That would be Klay Thompson's 37 points in a single quarter against the Kings last season. Well, I'll set a small goal to break that record this season." Martin spoke in a calm tone, yet there was no doubt among the audience. Today, despite the arduous battle, he managed to score 30 points in just over 7 minutes. If he played a full 12 minutes, wouldn't 37 points be easily within reach? Wow. Yes, that's the kind of dominance we want. "Martin, Martin, Martin, we shall forever support you." Amidst the resounding cheers, the interview concluded, and Martin waved as he walked into the players' tunnel. At that moment, the Suns' number 3 player had swiftly captured global attention, gracing the front pages of major media outlets. Chapter 8. Abby Hornacek, Phoenix. The Tavarell estate boasted vast expanses of lush green grass. "Come on, chase me." "Oh dear, boss, you're naughty. Don't run. Let me catch you. I shall give you a good thrashing." The sun shone brightly as a group of elegantly dressed individuals playfully fled, pursued by Robert, an older gentleman with brown hair, wearing an eye mask and sporting a mischievous grin. "Gotcha. Let me see who you are." "Boss." The brown-haired man removed his eye mask, only to find he had caught his own icy secretary. "Boss, your phone." Upon seeing the work phone in front of him, the man's expression soured. "Didn't I say? Unless it's urgent, don't bother me. It's General Manager Ryan. He needs to speak with you." "What could he possibly want?" "It's just a plead for that fellow Jeff. Don't even think about it. My team does not harbor idlers." Annoyed, he dismissed her. "You can go now. Don't disturb me again. Even if it's a monumental matter, it can wait until tomorrow." With that, disregarding his secretary's anxious expression, Robert discarded the eye mask and pursued the ladies. "Stop right there. You all belong to me. Not a single one of you shall escape." Seeing the boss's fierce countenance, the secretary found herself unable to voice her thoughts. "Sigh, it's always like this. When will our Suns rise to prominence?" In the locker room of the TSR arena, the Suns team. "Hey, want to join?" "No, you go ahead. I have things to attend to." "All right then." PJ Tucker left, leaving Martin alone in the locker room. Moments before, Tucker had invited Martin to stay at his home for the night, but Martin had declined. The team had not promptly offered a new contract, which he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he still had some money. Tonight, he could find a modest place to stay. If by morning the Suns had not shown any intent to renew his contract, Martin was confident that many other teams would be eager to offer him a decent sum. Putting those thoughts aside for now, Martin remained behind for a specific purpose. He delved into his mind, gazing at the data panel. At this moment, Martin could clearly observe various metrics of his physical condition. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 74.8 kilograms. Wingspan, 196 centimeters. Speed, 95. Agility, 94. Coordination, 94. Stamina, 93. Strength, 85. Offense, 96. Defense, 86. Other, 92. Indeed, defense and physical confrontation were Martin's weaknesses. However, his primary focus lay on the extraordinary physique card, which had astonishingly increased from 10 to 12 following a single match. In just half an hour, his physique had enhanced by 2 points. If I persist in my training, could I possibly achieve increases of 100 or even 200? Such thoughts crossed his mind when suddenly a notification from the system echoed. Dear user, to enhance your physique, one must possess unwavering determination. Here is a meticulously crafted physical health training schedule for you. Please check it. Upon opening the training schedule, he found the contents rather unremarkable but somewhat extensive. Morning exercise, 2 morning training sessions, 2 afternoon sessions, and 1 evening session. Within the 6 major categories were numerous smaller tasks. Morning exercise included endurance training with a 20-kilometer run, strength training with a 90-kilogram bench press for 20 repetitions across 5 sets, and flexibility training with over 100 various items tailored to enhance different physical qualities. Furthermore, this schedule included detailed dietary plans with an astonishing 7 meals a day. The first meal, upon rising, 2 cups of water, approximately 0.5 liters, infused with 10 milliliters of glutamic acid. The second meal, breakfast, a whole grain bagel, a tablespoon of peanut butter, 100 milliliters of cheese, 200 milliliters of strawberries, and a multivitamin mineral tablet. The third meal, a mid-morning snack. The seventh meal, dinner, comprising 300 grams of beef, 3 tablespoons of teriyaki sauce, 200 milliliters of orange juice, 4 milliliters of cornstarch, half a teaspoon of ginger powder, half a tablespoon of olive oil, 240 grams of broccoli, 120 grams of water chestnuts, 500 grams of rice, and 300 milliliters of purified water. Martin has comprehended the recipe. For instance, dinner consists of broccoli and beef rice accompanied by fruit juice, does it not? However, one must admit that the meticulous arrangement of each meal is truly commendable. Alas, it would be perfect if a female protagonist were included. Martin's aspirations were indeed lofty. Yet, the female protagonist remained an enigma, for now. It was prudent to address other pressing matters. The training regimen devised by the system was somewhat formidable, yet Martin was not one to shy away from challenges. After dedicating decades of rigorous training throughout 2 lifetimes, a heavier workload was but a minor inconvenience. He accepted this arrangement with resolve. With his physical stamina at its peak and being present at the gymnasium, Martin was reluctant to squander any time. Thus, he resolved to commence his training forthwith. With such thoughts in mind, Martin pulled his suitcase towards the training facility. As he passed by the main arena, he could not resist casting a glance inside. At that moment, the basketball hoops had been removed, and even the floor had been lifted away by forklifts. The once thrilling atmosphere had now returned to a state of tranquility. Nevertheless, there lingered a flicker of excitement within Martin's heart. After all, he was the one who had vanquished the Knight's 5 Tigers. This was a feat that his former self would have scarcely dared to dream of. Who was there? Martin was savoring his glorious moment when a voice called out from behind. Ah, it's you, Martin. Oh, it's truly you. May I take a picture with you? It was a jovial maintenance worker named Charlie, who, in his enthusiasm, wrapped his arm around Martin's. No photo, no leaving. I am amenable to a photo. But could you assist me in finding a place to practice? The match has concluded, and you still wish to train? No wonder you are so remarkable. Charlie nodded in agreement. After securing a photograph and an autograph, he led Martin to the adjacent training hall, where he pushed out the basketball hoop and opened the nearby gym. Martin, if you need anything, just call for me. I will be right outside. All right, thank you. No need for thanks. You are our hero, and it is my honor to serve you. I am eagerly anticipating your contribution to bringing the championship to Phoenix. Certainly, I will strive diligently. With a beaming smile, Uncle Charlie departed. The once quiet training hall soon echoed with sounds of activity. After a while, however, it abruptly fell silent, replaced by the ringing of a phone and Martin's voice. Hello, this is Martin. Oh, you are my senior from USC? Ah, now that you mention it, I can guess who you are. Indeed, it is fate. However, I wonder what brings you to contact me? Your team intends to sign me? Yet, as far as I know, your internal matters seem unresolved. Very well, I shall await your good news. In the corridor outside the training hall, Charlie encountered Hornacek, who was searching for something. Jeff, are you looking for your wallet? No, what I seek is far more precious than my wallet. You must be referring to Martin, right? Do you know where he is? Of course I do. Follow me. As he led Hornacek forward, Charlie continued to extol Martin's virtues. Jeff, I must tell you, I have never encountered someone as exceptional and hard-working as Martin. He is truly astonishing. It is indeed your privilege to coach him. Jeff, I cannot fathom why you all could not have discovered him sooner. Had we unearthed his talent last year, we would undoubtedly have had a chance to reach the playoffs this season. Hornacek nodded repeatedly with a forced smile. Harboring his own thoughts, this young man was scouted by me from the NBDL team. In theory, I am his mentor. His success today is also due to my guidance. This corridor was scarcely 100 meters long. Yet Hornacek was subjected to a lengthy discourse that could easily be transcribed into a small essay. The training hall lay just ahead. All right, I have matters to attend to. You may enter on your own. He is inside. A beam of light streamed through the crack of the door. Within the training hall, silence reigned. Is that lad Martin truly practicing extra? Hornacek gradually approached, quietly peering through the crack of the door. Upon glimpsing inside, he was taken aback to find Martin alone, performing bench presses with a barbell. What on earth? Hornacek felt an overwhelming urge to burst forth and chastise Martin vehemently. However, he realized that if he charged in and startled Martin, it could lead to dire consequences. After all, Martin was not just a student. He was his precious protege, and nothing could jeopardize that. Thus, Hornacek restrained himself with great difficulty. It was not until Martin completed a set of bench presses that Hornacek finally pushed open the door. Creaking, it swung wide. Upon seeing Hornacek enter, Martin appeared quite astonished. Coach, what brings you here? I thought you had nowhere to go. Come with me. You shall stay at my home tonight. Staying at his home? Wouldn't that mean? At this moment, Martin's heart was tumultuous. Coach, is this really appropriate? Are you leaving or not? If not, then so be it. Although aware that Hornacek was merely feigning reluctance, he felt compelled to accept the goodwill extended. Of course. I will go. In a matter of moments, he swiftly packed his belongings, slinging a bag over his shoulder and dragging a suitcase behind him, promptly following Hornacek. Observing Martin's eagerness, Hornacek sighed in relief. He had once again grasped this lifeline. As long as he secured this young man, owner Robert would be disinclined to dismiss him. Thank you, Coach. You are truly a good person. Martin's words filled Hornacek with a sense of delight. Alas, what can I say? I am your mentor, after all. But was he merely a mentor? Little did Hornacek know that the individual behind him sought more than just to be a disciple. In a villa on the outskirts of Phoenix, a white car pulled in with a soft thud. In the kitchen, daughter Abby hurriedly urged her mother to assist. Mom, quickly, help me. Abby had just returned from a trip, and after witnessing her father lead the team to a stunning comeback victory on television, she planned to surprise him with a celebratory dinner. Okay. Mrs. Hornacek emerged from the kitchen to greet her husband as he returned from work. In the dining room, Abby promptly set down a plate of steak, adorned with delicious sauce, exquisite carvings, and fresh flowers, an indication of masterful culinary art. She was immensely proud of her cooking. Stealthily, she slipped back into the kitchen, waiting in silence. After a minute, she heard the unmistakable sounds of someone sneaking a taste, accompanied by indistinct murmurs of delight. Dad really can't shake off his habit of sneaking bites. Yet, despite her thoughts, a smile crept onto Abby's lips. It was then that she carefully tiptoed out of the kitchen. In the dining room, her father was blissfully unaware, absorbed in savoring the delectable steak. Utterly captivated by her culinary skills, Abby quickened her pace and embraced him from behind. Dad. Chapter 9. Main sanity chirping and chattering. The birds heralded the dawn of a new day. Within the grand estate of the Tavarel Manor, Robert reveled in the gentle massage from one young lady while another read the morning news aloud. TNT Sports headline, Main sanity from Phoenix. In yesterday's NBA match, the Suns staged a remarkable comeback, overcoming the Eastern Conference leaders, the Cleveland Cavaliers, by 30 points. The prodigious young talent, Martin, emerged as a savior, dazzling the audience with a miraculous 8 minutes in the fourth quarter. He single-handedly challenged the Cavaliers' formidable five, scoring 30 points and executing a near-game-winning play at the last moment. Post-game, Suns fans hailed the arrival of the Sun God, the savior of Phoenix. TNT commentator Marv Albert even coined a new term, Main sanity, signifying Martin's madness. Phoenix Sports, the Sun God of Phoenix. This was an epic showdown. The 19-year-old prodigy from China delivered a legendary performance, scoring 30 points in just 7 minutes and 38 seconds, leading the team to a formidable victory over the championship favorites, the Cavaliers. This was Martin's moment, the birth of the Sun God of Phoenix. ESPN Sports. One game to immortality. The Chinese prodigy possessed by AI. Oakland Tribune. LeBron falls in Phoenix. The divine talent Martin possessed by AI. Los Angeles Sports. The one who toppled the Cavaliers' big three single-handedly is none other than him. Lying in bed, Robert, still groggy, was jolted to full consciousness after hearing numerous headlines of a similar nature. He abruptly flipped over, forcefully pushing away the young lady beside him. Ouch! Ignoring her plight, he barked an order to another. Hand me my phone. Upon viewing the news and the image of Martin, perched on P.J. Tucker's shoulder, Robert erupted in fury. The whole world knows, and I was the last to find out. In a fit of rage, he hurled his phone against the mirror, shattering it into countless pieces. Ryan deceived me. Ryan deceived me. The owner of the Suns, Sarver, was livid, his face flushed with anger. He grabbed another phone and dialed. Ryan, how could such a monumental event escape my notice until this morning? What kind of general manager are you? Why didn't you inform me yesterday? Is this not a dereliction of duty? Shouldn't I deduct your salary entirely? Boss, the feeble voice on the other end began, but Robert interrupted sharply. I don't want to hear your excuses. You know I am not one to hold grudges, but you must rectify this immediately, or I shall not be forgiving. You need to keep Martin at all costs. If those wretches get to him first, you may as well pack your bags. The irate king of the Suns, Robert, was not unlike James Dolan of the Knicks. He relished meddling in team management, even instructing professional players on how to play. Once, he even locked a donkey in the head coach's office, filling the room with a dreadful stench. Those who worked under him had nothing good to say about him. Were it not for his financial backing, the Suns might have already disbanded. In the East, there was Dolan of New York; in the West, Robert of Phoenix, a pair of unlikely counterparts. Yet, one must admit, it is precisely these whimsical and inexperienced owners that lend a vibrant charm to the NBA. In the villa, facing the verdant flora in the courtyard, Abby Horacek stretched luxuriously, her lovely figure on full display. There is nothing quite like the comfort of one's own bed. After a restful slumber, she awoke from a delightful dream. However, the mere thought of the person she encountered in her dream sent a flush to her cheeks. Suddenly, the sound of basketballs bouncing in the backyard captured her attention. Peeking around the corner, she spotted the figure of that mischievous young man. Watching Horacek diligently instructing Martin on shooting techniques left her puzzled. Why was her father being so kind to this troublemaker? On the court, Horacek began assigning Martin his next task. Now, for the free throw training, 10 sets of 20 shots. Shall we begin? No problem. Martin's t-shirt is already damp with perspiration. However, further practice is hardly an issue. Moreover, he is in dire need of more training. Is it to strengthen his physique and enhance his skills? Yes, and yet, not entirely. Upon rising this morning, Martin detected an unusual heaviness in his body that should have felt light and unencumbered. This is not merely a consequence of yesterday's match and training. Let us examine the data on the system panel. Martin has discovered a clue. In a single night, he has unexpectedly grown taller and gained weight. Height, 178. 2 centimeters. Weight, 75. 0 kilograms. Wingspan, 196. 3 centimeters. This is a remarkable enhancement of his physical attributes. One would typically feel elated. However, upon examining his subsequent physical conditioning and skill levels, a sense of concern arises. Martin felt a sense of urgency. Speed, 94. 5. Agility, 93. 9. Jumping, 93. 9. Coordination, 93. 9. Stamina, 92. 9. Strength, 86. Offense, 95. 9. Defense, 86. 3. Others, 91. 9. The increase in his height, weight, and wingspan inadvertently led to a decline in his speed and agility. Gaining weight while losing speed is a common phenomenon for an ordinary individual. Kobe once attempted to gain weight, but the results were unsatisfactory, prompting him to swiftly return to his previous weight. Only an extraordinary athlete, like the veteran, can maintain excellent condition while appropriately increasing weight. Nevertheless, he too only made modest gains. Martin initially believed that with the system in place, he would surpass even the most notorious of rogues in his eccentricities. Indeed, this was the case. However, the system also imparted to him that maintaining such a state of peculiarity necessitated unwavering perseverance. Progress is akin to rowing against the current. Without advancement, one inevitably regresses. Thus, this principle holds true. Consequently, this morning, Martin dedicated himself to his training with exceptional diligence. After engaging in 2 hours of morning exercises and witnessing his physical capabilities returning to the previous day's metrics, he felt a semblance of reassurance. However, the day's subsequent tasks were not merely to consolidate yesterday's gains, but rather to strive towards the future. Just as Martin was preparing to commence today's shooting practice with Hornacek, the voice of Mrs. Hornacek echoed from a distance. "Jeff, Martin, you two stop for a moment. Someone is seeking you. A man clad in a tailored suit appeared at the far end. It was Ryan McDonough, the general manager of the Suns. Martin and Honasek exchanged glances, and surprisingly, the corners of their mouths lifted in unison. In the living room, the hosts and guests took their respective seats. Ryan, what brings you here? Jeff inquired. To be candid, I have come to discuss the renewal contract with Martin. As he spoke, Ryan directed his gaze toward Martin, who, in turn, gestured towards Honasek. Manager, you can negotiate this matter with my mentor. Mentor? Ryan squinted, silently commending Honasek for his astuteness. Jeff has made a shrewd move. Initially, Ryan's focus was solely on Martin, but now it seemed Honasek could not be sidelined. However, that was of little consequence. Very well, Jeff. Let us discuss the terms of Martin's contract. Present your conditions, and I shall endeavor to accommodate them. Ryan approached the conversation with genuine intent. Honasek, having encountered such sincerity numerous times, replied, So, can you meet Martin's demand of $20 million for a year? This figure was astonishing, especially considering that this year's top draft pick, Towns, earned only $5 million in his inaugural season. How could Martin dare to ask for such a sum? General Manager Ryan McDonough was wary of making hasty commitments, cognizant of the unpredictable nature of the Suns' owner, Robert, who desired to have his cake and eat it too. Ryan understood Robert's temperament all too well. Although Robert recently proclaimed he would spare no expense, Ryan was acutely aware that if the deal's price was inflated and Martin failed to live up to expectations, the repercussions would ultimately fall upon him as the general manager. After all, Martin had only delivered one extraordinary performance and gained overnight fame. It was reminiscent of a few years prior when the 76ers' Michael Carter-Williams had a sensational debut. Yet where was he now? Merely another player of moderate distinction. Ryan countered with, how about 4 years at $8 million? That averages out to $2 million per year, equivalent to the Suns' 13th pick, Devin Booker. This is truly the maximum sincerity I can offer. Honasek nodded toward Martin, indicating that this was indeed a fair proposal. To Martin's surprise, he shook his head. $2 million for a year, completing this season. We can reassess the possibility of a renewal based on my performance and our mutual willingness. 1 year, which is just over a month of the upcoming regular season. $2 million? It seems a bit excessive, but Ryan could certainly acquiesce. If Martin underperforms in the forthcoming matches, the $2 million wouldn't be deemed a significant loss. After all, yesterday's game was nothing short of explosive. Martin's rising fame and the vast market behind him undoubtedly warrant such a price. However, there is a concern. If Martin continues to excel, then that would be quite another matter. Surely, that won't happen, will it? Nevertheless, if such a scenario were to unfold, we could simply sever ties with Robert and move on. Ryan McDonough resolved in his heart. It's settled. The contract was swiftly presented. Martin signed on the spot. And the signing fee of $500,000 would soon be credited. As of today, Martin has also become a man of wealth. However, despite his newfound affluence, he did not part ways with the Honasek family, nor did they cast away their obedient disciple. An unspoken understanding blossomed between the two. Chapter 10. Hey, wanna play ball? I'm not very skilled. Phoenix, also known as the City of the Sun, is the capital and largest city of Arizona in the United States. Nestled within the arid expanse of the West Coast desert, it boasts a tropical desert climate, characterized by minimal annual rainfall and abundant sunshine. It is renowned for its stunning and vibrant sunsets, a hallmark that inspired the naming of local sports teams after the sun. The Phoenix Suns, a prominent team in the NBA, exemplify this unique characteristic. The Suns' home ground, the Talking Stick Resort Arena, stands ready. Today, there are no scheduled games. Nonetheless, thousands of fans have gathered outside the arena. Their purpose? To catch a glimpse of the mesmerizing training session of Mainsanity. Martin arrived in his magnificent 18-hand Mercedes, and as soon as he stepped out, he was encircled by a throng of admirers. Martin. In the midst of this adoration, he was ushered into the training hall like a sovereign. Cameras and microphones were thrust into his face. Martin, you led your team to an extraordinary comeback yesterday. What was your secret? With your new contract worth only $2 million for 1 year, what are your thoughts on that? Some say you are merely a fleeting phenomenon on the court. How do you respond to such claims? Martin did not respond to any questions. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. Martin politely squeezed his way through the crowd. Strangely enough, the sensation of being surrounded by so many people was rather pleasant. At the very least, it greatly satisfied his vanity. Such treatment was indeed unparalleled. However, Martin was acutely aware that this kind of attention was earned through hard work. If he failed to deliver the results that everyone anticipated in the future, he might very well follow in the footsteps of prodigies like Micah. I shall not allow this to happen. Absolutely not. Martin strode purposefully into the players' tunnel. Behind him, a sleek supercar came to a halt. Devin Booker. The previously lively atmosphere had now settled into a calm. Although the fans recognized Devin Booker, their enthusiasm was somewhat muted. Naturally, the reporters seized the opportunity to stir the pot. Devin, how do you feel about the Suns' recent signing of Martin to a one-year contract worth $2 million? Devin, what are your thoughts on the dynamic duo you and Martin will form? And how would you assess yesterday's main sanity? Each question seemingly revolved around Martin, which only served to increase Booker's irritation. Excuse me, thank you. He was unwilling to entertain any inquiries, pushing through the throng. I am the 13th pick. I am the hope of the Suns. Why are you treating me this way? If I hadn't been sidelined at the end of yesterday's game, I would have. At this thought, Booker felt a flush of embarrassment creep over him. Yet, as he glanced at the diminutive figure departing in the distance, he could not shake off his sense of discontent. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly followed after him. When Martin arrived at the court, the others had already been training for quite some time. P.J. Tucker was the first to notice Martin, and just like in a game, he swiftly passed the ball to him. The pass was powerful, yet Martin received it with remarkable steadiness. At that moment, P.J. Tucker suddenly surged forward, charging in with determination. One for me, he exclaimed. Bring it on. Martin approached without the slightest hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he was about to collide with Tucker, Martin suddenly exerted himself, accelerating with remarkable swiftness. In an instant, he glided past Tucker on the right. And the ball? It remarkably slipped through Tucker's legs, a perfect separation of man and ball. Behind Tucker, Martin seized the ball, promptly halting for a jump shot, soaring into the air. You shall not succeed. Tucker hastily spun around, intent on blocking the shot. However, as he leapt, he realized that Martin's jump shot was far too elevated. Despite Tucker's height advantage, he could not reach the ball. To make matters worse, Martin cheekily nudged him with his backside, causing his body to tilt slightly forward in midair. This was a clear case of a foul being drawn. Tucker, in resignation, shook his head, left with no choice but to watch Martin unleash the shot. Whoosh! The ball went in. And one. Observing Martin's triumphant demeanor, Tucker could only shake his head in exasperation. There was simply no denying it. You are exceptionally formidable. To be frank, you nearly thwarted me. Martin extended his hand to Tucker with a smile. They exchanged a slap and a chest bump, a testament to the camaraderie between men. Tucker's robust physique resembled that of a boulder, exuding an aura of strength. Brother, did you have a good time last night? Thanks to you, it was quite enjoyable. Reflecting on the splendid experience at the Honasek residence, Martin found himself still savoring the moments. By the way, my friend, you are quite the celebrity now. Should I perhaps address you as Main Sanity? Or would you prefer I simply call you Martin? Or M? Martin had yet to complete his game, when Tucker, grinning, interjected with an answer. MDNG, right? I remember. Martin smiled gently, playfully tapping Tucker on the chest. Had it not been for this fellow yesterday, winning the match would have indeed been quite the challenge. P.J. Tucker may not be the finest defender, yet he undoubtedly embodies the most focused and tenacious player on the court. P.J., you must be nearly warmed up, right? I've been here for 10 minutes, and my body is certainly ready. What's up? We still have some time left in practice. Shall we engage in a little practice match? Sure, why not? Let us aim for 50 shots. Absolutely. Let us get to it. They found a hoop, and the two, one tall and the other short, commenced their practice duel. PJ, is this the notorious tactic of seasoned veterans? No, that was merely my initiation gift for you, rookie. Buddy, you nearly blocked me. Martin, I've noticed you're even more showy than the seasoned tricksters. We prefer to be low-key, but alas, our prowess simply does not allow for it. You've provoked me. I shall not allow you to score a single basket today. Let us see about that. With a rhythmic thud, 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 they exchanged shots, making approximately 3 baskets every minute. Due to the continuous possession, Martin had already secured a lead of over 30 points against Tucker in just 10 minutes. Wow, splendid. Martin, do it again. How many shots is this now? Are they truly going to complete 50? Unbeknownst to them, the stands had begun to fill with an increasing number of fans, their gasps igniting an electric atmosphere within the venue. Martin has only just now realized their presence. PJ, where did they come from? Have you forgotten? Today is Media Open Day. Our training sessions are accessible to the public. So, If I have been relentlessly scored against by you 34 times, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Not at all. To be candid, I have recently developed a fondness for your Chinese sneaker brand. I believe I understand now. Brother, let me lend you a helping hand once more. Come on. Continue to unleash your fury upon me. Tucker spread his arms wide, bracing himself for Martin's onslaught. It is truly a sight to behold. Martin faced off against Tucker, one eager to engage, the other willing to endure. However, this spirited confrontation brought immense joy to the spectators in the stands. Wow, here we go again. Martin, charge ahead. Yet, amidst this jubilant atmosphere, Booker, who was practicing his shots, felt a pang of discomfort. I should be the one relishing this applause and cheers. Observing Martin's one-on-one duel with Tucker, a thought began to take root in Booker's mind. Perhaps I should join him for a bit of practice? After all, Tucker has already worn him down considerably. With that thought, Booker strolled over to Martin. For the final shot, PJ, this time I shall show no mercy. What are you talking about? That was merely me, as a senior, allowing you a generous 49-point margin. This time, I intend to demonstrate that my 31 years of experience are not to be taken lightly. Witnessing Tucker's earnest demeanor, Martin felt a surge of determination. Here it comes. Martin suddenly surged forward, weaving left and right. Tucker had been prepared to defend the right side, yet this time, he found himself unable to control his body. That feint was truly devastating. However, Tucker did not feel disheartened. Rather, he experienced a sense of release. He realized that he could not contain Martin's breakthrough. Were his earlier words mere fabrications? Certainly not. He indeed possessed his own strategies to counter Martin. Hooray, he got past him. Ha ha ha, no matter how formidable PJ's defense is, it proves ineffective against Martin. 50-0. Ha ha ha, Tucker is bound to make the headlines. As Martin was about to execute a sudden jump shot, the fans in the stands prepared to erupt in cheers. But at that moment, Tucker unexpectedly reached out from behind, wrapping his arms around Martin. Goodness! Martin, suspended in midair, was startled. However, he did not relinquish his hold on the ball. With a flick of his wrist, he launched the ball into the air. Swish! It went in. Hooray! The crowd erupted in jubilant shouts as they witnessed the ball find its mark. Meanwhile, Tucker wore a face of utter despair. My friend, I truly find myself at a loss against you. Martin chuckled as he patted his chest. You did well. This time you nearly thwarted me. Hearing Martin's playful banter, Tucker felt no discomfort. Instead, he was grateful that Martin was his teammate. Although the shot had been taken, it ultimately missed the mark entirely. Ha ha. These two share a delightful camaraderie. Even the foul couldn't stop Martin. Our opponents must be feeling the pressure. If we consider this, the final score stands at an astounding 50-0. Wow, that's impressive. Look, Devin. Devin is approaching Martin. A grand spectacle is about to unfold. On the court, Booker suddenly positioned himself in front of Martin. Martin, shall we have a match? Sure. As the two squared off, the fans erupted with excitement. The bargain tickets for this public exhibition were truly worth it. Moments later, the arena was filled with gasps of astonishment. 15 minutes later, Booker was panting heavily, while Martin remained composed. Devin, for the final shot, here I come. As Martin surged towards him from the center court, Devin Booker gritted his teeth. I'm going all in. When Martin charged at him, Booker, in a gamble, reached out to intercept the ball. Then, a collective gasp followed by cheers erupted in the crowd as Martin executed a layup, sealing the game. Behind him, Booker stumbled and fell to the ground. Wow, another victory. This time it's 50-0 again. Why do I feel like the performance of the 13th player was a bit underwhelming? It's not that Devin faltered. Rather, Martin was simply too formidable. With his relentless offense, Martin's efficiency was unmatched. Devin couldn't defend against him even once. Could it be that Martin is truly our sun god? Cheers erupted from the stands. While on the court, Booker sat with his head down, a visage of despair and disbelief. Devin, are you all right? Shall we go another round? Looking up at the smiling figure before him, fear filled Booker's eyes, and he instinctively shook his head. No, I'm done for now. Let's save it for next time. I promise to give you a proper challenge. With Booker opting out, Martin would have to seek a new challenger. Martin turned to his teammates gathered at the sidelines and, with a sincere smile, extended a friendly invitation. Hey guys, want to play? I'm not very good. Chapter 11. The second match, Celtics vs. Suns. On the evening of March 3rd, a refreshing breeze swept through Phoenix. It carried the cool, moist air from the Pacific, blowing in from the direction of Los Angeles. While the day had been comfortably warm at 23 degrees Celsius, by evening, jackets were donned, and one could gather around the fireplace with a slice of watermelon. However, such a chill did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the Suns fans. Tonight, the Suns were set to face off against the formidable Eastern Conference playoff team, the Boston Celtics. At home, though the game was scheduled to commence at 7 p.m., by 6 p.m., the area outside the TSR Arena was already teeming with a crowd. At 6:15, a sleek 18 Series Mercedes glided into the scene. Everyone recognized it as Martin's ride. Martin has arrived. Martin, Martin, Martin. Mainsanity. The crowd erupted in unison. In an instant, the parking lot became a hive of excitement. The sheer number of people was truly remarkable. Martin stepped out of the car, marveling at how Phoenix truly lived up to its reputation as the fifth most populous city in America. He noticed numerous signs being held up by the crowd, many bearing enlarged portraits. The term Mainsanity appeared with striking frequency. A reincarnation of Linsanity? No, Martin did not wish to be merely a shadow of Lin. Under the escort of security, Martin made his way toward the players' tunnel. A new journey was about to commence. The atmosphere within the arena gradually intensified. The venue, capable of accommodating 122 spectators, was adorned in vibrant orange hues for the evening. The surging waves of the crowd created an illusion of being submerged in a sea of orange. At that moment, the lights dimmed abruptly, and the DJ's voice resonated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the unyielding sun of our West Coast desert. The pulsating rhythm filled the air. As the music played, the spotlight illuminated the entrance of the court. The dazzling cheerleaders of the Suns emerged, dancing with fervent enthusiasm, embodying the fiery spirit of Phoenix's sweltering climate. Their alluring figures, swaying movements, and frenzied tempo captivated the fans of TSR Arena, instantly elevating them to a fervent crescendo. The ambience within the arena grew increasingly tense, all awaiting the arrival of the evening's main attraction. Backstage, within the home team's locker room, the atmosphere remained relatively relaxed. After all, it was merely a regular season game, and the players did not regard it with undue seriousness. The Suns were at the bottom of the standings, with little to lose. Their only goal this season was to see it through without concern for performance. Currently, the players were engaged in various activities, singing, playfully teasing each other, and chatting. Hey, if we win, does that mean we get steak? I'll need to score 40 points for that, right? Martin typed swiftly on his phone, a smile unintentionally spreading across his face. This grin, however, did not escape Tucker's notice. Martin, what is going on with that rather mischievous smile? Oh, nothing. It's just that a delectable feast awaits me post-game, and I couldn't help myself. Oh, I see. You know what? Every man understands. I too had an affinity for such grand meals in my youth. Cough, cough. PJ, you must be mistaken. As Martin was about to explain something, Coach Hornacek entered with a notebook in hand. I will announce today as starting lineup. Martin, Devin, PJ, John, and Tyson Chandler. Just play as we practiced. Our opponents are stronger. Do not feel pressured. Simply engage in an exchange of attacks. Upon the revelation of the starting lineup, no one voiced any objections. It was not a matter of dissent. Rather, the significance of the Suns' starting roster was negligible. After all, the opponent today was the Celtics, and any astute individual would refrain from contesting the starting positions. Looking at the Celtics lineup, starting players included Isaiah Thomas, Avery Bradley, Jay Crowder, Amir Johnson, and Jared Sullinger, with their bench comprising Kelly Olynyk, Marcus Smart, Evan Turner, Terry Rozier, Jonas Jerebko, and Tyler Zeller. Although none were superstars, each possessed remarkable skills. Merely glancing at this list sent shivers down one's spine. Those who took the court today would likely face a thorough thrashing. Meanwhile, the former third-string point guard, Ronnie Price, internally reveled in the situation. So you've taken my starting spot? Let us see how you fare today. The Suns had won their last game. Yet most of the team seemed to be taking things lightly. Aside from Tucker and a few others like Devin Booker, who still exhibited competitive spirit, the rest were not to be relied upon. Observing his teammates' relaxed demeanor, Martin smiled contently, calculating his chances. Scoring 40 points should not be overly difficult. However, if by chance he managed to score 50, would it be too much to indulge a little upon returning home? In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the visiting Celtics locker room was considerably more serious. Coach Stevens was preparing for the game, having just played against the Lakers yesterday and immediately traveling to Phoenix for a back-to-back game. The coaching staff opted not to allocate time to specifically prepare for this opponent. After all, the Suns were merely the third-worst team and posed no significant threat. With time to spare, it was deemed more prudent to allow the players ample rest. Taking this into account, Coach Stevens decided to make substantial adjustments to the starting lineup. Today, the starting five would be Avery Bradley at point guard, Marcus Smart at shooting guard, Evan Turner at small forward, Kelly Olynyk at power forward, and Tyler Zeller at center. Unlike the Suns players who appeared complacent, the Celtics bench players were filled with surprise at being called upon. Yes, Coach, since you trust me so much, I will not let you down today. In the NBA, everyone was vying for their future. Starting appearances, playtime, points, rebounds, and various statistics were all points of competition. The more impressive the statistics, the greater the financial rewards in the future. Aside from Bradley, the four previously starting players exhibited a range of expressions. Some showed fleeting panic, others sighed in relief, while some merely tightened their jackets, preparing to coast through the game. Isaiah Thomas, however, was clearly displeased. As the team's primary star, being relegated to the bench was disheartening. Coach Stevens did not pay attention to Thomas's dismay as he continued with his pre-game preparations. The Suns' starting lineup was easy to predict. Devin Booker at shooting guard, PJ Tucker at small forward, John Lewis at power forward, and Tyson Chandler at center. As for the point guard, with Eric Bledsoe and Brandon Knight injured, and Ronnie Price proving inadequate, it was clear that the Suns would rely on the Chinese player, Martin. Despite the Suns being a bottom-tier team, recent news had alerted the Celtics coaching staff to the emergence of a formidable new talent. Caution was warranted regarding this little monster. Reminiscent of Allen Iverson, the opponent's roster was a mix of experience and youth, posing little threat except for their X-factor, the Chinese player Martin. Everyone was well aware of the sensational insanity that had captured the headlines. Coach Stevens had just begun discussing defensive strategies when someone interjected, "Coach, leave him to me. I will teach this rookie an unforgettable lesson today." Seeing Avery Bradley stepping up, Stevens smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. Avery, you have always been our defensive ace. Assigning you to the point guard position today serves a purpose. However, given that he is a friend from China, I hope you will go easy on him." "Understood. If I send him packing, the president will surely hold me accountable," Bradley replied, elated at the opportunity to make a name for himself. Stevens and Bradley's exchange elicited laughter from the rest of the Celtics team, except for the dejected Thomas. Watching Bradley being entrusted with such responsibility stung Thomas deeply, igniting feelings of envy. After all, this was the Mainsanity phenomenon. Having missed out on Linsanity previously, he now faced the prospect of Bradley stealing the spotlight again. It felt akin to discovering on one's wedding night that their partner was not as innocent as believed. "If only I had not exerted myself so much against the Lakers yesterday," he lamented. Sensing Thomas's discontent, Coach Stevens approached him with a friendly demeanor, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Isaiah, do you know why I didn't start you?" Without waiting for a response, Stevens continued, "It's because you played 40 minutes yesterday and are quite fatigued. Given the back-to-back nature of today's game, it's safer for you to come off the bench. The Suns are merely a weak opponent. We can easily prevail without you. However, do not let your guard down. You must stay in prime form. If, and I emphasize if, anything unexpected occurs, you will need to jump in and save the day. If." Thomas's eyes brightened. "Thank you, Coach." This simple expression of gratitude encapsulated a multitude of sentiments: appreciation for Stevens' recognition, concern for his health, and reassurance of his emotional state. With a gentle smile, Stevens patted Thomas's shoulder, accepting the gratitude with warmth. Yet, was Stevens' decision to alter the starting lineup truly for Thomas's benefit? Not entirely. A subtle smile played on Stevens' lips as a certain opponent's shadow crossed his mind. Can that kid truly be compared to AI? I suppose I shall have to find out for myself. As he watched the coach walk away, little Thomas clenched his fist. Over the past few days, he had followed the news about the Suns and Martin. To be honest, as a player of diminutive stature himself, Thomas could hardly contain his frustration. Previously overlooked by other teams, he had found a renaissance with the Celtics. Under Stevens' guidance, he discovered his true self. He yearned to bring glory to this city and this team. Presently, the greatest opportunity for such glory lay in defeating the surging Martin. "Don't let me down," he thought. Chapter 12. Impossible to defend. What now? TNT Sports was live broadcasting the NBA regular season game, featuring the Phoenix Suns hosting their rivals, the Boston Celtics. I am today's commentator, Kenny Smith. I am Charles Barkley. I am Shaquille O'Neal. The three esteemed commentators sat in the studio, analyzing the day's matchup. They had both watched the previous game. Martin's recent performances had captured the attention of the entire league, and you surely felt the same. So what are your expectations for Martin's first start? Shaquille, you go first. Oh wow. Amazing. It's simply astounding. O'Neal exclaimed, making various comical expressions while praising Martin effusively. Conservatively speaking, he'll score 40 points. Today, Martin is surely destined for 40 points. Main sanity. If I were young again and partnered with him, we would undoubtedly win 10 championships. Wow. Shaq seems genuinely optimistic about Martin. Charles, what about you? What are your expectations for Martin's debut performance tonight? In stark contrast to O'Neal's playful demeanor, Barkley wore a serious expression. To be honest, I do not have high hopes for Martin's performance today. He bears a resemblance to Iverson with his aggressive offense, but the Celtics' ironclad defense is not to be underestimated. Bradley is a top-tier defender on the perimeter. With him on the court, Martin will find it exceedingly difficult to make an impact. The 40 points Shaq mentioned? That is simply wishful thinking. O'Neal interjected suddenly. But what if Martin actually scores 40 points? If he does, I will kiss your backside. O'Neal grimaced in mock distaste. Nearby, the ever-helpful Kenny Smith reminded Barkley, Charles, have you forgotten about that incident with the donkey's backside over a decade ago? I've already fallen once in that situation. I certainly won't make the same mistake today. Then let us wait and see. Beep, beep, beep. On the court, the referee blew the whistle, summoning the players to take the floor. The starting lineups were announced. For the Suns, Martin, Devin Booker, P.J. Tucker, John Leuer, and Tyson Chandler. For the Celtics, Avery Bradley, Marcus Smart, Evan Turner, Kelly Olynyk, and Tyler Zeller. However, upon seeing that the opposing starters did not include Little Thomas and the other key players, Martin furrowed his brow. Were the main players resting? Who were they looking down upon? Observing Little Thomas and his companions clad in jackets on the bench, Martin bit his lip. Just wait. Today, I will ensure you all come onto the court. Ding. As he stepped onto the court, a notification appeared. You have one opportunity to check in today. Would you like to check in now? Check in. Check in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a legendary defensive card. Upgrading the defensive card will enhance your defensive capabilities by 20. Continue completing training tasks for further enhancement. Defense? This fortifies my weaknesses. The system was indeed considerate. Today, Martin would face the Celtics' dual threat guard, Avery Bradley. He would use him to warm up. Beep. The whistle sounded, and the game commenced. The seasoned Chandler reclaimed ball possession. The first wave of offense would come from the Suns. As soon as Martin received the ball, Bradley positioned himself directly in front of him, standing at 188 centimeters. Bradley is a diminutive yet tenacious defender on the front line, while the defensive prowess of renowned players like Tony Allen and Battier is well acknowledged. Bradley's defensive capabilities are equally exceptional. Facing him is certainly no easy task. Rookie, do you really believe you deserve the term insanity? Bradley scoffed derisively. Noticing the hostility emanating from his opponent, Martin decided to respond in kind. Initially intending for a friendly exchange, he thought, since you've initiated this confrontation, do not blame me for what follows. This quarter, I shall score 10 points. 10? Huh. You must be dreaming. Not a single one. Bradley retorted with disdain, even signaling to his teammates to refrain from assisting him, declaring that he could handle it all on his own. Indeed, this challenge he had undertaken was audacious. Martin relished such adversaries. I'm coming for you, he declared as he suddenly launched his assault. Bradley barely perceived a fleeting shadow before instinctively reacting. In an instant, Martin had vanished from sight. Not a chance. Bradley swiftly pivoted in pursuit, yet it was too late. A moment's hesitation led to a swift disadvantage. Bradley found himself unable to keep pace, helplessly witnessing as Martin executed a flawless jump shot just within the three-point line. Whoosh. The score stood at 0-2, a triumphant start. Cheers erupted from the crowd, showering the arena in enthusiastic applause. The trio at the TNT commentary booth exhibited a range of expressions. O'Neal remarked, Charles, that has 2 points. Kenny Smith interjected, is this what they call tenacious defense? Quiet down, it's just the beginning, Barkley replied, casting multiple eye rolls at the two. Secretly, he urged Bradley on the court, come on, you little rascal, give it your all. As Martin passed by Bradley, he lightly nudged his shoulder and tossed a casual taunt his way. Your defense leaves much to be desired. The disdainful words lingered in the air, igniting a smoldering rage within Bradley. He was there to teach others a lesson, not to be schooled himself. You wait and see. In the backcourt, Turner skillfully brought the ball under control. With no Thomas around, the ball was orchestrated under Turner's command. Turner was taken aback when Bradley actively demanded the ball. A rare occurrence indeed. Then here you go, he replied, passing the ball to Bradley. Martin, stay sharp. Guard him. At that moment, the atmosphere became charged with excitement. On the court, Martin observed the ball in Bradley's hands and offered a slight smile. He was well aware of Bradley's offensive capabilities. A guard proficient in mid-range shooting, possessing a swift first step and excellent defense, yet lacking in playmaking, opportunity selection, physical confrontation, long-range shooting, and left-handed attacks. Understanding this, Martin retreated, stepping inside the three-point line. Bradley was taken aback. His opponent had granted him over a meter of space, fully confident in his three-point shooting. Who do you think you're underestimating? Go ahead, shoot. Did he really want him to shoot? Bradley was acutely aware of his reliability from beyond the arc. He would not fall for such a ploy. If you want me to shoot, I won T. Instead of taking the long-range opportunity, Bradley charged straight at Martin. Today, I'll show you what an NBA-level drive looks like. With that, Bradley began his powerful advance. Thud. In a swift change of direction, he aimed to penetrate from his right side. His first step was lightning fast, and his confidence was unwavering. However, he did not succeed. Martin swiftly sidestepped, positioning himself directly in front of him. How can he be so fast? Is he anticipating my moves? He must have come prepared. Bradley retreated slightly, preparing to launch his attack once more. At this moment, he regretted his decision to play solo. A cover would have been immensely beneficial. Yet, the bravado he had displayed could only be swallowed with silent tears. Thud, thud, thud. With rapid dribbling, Bradley desperately attempted to shake off Martin with feints, only to realize that he could not. Martin's defense was remarkably tenacious. He stood his ground unwaveringly, his hands constantly disrupting any movements. Several times, he nearly intercepted Bradley's ball. With swift turns, changes in direction, and feints, Bradley attempted a myriad of breakthrough techniques. Yet this opponent reacted even quicker than he could. For a moment, Bradley found himself unable to penetrate from the front. How is this possible? How can he defend so adeptly? Bradley, a strong contender for the best defensive player of the season, had never faced such resistance from anyone in the league. Yet today, he found a formidable adversary. Is this guy truly a rookie? Doubt crept into Bradley's mind, and his confidence in his offensive prowess began to wane. Typically, he had no trouble against Isaiah Thomas, but today proved to be exceptionally challenging. Since I cannot breach him head-on, then I shall adapt. Being seasoned in the game, Bradley understood that if his skills weren't yielding results, he would have to employ a different approach. Take this. As soon as the words left his lips, he unleashed his signature move, one he often used to dominate smaller opponents like Thomas. Upon witnessing Bradley's maneuver, TNT commentator Barkley erupted with enthusiasm. Yes, just like that, Avery. Take him on. On the court, Bradley surprisingly initiated a post-up play beyond the three-point line, a signature move of Barkley. As Bradley steadily overpowered Martin, Barkley couldn't contain his delight. Now he has nowhere to escape. On the court, Bradley, utilizing his slight height and weight advantage, began to assert his dominance. He pushed once, then again. In contrast to the less physically imposing Bradley, Martin found himself at a significant disadvantage. With each of Bradley's advances, Martin was forced to retreat. Had no one come to assist, Martin would have faced humiliation today. At that moment, teammate Devin Booker stood nearby, yet he showed no inclination to help. Having suffered greatly the day before, he still harbored resentment. Meanwhile, PJ Tucker, further away, glared at someone, preparing to abandon his defensive assignment to provide help. I'm coming to assist. But before Tucker could finish his thought, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as Bradley prepared to charge forward again, Martin suddenly dodged. With a swift retreat, Martin evaded the powerful charge from Bradley, causing him to lose his balance entirely. Bradley fell, releasing the ball. Tucker, who had come to assist, fortuitously scooped up the loose ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Tucker passed it to the already sprinting Martin. Contain him. What followed was a remarkable scene. Amidst four players clad in green, a lone figure in white surged forth. Although outnumbered, the green-clad defenders could not lay a hand on the white jersey. In the realm of martial prowess, speed reigned supreme. The green team could barely graze the hem of Martin's jersey. He dashed away, leaving them in the dust. Martin surged directly into the front court, executing a swift layup with finesse. The Suns led 0-4. Hooray! The Suns commenced the game in splendid fashion, eliciting delightful sentiments among the fans. This splendid start was largely attributed to the presence of Martin. On the sidelines, at the TNT commentary booth, there was an exuberant cheer. Oh, what a beautiful retreat! Martin displayed remarkable intelligence in his defensive play. Wise individuals understand that defense is not merely a physical endeavor. It also requires cerebral acumen. Charles, Martin has scored twice. What is your take on this? Kenny Smith and Shaquille O'Neal turned their attention to Barkley, who remained resolute. This offensive success was merely a stroke of luck. One could only say that Avery's play was exceedingly foolish. Had I possessed even a fraction of your skill, Martin would have undoubtedly shown. Haha, Charles. You are merely being obstinate. It is time to concede. This does not yet count as your defeat. No, that is impossible. Once I, Charles, make a statement, it is akin to water spilled, irretrievable. Furthermore, I shall not accept defeat today. On the court, Bradley gradually rose to his feet, only for the irksome taunts to resurface. 2. Defense ought to be executed as I do. How vexing. Once again, he fell victim to the opponent's ruse. Bradley's face contorted in frustration, his heart heavy with discontent. However, greater distress was soon to follow as Bradley took control of the ball in the backcourt. Martin advanced to defend, promptly intercepting the ball. Bradley was caught off guard. The pass was intercepted. A one-on-one situation beneath the basket. Martin spun like a top, shielding Bradley behind him, effortlessly executing a bank shot that found its mark. A resounding 3. This is how offense should truly be played. Trash talk does not necessarily equate to vulgarity. Often, mere statements of fact can shatter an opponent's composure. In this regard, Martin exhibits considerable potential. Bradley felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. He yearned to retaliate fiercely against Martin, yet his consecutive mid-range attempts fell woefully short. Instead, it was Martin who continued to dominate, scoring 2 more points in their one-on-one encounters. Martin swiftly maneuvered past Bradley, leaning against him before executing a sudden stop and a jump shot. The ball soared over Bradley's fingertips by a significant margin, finding its mark. 4. You nearly blocked me. Martin burst past Bradley, orchestrating the rhythm and deceiving him. A reverse spin. Martin leaped forward, evading Bradley's defense, and took the shot. This was a move reminiscent of Kobe. Swish. It's in again. Martin has scored 5 goals, accumulating a total of 10 points. Moreover, the current score stands at 5-10. The Celtics have only managed to score 2 goals. 5. You are indeed quite easily deceived. Martin's psychological tactics struck once more, observing Martin depart with an expression of indifference. Bradley's countenance turned ashen. Who truly is the novice here? How is it that I, an experienced player, am so provoked by a rookie that my veins throb? This is infuriating. Prior to the game, I confidently vowed to dismantle main sanity, yet upon taking the court, I discovered I had struck a solid wall. The opponent scored 5 goals right before my eyes, while I, thwarted by their defense, failed to find the net twice, ending up scoreless. This fellow's offensive prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of Isaiah. I underestimated him. How do I counter this? Bradley couldn't help but glance towards Coach Stevens on the sidelines. At that moment, Coach Stevens was observing the court, seemingly aware of Bradley's predicament. Bradley's performance had dwindled, yet Stevens wore a subtle smile. To score effortlessly against Avery's defense is quite commendable, he mused. Unbeknownst to anyone, this smile signified his acknowledgement of the adversary. Nearby, a visibly anxious Thomas approached. Coach, let me take the court. Stevens pressed down on Thomas's shoulder, saying, Isaiah, remain calm. The game has just begun. You must learn to trust your teammates. However, I can't defend against Avery, nor can I score. I fear the game may slip away. Isaiah, do you know why Jordan is revered? It is not solely due to his ability to score at will, but also because he trusts his teammates. Can you do the same? Well, all right then. With the mention of the legendary player, Thomas felt a sense of acquiescence. Yet, for some reason, he suddenly sensed something peculiar about the coach today. Perhaps I'm overthinking it? Chapter 13. Bradley misled me. On the court, Bradley keenly observed everything, and a flurry of thoughts arose in his mind. Could it be that they intend to take me down? The recent struggles in offense and defense were entirely on him. No, I must devise a strategy. I must score against him and defend fervently. With that resolve, Bradley abandoned his earlier demeanor and resorted to a classic tactic, the shake. The Celtic style of play emphasized teamwork. And after a few reckless minutes, just before the coach could pull him from the game, Bradley turned back in time. He discreetly signaled to his teammate, Smart. Buddy, coordinate with me shortly. Okay, Smart replied dutifully. His survival strategy with the Celtics was simple: heed the elder's guidance. Just as a veteran had advised against double teaming, he had restrained himself. Now, the veterans were seeking him out, He had earned his place in their ranks. The Celtics launched their offensive. Bradley received the ball. At the TNT commentary booth, Barkley erupted with enthusiasm. Attack, Avery. Like a warrior, attack. Obliterate that kid. Post up and overpower him. With defensive efforts faltering, Barkley began to hope that Bradley could expend some of Martin's energy through offense. Clearly, Martin's consecutive 5 goals had roused Barkley's spirits. However, on the court, Bradley disregarded Barkley's commands and did not charge directly at Martin's defense. Marcus. Bradley sought Smart's screen, which Smart complied with readily. A 2-on-1 collaboration unfolded. As Bradley intended to leverage Smart's screen for an escape, he realized the screen was rather unreliable. "Why did you come over here?" Bradley gasped, startled as Martin maneuvered between Smart and himself. Nevertheless, he did not falter. Since Martin was pursuing him, Smart would surely find an opening. "Watch my pass." Bradley opted to return the ball to Smart, positioned beyond the 3-point line. Yet, who could have anticipated that as Bradley lifted his arm to pass, Martin would spring into action? Bang! Martin swatted the ball away with a resounding clap. "Thank you for the pass." The ball soared forward, prompting Martin to accelerate with fervor. "You don't run away." Bradley pursued diligently from the side. After another blunder, he felt compelled to redeem himself. Yet, could he truly contain Martin alone? Bradley sensed impending doom. However, upon catching a glimpse of Smart closing in from behind, his confidence surged. "We'll sandwich you with a pincer attack." Bradley positioned himself to the left front of Martin, while Smart took his place at the right rear. The situation appeared dire, and the crowd grew anxious. "Watch out behind you." It was uncertain whether Martin heard the warning, but the trio surged forward. They stormed past the 3-point line and into the paint. The hoop loomed before them. In the blink of an eye, a familiar, piercing sound echoed. Then, everyone beheld Martin elevate the ball. As Bradley and Smart soared into the air, Martin executed a swift pivot, seizing the moment as the two descended. He leaped gracefully, effortlessly laying the ball against the backboard and into the hoop. 5-12. Martin scored 6 goals right from the outset. With a light chuckle, Martin gestured with his hands to indicate a phone call and departed, leaving Bradley puzzled by the significance of the gesture. Yet he could not overlook the underlying contempt it conveyed. "Just you wait," Bradley muttered in frustration, though his anger lacked substantial foundation. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Celtics timeout. Watching Bradley retreat with unfulfilled resolve, the TNT commentary booth erupted with excitement as Shaquille O'Neal began to stir the pot. "Charles, he's at 6 points and 12 now. What do you have to say?" Barkley, fully aware of the precarious situation, hesitated to concede, fearing the loss of face. "What a mere kiss on the backside. If I can kiss a mule's rear, why fear the shark's?" It was just a matter of 12 points, with a daunting 28 points still to cover. Mark my words, during this timeout, Stevens will undoubtedly stress the importance of defense. Bradley's defensive efforts have faltered today, yet defense cannot rest solely on one individual. On the sidelines, Coach Stevens wore a subtle smile. Underestimating him was a mistake. Avery cannot contain him. But what about 2 or 3 defenders? The players gathered around Stevens, with Isaiah Thomas leaning in, his expression tinged with urgency. Yet, during this timeout, Stevens had no intention of substituting players. Defense. It all boils down to defense. I emphasized guarding Martin before the game, but it seems my words fell on deaf ears. He surveyed the group, and while most remained unaffected, Bradley instinctively lowered his head. Overwhelmed by guilt, Stevens did not place blame on anyone, instead using this pressure to convey that if the team wished to advance, they must heed their coach's directives. Since Coach Hornacek's arrival with the Suns, their win rate had consistently declined. In stark contrast, Stevens had propelled the Celtics to new heights, 30 wins 2 years prior, 48, 8 last year, and an impressive 58 this year. The disparity in coaching prowess was unmistakable, and Stevens undeniably possessed the requisite skill. Listen up. It's time for you to return to the court. Your task is to limit Martin's scoring. Others are of no concern to me. But he must not be allowed easy points this quarter. Do you understand? Understood. The starting 5 of the Celtics were entrusted with renewed responsibility. Now, how do you plan to defend? Bradley responded, I'll pressure him in the front court, stay close, and wear him down. That's good. However, you've been beaten a fair number of times, so if he has the ball past half court, Marcus should immediately double-team him. Smart interjected, Coach, if he is off the ball, how about we employ a half-court zone defense? That is a viable option. Any other suggestions? Olenek proposed, "Coach, should I take him out?" "Absolutely not." Stevens shot a glare at Olenek, who quickly recoiled. "This is someone I have my eye on. How dare Olenek suggest such a thing?" Stevens was genuinely frustrated. To win, one must do so with integrity. Underhanded tactics were unacceptable. "Now, let us go out there and defeat them honorably." Soon enough, the teams resumed play. In the front court, Bradley was off the ball. Evan Turner orchestrated the attack, but his teammates failed to create any opportunities, leading Turner to force a shot against P.J. Tucker. It was a difficult mid-range jumper that clanged off the rim. Bang! Chandler secured the rebound, and the Suns were back on the offensive. In the backcourt, as Martin received the ball, an opponent immediately closed in. Marcus Smart. After a year of experience in the NBA, Smart has honed his skills. Martin did not underestimate the second grader, dribbling with great caution. However, at that moment, Smart decided to create a commotion. As Martin dribbled and raised his protective hand, Smart instinctively fell backward, sliding back a short distance. Goodness! Martin was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that Smart would be so audacious. Yet, the referee remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding drama. In a swift motion, Smart sprang back to his feet and resumed his pursuit of Martin. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos, yet Smart paid them no heed. If he could deceive them just once, it would signify a triumph in his artistry. On this path, he would not relent, for he aspired to journey even further. As they approached the front court, just as Martin crossed the halfway line, both Bradley and Smart closed in on him with remarkable speed. Had they arrived so swiftly? Calm and composed, Martin executed a deft maneuver, effortlessly slipping between the two defenders with a flawless split the defender's move. The other three players in the paint were momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for how easily Martin had evaded the double team. In the heart of the paint, he abruptly halted and released a jump shot. Smart and Bradley were closing in closely behind, while Cody Zeller was just a step away, poised to defend. Could they thwart him? Alas, they could not. Martin's abrupt stop and jump shot was released at an exceptionally high point, leaving them entirely unable to contest it. Whoosh! It found its mark. Martin has scored his 7th goal this quarter. The deficit is about to reach double digits at 5-14. Viewers both in front of their televisions and online are thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. The 7th goal. Is he poised to fulfill the modest target he set for himself just 2 days ago? What a magnificent display. Martin is truly exceptional. His breakthroughs are simply unstoppable. Do they really think two defenders can contain him? The Celtics are underestimating their opponent. In the previous match, even 5 Cavaliers struggled to contain him. The Celtics' defense shows a distinct lack of respect. At the TNT commentary booth, O'Neal cast a mischievous glance at Barkley. "Charles, what are your thoughts on that play?" Barkley rolls his eyes in response, choosing not to elaborate. On the court, the Celtics finally managed to halt their slump as Zeller executed a significant two-pointer. The score now stands at 7-14, and the Suns are ready to mount another offensive. Understanding the opposing defense, Martin seeks to conserve energy and begins to look for screens. Tyson. Martin sought the high pick and roll from champion Chandler. A screen and a roll. Bradley was obstructed by Chandler's screen, while Zeller's defensive footwork lagged. A prime opportunity. Martin accelerated from beyond the three-point line, deftly maneuvering past Zeller. With a swift lateral movement, he launched into a jump shot. Whoosh! It found its mark. That was Martin's 8th basket of the quarter. Who could have anticipated that the Celtics would return from the timeout only to concede 2 consecutive scores? Subsequently, Bradley and Smart went overboard, double-teaming Martin even before he crossed the half-court line. After passing the ball, Martin immediately moved without it. Observing the defensive formation of the Celtics, Martin distinctly discerned the presence of a zone defense. Martin unexpectedly created an open space, receiving the ball and taking a shot with remarkable ease. 9. Martin has netted 9 goals. Whether in possession or not, Martin consistently delivers exceptional offensive plays. This has undoubtedly posed significant challenges for the Celtics' defense. Just when they were feeling the pressure, Martin suddenly seized the ball and charged forward. The Celtics' zone defense responded sluggishly, allowing Martin to penetrate their defensive line with ease. He drove straight to the basket, where he faced the tenacious Olenek, whose tactics are notoriously aggressive. In the face of such a formidable opponent, Martin must be thoroughly prepared to confront the challenge head-on. Martin dashed into the paint. Olenek, known for his dynamic movements, was not someone Martin intended to confront head-on. With a subtle change in rhythm, Olenek leaped first, while Martin, slightly delayed, took off to evade his opponent's block mid-air, executing a splendid up-and-under layup. Standing firmly on the court, Martin exhaled deeply. It was a pleasant surprise for him to land safely without incident near Olenek. Has this guy turned over a new leaf? Martin secretly rejoiced as the Suns fans went wild once more, securing a 20-point lead. Oh ho ho, today's tickets were worth every penny. Who dares to claim that my darling ding is merely a fleeting phenomenon? The Celtics' defense was utterly dismantled by a single individual. Behold our sun god. Are you frightened now? At the TNT commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny Smith began to revel in the moment. Oh ho ho, that's 10 baskets now. Charles, what do you wish to say? Martin scored 20 points in a single quarter. Could he not easily amass 40? Barkley was utterly dismayed by the Celtics' rotation and their coach Stevens, harboring a deep resentment towards Bradley for hindering his grand ambitions. Can I utter a word that begins with F? I have truly suffered a significant loss. Bradley has betrayed me. The laughter of O'Neal and Smith echoed without a care. On the court, Martin remained silent and motionless, while Bradley's heart brimmed with tears of frustration. I believe this individual is superior to AI. Why on earth did I choose to take such a risk? The other Celtics players were equally flustered, having anticipated a day of accumulating stats to pave the way for future earnings. Yet, it seemed they had encountered formidable opposition. What to do? They simply could not defend against it. Beep. Who would have anticipated that Stevens would call for another timeout? This time, he was genuinely intent on making substitutions. The slow-footed center Zeller, power forward Olenek, and small forward Turner were replaced by the original starters: Jay Crowder, power forward Amir Johnson, and center Sullinger. The Celtics lineup transformed into Bradley, Smart, Crowder, Johnson, and Sullinger. Bradley was a killer at the point guard position. Smart, a sophomore, was tenacious in defense. Crowder was a blue-collar muscle man. Johnson was swift with quick defensive rotations. Sullinger was ferocious. The 5 players on the court constituted the Celtics' strongest defensive lineup. On the sidelines, Stevens pulled out his clipboard and began to draw up a defensive scheme. I refuse to believe we cannot contain this time. If we cannot defend against a young Chinese talent, then Stevens felt it was time to reconsider the Celtics' team-building strategy. Chapter 14. The Point Guard Assassin Beep. The game resumed. On the offensive end, the Celtics executed their plays with precision, creating opportunities from the perimeter. Jay Crowder delivered a brilliant pass to Amir Johnson in the paint, who finished with an easy layup. The score narrowed to 11-20. Defense. Defense. The recent basket invigorated the Celtics. Smart stayed glued to Martin, while the other 4 returned to set up their defensive formation. A wide pocket awaited Martin. After crossing half court, Martin noticed that Bradley had not initiated a double team. A golden opportunity. However, just as Martin maneuvered past Smart's defense, he was confronted with an unexpected sight. Goodness. 5 players. Martin noticed that the 5 opponents were converging towards him. An infinite 5-on-1. This utterly undermines the gaming experience. The current NBA is not reminiscent of the hand-checking era of the last century, when each player was required to closely mark their defensive assignment without straying too far. We are now in the 2010s, an age where a box-and-one defense can be effectively employed. If you are deemed unstoppable, rest assured that your adversaries will show no mercy. Martin never anticipated that he would receive box-one-level treatment so swiftly. Without waiting for the towering defenders to close in, he opted for a jump shot. Clang. The ball failed to find its mark. Hooray! Bradley clenched his fist in celebration of the defensive success. He proudly strode past Martin, saying nothing. This was a significant comeback. The most elated of all was Barkley in the commentary booth. Did you see that? Did you see that? This is the Celtics' defense. As long as they choose to, no one can score high over them. On the sidelines, Stevens crossed his arms, wearing a slight smile as he pondered. Kid, even Isaiah couldn't surpass this hurdle. Can you? Faced with box-one-level treatment, Martin indeed struggled to overcome this challenge. Subsequently, during 2 consecutive offensive attempts, Martin faced interference and failed to score. Meanwhile, the Celtics executed a defensive counterattack. As the Suns' offense struggled with Martin's limitations, it was time for Booker to step up. Finally, it's my time to shine. Booker thought confidently as he received the ball. However, a sophomore named Smart made him pay a steep price. One shot missed, another was directly stolen in a one-on-one, and a pass went out of bounds. Booker exclaimed, "I am a candidate for Rookie of the Year. I am the Suns' shining hope." To which Smart retorted, "No, you are not." Under Smart's relentless defense, Booker found himself unable to make any progress. The Suns' offense could only rely on Martin to break through. After Martin attempted some perimeter shots and tried to orchestrate plays, the results were significantly diminished compared to earlier. His long-range shooting was erratic under the opponent's pressure, and his teammates' open shots were less than impressive. Remarkably, Martin even made an uncharacteristic passing error, which proved detrimental. The Suns struggled offensively, while the Celtics seized the opportunity to mount a vigorous counterattack. They delivered a resounding 11-3 run, and by the end of the first quarter, the Celtics had narrowed the score to 22-23, reducing the Suns' once substantial lead to a mere point. What should be done? The atmosphere among the Suns fans was one of silence. Engulfed in despair, at the TNT commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny Smith could no longer muster a smile. In contrast, Charles Barkley reveled in his triumph. What did I say? You all refuse to believe me, huh? Look, the Celtics' defense has finally emerged, hasn't it? I knew all along that once Stevens, the young coach, took things seriously, no one would dare to act recklessly before the Celtics. 40 points? Huh. I doubt Martin will score beyond this today, as Barkley's words spewed forth. O'Neal and Smith could only endure in silence. You'll pay for this, you fat pig, one muttered, while another encouraged, come on, Martin. On the sidelines, the Suns bench was enveloped in a heavy stillness. Head coach Hornacek, holding a clipboard, sketched and directed his players. Move the ball, be decisive with perimeter shots, capitalize on opportunities to score, cut sharply, and aggressively pursue rebounds. Hornacek might excel in shooting coaching, yet he seemed ill-suited as the head coach. His instructions were sound, yet they failed to address the crux of the matter. How to counter this box one? What adjustments should the Suns implement in their next offensive strategy? Should the offensive focal point be shifted? Is it to be Martin, Booker, or someone else? With no apparent solution from Hornacek, Martin was left to rely solely on himself. Martin sat quietly on the bench, sipping the beverage brought to him by the water dispenser attendant, contemplating his forthcoming strategies. The box one tactic was a nemesis for the diminutive guards. Martin recalled that, a few years later, Curry succumbed to this very tactic employed by the Raptors in the finals. Martin never anticipated that he would endure this nauseating experience for such an extended period. What should I do? At that moment, P.J. Tucker, noticing Martin's disheartened demeanor, approached him with the intention of offering some comfort to his young companion. Martin, I apologize for wasting a few of your passes. It's all right, after all. We're up against the Celtics. Their defense is exceptionally strong, and it's quite normal for everyone to struggle with their shooting. Brother, weren't you the one who suggested we practice our shooting together after the game? I've made up my mind. From today onward, I will practice with you. P.J. Tucker's resolve was remarkably high. He was genuinely intent on forming a bond with Martin, this young Chinese player. Martin is indeed aware that this fellow's agent has been negotiating a sneaker contract with a Chinese sportswear company. Quite impressive. With such a companion, Martin is undoubtedly pleased. However, the issue at hand remains unresolved. It is a source of distress. My friend, the problem we are currently facing is rather challenging to address. Have you devised a solution? Tucker scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Did the coach not provide a strategy? We simply need to follow his instructions and strive to make our shots. Martin offered a gentle smile, neither affirming nor denying, and then inquired, my friend, what would you do if you encountered an insurmountable problem? Isn't it obvious? Simply avoid it. P.J. Tucker casually replied. However, Martin's eyes sparkled with insight. Box one presents an enigma to me, yet I am acutely aware that it is a trap. Why should I entangle myself in a futile struggle? Why not take action before they create the vast chasm of box one? Martin's lips curled into a smile. His spirits lifted once again. Brother, you truly are my lucky star. But what is a lucky star? Which constellation does it belong to? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Celtics bench was electrifying. Bradley celebrated with every teammate, high-fiving and chest-bumping as if he hadn't just been outplayed by 10 shots. Well done, mate. Ha ha ha, Avery. You finally managed to stifle that guy. The exhilaration was palpable as the players reveled in the sight of their opponent struggling to even touch the ball. Yet, Coach Stevens remained remarkably composed. What will you do next? He posed, eager for an unexpected response. On the sidelines, the oft-overlooked Thomas felt a sense of injustice, increasingly resembling an outsider. The coach kept insisting on patience, but with the first quarter now concluded, Thomas had anticipated stepping in to quell the opponent's momentum. Yet the opportunity had eluded him. Was it that their adversary was underperforming? Not at all. In fact, Thomas believed the opposition to be formidable. He was prepared for a fierce exchange of blows. However, the coach had presented an insurmountable challenge. How would the opponent respond? If only Thomas could discreetly pass a note to Martin. Alas, this was a hurdle he too could not overcome. Well, good luck to you. Across the ocean. In Tencent's broadcasting studio, today's commentator was Su Kun, hosted by Ku Fan. Mr. Su, the first quarter has concluded. Could you provide a brief analysis? As I mentioned before the match, the Suns' offense is rather one-dimensional. Relying solely on Martin is unsustainable. The Suns need Booker and the others to step up, making open shots and effectively defending against their opponent's attacks if they wish to find their rhythm. Su Kun displayed a smooth demeanor, avoiding the abruptness of Yang Yi. He spoke with discretion, a true veteran of the arena. What about the Celtics' box? One strategy. How should the Suns adjust? What should Martin do? Su Kun's eyelids fluttered slightly. If I knew that, I wouldn't be here commentating. Nevertheless, as a commentator, there should be nothing beyond their expertise. Facing a defense like the Celtics. The point remains, Martin is indeed formidable, but it is challenging for one player to secure victory. Basketball is a team sport, reliant on the synergy of 5 players. Only when Booker and others step up to alleviate Martin's burden will the situation become manageable. Su Kun's insights were astute, yet upon reflection, they seemed devoid of substantial content. Meanwhile, the fans in the live studio were buzzing. What a lack of sportsmanship. The Celtics' young coach has gone too far. If only Martin were to join the Celtics, it would be perfect. I believe Martin will have a breakout performance in the second quarter, single-handedly dismantling the opponent's defense. Stop the flattery. Did you not see him miss every shot afterward? Just a fleeting moment. He'll only score 20 points today. Is that all? Is that really it? True fans pondered solutions, while critics fanned the flames, leaving the anxious viewers in front of the big screen concerned. With the sharp whistle of the referee, the players re-entered the court. Immediately, the Celtics orchestrated a half-court offensive play. Compared to their effective fast breaks at the end of the first quarter, their half-court execution was lacking. Pass, pass, pass. Finally, the opportunity arose for Smart. He leaped to shoot in front of Booker. The referee raised 3 fingers. This was a three-pointer. Bang. The basketball struck the rim's edge and cleanly swished through the net. 25-23, the Celtics took the lead for the first time today. The cheers from the Suns fans were momentarily silenced. In the TNT commentary booth, Barkley stood up, arms raised high. Yes, that's it. Crush them. At that moment, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers. Yes. Charge, Martin, charge. The Celtics scored, and P.J. Tucker quickly inbounded the ball to the perimeter, finding Martin. As soon as Martin received the ball, disregarding both his opponents and teammates, he charged forward with unbridled determination. The Celtics players, who had just been celebrating, were now thrown into a state of panic. The 10 points scored in the first quarter still lingered in their minds, leaving them apprehensive. Watching Martin gallop ahead, they desperately pursued him. As Martin soared into the air, Bradley silently prayed, "Miss, miss, miss." Yet, with the hoop so tantalizingly close, how could Martin possibly falter? With effortless grace, he laid the ball into the basket. 25-25, the score was tied. The Suns sought to quicken the pace, but the Celtics were adamant about slowing down. They methodically advanced to the front court, meticulously searching for opportunities, believing that patience yields the finest results. Ultimately, it was the most opportune player who took the shot. This time, it was Sullinger in the paint. Sullinger executed a well-coordinated play with Amir Johnson, overpowering Chandler and, with keen vision, passed to Johnson, who deftly finished with a layup. 27-25. Quick. Back on defense. The Suns urged as they called for a rapid inbounds pass, while the Celtics shouted for a swift retreat. The adrenaline-fueled atmosphere intensified. The Suns refused to engage in a half-court battle, instead opting to exploit their opponent's weaknesses, capitalizing on fast breaks, an offensive philosophy ingrained in their identity since the Nash era. Under Hornacek's guidance, however, this offensive gene had been diluted, muddled by the ineffective UCLA cuts learned from Sloan. Yet, with Martin's emergence, the Suns' offensive essence was reawakened. Charge. Martin. Charge. The Suns surged forward. As Martin boldly led the charge into the front court, his teammates could not help but synchronize with his rhythm. Under Martin's leadership, the entire team surged forth like a torrential flood, sweeping toward their adversaries. Martin attracted the defense in the center, skillfully threading the needle to gain possession of the ball. P.J. The side following P.J. Tucker seized the opportunity, charging into the middle and soaring into the air. Boom. It was a thunderous dunk. Wow. The silence that enveloped the latter part of the first quarter finally erupted after this magnificent slam. The Suns began to establish their desired fast-paced rhythm. After several relentless fast break transitions, the tempo in the arena transformed, accelerating to a feverish pace. The Celtics, initially focused on a slow, methodical game, found themselves inadvertently swept up in the Suns' rapid tempo. Both teams exchanged scores, competing on the basis of shooting efficiency. The Celtics' impeccable defense was suddenly dismantled. Observing the frenetic pace on the court, Stevens cast a glance at the seated Hornacek, letting out a faint sigh. Truly a product of Coach Sloan from the Jazz. He possesses undeniable skill. However, this is still insufficient. As the Celtics executed a successful offense, prompting the Suns to hasten their pace, Stevens promptly moved towards the sidelines. Chapter 15. A complete lack of game experience. Stevens stood on the sidelines, shouting loudly, "Avery, Marcus, double-team him. Do not allow him to receive the ball." The two heard his instructions clearly. They were to double-team Martin in the front court. It is worth noting that Martin had yet to receive the ball at this moment. Are we really going to double-team him now? Despite their doubts, they adhered to the coach's directives and immediately targeted Martin. Damn, Martin, who was about to receive the ball in the backcourt, was not pleased. What on earth are you doing? Martin has just exploited a flaw in his opponent's box, one trap, but they have swiftly rectified it. How frustrating. The Suns cannot deliver the ball to Martin, forcing Booker to handle it instead. My opportunity has once again arrived. As Martin finds himself ensnared, the one who revels in this predicament is none other than Booker. Just moments ago, Smart had been making Martin's life difficult, but now he is fixated on Martin. Booker retrieves the ball from the backcourt, joyfully dribbling forward with determination. Behold the prowess of Devin Booker. As he reaches the front court, he encounters Jay Crowder, a man of formidable strength who immediately confronts him with a chest bump. This slight delay causes Booker to miss the prime opportunity for a fast break. Thump, thump, thump. Booker attempts to overpower Crowder, yet he finds himself unable to break through. Meanwhile, others have returned to bolster the defense. With avenues for penetration blocked, passing options limited, and a tough shot likely to miss, Booker is once again in a tight spot. This is precisely what the Celtics yearn to witness. Compared to Martin, possessing the ball is far more secure in Booker's hands. In this half-court battle, they have fallen back into familiar traps. Observing the Suns' lack of opportunities, Booker generously passes the ball to Martin, who is finally free from his two pesky defenders. Martin, this feels like a scapegoat. As the opposing team's defense sets up, frustration wells up within Martin. Stevens, I extend my regards to your entire family. At this moment, Martin longs for a competent coach to guide him on how to play effectively. However, Hornacek merely shouts from the sidelines, urging, move, move. Hornacek's advice holds merit. If the players are active, the ball flows, and chances will gradually manifest. Yet, this requires the players to possess both the capability and willingness. The movements of these veterans are disappointingly formulaic, and their shooting percentages are alarming. Sighing, as he sees his teammates fail to create opportunities, Martin shakes off Bradley's defense with a half-step and takes a shot from beyond the arc. A three-point attempt. Clang. Clang, clang, the basketball bounces precariously on the rim before finally dropping in. Hooray! What a shot! The fans erupt in celebration, filled with excitement. Yet, Martin is acutely aware that this basket does little to quench his thirst for success. His three-point shooting does not pose as significant a threat as he had hoped. If only I possessed the skills of Klay Thompson. Such is the lament of realizing one's abilities are insufficient when needed most. Martin found himself unable to resist inquiring about Stevens' relatives once again. In the subsequent match, the Celtics' efficiency steadily improved, while the Suns' fast breaks were thwarted, leading to a marked decline in their performance. Thus, a vicious cycle ensued. The second quarter unfolded at a measured pace. However, for Martin, it felt excruciatingly slow. Beep. As the second quarter concluded, the score stood at 43-37, with the Suns trailing by 6 points. They managed to score a mere 14 points in this quarter. In this segment, Martin's performance was merely 2 out of 7, yielding a mere 5 points and 2 assists, devoid of any semblance of game experience. Hooray! The Celtics players celebrated exuberantly, while the home team trudged into the players' tunnel with their heads bowed. The contrast was stark. At the TNT commentary booth, Barkley was grinning from ear to ear, even bestowing upon himself a title, proclaiming that he, Charles Barkley, was the true star commentator of TNT. His haughty demeanor prompted both O'Neal and Kenny Smith to contemplate delivering a deserved reprimand. During the mid-game interviews, Suns sideline reporter Lindsey Smith spoke with the standout player from the leading team, Bradley. Bradley had played 22 minutes in the first half, shooting 4 out of 12 for 10 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 turnovers. Lindsay inquired, "Avery, what are your thoughts on facing Martin today?" To which Bradley replied, "P.S. quite formidable, a worthy opponent. However, basketball is not a solitary endeavor." Lindsay followed up, "You led the score in the first half. What was the key to that?" Bradley responded, "Teamwork. We triumphed through the strength of 5. Frankly, the current Suns team hinges solely on Martin. If we neutralize him, they pose no threat." Lindsay then asked, "In the last game, Martin created main sanity. Do you believe he can replicate that in the second half?" Bradley firmly stated, "Absolutely not. We are the Celtics, the premier franchise in the NBA." Across the ocean, in the 10-cent live broadcast, co-fan remarked, "The first half has concluded. Martin scored 25 points with 3 assists from 19 attempts, which is commendable. However, the Celtics completely suppressed him in the second quarter." So, Sukun, what advice do you have for Martin facing these challenges? Sukun replied, "Scoring 25 points is an outstanding feat. We shouldn't place excessive expectations on him, as he is merely 20 years old. Nonetheless, regarding Martin's challenges, I believe his teammates need to step up. If they remain complacent in the second half, I fear the Suns will face defeat." Fans in the live chat were abuzz with commentary. 5 points in a quarter. Is this what you call a star? Just a single targeted defense and he falters. I could do that with 2 players. If they lose, they blame their teammates. Ha, how convenient. You haters, get lost. Martin has played exceptionally well. What more do you want? In the towering world of the NBA, Martin has exerted tremendous effort. Amidst the barrage of comments, Antima observed the negativity and wished for a moment of civility among the viewers, but the show was still airing. These individuals are truly excessive. In Phoenix, backstage, the guest locker room erupted in revelry as Bradley returned. "Avery, I envy you for being interviewed by such a beautiful reporter. Did you seize the opportunity to ask for her number? Your earlier statement was spot on. We are the NBA's premier franchise." The camaraderie continued. "Do you think we have a shot at the championship this year?" "I believe we can. We have so many brothers on the court. We fear no opponent." It was evident that the Celtics players were riding high on their fleeting success, having merely defeated the struggling Suns. Conversely, within the Suns locker room, the atmosphere was not as somber as anticipated. While they walked off the court with heads down, returning felt like coming home. They resumed their playful antics, listening to music, joking, and cleaning the glass. Their previous despondency seemed to fade for the fans. Observing all this, Martin remained silent. Burdened by the weight of his own talent reminiscent of Iverson, yet unable to lead his team to victory, feeling it was his fault, he retreated into the locker, donning his jersey, and closed his eyes for a moment's respite. How should we approach the second half? Suddenly, the locker room door was kicked open, startling everyone. Who could it be? The Celtics? Surely, they would not be so audacious. Was it an irate fan seeking retribution? As everyone turned to the entrance, an elderly man with brown hair and a ruddy face appeared. Upon seeing his visage, the room fell silent. It was the owner, Robert. Just moments ago, the locker room had been lively, but now it was eerily quiet. The owner strode in, his face a mask of anger. Today had been a disaster. He had brought a business associate to enjoy the game, only to witness this lackluster performance. What a calamity, he fumed, kicking over a table laden with snacks. Unleashing his wrath. What in the world was that pitiful display? Do you even know how to play? If you don't want to play, then leave. The players bowed their heads, eager to evade the owner's fury. Only the self-proclaimed future star, Booker, dared to approach. That decision would soon prove disastrous. The owner, upon seeing Booker, became even angrier. Especially you, Devin Booker. As the 13th pick, are you merely here to meander? I invested in you to win Rookie of the Year. And this is how you repay me? Booker had become the scapegoat, while the others could breathe a sigh of relief and exchange glances of schadenfreude. However, the owner's ire was not yet spent. And what have you lot? Is my money merely meant to sustain this cadre of incompetents? You have limbs. Why not use them? The opposition is dominating our home court, and you stand idly by. Do you even deserve my support? You perform so abysmally, and still expect a contract renewal? As no one dared to look up, Robert's disappointment deepened. This bunch lacks any spirit. No, wait. There is one. Spotting Martin leaning against the locker, Robert noted his resolute gaze, clearly a figure of immense potential. He then glanced at the other players, who seemed utterly devoid of vigor. Unable to restrain himself, Robert began his tirade anew. Their offense is a farce, and you can't even hold up against this pathetic defense. Are you all hoping for cuts? You can't score, but can't you at least defend? Do you understand the concept of defense and counterattack? Just secure the ball and pass it to Martin. He will handle everything. In the second half, I have but one demand. Strike back, hit them hard. Win this game, and there will be a reward of $1 million after the match. After a previous tirade, a single date unexpectedly emerged, which held profound significance. In the locker room, the eyes of a dozen individuals, including Martin, suddenly gleamed with clarity, while many labeled Robert as a misogynist and a discriminatory, inept owner. Martin found himself compelled to concede that Robert's words seemed rather cogent this time. Defense. Establish a foundation in defense and execute counterattacks. With this, the challenges they had previously encountered appeared to resolve effortlessly. Defense is not merely a matter of ability, it is fundamentally an issue of attitude. During the first half, the players lacked diligence, leaving Martin and Tucker to toil exhaustively. Now, with Robert stoking the flames and employing both reward and admonition, the second half promised to be intriguing. Martin suddenly comprehended why today's attendance would be a defensive card. The build-up was truly exquisite. With twists and turns, the narrative ebbed and flowed, ultimately returning to the story's origin, creating a beautiful symmetry. While others hesitated to respond, Martin was the first to step forward. Indeed, I believe the boss is absolutely right. Defense is our imperative. If they dare to cause trouble on our territory, we shall show them what we are made of. Martin was the first to rise in support of the boss. Robert nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Martin is the most formidable among these individuals. Only geniuses like us, existing in the stratosphere, possess such shared insights. The others are merely trash. At that moment, the others began to read the room and echoed in agreement. Indeed, the boss is absolutely right. I concur. Same here. Robert smiled with pride, dismissing these individuals with disdain. A bunch of money-hungry fools, you lot, with your brutish appearances, are fit only to work for me. Observing the players' excited expressions, Robert patted Horacek, who stood quietly beside him, on the shoulder. We will play the second half as I instruct, understood? As Robert arrogantly departed, Horacek felt a tumult of emotions within him. The position of head coach was truly a challenging one. With a boss who relished directing the team, instructing players on their gameplay, and teaching coaches how to coach, the role of head coach was undeniably arduous. Perhaps I should consider leaving next season, Horacek pondered, reluctant to part with a position so hard-earned. Yet, once the second half commenced, his desire to depart solidified even further. Chapter 16, Isaiah, it is your time to shine. The second half was about to begin. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's sharp whistle urged the players onto the field. As the Suns players emerged with a newfound seriousness, Bradley and his teammates exchanged sly grins. Huh, you lot. Wearing such grim expressions. Who are you trying to intimidate? After such a dismal first half, you must have received a good scolding from your coach, right? Haha, don't worry. We'll ease up a bit in the second half. The Celtics players maintained a carefree demeanor, while the Suns, on the other hand, were ablaze with fury. Their expressions conveyed a fierce determination, as if to say, if you wish to take what is mine, I will fight you tooth and nail. Once the game began, the Celtics players would soon realize that this was no longer the same Suns team they had faced in the first half. Bam, bam, bam. Bradley controlled the ball in the backcourt, swiftly advancing to the front. Martin had been waiting for quite some time. Bradley showed no inclination to compete with Martin and directly called upon Amir Johnson for a screen. Martin's maneuver was swift, and Bradley found himself devoid of opportunities for a mid-range shot, opting instead to pass the ball. On this occasion, Bradley's choice of pass proved to be quite astute. Delivering the ball to the cutting Jay Crowder, who charged into the paint, seemingly intent on challenging the formidable Tyson Chandler. With a roar akin to that of a fierce lion, Chandler, with his imposing beard, bellowed, "You shall not pass." His fury effectively deterred Crowder, who hesitated to leap and confront Chandler, instead opting to pass the ball behind him. You fell for it. As Chandler rushed to defend, it opened up an opportunity for Sullinger, who received the ball and, without waiting for Chandler to pivot back, elevated to execute a bank shot. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected assailant emerged from behind him. Bam! Sullinger was met with a resounding rejection. Wow! The crowd erupted in astonishment. Following this, the fans began to chant, "Martin, Martin, Martin." Indeed, the block came from Martin's stealthy assault from behind. The basketball ricocheted off the backboard and was subsequently seized by the returning Chandler. Without a moment's hesitation, Chandler thrust the ball into Martin's embrace. Martin exhibited no desire for personal glory upon noticing Devin Booker launching from beyond the arc. He delivered a precise pass. Unfettered by defenders, Booker surged forward, leaping to emphatically slam the ball through the hoop. Well, as he descended from the rim, Booker pounded his chest in exhilaration, releasing a roar of triumph. Finally, he felt a sense of relief. Yet, at that moment, someone called out to him. "Defense, Devin. Hurry back." Upon recognizing Martin's voice, Booker smirked slightly. "In light of your recent assist, or rather, considering the bonus from the boss, I'll heed your advice this time." As the formidable Celtics advanced once more, the Suns swiftly rallied in response. Bradley, having just crossed midcourt, was startled by Martin's imposing presence. "That guy's gaze is utterly intimidating," he thought, veering away to avoid locking eyes with Martin, whose stare resembled that of a hunter fixated on its prey, leaving Bradley quite uncomfortable. The more Bradley hesitated, the more Martin pressed in, determined to keep him tightly constrained. "You want to disrupt my game? Then I'll ensure you can't play either. Pass it, Jay." Bradley relinquished the ball to Jay Crowder and made a hasty retreat, reasoning that as long as the ball was not in his possession, he would be free from threat. However, after evading for a while, he realized Martin was still fixated on him, even more so than in the first half. Furthermore, Martin appeared to be engaging in a contest of strength. What is he up to? Is he really trying to outmuscle me? Is this a wise expenditure of energy? Initially, Bradley intended to evade, but in doing so, he nearly pushed Martin out of bounds. "I cannot tolerate this. How dare someone shorter and lighter than me challenge me in such a manner? It's one thing when Kobe or Wade pick on me, but this little guy has no right." Infuriated, he thought, "You want a test of strength? Do you think I fear you? Come on then." Thus, both Bradley and Martin began to exert their strength, entangled in a struggle. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Jay Crowder remained vigilant, tracking Bradley's movements. Yet, he wondered why Bradley had suddenly halted mid-play to engage with his opponent. Seizing the opportunity, Crowder decided to exploit the interior. With P.J. Tucker's defense pressing him, Crowder initiated a play for the inside, lofting the ball to Sullinger. The 24-year-old Sullinger faced off against the 34-year-old veteran Chandler's defense. He spun, pivoted, and spun again. Successfully deceiving Chandler, Sullinger took a large step and leapt for a layup. This time, no one could block him, or so he thought. But just as that notion crossed his mind, a warning came from behind. "Watch out." Unfortunately, the alert arrived too late. At the moment Sullinger released the ball, a large black hand swooped in. Bam! It was P.J. Tucker. As Crowder passed the ball, Tucker had pivoted, ready to support Chandler in the paint. To his surprise, he intercepted it perfectly. The ball was knocked towards the sidelines, seemingly destined to go out of bounds. Celtic Smart positioned himself to prevent the Suns from recovering it. However, a white figure soared through the air, diving for the ball. It was Devin Booker. In mid-flight, he grasped the ball without time to pivot and hurled it backward with both hands, sending it straight towards the Celtics' backcourt. The rest of the court erupted into action, racing towards the basketball. Among them, Martin and Bradley, still entangled, reacted the quickest. "You won't beat me," Bradley shouted, only to discover that he could not match Martin's straight-line speed. Desperate, he reached out and subtly tugged at Martin's jersey. Martin yearned to accelerate away, yet it proved to be a formidable challenge. The audience watching the 10-cent live stream witnessed Martin's jersey being lifted, resembling a small tent. Was the referee's vision impaired? How could such a blatant foul go uncalled? This could even warrant a flagrant foul. This is the NBA, my friend. There is no room for such leniency. Bradley's tactics were excessively aggressive. A mere tug, and yet it did not send you sprawling to the ground. This was simply a minor maneuver typical in the NBA. Let us not escalate matters unnecessarily. What Bradley executed is a quintessential defensive move in the NBA, and if one cannot endure this, why even play in the league? It was evident that Bradley would seize the ball. At this critical juncture, as Martin was being held back by Bradley, he suddenly exerted himself and broke free. It was akin to the scene of train cars uncoupling. The two, previously maintaining a steady pace, transformed into Martin, the locomotive, surging ahead, while the trailing cars were left behind. "No, I shall not allow you to score again. Not at all." Bradley exerted every ounce of his energy in pursuit. Ahead, near the three-point line, Martin reached the ball. As he bent down to retrieve it, Bradley was hot on his heels. Caution! Numerous voices from the crowd cautioned him. Yet, Martin, racing at full speed, could hardly hear them. He was like Sushin sprinting in a 100-meter dash. The cheers and encouragement around him were drowned out by the rush of wind. How would this play unfold? Amidst the myriad thoughts swirling in the minds of onlookers, Martin made his choice. Upon entering the paint, he suddenly decelerated. Bradley, caught off guard, found himself without any chance to continue his pursuit. Martin received Bradley's pass and immediately launched into action. With 3 swift steps into the paint, he soared into the air. Boom. It was a thunderous two-handed dunk that rattled the rim. Yes. Martin shouted furiously at Bradley behind him, his voice resonating like a lion's roar. As if attempting to shatter Bradley into pieces. Seizing this momentum, the Suns played with heightened seriousness and meticulous patience. They executed consecutive defensive counterattacks with precision, while the Celtics found themselves repeatedly thwarted. As the score began to close in, the Celtics head coach refrained from calling a timeout, opting instead to offer guidance from the sidelines, maintain a slow tempo, and focus on successful execution. Stevens' reminders illuminated the path for his players. Yet knowing the strategy and actual execution were 2 vastly different matters. The Celtics diligently circulated the ball, yet no one managed to secure a favorable shooting opportunity. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, the ball found its way back to Bradley. With time slipping away, urgency consumed Bradley, while Martin remained composed. With a series of dribbles, Bradley appeared poised to advance, but after a brief contact with Martin, he swiftly retreated for a step-back three-pointer. As he released the shot, a sharp sound echoed. What? Was it blocked? Although the ball was launched, its trajectory was evidently altered, soaring towards the backboard without making contact. It was a clear air ball. The ball, however, remained in play, and before the 24-second shot clock expired, Chandler seized it. He swiftly passed to the nearest Tucker, who then executed a bounce pass to Martin. Upon receiving the ball, the Celtics tensed with anxiety. Double team. They swiftly converged on Martin. From the sidelines, Stevens hastily signaled for his players to swarm Martin. Martin noticed Bradley and Smart closing in, while he also spotted Booker sprinting from the other side. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted for an assist. Devin, go. What? As Martin threaded the ball through the gap between the 2 defenders, Bradley and Smart exchanged bewildered glances. Is this still the lone wolf Martin I once knew? On the other end, the receiving Booker charged forward without a backward glance. Boom. Another emphatic dunk. The score was now tied at 48-48. This was a crucial equalizer. However, Booker refrained from celebrating and instead returned to engage Smart in tight defense. It was at this moment that the referee's whistle pierced the air. Beep. Stevens called a timeout. At this juncture, the Suns players and the fans in attendance erupted in jubilant celebration, rising to their feet, chanting, "Hooray! Hooray! They've leveled the score. Regardless of the opponent's myriad strategies, we shall ultimately prevail." The Suns, with their tenacious defense, had managed to tie the game at the onset of the third quarter, instilling confidence in both the players and the fans alike. Meanwhile, Booker suddenly noticed an outstretched hand. Turning to look, he found it belonged to Martin, his rival for the team's top position. Observing the smile on his opponent's face, Booker hesitated for a moment before extending his own hand. With a resounding clap, he remarked, "Nice dunk, buddy." "No, it was your pass that was exceptional," Martin casually complimented, yet to his surprise, Booker flushed with embarrassment. "Buddy, your shooting needs some work. How about practicing with me and PJ after the game?" "No need. I can practice at home," Booker replied. "Will you still be able to make long shots later?" "Of course. I'm a scoring guard who can rival even the best," he boasted. "Are you talking about your ability to miss?" Get lost. The fans of the Suns witnessed this endearing exchange between Martin and Booker, their hearts brimming with joy. If these 2 promising stars could harmonize, the future of the Suns would indeed be bright. At the TNT commentary booth, Barkley clutched his chest, looking bewildered. "I can't take it anymore. What is happening in this game? My old heart is about to shatter." Shaquille O'Neal, however, saw through the facade. "Charles, pretending to have a heart condition won't spare you from the consequences." Across the ocean, in the 10-cent broadcast room, commentator Sukun chuckled. "Look, I told you so. As long as the teammates are serious, the Suns will shine once more. Martin plays a pivotal role in this." He pointed out the high five between Martin and Booker, marking their first moment of closeness today. From this moment on, these 2 young talents will surely grow inseparable. Together, they will forge a remarkably powerful future for the Suns. Fans even began to nickname this duo the Pudding Pair. Seeing the adorable nicknames flood the screen, the host, Annie Ma, felt her heart melt. On the sidelines, Hornacek's gaze drifted off slightly. "Can you believe this? An old man who knows nothing about basketball just casually gestures, and it actually works. Am I really outdone by a layman? Coaching has become too disheartening." He sighed deeply. Meanwhile, Celtics head coach Stevens wore a puzzled expression. Why is he sighing when the score is tied? What is that guy thinking? Stevens found himself utterly perplexed by Hornacek's perplexing demeanor. Was the counterattack strategy truly his design? How could this old man react so swiftly? Did he possess the charisma to inspire his indifferent players to exert such effort? Was there a genius on his coaching staff? Or someone else? Stevens couldn't help but glance toward Martin, who was seated among his teammates. Martin seemed to be engaged in conversation with Tucker and the others, with Booker also joining in. Could it be him? Surely not. Though skeptical, Stevens couldn't help but harbor a glimmer of hope that it might be true. If he were indeed a player with high basketball intelligence, possessing such exceptional skills and physical prowess, then it would be entirely justified for the Celtics to pursue this young talent with fervor. The voice of the coach and assistant pulled Stevens back to reality. The game was still in progress, and he had to set aside any thoughts of post-game matters for the moment. You all prefer defense, do you? Well, I shall do the opposite. Turning around, Stevens glanced at the bench where Isaiah Thomas sat. Isaiah, it's your time to shine. Go out there and score with all your might. Thomas sprang up from the bench with enthusiasm. Don't worry, coach. Observing Thomas's eagerness, Stevens settled back onto the bench, filled with anticipation. Which of the two will lead the team more effectively? While everyone focused on the unfolding match, Stevens was already contemplating the Celtics' future. Chapter 17, Come On. Be a person. With the referee's whistle urging the players, both teams hesitated momentarily before finally taking the court. Upon seeing the Celtics lineup, the TNT commentators were taken aback. Kenny Smith quickened his speech. Oh, a substitution. We see that after the timeout, the Celtics have made a change, bringing in Isaiah Thomas for the second-year rookie Smart. We initially thought Thomas would rest today, but unexpectedly, midway through the third quarter, Stevens decided to bring him back. Is he determined not to lose this game? Shaquille O'Neal remarked. According to the Celtics strategy, Thomas was supposed to rest during back-to-back games, yet today he has to step up. This was an oversight by Stevens. He underestimated the Suns, not anticipating that Martin would be such a wild card, making the game unpredictable. Meanwhile, Barkley caught sight of Hope and laughed excitedly. Haha. Isaiah is on the court. His presence is bound to seal the deal for this game. Professional statistics indicate that with Isaiah playing, the Celtics will suppress their opponents by an average of 4.5 points every 10 minutes. This places them among the league's elite. But then Kenny Smith quietly reminded Charles, have you forgotten? Your bet today was that Martin wouldn't score 40 points in a single game. He is already at 29. And there is still a quarter and a half left. At this, Barkley was momentarily stunned. Already 29 points? That is astonishing. He then dramatically clasped his chest. I'm done for. Ha ha. Seeing Barkley's exaggerated reaction, O'Neal and Kenny Smith erupted into laughter. On the sidelines, the Suns were equally surprised to see Thomas take the court. Suns head coach Hornacek was momentarily dumbfounded. All the strategies discussed during the timeout seemed futile with this unexpected substitution. At that moment, he could only hope that his players would rise to the occasion and perform admirably. Martin, my dear prodigy, surely you can work wonders once more, right? On the court, the players clashed. Bradley positioned himself as the shooting guard, facing off against Booker. Martin faced off directly against Isaiah Thomas, the king of the final quarter, to whom he held a profound respect. Among the diminutive giants of the game, such as Iverson, the smiling assassin, the little potato Weber, Nate Robinson, and Isaiah Thomas, these five were Martin's favorites. Observing the slightly shorter Thomas before him, with his earnest expression, Martin found himself inexplicably tempted to tease him a little. Martin extended his hand amicably. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, he remarked. Indeed, it had been a long wait. It had been over an hour since the game commenced. Little Thomas, a kindred spirit, reciprocated the handshake. I have long anticipated a fair contest with you, Martin. Little Thomas had been inspired by the news he saw the day before yesterday, developing an admiration for Martin. Yesterday, while playing against the Lakers in Los Angeles, he envisioned himself delivering a stellar performance akin to Martin's. He poured his heart into the game at the Staples Center, ultimately scoring 29 points, with 15 of those in the final quarter. To most, that would be an impressive tally. However, Little Thomas felt it was insufficient. Today, he finally faced the main contender. Little Thomas was determined to prove himself. Yet, there was someone who seemed intent on denying him that opportunity. A fair contest? It appeared unlikely. Just as Little Thomas pondered the reason behind this, Martin had already closed in, applying pressure. Little Thomas stumbled back a step, realizing the height and strength disparity. He finally comprehended Martin's notion of unfairness. Buddy, this is a welcome gift I present to you. Do you like it? Frustrated, Little Thomas struggled to shake off Martin's defense. But it was as if Martin were an unyielding adhesive, impossible to evade. The referee's whistle pierced the air. The Celtics were to inbound the ball. Little Thomas raised his elbow to nudge Martin aside, seizing the moment to escape. However, Martin relentlessly pursued, denying Little Thomas any opportunity to receive the ball. Jay Crowder had intended to pass to Little Thomas, but the opportunity was lost. From the TNT commentary booth, Kenny Smith and Shaquille O'Neal applauded the unfolding drama. Excellent. Martin's defense is impeccable. Isaiah's offense is commendable, but without the ball, he's merely running in circles. Do I sense a hint of revenge in Martin's actions? After all, he couldn't get the ball before, and now he wants Isaiah to experience the same frustration? They chuckled, imagining Isaiah might soon be in tears. Charles Barkley, who had just opened his eyes to cheer for Little Thomas, fell silent once more. Why is it that every player I root for seems to falter against that kid? This shouldn't be the case. Do I truly possess a jinx? Barkley resolved to refrain from speaking, biding his time for an opportune moment to retaliate against the two rascals. On the court, Jay Crowder felt the pressure of not being able to inbound the ball. Over here, Bradley came to his aid, preventing a violation. However, even with the ball in Bradley's hands, Little Thomas still felt the pressure. The ball is with Bradley. So why is he still fixated on me? Is there no relief in this game? Frustrated, Little Thomas voiced his annoyance once more. Meanwhile, Martin wore a slight smirk. The discomfort of his opponent brought him amusement. You all targeted me before, now I return the favor in full. Upon hearing Martin's vindictive words, Little Thomas felt wronged and aggrieved. I just stepped onto the court. I haven't even begun to showcase my skills. Those underhanded tactics were not my doing. Why am I being punished? Why not target the true instigator, Bradley? Watching Bradley bully Booker, Little Thomas silently lamented. This is so unfair. The game had barely begun, and already it felt inequitable. On the other side, Bradley, observing Martin's relentless pursuit of Little Thomas, felt a bittersweet mix of satisfaction and abandonment. To assert his own worth, he began to target Devin Booker. Yet, was Booker truly so easily subdued? Hey rookie, prepare to be defeated. Bradley charged forward, swiftly bypassing Booker's left side. Although Booker's defensive move was slightly delayed, he managed to stay close enough to disrupt Bradley's advance. Slow feet are forgivable, but I mustn't allow him an open shot. This was advice from his rival Martin. Though reluctant to heed it at the time, Booker's body complied. Well, your defense is quite tenacious. But ultimately futile. Bradley dismissed Booker with ease. As he approached the paint, just as help was about to arrive, Bradley lifted his left arm and thrust it forward, shoving Booker away a step. It was this crucial distance that allowed Bradley to step back, preparing for a jump shot. Frustrated, Booker desperately sought to regain his position, but the ball hovered just beyond his reach. As Bradley gathered himself for the shot, a warning echoed from behind. Watch out. Yet, oblivious to the situation behind him, Bradley pressed on, determined to shoot. Suddenly, a hand emerged from behind. Bam! Just as Bradley attempted to release the ball, it was swatted away with force. Wow. Martin. Once again, this marks his second block today. The crowd erupted in cheers as the Suns regained possession. Devin, go! As Martin shouted, Booker took off running. Just as Booker crossed mid-court, Martin's pass arrived. Only Little Thomas was ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Booker unleashed all his pent-up frustration from battling against Bradley onto Thomas. Leaning against Thomas, Booker executed a powerful layup, effortlessly scoring. Elated, Booker departed, while Thomas wore a look of resignation. 48-50. With 3 consecutive baskets, Booker propelled the Suns to a successful lead. Well done. Your passing was commendable. In response to Martin's praise, Booker yearned to acknowledge that it was Martin's solid defense and exquisite passing that made the play possible. However, he restrained himself. This fellow was his rival. I, Devin Booker, shall never yield. Absolutely not. Yet, upon hearing Martin shout defense, defense, he found himself involuntarily engaged. Well, sigh. Let's leave it at that for today. I'm doing this for the sake of the game. Meanwhile, the Celtics players appeared somewhat bewildered. How should they approach this play? Prior to Thomas's substitution, they had emphasized defense. Now, with Thomas on the court, their defense was absent, and their offense was faltering. What to do? The most frustrated was likely Thomas. Faced with the encroaching Martin, he felt a wave of despair. Buddy, the ball is with Avery. Go find him. No. In my eyes, you are far superior to him. Thomas felt a sense of comfort in Martin's genuine words. However, brother, if you believe I am formidable, why can't we compete on equal terms? Let me receive the next pass. How about a 1v1? Don't even think about it. If you want the ball, figure it out yourself. Don't forget, I am your opponent, the one you've bullied for most of the game. That was not my doing. Thomas felt a twinge of sadness. Yet, during his years in the NBA, he had emerged from such dire straits. If there was no opportunity to receive the ball today, he would have to create one. Isaiah Thomas, shall never concede to anyone. At the front court, Bradley regained possession. After a previous unsuccessful offensive attempt, he was hesitant to act this time. Pass the ball to Isaiah. This was the command shouted by Stevens from the sidelines. Bradley also wished to find little Thomas, but that guy was too tightly guarded. Thomas maneuvered around Jay Crowder's screen, but Martin, like an agile eel, swiftly slipped through the gap. Thomas failed to shake off his defender. Yet he refused to give up and continued to fight. Here we go. Speed up, slow down, shimmy left and right. Positioning, V-shaped, L-shaped. Small movements, stepping on shoes, tugging at jerseys, pushing. Finally, after exerting tremendous effort, Thomas slightly broke free from Martin's defense and secured the ball. However, a mere half-second after gaining possession, Martin reappeared before him. The ball-holding Thomas and the off-ball Thomas were two entirely different entities. Indifference and ferocity surged within Thomas. I have acquired the ball. Congratulations. You should not rejoice, for from this moment onward, I shall dismantle you. Is that so? Let us see. With that, Martin extended his left hand, aiming for the position of the ball in Thomas's grasp. Thomas reacted swiftly, dribbling to evade. However, Martin's left hand was merely a feint. The real action lay in his right hand. This was a technique mastered by the glove, Gary Payton. Today, Martin employed it with finesse. As the left hand reached out, Martin closed in, executing his move where Thomas's vision was obstructed, predicting the moment to strike. Bang! Thomas's previously composed expression now reflected a hint of panic. The ball was lost. Thomas attempted to shield Martin with his body, but Martin had the advantage in height and strength. Unable to obstruct him, resorting to small tactics, Thomas yanked at Martin's jersey. Though Martin was momentarily delayed in retrieving the ball, Devin Booker, positioned at the side, seized the opportunity. Fast break. Witnessing the Suns' counterattack unfold seamlessly without Martin was exhilarating. Oh, what a play! The Suns fans erupted in celebration of the swift attack. Meanwhile, on the other side of the court, Thomas wore a face of helplessness and regret. Beside him, Martin chuckled, pointing at Thomas's hand gripping his jersey. Buddy, is this your idea of fairness? Upon hearing fairness, Thomas bristled like a porcupine. Martin, if you are a man, let us engage in a fair contest. Resorting to such sneaky tactics is unworthy of a person of integrity. If you have the ability, shall we engage in a scoring duel that belongs solely to us? Martin firmly brushed off the grasping hand of little Thomas, who clung to his jersey. You wish, he declared. In this quarter, you shall not easily score a single point. Little Thomas, known for his exuberance, would find no opportunity to gain momentum against Martin. Not even a single point for me. How outrageous. Seeing that Martin remained impervious to his attempts, little Thomas resorted to a more aggressive tactic, forcefully stepping on Martin's shoe before swiftly retreating to the backcourt to receive the ball. How cunning, Martin thought. You initiated this confrontation, so do not expect me to show any mercy. Martin closely followed little Thomas, akin to a great wolf stalking a young lamb. As Thomas received the ball in the backcourt, he felt a chill run down his spine, and then that loathsome figure appeared. However, with Martin alone, Thomas believed he could easily dispatch his opponent, just at the right moment. Yet, just as Thomas prepared to take on Martin, the latter beckoned to the side. PJ, double team him. Seeing Martin and PJ Tucker approach menacingly, Thomas trembled in the corner by the sidelines. Please don't come any closer. Although he yearned to control the ball, with the two brutes advancing, he felt utterly helpless. If he didn't T-pass, he risked making a mistake. Avery, Thomas passed the ball, but it ended up in Bradley's hands, while Martin remained glued to him, with PJ Tucker lurking nearby. The two thugs seemed poised to devour little Thomas, the helpless lamb. Thomas was disheartened. The remainder of the third quarter was spent in frustration and torment. The score reached 56-60, with the Suns leading by a narrow 4 points as they entered the final quarter. In that period, Thomas played 6 minutes, took 2 shots, missed them all, and ended up with 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, and 0 steals. Meanwhile, Martin laughed as he walked off the court, shoulder to shoulder with Tucker, while Thomas descended alone, feeling desolate. The painful memories of the game lingered vividly in his mind. After spending ages receiving the ball, he was bullied by that guy who called for his teammates. After finally finding a screen to make a play, he faced another double team. Despite making a good pass, that guy ruined it with a kick. Even when he was the first to grab the ball, that guy came over, wrapped his arms around him, and with a forceful shove, sent him flying. Even in a fair jump ball situation, that guy soared so high, towering over him by several heads. The painful memories haunted Thomas, and he lamented silently, "Ball, please, be a person. Stop defending me." Chapter 18. A fair contest across the ocean. In a 10-cent live broadcast room, Fan beamed. In the third quarter, Thomas played 6 minutes, took 2 shots, and missed them all, ending with 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, and 0 steals. Wow, this is Martin's defense. Everyone sees Martin as a small player and assumes his defense is weak, but today, he has fully displayed his defensive prowess. After shutting down Irving in the last game, today he has Bradley on lockdown, making it impossible for Thomas to make any progress. Haha, after today, Martin is likely to take Bradley's position as the #1 assassin. Teacher Sukun was also taken aback. Yet his expression conveyed an understanding of the situation. Martin is using their tactics against them. It seems he must be a fan of Mr. Jin's writings. In the first half, Martin faced strict scrutiny from the Celtics, but in the second half, he changed his strategy, starting with a defensive focus to suppress the opposing team's core offense. With Thomas struggling offensively, the ball inevitably found its way into Bradley's hands. While Bradley could manage mid-range shots, organizing plays was quite a challenge for him. In the forthcoming fourth quarter, if Martin continued to suppress Thomas, the Suns would likely secure the victory. However, personally, I prefer to witness Martin's offensive capabilities. I eagerly await the surprises he may bring in the fourth quarter. In the live broadcast room, the audience was sharply divided. Is this not reminiscent of the wild dog tactics used against the Cavaliers? Isn't that akin to Beverly? That trashy player? I despise such players. Their style is too dirty. They may look decent, but their playing style is filthy, turning my opinion sour. Entering the NBA makes a difference. Through 2 rigorous training sessions, they have honed such skills. Impressive indeed. Martin, hurry up and score. I bet on you surpassing 40 points. Go, go, go. Bring it home. The Suns are destined for victory. At the Phoenix Arena, in the Celtics resting area, Bradley held a clipboard, furrowing his brow. Around him, the Celtics players sat quietly. Little Thomas lowered his head, unable to meet Coach Stevens' gaze, feeling deeply guilty. Everyone. Stevens' voice commanded attention, and the players instinctively looked towards him. For some reason, Thomas thought he glimpsed a fleeting glimmer in Stevens' eyes, but upon closer inspection, the coach's face remained stern. Did I see that incorrectly? At this moment, Stevens spoke. Our opponents regained their touch in the third quarter, and their defense has been relentless. However, you should all realize that was their entire defensive effort. Despite their intense pressure, we have managed to keep pace with the score quite comfortably. This is commendable. I have often said this. In battle, during the first charge, the drums of war inspire everyone, and morale runs high, leading to victory. Yet, by the second or third charge, morale begins to wane. Our opponents are currently in that state. In this crucial fourth quarter, we require a sharp weapon, one that can pierce their defenses directly. If we strike at their vulnerabilities, their morale will take a significant hit, and I shall entrust this weapon's task to. Stevens looked at the players, and they all involuntarily lifted their heads, especially Bradley. Today, Bradley had already scored 23 points, the highest on the court apart from Martin. He was confident in leading the team to victory. However, Stevens' gaze shifted towards little Thomas. Indeed, our weapon is Isaiah. Upon hearing this, Bradley's frustration boiled over. He was the veteran of the Celtics. Why did the coach favor this newcomer, Thomas? Feeling discontented, Bradley struggled internally. Yet, it was futile. In the Celtics, Stevens held the final say. Isaiah, can you handle this? I, of course, can. Thomas replied eagerly. Coach, leave it to me. You can rest assured. Just like in the previous 50 games this season, Thomas was the Celtics' most crucial player in the fourth quarter, even ranking as the most potent scorer in the fourth across the entire NBA this season. LeBron, Durant, Curry, Harden, all these superstars trailed behind him. Excellent. Stevens patted his shoulder and turned to the others. Now, you all must support Thomas well. In today's fourth quarter, I want to see a scoring machine in Isaiah. Can you all do that? The players exchanged glances and understood that this was Stevens solidifying Thomas' position. Without hesitation, they replied in unison, we can. As Stevens solidified Isaiah Thomas's unequivocal position within the Celtics for the first time, Bradley's gaze was shrouded in ambiguity. I lost. The sound of the buzzer echoed. The players returned to the court once more. Thomas pressed against Martin, uttering not a word. However, Martin could distinctly sense the transformation within Thomas. He was cold, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Was this man an indomitable force? In Martin's mind, Thomas had always been a figure beset by adversity. Yet it was under Stevens's guidance in Boston that he truly began to shine. The king of the fourth quarter. This was the legacy Thomas forged during the 2015-16 and 2016-17 seasons. Observing the now self-assured Thomas, Martin steeled himself. After a fiercely contested previous quarter, how would he retaliate in this final period? Martin began to anticipate. Beep. The match has commenced. The Celtics are initiating the play from their backcourt. Martin continued to fix his gaze upon young Thomas. Bradley was tasked with dribbling the ball across the halfway line. Just as Martin assumed Bradley would persist in proving himself, little Thomas abruptly sprang into action. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Martin pursued Thomas. Yet this time, he was unable to catch up. He effortlessly circumvented J. Claude's obstruction. But subsequently, the blockade set by Salinger and Amir Johnson proved insurmountable, elusive and unattainable. John. Martin shouted for the forward John to come up and provide defensive support. Isaiah. Bradley passed the ball to Thomas. Before Martin could catch up, Thomas launched an immediate offensive. Confronted by the defending forward John, Thomas did not hold back. With lightning speed, he executed a swift change of direction, leaving John momentarily stunned. Thomas then sidestepped and took 2 lateral steps before rising up for a shot, a robust two-pointer. Whoosh. It found its mark with precision. 58-60. With this score, Isaiah Thomas remained expressionless. He was a cold-blooded assassin. It was from this moment that Thomas entered his own fourth quarter, the hunting hour of Thomas. Despite Martin and the entire Suns team exerting considerable effort in their defense, little Thomas found his offensive rhythm, proving impossible to stop. Whoosh. Whoosh. Thomas sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, bringing the score to 66-64. His unrelenting success extinguished the fervent atmosphere within the arena. At the TNT commentary booth, Barkley momentarily overlooked Martin's impressive 29 points, sensing that his time for redemption had arrived. Splendid. Isaiah, you played magnificently. This is how it should be, striking hard against the Suns, for the ultimate victory undoubtedly belongs to you, Boston. On the court, as he observed the stoic little Thomas stride triumphantly, Martin pressed his finger joints, chuckling. The king of the fourth quarter indeed possesses something extraordinary. Martin turned to face Tucker, demanding, "Give me the ball." Tucker pointed behind Martin, indicating that Bradley was still closely guarding him. "It's fine, come on." With Martin's insistence, Tucker naturally had no objections. Wow. Martin has the ball. As the spectators witnessed Martin's rare initiative to retrieve the ball from the backcourt in the second half, excitement surged through the crowd. Checking the time. Only a minute and a half had elapsed in the fourth quarter. Could it be that Martin was about to erupt today? Martin, go for it. Break the single quarter record. The anticipation for Ding was palpable among the audience. On the court, as Martin secured the ball in the backcourt, Bradley was fully prepared. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Martin effortlessly spun past him. "Oh yes, go for it, Martin." The crowd roared with excitement as they watched Martin drive forward with the ball. Many had already taken out their phones, aiming them at the court to capture Martin's remarkable moments in the fourth quarter. On the court, Martin did not disappoint. He swiftly charged toward the front court, with Isaiah Thomas ahead as a distraction and Bradley in pursuit. Yet, Martin remained unfazed by their defense. "Bring it on." As Martin's words faded, he deftly maneuvered left and right, vanishing directly before young Thomas. The latter stood as if frozen in place, providing cover for Martin and blocking the advancing Bradley behind him. On the sidelines, Stevens could not help but facepalm, realizing that young Thomas's defensive skills paled in comparison to Martin's. While he lamented this fact, he began to shout instructions to the players to tighten their defense. Defend. Prevent him from entering. We cannot allow Martin to gain momentum. Yet, did such shouts hold any weight? Not at all. As he penetrated the three-point line, Martin opted for his signature quick stop jump shot. He leaped gracefully, releasing the ball with precision. Whack! The basketball cleanly struck the rim before sinking into the net. 66-66, a tie? Hooray! What a remarkable play. The Suns fans erupted in jubilant celebration. Martin's previous defensive performance was commendable. However, what everyone truly yearns to witness is Martin's unparalleled offensive prowess. Fans are captivated by his exhilarating ability to elevate them to euphoric heights. Both Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny Smith from TNT rose to their feet, exclaiming, "It is about to begin. It is truly about to commence. Mainsanity is upon us." Everyone is sharpening their senses in anticipation. In the executive box of the arena, Suns owner Robert is seen chatting amiably with his business associates. Look, the moment for Martin's grand performance is approaching. Martin turned around and happened to catch sight of little Thomas staring at him intently. To be honest, Martin felt a certain sympathy for the plight of young Thomas. If one were to perpetually suppress another, it would undoubtedly leave a lasting shadow upon their spirit. This time, Martin resolved to give him a reprieve. "Do you not seek a fair confrontation? Very well." Though it remained uncertain whether Martin's notion of fairness aligned with his own, little Thomas yearned for such a contest. With a smile, Martin retreated to the backcourt, no longer closely guarding Thomas. A surge of delight filled Thomas's heart. Indeed, fairness prevailed. He approached the baseline, poised to receive the ball and engage in battle. Thus commenced a grand defensive display. The Suns' defensive line established its position. At midcourt, Thomas dribbled forward slowly. Gazing at Martin, who had been waiting, he suddenly hesitated. Should he confront him head-on? Perhaps the psychological shadows of the third quarter loomed large. To ensure fairness, he sought assistance. "Avery, switch. Switch." Bradley helped to divert Martin away. Ecstatic, Thomas transformed his defender into Devin Booker. Now, this was a truly equitable contest. Observing Thomas's reluctance to challenge Martin directly and his decision to target himself instead, Booker felt a surge of indignation. "How dare you look down upon me?" Thomas keenly noted Booker's expression, reminiscent of his own feelings during the third quarter. "You are precisely the one I seek, the Suns' soft target," Thomas disdainfully remarked, fixating on the rookie. "Devin Booker. Rookie, I am coming for you." Despite Booker's unwavering focus, his defensive prowess proved rather mediocre. With a deft half-spin, Thomas outmaneuvered him, leaving Booker frozen in place. Utterly unresponsive, Thomas then surged into the paint, executing a high-arcing shot that found its mark once more. After scoring over Booker, Thomas sought him out again twice more. A trifecta of successful shots. 72-70, Thomas had now scored 14 consecutive points. His frustration dissipated significantly as he unleashed his emotions on Booker. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Yes." The sensation of overpowering Booker sent Thomas soaring with confidence. "Rookie, welcome to the NBA," he proclaimed. As he passed Martin, Thomas audaciously remarked, "Did you see that? Basketball should be played like I do." Martin took note of Thomas's words as he floated away. Is he teaching me how to play? Is he merely targeting the vulnerable? Very well, I have learned a lesson. Clearly, Thomas has forgotten the pain of the past. Martin believed he should help him recall the events properly. In the backcourt, Booker, disheartened after conceding 3 consecutive goals, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his backside as a voice echoed, "Do not worry, I shall avenge you." Booker yearned to protest that it was unnecessary, yet the memory of that loathsome face compelled him to hold his tongue. As he watched Martin dribble the ball forward, Booker found himself silently cheering for him for the first time. Make sure to give him a good thrashing. Chapter 19. Do not come any closer. Bang, bang, bang. Martin advanced the ball into the front court. He sought no one else but the young Thomas. With a resounding thud, Martin unceremoniously collided with Thomas, delivering a blow that was neither too heavy nor too light, yet sufficiently discomforting. Frustration welled within Thomas. Why must he always target me? At that moment, he suddenly heard. Upon reflection, you do make a valid point. What? Thomas was still grappling with the meaning behind Martin's words when Martin chose to reveal the answer through action. Here I come. In front of Thomas, Martin executed a deft maneuver, effortlessly creating half a body's distance between them. Don't run. Thomas, closely trailing on his side, refused to concede defeat. Martin relied solely on little Thomas without employing any extraneous techniques, executing a straightforward jump shot. You shall not succeed. Little Thomas stretched out his hand with great effort, yet Martin soared higher, his reach surpassing that of his opponent. Alas, it is only in moments of need that one laments the brevity of their own reach. Martin chuckled lightly as he made his move, while young Thomas could only watch in wide-eyed astonishment as the basketball soared into the net. 72-72. After Martin scored this basket, his points reached a total of 34. At this moment, someone in the TNT commentary booth began to exhibit a furtive demeanor. Martin glanced at young Thomas beside him and smiled. How am I doing? Am I playing well? Upon hearing Martin's words, young Thomas felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Just moments ago, he had been boasting, and now he found himself contradicted. Nevertheless, he resolved to maintain his facade. It's merely average. Perhaps I should teach you how to play basketball. Excellent. I shall await your guidance. Martin stood guard in the backcourt as Thomas approached leisurely. Observing Martin's faint smile, Thomas realized that failing this challenge would cast a long shadow over his future. Noticing Thomas's hesitation, Bradley kindly moved in to offer assistance. Get away. I want to take him on alone, Thomas shouted, prompting Bradley to retreat in disappointment. On the court, Martin no longer sought help. It was a straightforward one-on-one. I've been waiting for you, declared Thomas as he initiated his move. Positioned at midcourt, he accelerated slightly. Approaching the three-point line where Martin stood, Thomas suddenly paused, dribbled momentarily, then stepped forward with his left foot, angling his body as if to execute a spin move. But it was not what it seemed. This was Thomas's signature half-spin maneuver. As Martin braced for Thomas's leftward turn, Thomas seized the opportunity to dash past him on the right. That was surprisingly easy. My half-spin has truly reached a new level, Thomas thought, elated. However, just then, a hand reached out from behind. A poke. The ball was gone. Alarmed, Thomas gasped in shock. P.J. Tucker and Jay Crowder scrambled for the loose ball. Ultimately, amidst their struggle, it was Devin Booker, who had been watching from the sidelines, that capitalized on the opportunity. Get back. Booker reacted too slowly. Had he passed the ball to Martin immediately, the Suns could have launched a counterattack. Now, the Celtics had regrouped, leading to yet another arduous offensive battle. In the executive box, the Suns owner seethed with frustration. That useless player is worse than an undrafted rookie. It's infuriating. On the court, the sound of the game echoed relentlessly. Martin dribbled the ball up from the backcourt. Observing Bradley before him, he shook his head and opted to utilize Booker's screen. Once again, he found himself matched up against the diminutive Thomas. Aren't you known for picking on the weak? I excel at that too. Martin beamed with radiance, while little Thomas transformed into a visage of despair. Why won't you just let me be? Lamented Thomas, overwhelmed by discomfort. Yet, the spectators in the stands were filled with exhilaration. Strike him. Obliterate him, they urged. Having scored so many points, the Suns fans yearned for Martin to retaliate fiercely against Thomas. On the court, Martin dribbled forward. The offense was on. Little Thomas spread his arms wide, ready for the challenge. At that moment, as Martin approached, just half a meter apart, he suddenly halted and executed a swift half-turn. This familiar move. Where have I seen it before? Little Thomas pondered. This is my signature move. But by the time he realized it, Martin had already spun away, elegantly maneuvering past him. Little Thomas stood frozen in place. Behind him, Martin abruptly stopped and launched a jump shot. Whoosh. The ball swished through the net. 72-74, a remarkable turnaround. The TNT commentators, Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny Smith, were exhilarated. Oh, that was a half-turn to evade. Martin had playfully showcased Isaiah's most renowned technique against him. This is how it should be. I relish such fierce competition. Haha, exhilarating. Meanwhile, Barkley wore a look of anxiety. At this moment, Martin's score had soared to 36 points. Martin's score escalated at an astonishing pace. At this rate, he would reach 40 points in less than 2 minutes. What should I do? Should I escape? Or continue to play dead? On the court, little Thomas was seething with indignation. After being subjected to such treatment, didn't he care about his pride? He resolved to confront Martin and reason with him. Buddy, basketball is not played like this. Continuously targeting me, a soft target, does not make you a true player. You could easily play against me. I am not particularly skilled, and you could manipulate me at will. Little Thomas wished to assert himself against Martin, yet he felt uncertain. If he were to be thwarted by a single defender, it would be utterly humiliating. If you have the prowess, go challenge Avery. His defense is far superior to mine. Not interested. I've already dominated him. I find you far more entertaining. Little Thomas was taken aback by this remark, feeling a mix of frustration and disbelief. Thank you very much. Observing little Thomas's flustered demeanor, Martin imparted some news. Isaiah, from now on, I shall be serious. What do you intend to do? In that moment, little Thomas felt the heat radiating from Martin's body, sending chills down his spine. Are you going to defend me again? Wasn't it agreed that we would play fairly? Please, don't come near me. Little Thomas's anxiety resurfaced, and he hurriedly sought to reason with Martin, advising, Buddy, by defending me so closely, aren't you wasting your energy? Exceptional scorers rely on smart defense, conserving their strength for crucial moments. Aren't you afraid of running out of energy later? Thanks for the reminder. However, I am still young and brimming with vigor. Little Thomas was left speechless. Just then, Martin suddenly intensified his pressure on little Thomas. Caught off guard, Thomas stumbled back a half step. Will you ever stop? Why do you always follow me? Is there anyone who can save me? With Martin once again closely guarding him, Thomas attempted several times to break free, but to no avail. Feeling increasingly agitated, he noticed his teammate's pass was about to be intercepted, prompting him to react impulsively. With a swift elbow, he aimed directly at Martin's chest. Martin, agile and swift, gracefully evaded his opponent's impending elbow strike by deftly leaping away. It was not exaggerated, merely reminiscent of a scene from an urban action film. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul for offensive interference. Little Thomas, cradling his head, approached the referee, exclaiming, "No, no, no. That was a flop. I did not harm him in the slightest, I swear to God." However, little Thomas's fervent assurances failed to sway the referee. Alas, it was somewhat disappointing that this was not deemed a technical foul. In that moment, Martin was lifted by his teammates, frustrated by his inability to reason with the referee. Little Thomas turned his ire towards Martin, accusing him, "You definitely flopped just now." Martin covered his lips with one hand, a mischievous grin playing on his face as he whispered, "Buddy, basketball is not so simple." This was tantamount to a veiled admission. You deceitful scoundrel." Little Thomas was about to chastise Martin for his unscrupulous behavior when, caught off guard, Martin suddenly delivered a sly elbow. Thomas winced, clutching his slightly pained abdomen, while Martin made a swift escape towards the front court. The Suns were playing with a numerical advantage. In coordination with Tucker, Martin executed a savvy baseline maneuver. Martin effortlessly executed a stealthy layup, successfully scoring. Martin's score reached 38 points, merely 2 steps away from the coveted 40. Meanwhile, Isaiah Thomas was still clutching his abdomen, indignantly seeking an explanation from the referee. "Referee, surely you saw that? He fouled me. He elbowed my stomach. Come now, Isaiah, a little contact is commonplace." The referee dismissed him, unconvinced, believing Thomas was attempting to deceive him into calling a foul. Isaiah was seething with frustration, on the verge of an explosion. At that moment, the instigator, Martin, returned. You filthy scoundrel. Isaiah, hasn't anyone taught you that basketball shouldn't be played so cleanly? Allow me to enlighten you today. You think you can teach me how to play? You rookie? I'm a rookie. What does that make you? The one losing his temper to a rookie. I am not losing my temper. I am perfectly fine. Isaiah's mood oscillated between despair and exhilaration, much like his career. Noticing his opponent's fluster, Martin couldn't help but smile lightly, opting to offer a friendly reminder. If you don't retrieve the ball, your team won't be able to initiate play. Only then did Isaiah recall that it was indeed his team's possession. Damn it. He reached out to block, but unexpectedly, the opponent offered him an opportunity. Dribbling slowly across the half-court line, Isaiah remained highly cautious of the figure before him. Though the opponent wore a warm smile, Isaiah knew all too well that he was no good. "Come on, dare to challenge me again," the villain taunted. Clenching his teeth, Isaiah resolved to make this shot count, for honor, for dignity, for his own basketball journey. "I am the king of the final quarter." He charged towards Martin, engaging in a direct confrontation. Was that a half-spin dribble to start? This time, it was a genuine spin move. It was not Isaiah's signature half-spin. This maneuver caught Martin off guard. Isaiah surged forward, but as soon as he straightened up, he felt an emptiness in his hand. The ball. It had vanished without a trace. Without a second thought, he turned to pursue the thief. "Don't run." Isaiah chased fiercely, as Martin, slightly bending to pick up the ball, slowed just enough to be caught. The two raced side by side toward the front court, barreling into the paint without losing speed. Whoa, what was Martin planning? Observers gasped, many rising to their feet. Phones raised to capture this undeniably thrilling play. In an instant, both players charged into the lane, leaping almost simultaneously beneath the basket. In that moment of elevation, the disparity in their athleticism became starkly evident. Isaiah's jump was commendable for his height of 5 feet 9 inches, reaching a remarkable height capable of dunking, a testament to his impressive leaping ability. But what about Martin? Martin was undeniably more terrifying. In an instant of leaping, he propelled himself forth like a spring, his speed surpassing that of little Thomas by a considerable margin. Almost immediately after his takeoff, he began to elevate above Thomas. Above the rim, little Thomas could barely extend a hand, while Martin's head soared over the hoop. From his elevated position, Martin forcefully slammed the ball down. Boom. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, little Thomas was sent flying. Meanwhile, Martin hung triumphantly from the rim, elevated and exalted. The entire arena erupted in fervor. Yes. The large screen displayed Martin's scoring statistics, 40 points in his debut game, This remarkable achievement placed him second in historical records, merely 3 points shy of the legendary Wilt Chamberlain. Just 3 points away from breaking the scoring record, the fans were filled with elation. At the TNT commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal stood with arms raised high, an emphatic dunk, a ruthless display of athleticism. With this singular play, I declare that this match is over. Yet, Kenny Smith shifted his focus elsewhere. This dunk bore significant weight, but what intrigued me most was that Martin had already amassed 40 points. So, Charles, where do you think you're off to? The TNT camera pivoted to reveal Barkley, stealthily attempting to exit the broadcast room. Barkley offered an awkward smile, but showed no intention of halting his departure. He chuckled, "I'm just going to the restroom. I'll be right back." With that, he turned his back and swiftly vanished. Ha ha ha. The broadcast room was left echoing with the joyful laughter of O'Neal and the others. On the court, Martin stood beneath the basket while Isaiah Thomas lay sprawled on the court. "Welcome to the NBA." Gazing up at the towering figure, perhaps blinded by the glaring lights, Thomas felt a stinging sensation in his eyes, his heart heavy with frustration. "Why do you always pick on me?" Chapter 20, A Clash Beyond Chamberlain. Thud, thud, thud. On the court, Martin casually dribbled the ball at the center circle, opting not to attack, but merely to dribble in place. Opposing him, Smart stood with his hands on his hips, displaying no intent of stealing the ball, his expression tinged with resentment. Meanwhile, Thomas and Bradley sat dejectedly side by side on the bench. In the stands, the Sun supporters rose to their feet. This was the final moment of the game. 6, 5, 2, 1. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. The Suns triumphed at home, defeating the visiting Boston Celtics by a resounding 15 points, securing a rare back-to-back victory. Game statistics. Suns. Martin continued his fiery performance in this match, scoring an impressive 21 points in the final quarter, achieving a remarkable 20 out of 35 shots for a total of 50 points, along with 4 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks. Booker managed 20 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists from 8 out of 20 attempts, while Tucker contributed 9 points, 10 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 4 assists from 3 out of 8 shots. For the Celtics, Isaiah Thomas scored 17 points in the final quarter, playing 18 minutes and shooting 8 out of 20. Yet he could not turn the tide. Bradley recorded 25 points and 5 assists from 11 out of 25 attempts. Bang, bang, bang. The ribbons of victory cascaded vibrantly in the TSR arena. Hooray, we have triumphed. It is absolutely splendid. Nearly 20,000 jubilant Suns fans in attendance cheered joyously. The sensation of victory is utterly exhilarating. On the court, players from both teams exchanged handshakes in a show of sportsmanship. Martin thumped Bradley on the chest. "Avery, you were quite fierce today. I nearly lost my lunch thanks to you." "Well then, my objective in our next encounter is to make you vomit," Bradley retorted with a fierce declaration. Meanwhile, Thomas merely clapped his hands, evidently affected by the outcome of the match. The coaches from both sides exchanged amicable handshakes. "You performed admirably. Congratulations," one offered. "Thank you. You were formidable as well. I hope we have the opportunity to compete again," came the courteous reply from Horacek. The two teams had already completed their 2 encounters this season, and should they face each other again, it would be in the finals, a scenario deemed improbable. Yet, Coach Stevens couldn't help but glance at someone. If that young man continues to unleash his potential, could it actually become a possibility? He chuckled softly, but said nothing further as he turned and made his way towards the players' tunnel. Upon entering the backstage corridor, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. "Mr. Manager, you witnessed the test, did you not? I believe you can commence arrangements." In the arena, Horacek greeted his players with a beaming smile as they exited the court. "PJ, splendid job. Your defense was exceptional today. Devin, well played. Keep up the good work next time. Martin, oh, I scarcely know how to praise you. You were truly remarkable. I hope you can continue your stellar performance in the next game. Ultimately, secure a victory for me until the season's end." Horacek's admiration for Martin was palpable, as if he wished to cradle him in his hands. "Why not? Coach, I promise you," Martin replied. Martin's casual remarks brought forth a delightful laughter from Hornacek. "Ha ha ha, Martin. You remain ever so amusing." Hornacek chuckled, blissfully unaware that Stevens had already set his sights on his lifeline. In the TNT studio, Charles Barkley was abruptly retrieved from the restroom. "All right, I concede. But Shaquille, you can't possibly expect me to kiss your enormous backside, can you? If that were to be misconstrued, our reputations would be irreparably tarnished." "What then?" Should I arrange for you to ride a donkey like we did over a decade ago? Barkley mused, contemplating the suggestion. It seemed a splendid idea. All right, no problem. Barkley readily agreed, oblivious to the conspiratorial smirks exchanged between O'Neill and Smith. Hey, what are you two scheming? Barkley inquired, feeling a chill run down his spine as his old friends approached him. Charles, there's no evasion for you today. What do you mean by that? Barkley questioned, just as the studio erupted in excitement. Oh, here comes our star. As he turned to face the commotion, a donkey sauntered into the studio. Oh my goodness, you must be out of your minds. Barkley realized escape was futile. It was all these guys' fault. They were truly terrifying. As the audience erupted in playful uproar, Barkley closed his eyes and leaned in for the inevitable kiss. From that moment forth, within the annals of the NBA, a new tale emerged. Barkley and the donkey too. In the 10-cent broadcasting room, Kofan was visibly exhilarated as he delivered his summary. What an extraordinary spectacle. This is our god of ding. Little Thomas may be impressive, yet before our ding, he resembles a merely aggrieved child. Thomas scored 17 points in the final quarter, while Martin amassed a staggering 21 points, decisively outshining him. I hereby declare that beginning today, Ding shall inherit the title of king of the fourth quarter from Little Thomas. Teacher Sue adjusted his glasses. Martin scored 50 points tonight, surpassing Chamberlain in a single game. This marks yet another historic achievement for Chinese players, eclipsing the ancient Giants' record of 43 points. Henceforth, Martin shall be the first player in history to score 50 points in his inaugural start. For the next 50 years, perhaps even a century, this record shall remain unchallenged. Today, we have collectively witnessed Martin's moment of glory. It is indeed our honor. The fans in the broadcast room rallied behind him, silencing the critics. Congratulations, God of Ding. My goodness. The NBA is finally on the brink of a monumental record for our Chinese players. Scoring 50 points in a debut start is truly astounding. The future of Chinese basketball is secured for the next 20 years. God of Ding is magnificent, dressed in an orange number 3 jersey. The ante was flushed with excitement, clearly swept up in Martin's stellar performance. At the post-game press conference, Stevens attended alone. He took full responsibility for the loss. You chose to rest key players and underestimated Martin, which led to our defeat. Do you have any comments? The reason for today's loss lies with me. My in-game adjustments were lacking. Jeff, being a veteran from the late 90s during the Jazz Bulls rivalry, provided me with significant insights today. As for your thoughts on Martin, frankly, I believe you are overestimating him. Achieving 50 points with over 30 shot attempts is quite normal. Of course, I do not deny his talent. I merely wish to caution against excessive adulation. If expectations are set too high, a fall could result in considerable injury. Stevens' remarks drew scornful laughter from many in attendance. Clearly, Martin performed brilliantly, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. You simply cannot handle defeat. Is Stevens in denial? Is scoring 50 points truly that simple? Have you forgotten the dirty tactics you employed today? Is it so difficult to admit Martin's excellence? At the home team's press conference, Hornacek brought along Martin. Martin's presence naturally made him the center of attention. Various cameras and equipment were almost aimed directly at his face, with the team enjoying a 2-game winning streak. What are your expectations for the future? Martin, winning is my utmost desire. I aspire to prevail continuously. I cherish our passionate fans and fervently wish for their perpetual happiness. Today, the opponents focused on you relentlessly, even employing the box one strategy. How did you surmount the adversities during the match? Martin, my teammates have been incredibly supportive. PJ Tucker has been both a mentor and a friend, while Devin Booker serves as an exemplary role model for me. Tyson possesses a wealth of experience, and of course, I must express my gratitude to my boss, Mr. Robert. It is under Mr. Robert's guidance that our Suns team was able to deliver such a resilient performance today. To others, Martin's words may seem like mere flattery. However, Robert, the owner of the Suns, beamed with delight. This young man has truly captured my admiration. He shall be rewarded. Martin, you have once again made history at the TSR Arena, scoring 50 points in your debut game, surpassing Chamberlain's record of 43 points. What are your aspirations for the future in the NBA? Do you aim to exceed the legendary Michael Jordan? Martin was acutely aware that he was stepping into a trap with that question, yet he bravely leaped into it. Surpassing the basketball deity? Why not? Indeed. As soon as he answered, gasps erupted from the audience, and camera flashes ignited in rapid succession. Click, click, click. Oh, Martin, Martin, Martin. A considerable number of Suns fans were fervently rallying behind him. To them, Martin was capable of achieving the extraordinary. They adored this spirited young man. As the interview concluded and Martin swung open the locker room door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Money. A substantial amount of it. This was the bonus promised by owner Robert prior to the game. Martin, you've arrived just in time. We are about to distribute the bonuses. Upon hearing this, a radiant aura seemed to envelop Robert. Oh wow. Thank you, boss. What a generous gesture. Nothing could rival the allure of money to the team. The atmosphere in the Suns' locker room grew increasingly fervent. As everyone departed the locker room, each clutching their share of money, Martin and PJ Tucker headed towards the training facility. Despite their exhaustion, they were resolute in not foregoing this opportunity for additional practice. The training facility was illuminated, with all the necessary equipment and hoops meticulously prepared. Martin was aware that this was prepared by Uncle Charlie. Ding. Training task. Complete a cumulative 4 hours of defensive footwork training, and your defensive ability will increase by 5 points. Martin initially contemplated enhancing his shooting skills, yet upon noticing the additional training metrics, he felt an irresistible urge to improve. Let us focus on defense. PJ, before we commence our shooting practice, how about we dedicate some time to perfecting our defensive footwork? Absolutely. In this regard, I can certainly consider myself your senior, PJ replied. Tucker is indeed a seasoned veteran with profound defensive insights. Martin, quickly now. Ensure your lateral movements aren't overly expansive. Shoulder width will suffice. Pay attention to the frequency of your slides. Swiftly, swiftly, swiftly. Your pivots must be rapid. Remember to extend your arms to thwart any sneaky passes from your opponent. As Martin and Tucker engaged in a series of lateral slides, side shuffles, and return blocks, an observer peered through the training facility's entrance. Watching Martin and Tucker practice with such enthusiasm stirred a sense of motivation within Booker, who stood outside. However, the thought that they were his competitors restrained him. I can practice at home too. If you train for an hour, I shall train for 2. I refuse to believe I cannot surpass you. Later that evening, at 11 p.m., the players of the Phoenix Suns arrived at the airport, having rejuvenated themselves. They boarded the chartered flight designated for the Suns, destined for San Antonio. Martin boarded the plane with a substantial backpack. However, in a remarkable twist, he cradled 6 large boxes of takeout in his hands. Inside were steak, 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 and a delightful beef and broccoli rice dish. His bag also contained a generous canister of freshly squeezed orange juice. Once aboard the aircraft, Martin promptly began to indulge in his meal, causing the mouths of those around him to water in anticipation. In the back row, Detective Tucker craned his neck, exclaiming, "It smells divine. May I have a taste?" Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the same row, Booker, weary and fatigued, cast a longing glance filled with hunger. Martin swiftly protected his food, obstructing any potential paths of theft. Not a chance. No matter who it is, don't even think about it. This is all mine. However, Tuck's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Who made this? Your girlfriend? Martin hurriedly denied. No, no, no. This is what I reserved at the restaurant. It's exceedingly expensive, so I cannot share it with you. At that moment, Coach Hornacek, not far away, suddenly interjected, The aroma of this steak seems remarkably familiar. Martin hurriedly concealed his familiarity, pondering whether a delectable steak would indeed possess a singular flavor. However, Horace could see clearly. Why did that can of orange juice seem so familiar? Had he misjudged? Chapter 21. Tread lightly. By the time Martin and his companions arrived in San Antonio, it was already 2 a.m., while back home, it was still afternoon. The midday match lingered vividly in the memories of billions of Chinese fans, leaving them yearning for more. Meanwhile, the news media seized the opportunity to inundate the public with extensive coverage. The media has extensively covered Martin's remarkable victory over Chamberlain. On this day, his name and photograph dominated every sports news outlet. Tencent Sports website was inundated with articles about Martin. A staggering 50 points. Martin surpasses the legendary Zhang, claiming the top spot in history. A resounding mark in the annals of Chinese players in the NBA. An astonishing dunk. The title of King of the Fourth Quarter has changed hands, silencing Thomas in the third quarter, who says Martin's defense is lacking. The NBA section of the Hoopoo community buzzed with excitement. Kobe, Dirk, and Duncan may retire, but we have a new beacon of hope. Martin, why not transcend the basketball deity? The box. One strategy failed to contain Martin's miraculous 50-point performance. Martin's sudden rise to prominence is indeed a momentous event for Chinese basketball enthusiasts. Since the retirement of Yao Ming, Fans have longed for the emergence of another superstar capable of making a significant impact in the NBA. However, such a player has yet to materialize. With Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu returning to the CBA, Martin stands as the sole Chinese player to have entered the NBA. Previously, Martin's participation in the NBA draft garnered the attention of millions of fans, yet the disappointment of not being selected left many disheartened. The fervent anticipation that once surrounded him quickly transformed into harsh criticism. Nevertheless, 6 months later, Martin made a triumphant return to the NBA, astonishing everyone with his unparalleled performance. In his debut, he orchestrated a remarkable comeback, scoring 30 points, and shattered Wilt Chamberlain's record in his first start, an unprecedented feat. This stirred a sense of vindication among Chinese fans who had endured decades of frustration. That evening, news of Martin's exploits surged, rocketing to the top of Weibo's trending topics. Esteemed basketball commentator and guest analyst for Tencent Sports and CCTV, Yang Yi, took to Weibo to ponder, is the era of Martin's brilliance upon us? Fans, let us approach main sanity with rationality. How many stars have launched with such promise only to falter? We must maintain a calm and discerning perspective on this phenomenon. Martin's performance has indeed been commendable, and his talent is unmistakable. However, elevating him excessively and perceiving him as infallible could lead to detrimental consequences. The perils of such adulation are well understood. In this digital age, a single news story can rapidly ascend to trending status, with public opinion swaying either towards adoration or criticism. At merely 20 years of age, Martin stands as the sole sapling among the towering trees of the NBA. What he truly requires is ample experience and growth. In future games, when he excels, let us elevate him judiciously. When he falters, let us temper our criticism. He is still young, with a long journey ahead. Together, let us follow and support him, witnessing his evolution and triumphs. The blog post by Yang Yi garnered significant support and resonated with many. Indeed, he is correct. We should be measured in our praise and gentle in our reproach. Regardless, I am already a staunch admirer of Martin, unwavering in my support. Yet, detractors abound, quick to accuse others of seeking attention or sensationalism. Look at Martin's current popularity. Are you really trying to dampen his spirit? They say, who is Yang Yi? I do not recognize him. I recall that during Martin's debut, he faced skepticism. Who is Martin? He is barely 6 feet tall, aspiring to play basketball? Ridiculous. This sparked a flurry of discussions on social media, with numerous basketball commentators seizing the opportunity to capitalize on the moment. Among them is the short video creator Utalk Sports, characterized by his wooden surroundings and a distinct northeastern accent. Su Jingyu, coming from an unconventional background, offers critiques infused with personal insights, attracting both criticism and support. Currently, an intriguing topic has emerged abroad. How long can main sanity last? In our terms, it translates to the question of how long Martin can maintain his remarkable form. Personally, I stand in support of Martin, though the challenge is daunting. Having played only 2 games, he has already outshone the feats of Jeremy Lin during his prime. Lin's story in New York was enchanting, inspiring many, but it was short-lived. The reasons for his decline are well known, stemming from both internal team dynamics and external pressures. As one's popularity surges, it often inadvertently diminishes the playing time of teammates and draws scrutiny from opponents, who will devise strategies to counteract this newfound threat. The match against the Celtics was merely an initial test. Martin will face further challenges ahead. His physical attributes are impressive, and his one-on-one skills are formidable. However, he does possess shortcomings. His height and weight are on the lower side. His physicality is lacking, and his organizational skills and three-point shooting need refinement. Opponents who study his game can easily exploit these weaknesses, making sustained success elusive. During the game against the Celtics, we witnessed Martin's contributions on both ends of the court. He diligently maximized his offensive strengths, culminating in an impressive 50-point performance. Yet, this was partly due to the Celtics coaching staff not fully targeting him. In the next game, he will accompany the Suns to San Antonio, where they will face the seasoned Spurs. Coach Greg Popovich, known for his strategic acumen, will undoubtedly focus on Martin. As the upcoming match approaches, I hope everyone is mentally prepared. Domestic reports are rife with sensationalism, varying wildly in content, with many exaggerating the facts. While such coverage captivates attention, it only serves to inflate expectations when Martin performs well. Conversely, should he suddenly underperform, it will be the same media that swiftly turns against him. Wasn't the once revered flying man crushed by the weight of his millions of fans? As a Chinese player in the NBA, one must possess the resilience to withstand media scrutiny and criticism from detractors. In America, a new day dawns. As people awaken, during breakfast and their commute, they are glued to their phones, scrolling through various news updates. Following yesterday's game, the buzz surrounding Mainsanity has intensified. On Twitter, a topic has taken off. How long can Mainsanity last? Thousands of foreign netizens have chimed in. 1 year. An obvious jest. Mainsanity. I believe it will endure for at least 4 more games. How long did Lin's Mainsanity last? Forever. I am a devoted fan of Martin, and I proclaim the Suns will secure the championship. If they do, I shall indulge in a week of lemons. Should Mainsanity persist for a week, I will embark on a weight loss journey. This topic has become a hotbed for fans to set their aspirations. Meanwhile, sports journalists are shifting their focus to strategies for containing Martin. This is the question they eagerly seek answers to, as well as what upcoming opponents of the Suns are analyzing. On the eve of the game, after a Spurs practice session, Popovich was interviewed. To the reporter's surprise, he was unexpectedly cooperative. Are you following Mainsanity? Of course. Martin is an exceptional player. I've never seen such an impressive rookie. He surpasses the rookie seasons of Michael Jordan and Allen Iverson. Do you see any weaknesses in Martin? None whatsoever. My concern now is how to contain him. Perhaps the best strategy would be to employ a box-and-one defense. Martin aspires to surpass Michael Jordan. What are your thoughts? That's commendable, ambitious, and inspiring. He scored 50 points in his first start, surpassing Wilt Chamberlain. I believe he has that potential. After this season, Martin's contract will expire. Will you pursue him? Absolutely. Such an outstanding player will attract interest from all 30 teams in the league. The Spurs will certainly not lag behind. Thank you, Greg, for your insights. With Popovich's endorsement, Martin is elevated to new heights, but a formidable challenge awaits. Meanwhile, Martin remains oblivious to the media frenzy, while others are still asleep. He has already embarked on a new day of training, running 20 kilometers. Martin took a stroll through the quaint town of San Antonio, renowned for its tractor manufacturing. The atmosphere was saturated with a sense of burgeoning bourgeoisie. It is no wonder that so many prestigious brands are reluctant to establish their presence here. The market dynamics dictate everything. Only the trio of GDP's aging enterprises seem willing to endure a modest existence in this locale. Upon returning to the hotel, Martin sought out the arena and commenced his additional training. He still had 2 hours remaining from yesterday's post-match practice session, and today he would continue. Martin commenced his lateral slide step training, as the piercing sound of sneakers scraping against the floor resonated throughout the small gymnasium. 2 hours later, Martin finally ceased his gliding training, at which point he heard a chime. Ding. Defensive footwork training task completed. Subsequently, he beheld his data panel. His defensive capability, initially rated at 87, had suddenly transformed, elevating to an impressive 92. Over the preceding 3 days of training, Martin had only managed to enhance his defense by a mere point. He had not anticipated such a generous reward from this additional training task. However, he realized that further improvements would demand years of diligent accumulation. Gazing once more at the data panel, he noted, height, 179 centimeters, weight, 76 kilograms, wingspan, 198 centimeters. Speed, 95. 2. Agility, 94. 3. Jumping, 94. 1. Coordination, 94. 2. Stamina, 93. 6. Strength, 88. Offense, 96. 3. Defense, 92. Others, 92. 5. Moreover, the Divine Physique card now displayed a value of 30, while the Divine Defense card had increased to 40. Observing the gradual improvements across the system's metrics brought immense satisfaction to Martin. The fruits of his labor were visible, fueling his motivation to strive even harder. With renewed determination, Martin was eager to advance further. As he changed into a fresh t-shirt, ready to continue his vigorous training, P.J. Tucker made his entrance into the gymnasium. "Oh, my brother, why didn't you wake me up this morning? It's not right for you to focus solely on your own progress with this extra training. Come on, you said you wanted to sleep a bit longer. What could I do? All right, I concede my fault. But next time, you must include me. Deal. Now, shall we engage in some shooting drills? I didn't feel I practiced enough yesterday." Absolutely. Chapter 22, the third match, Suns vs. Spurs, March 5th, evening. Martin and his teammates arrived at the home arena of the San Antonio Spurs, the T Center, via bus. Martin held a profound impression of this venue. Prior to 2006, it was known as the SBC Center, only adopting its current name thereafter. This arena is renowned not merely because AT&T is the second largest mobile carrier in the United States, nor solely for being the most lavishly equipped and atmospherically superior venue in the league, but also due to its remarkable performance over the past 2 decades. Since the commencement of the 1996-97 season up to the present 2015-16 season, spanning 20 years, 2 teams have emerged as the most successful, the Lakers and the Spurs. The San Antonio Spurs have only failed to reach the playoffs once, in 1997. Since then, their winning percentage has consistently surpassed 60%, achieving the best regular season record in the league 4 times, and finishing first in the Western Conference 5 times, culminating in 5 championships. The remarkable success of the Spurs can be attributed primarily to the legendary coach Greg Popovich, alongside the contributions of the trio known as GDP, Gin Billy, Duncan, and Parker. Were it not for San Antonio's rural location, the franchise's valuation would undoubtedly soar. If Tim Duncan, the greatest power forward in history, had not been somewhat hindered by this small town, he would likely have attained even greater achievements and renown with a team like the Lakers. As Martin disembarked the bus and entered the players' tunnel, he was immediately struck by the warmth of the local fans. "Hey, are you the one who's going to surpass Jordan?" one exclaimed. "You certainly have some audacity to say that." Another chimed in. "Oh, you must be from that impoverished eastern country, right? I hear you all struggle to find food and clothes. How can people still utter such nonsense in this day and age? Is this person truly an idiot?" While Martin initially intended to ignore their taunts, the moment they mentioned his country and its people, he could no longer remain silent. "You just said that, didn't you?" Martin turned his head sharply to glare at the individual who had just spoken, striding directly towards him. Tuck and the others hastily followed suit, ready to lend their support. "So many people?" The middle-aged white man was taken aback. Yet, upon recalling that this was his territory, he regained his bravado. "What do you want?" he stammered. Martin, with a pleasant demeanor, inquired, "May I ask, is your mobile phone a 2G model?" "No, I just upgraded to a 3G, came the reply. "Ah, that explains it. No wonder the villagers here are so genuine." Martin nodded in sudden realization, saying nothing, and simply turned to depart. This truly is a village renowned for the production of tractors. Martin walked lightly into the players' tunnel, a chuckle escaping his lips. Words held little weight. Soon on the field, his prowess would speak for itself, silencing any dissenters. Behind him, a man, buoyed by false confidence, began to strut about. "Huh, that kid ran away, tail between his legs." Yet, beside him, a companion wore a look of embarrassment and quickly intervened. "Brother, cease your boasting. You've been ridiculed." "What? Impossible. In this era of 4G smartphones, you're still using a 3G model. He is mocking you for your provincialism, your lack of education and experience." Instantly, the middle-aged man's face flushed crimson with shame. WTF. In the San Antonio Spurs locker room, the players were gathered around Coach Popovich. They had only just returned from their away game and were still analyzing the opponent, the Suns. Based on their previous performance, they regarded the Suns with the same indifference as they did the Celtics, seeing them merely as a bottom-tier team. They are nothing more than the second to last in the standings. The San Antonio Spurs collectively share this sentiment. Nevertheless, the coaching staff diligently gathered new data and information regarding the Phoenix Suns. Greg Popovich received insights and analyses from the data analysts, granting him a more profound understanding of this Suns team. He closely observed the match between the Celtics and the Suns, honing in on the strategies employed. However, Popovich found himself perplexed as to why Stevens concentrated solely on the first 3 quarters, seemingly relinquishing his efforts in the fourth. This anomaly left him questioning. What could Stevens possibly be pondering? He couldn't fathom it, nor did he possess the time or inclination to decipher it. Now, it is the Spurs' turn to face the Suns. Popovich has devised a plan to counter the rising star, Martin. Within the data provided by the analysts, Popovich scrutinized Martin's shooting statistics and shot heat maps. The impressive field goal percentage of over 80 in the paint is noteworthy. Yet under the Spurs' defensive prowess, Popovich would not permit Martin to penetrate the paint with ease. His primary focus is on Martin's mid-range shooting. The unimpeded shooting percentage soars to 66.6, while his field goal percentage in transition stands at 43. The former figure is adjusted due to the limited data, with a record of 6 out of 9 attempts, leading the analysts to estimate it at around 55. The latter, however, represents Martin's favored scoring method. Martin relishes the opportunity to initiate offensive plays, employing his dribbling finesse to evade defenders and secure prime scoring chances. In the flow of play, his shooting accuracy soars to an impressive 49 when contact is absent. However, this figure plummets to a mere 35 as defensive pressure intensifies. Thus, Coach Popovich arrives at his own determination. Everyone, gather around. Today's match shall serve as a training exercise. It is well known that this game has garnered widespread attention, primarily due to the presence of a certain Chinese player. Yet, Popovich insists it is merely a practice session. What cunning strategy does this old rascal have in mind? The players are brimming with anticipation. Why do you all wear such mischievous grins? He quips, I truly intend for you to hone your skills. After all, we have an international guest from Asia today. Let us assist him in refining his stamina and shooting in live play. Mills chimes in, Coach, I genuinely enjoy this task of training the rookies. Ha ha ha. Dial adds, if I were 10 years younger, I would certainly request to start and engage this young talent. Parker interjects, let us all focus. After all, he aspires to surpass Michael Jordan. If he falters, it would be quite embarrassing. Leonard, initially aloof, finally exhibits a flicker of interest upon hearing this. Surpass Michael Jordan? Him? At 6:45 p.m., the players take to the court, engaging in their final warm-ups within the arena. For the first time, Martin found himself in close proximity to the legendary trio of Duncan, Jin Billy, and Parker, the illustrious GDP. This triumvirate encapsulates the profound memories of the San Antonio Spurs players for the generation of the 1990s. However, the once mighty GDP combination, now aged and weary after 14 years, no longer holds its former glory. Jin Billy's fierce prowess has morphed into mere bruising in Spanish. Duncan's stoic presence has been reduced to the fundamental, and Parker, the once dynamic French little sports car, is now a shadow of his former self, with only the simple moniker T remaining. Devoid of the presence of Eva Longoria. Following their championship victory in 2014, signs of fatigue began to emerge. The 40-year-old fundamental has entered a genuine phase of preservation in basketball. This season marked Duncan's final chapter. Unlike the grandiose retirement tours of urban icons like Kobe, Duncan's farewell was as understated as his entire career. With the departure of this veteran core, the Spurs' new centerpiece has taken the stage, an equally unassuming young talent, Kawhi Leonard. His remarkable defense against LeBron James in the finals earned him the illustrious title of the Claw. Beyond this quartet, the Spurs boast an array of commendable players, including the sharpshooter Danny Green, the Australian alert Patty Mills, the French behemoth Boris Diaw, the relentless Matt Bonner, and the newcomers LaMarcus Aldridge and David West, among other valuable assets. The combination of the San Antonio Spurs' new and veteran lineups, along with the cunning strategist orchestrating from the sidelines, presents a formidable challenge. Prior to the game, Hornacek had meticulously laid out the plan. Today, we shall continue to rally around Martin as our focal point. Screens, isolation plays, drives, and assists. Everyone must collaborate with unwavering commitment. Remarkably, Hornacek seems to have absorbed the coaching essence of Tyronn Lue. The pressure now rests squarely on Martin's shoulders. Is this approach truly advisable? Martin nudged Tucker beside him. PJ Tucker paused in his aim at the basket and inquired, What's the matter? Can you guard Kawhi? Tucker glanced at Leonard, then shook his head. That guy is quite difficult to defend. His hands are large, his physique robust, and his speed surpasses mine. Most importantly, he remains unfazed by any trash talk. You could taunt him and he would respond with an impassive expression, rendering your attempts futile and likely aggravating you instead. Tucker's meaning was clear. He truly could not contain Kawhi. Leonard, that machine, would undoubtedly deliver a consistent performance today. Meanwhile, the contributions from the other Spurs players were erratic, making targeted defense infeasible. It was evident that defensive strategies would prove ineffective in this match. Then we must resort to a more direct approach. Beep, beep, beep. The starting players took to the court. Spurs, Tony Parker, Danny Green, Kawhi Leonard, Tim Duncan, LaMarcus Aldridge, Suns, Martin, Devin Booker, PJ Tucker, John Lure, Tyson Chandler. Martin exchanged high fives with the five individuals and inadvertently received a playful pat on the head from Duncan, who remarked, Young man, I know you. Make sure to give it your all today. Just as Martin was about to retort, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Ding. You have an opportunity to check in at the arena today. Would you like to check in immediately? Check in. Check in successful. You have received a Divine Mid-Range card. Note, the Divine Mid-Range card enhances the host's mid-range shooting ability by 20. Completing subsequent training tasks will further augment the host's mid-range prowess. At that moment, Martin noticed a branching entry in the data panel. A new subcategory for mid-range shooting ability had emerged. Mid-range, 89. In the arena, the uncontested mid-range shooting success rate is 50, while the success rate during gameplay is 43 without contact and 35 with resistance. Martin had always been aware of Iverson's vulnerabilities, as well as his own. Despite performing commendably in both matches, he recognized that such feats were merely exceptional displays rather than his consistent capability. His mid-range shooting remained erratic, a persistent issue that weighed heavily on his mind. Thus, he had devoted the past few days to fortifying his skills. Now, the moment had arrived. Should he immediately employ the divine mid-range card? Indeed, almost instantaneously, Martin observed a transformation. His mid-range shooting ability surged to 91, with an uninterrupted shooting percentage soaring to 60. In terms of shooting accuracy during play, without contact, the percentage stood at 51.6, while under duress it was 42. Witnessing such a significant enhancement in his shooting percentage, Martin couldn't help but smile broadly. Before the match, I declared my intent to go all out. This system has truly equipped me with the means to do so. Henceforth, I shall indeed proceed with unwavering determination. Chapter 23. The Death Grip? How fearsome. Across the ocean, in the 10-cent live broadcast room. The match between the Spurs and the Suns has yet to commence, yet millions of Chinese fans are already poised with anticipation. Gentlemen, do you think Martin can continue his explosive performance today? I have heard from my foreign friends that the entire NBA is discussing strategies to contain Martin. I noticed Popovich praising Martin during an interview. I wonder what tricks he might employ. While the Spurs are formidable, I stand with Martin. I hope he continues to shine. After all, he is one of our own, deserving our unwavering support. The critics have begun their antics. Scoring just a few points in 2 consecutive games has already been commendable. Do they still dream of him becoming the next Jeremy Lin? I am a fan of Martin, and I believe today he will bring the GDP to its knees. Our god of Ding aspires to surpass Jordan. How can the Spurs hope to thwart him? Leonard's relentless defense is but flimsy paper in the face of our Ding. If Ding can lead the Suns to 2 consecutive victories, he is capable of guiding them to 3, 4, or even more. Keep your eyes wide open. Tonight, the critics have surprisingly begun to reverse their rhythm. Indeed, the online realm is a mixed bag, filled with all manner of individuals. In the 10-cent live stream, the host is the spokesperson for the bald little fellow, Wang Ming. The guest commentator is the renowned NBA analyst Yang Yi, known for his unwavering principles. The female host, sweet and adorable, is dressed in a red top and a white skirt, Su Xiaoyi. Wang Ming opened the floor, Yang Yi. Since the match between the Suns and Spurs hasn't started yet, would you care to make a prediction? Yang Yi quickly shook his head. No. After the last match, I was called out by numerous netizens for my tendency to speak too freely. This time, I think it best to refrain from making any hasty predictions. As a professional basketball commentator, one should remain unbiased and devoid of emotion. Each match should be treated as a 50-50 affair. Yang Yi's words were clearly evasive. However, Wang Ming chuckled and said, since Yang Yi is hesitant, allow me to go first. I believe the Suns will emerge victorious today, and our Ding will continue to dazzle. I conservatively estimate that Martin will score over 30 points. What do you think, Yang Yi? Yang Yi replied, I support that sentiment, but I will refrain from expressing any subjective opinions. Yang Yi maintained his principles of speaking less to air less. Wang Ming's gaze then shifted to the distant Su Xiaoyi. So, Xiaoyi, do you wish to make a prediction? Absolutely. I support the Suns. I believe they will win by at least 10 points on the road, and as for Ding, the more points, the better. I expect at least 40. I have faith in Ding. Su Xiaoyi clenched her fists, resembling an adorable kitten. Wang Ming then turned back to Yang Yi. Since you want to make a prediction, shall we entrust the pre-match analysis to you? Yang Yi, adept at pre-match analysis, hesitated but ultimately decided he could speak on it, as his insights were data-driven and unlikely to backfire. Thus, he stated, first, let me clarify that what I am about to say is analysis, not prediction. Remember that. Upon seeing Yang Yi's caution, Wang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Please, continue. Yang Yi. Yang Yi, slightly flustered, continued his analysis. In this matchup, we have the second-ranked Spurs with a winning percentage close to 70, facing off against the Suns, who have just achieved 2 consecutive victories. In terms of roster strength, the Spurs hold the advantage. Despite their age, we must not underestimate the GDP. The FMVP player Leonard is rapidly maturing, and Aldridge, who has joined, possesses a solid mid-range game, while David West is a formidable force. Coupled with sharpshooters like Green and Mills, this Spurs team is indeed powerful. As for the Suns, this year, they've faced some misfortune, with starting point guard Bledsoe, shooting guard Knight, and small forward T.J. Warren all succumbing to injuries. However, it is precisely due to these injuries that Martin has emerged as a standout performer. In the previous 2 matches, he averaged 40 points. The Suns' success hinges on Martin's performance. Nevertheless, today, they face a robust opponent in the Spurs. While Martin is likely to score significantly, he will encounter substantial resistance. Wang Ming chuckled. So, Yang, after all that, you imply the Spurs will win. And Martin won't have a breakout game today? Yang offered no opportunity for Wang Ming to trip him up or for the audience to call him out. From a data analysis perspective, that is indeed the case. However, I must emphasize that this does not represent my personal view. I remain neutral. Wang Ming smiled. Well, we thank Yang for his insightful analysis. The match is about to commence. Let us all look forward to Martin's performance. At the Phoenix Arena, the game began. Chandler lost the jump ball, granting the Spurs the first offensive possession. All Spurs fans rose, eagerly awaiting their team to take the lead. On the sidelines, Popovich sat calmly on the bench, arms crossed, observing the game with a slight smile as he watched the young player. The first 2 games were mere flukes. Today, reality unfolds. Young one. It's best to remain grounded and pragmatic. Take it step by step. That is what a good player does. Popovich glanced at Duncan and then at Leonard, proud of his creations. Meanwhile, how does the young man, who claims to surpass the divine, measure up against his masterpieces? On the other side, Hornacek endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, though his fists remained clenched. Today's game was not arranged according to his desires. It was orchestrated by owner Robert. After a successful previous match, Robert had become increasingly meddlesome, asserting himself as a basketball savant. Hornacek initially intended to have Booker take the lead, launching 3-pointers, with Martin providing support. Given Hornacek's understanding of Popovich's aversion to the 3-point shot, he aimed to exploit this weakness. However, Robert insisted that today's focus remain on Martin. With such an extraordinary weapon, they would wield it relentlessly, undeterred by the strength of their opponent. Hornacek wished to express that this approach was futile, as Martin's fiery form could not be sustained indefinitely. Yet, he dared not contradict the owner. With Martin's recent performances being nothing short of remarkable, Hornacek resigned himself to the plan, silently hoping that today would mark Martin's return to the ordinary. Otherwise, he would appear superfluous as a head coach. My dear apprentice, please score a modest amount today. Just a little, please. On the court, Tony Parker dribbled past half-court. Confronted by Martin's defense, the coach had previously mentioned that this young player possessed exceptional defensive skills, rivaling those of Bradley. Therefore, Parker had no intention of forcefully challenging Martin. Instead, he called upon his old partner, Tim. This development was certainly unfavorable for Martin. Tim Duncan stepped forward, executing a high pick-and-roll with remarkable precision. Undoubtedly, Duncan, despite being 40 years old, delivered an exceptionally solid screen. A seamless pick followed by a roll. Martin was obstructed, allowing Tony Parker to exploit the opening. John failed to impede Parker's advance. Inside, Chandler had to provide supplementary defense. A single action can trigger a chain reaction. The Suns' defense was mobilized, creating opportunities for other Spurs players. Parker distributed the ball to the open Aldridge. Had he been with the Trailblazers, Aldridge would have attempted a strong one-on-one play. However, the Aldridge of today refrains from seeking personal glory. Since joining the Spurs, he has assimilated into the collective, embracing the art of selfless passing. With a deft behind-the-back maneuver, Aldridge passed the ball to the trailing Danny Green, simultaneously obstructing Booker, who was pursuing Green. In the corner, Danny Green was utterly unguarded, leaping and releasing the shot. This was a splendid collaboration. If only the shot would find its mark. The basketball soared towards the hoop from an acute angle. The arc was promising. Alas, it had a tad too much force. Clang. It didn't go in. Truly, a testament to the ironclad nature of the rim. Sighs of disappointment echoed from the Spurs fans in attendance. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, only to be pulled back in frustration. But alas, a greater annoyance was at hand. Martin, get back on defense. The Spurs' offensive attempt falls short, and the Suns swiftly capitalize on the opportunity for a counterattack. Martin received a swift pass from Chandler after securing the rebound, promptly initiating a fast break. However, Leonard swiftly impeded Martin's advance, preventing him from reaching his top speed. Consequently, the fast break transformed into a 2-on-2 situation. Martin and Booker versus Leonard and Parker. Previously, Booker was entangled with Parker, rendering him ineffective. Martin could only rely on himself. Before him stood Leonard, the robot. Gazing at the emotionless face of the stoic machine, Martin couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, right from the start it's a deadly entanglement. Must it be so relentless?" Nevertheless, Martin aimed to challenge the strongest defense he faced. Leonard possessed long arms and large hands. The saying, "an inch longer, an inch stronger," certainly holds true. However, with length comes greater swing, resulting in a natural decrease in speed. This was the advantage Martin intended to exploit. Speed. Bang. Bang. Martin dribbled at a brisk pace, striving to avoid any physical contact with Leonard. With a deft feint to the left and a swift pivot to the right, he managed to create a half-step advantage over Leonard with that rapid maneuver, surging past him. Leonard quickly pivoted, showcasing his formidable defensive prowess. Truly, he was a master of tenacious defense. Martin was acutely aware that moving forward would result in being closely pursued by his adversaries. Once they were on his heels, confrontation would be inevitable, casting a shadow over any subsequent actions he might take. Martin would never grant his opponent such an opportunity. As he advanced beyond the three-point line, Martin elevated his left hand, exerting force. With a screen and a push, he created some space between himself and Leonard. Without hesitation, he executed a step-back. A step-back jump shot. As Martin leapt into the air, a formidable hand slowly rose before him. How vexing, what a nuisance. Martin was certainly aware that it was the massive hand of a robot. However, this posed no challenge for him. In midair, just before his release, Martin elevated his shooting angle. With a flick of his wrist and a subtle push from the base of his fingers, the tip of his right hand's ring finger finally departed from the basketball, bidding it farewell. Whoosh! The basketball soared into the air. Martin clearly saw Leonard's massive hand nearly reaching the ball. However, fortunately, the basketball eluded his grasp. With a graceful arc, the ball soared toward the hoop. Reminiscent of Kobe's shot against LeBron. Whoosh! The basketball found its mark with precision. 2-0. Yes. On site, it was not the home team's fans who celebrated first, but rather the few Phoenix Suns supporters. On the court, Martin exhaled in relief. Goodness, that was close. However, it felt incredibly exhilarating. Observing the stunned Golden State fans still rooted in place, Martin's spirits soared. That shot was nothing short of spectacular. You all just stand there watching, huh? Chapter 24. Are the Three Horsemen aging? Seeing Martin score first, the Golden State fans grew discontented. Kawhi, hurry up and score. Don't let that kid bask in his glory. That guy called me ignorant. You must help me avenge that insult. Score quickly. My old legs are about to go numb. The fans in attendance rallied behind the Spurs. On the court, Parker dribbled past half-court, opting for an inside pass. Typically, when the Spurs aimed to establish momentum, they looked for Duncan in the paint. Yet, at 40 years old, Duncan was not chosen. Instead, Parker directed the ball to Aldridge. One must admit, there is a tinge of nostalgia in that choice. LaMarcus. Parker floated the ball into the paint. Aldridge caught it securely, defended by Tyson Chandler. Shall I make a move? In terms of strength, Aldridge found himself at a disadvantage, yet his footwork posed no issues. Aldridge glanced outside. Noticing his teammates were not making any moves, he understood that they were creating space for him, recognizing the team's intent to groom him as Duncan's successor. Then I shall take my shot. While Aldridge lacked sheer strength, his agility was undeniable. Thud, thud, thud. Aldridge twisted left and right, pivoting with finesse. Yet, Chandler remained steadfast, not budging an inch. Could it be? Is he truly unfazed? Aldridge marveled internally, unaware that Chandler was equally awestruck. Goodness, he spins so quickly. Doesn't he consider my age? Chandler wished to defend, but his feet simply couldn't keep pace. Thus, he remained stationary. As a result, luck favored Aldridge. Unable to deceive Chandler's balance, he resorted to his signature move, a step back for a jump shot. With Aldridge's height, who could contest his jump shot? In the league, only the physically gifted Giannis and the agile Green could. Chandler could merely extend a hand as Aldridge released the ball. The shot's arc was high, clearly on its way in. Everyone held their breath, hoping for the basket to drop, eager to settle in comfortably to watch the game. Who would wish to endure standing in discomfort? Yet, contrary to expectations, clang. The ball missed. Chandler leapt, snatching the rebound with a resounding clap. The rebound is mine. Aldridge sighed in resignation. Just then, Chandler seized an opportunity. Devin. He passed the ball to Booker. PJ. Booker relayed the ball to Tucker. Martin. Tucker fed the ball to Martin. With 3 swift passes, the Suns charged into the front court. Observing Booker closely guarded by Parker and Tucker closely defended, Martin opted against returning the ball, choosing instead to take the shot himself. Defending Martin was the iron wall. It was yet another instance of a large defender against a smaller one. While Iron Wall's defense was commendable for the Spurs compared to a robot, he was still a worthy opponent. An excellent opportunity. Thud, thud, thud. Without a moment's hesitation, Martin showcased his skills right in front of Thailand. The flamboyant butterfly steps. He dribbled incessantly through his legs, through his legs, through his legs. Remarkably, Thailand remained utterly composed. Martin sighed softly, reflecting, this is the essence of a champion. However, it's futile to remain unhurried. The notion of single-handedly defending oneself is utterly unrealistic. Martin gradually advanced, while Thailand retreated step by step. Upon crossing the three-point line, Martin's dribbling suddenly quickened. Bang, bang. It was a swift approach, coupled with a deceptive ball concealment that allowed him to maneuver past his opponent. Martin had already passed Iron Forest by a considerable margin. Why was it not a complete evasion? Because Iron Forest possessed remarkable skills, managing to grasp Martin's jersey. Nonetheless, having a substantial lead was more than sufficient. Martin vanquished the past. After 3 strides, he suddenly leaned his left arm, and in an unforeseen moment, executed a sudden halt followed by a jump shot. You shall not succeed. Unbeknownst to Iron Forest, this was Martin's ploy to draw a foul. In a hurried reaction, he relinquished his grip on Martin's jersey, raising his arms in feigned innocence. I did not touch him. This was a desperate attempt to avoid the referee's call for a personal foul, which could cost him a free throw. In midair, Martin steadied himself and decisively released the ball. The basketball, spinning slightly, swished through the net. Whoosh. The shot found its mark with precision. 4-0. Martin lowered his gaze to his hands. Today's shooting felt particularly effortless. Was it the pre-game blessing bestowed by the Stone Buddha? Fans in the 10-cent live stream were witnessing it all with clarity. This was none other than Isaiah Thomas's signature move, a half-turn to evade the defender. Wow. Magnificent. 6-6. 6. The female host, Xiao Yi, clapped her hands with glee. The mere sight of Martin scoring filled her heart with joy. At the Phoenix Arena, Hornacek bit his lip. The sensation of disappointment was truly unsettling. He couldn't help but glance towards the Spurs bench. To his surprise, Popovich happened to be looking back at that very moment. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange. Hornacek, brother, why haven't you made your move yet? Popovich, is this kid from your team on a power trip, or what? On the court, the Spurs prepared for a backcourt inbound. Tony Parker, having just made a play, sensed a gust of wind behind him. Caution. Parker quickly secured the ball. Indeed, Martin was on the scene, nearly intercepting the ball moments ago. You think you can steal from me? You're still too inexperienced, Parker thought, leveraging his experience to bump into Martin before making his escape. Martin fixed his gaze intently, seemingly poised to intercept the ball, yet he refrained from making a move. Parker accelerated his dribble into the front court, feeling a sense of delight in his ability to rival the youthful Martin in speed. Amidst his exhilaration, he contemplated launching an offensive. LaMarcus. This time, Parker opted not to pass, but instead sought a pick from Aldridge. Previously, he had executed such plays with Duncan. But now it was well understood that Duncan was nearing retirement. Aldridge represented the future. Aldridge stepped forward, setting the screen. A pick and roll ensued. Martin was obstructed beyond the three-point line, attempting to surge forward, yet he was thwarted by Aldridge's moving screen. This constitutes a foul. The referee, however, remains oblivious. How infuriating. Martin was exasperated. Inside the paint, Parker surged forward. The classic David versus Goliath scenario unfolded. The French speedster unleashed his signature move, a pivot, spinning like a top to evade his opponent. Confronted by Chandler's defense, Tony Parker executed a rapid turn, effortlessly leaving Chandler behind. The basket was tantalizingly close. Behold, Parker attempted a low layup. Would it find its mark? The crowd, having waited nearly 2 minutes, was poised to erupt in cheers. Score, Tony, put it in. Yet, just as they were about to unleash their jubilant cries, a massive hand struck from behind. Bam! Tyson Chandler. The Chandler's formidable block sent the ball soaring out of bounds. Yes, the heavyweight Chandler flexed his biceps, a smug grin adorning his face. Many had underestimated this seasoned veteran, but he was determined to demonstrate that, despite his age, he was not one to be trifled with. A magnificent display. Martin rushed over, giving a thumbs up. However, his gaze inevitably flickered towards Parker. In the past, during his prime, Parker would have effortlessly made that shot. The aging Chandler should have been unable to keep up. Yet, this time, Parker was slow. No. It is more accurate to say that Parker had aged. A trace of inexplicable melancholy surged within. Beep. The Spurs are at the baseline. With only 8 seconds remaining on the clock, the Suns are closely monitoring each player. Leonard is flanked by 2 defenders, rendering the ball inaccessible to him. In a moment of brilliance, Iron Man locates the previously quiet Tim Duncan. Yes, the ball is passed to Tim. Tim, make that shot. Tim, you can do it. Tim Duncan embodies the spirit of this city. Whenever he has the ball, the fans in San Antonio believe that it will surely go in. On the court, Duncan receives the ball with his back to the basket, raising it high. The remaining 4 players of the Spurs spread out, leaving only John Lure and himself on this end of the court. John Lure suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. The greatest power forward in history, this was the idol John had longed to emulate in his dreams. Now, he was faced with the daunting prospect of competing against him. What should he do? Panic gripped him. John braced himself, pushing his sturdy chest against Duncan. He wasn't afraid of Duncan's powerful drives. Rather, he feared the sudden, skillful turnaround jump shot that Duncan was known for. Bang, bang, bang. Duncan initiated the attack, igniting the anticipation of nearly 20,000 fans in the arena. Thud. The impact of Duncan's forceful play struck John's chest, leaving him momentarily breathless. Thud. Another collision followed, and John sensed that his very breath was constricted. Again and again. He braced himself, convinced that Duncan would deliver a third blow. As John prepared for Duncan's impending charge, he gritted his teeth and thought, "Come at me." However, to his astonishment, Duncan, just within reach, suddenly pivoted. It was a smooth reverse turn. A bank shot was unleashed. The iconic 45-degree bank shot. This was Duncan's signature move. Many fans in the crowd raised their arms, ready to celebrate the imminent basket. John, resigned, turned his gaze towards the hoop. It seemed futile. He had endured 2 collisions for nothing. Yet, surprise soon followed. Bang. The basketball struck the backboard, not sinking immediately but ricocheting off the rim. After countless seasons of executing bank shots, Duncan, now at the age of 40, had missed. The crowd gasped. Someone exclaimed, and instinctively, John Lure blocked Duncan behind him. Then leaped up, securing the rebound with confidence. A long sigh echoed through the venue. A testament to the collective sorrow of the San Antonio fans who could not find solace within that lament. There was also a poignant sense of melancholy regarding the aging big fundamental. Meanwhile, the players on the court remained undeterred, their focus unwavering. Fast break. Quick. Get back on defense. The Suns launched a counterattack, while the Spurs retreated swiftly. John was unable to pass the ball in time, thwarting the Suns' fast break. It had devolved into a battle of positions. Martin, with the ball held high, faced the formidable defense of Tony Parker. Without seeking assistance, Martin boldly drove forward. With a simple feint to the left and a swift move to the right, he astonishingly maneuvered past his opponent. Martin was taken aback by how effortlessly he had surpassed Parker. However, just as he crossed the line, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Parker might indeed be unguardable. Or perhaps it was merely a ruse, as he had set a trap for Martin to fall into. Unbeknownst to him, Duncan had emerged from the shadows. Just in time. With Parker hot on his heels and the formidable Stone Buddha ahead, Martin wasted no time and charged forward. As he approached Duncan, he executed a powerful dribble, followed by a swift 360-degree spin. A move that was all too familiar to everyone. It was the signature front spin maneuver. Astonishingly, just as Parker had performed it moments earlier, Martin now showcased it. Amidst the gasps of Spurs fans in attendance, Martin deftly maneuvered past Duncan. "No, kid, don't." Duncan urgently pivoted, attempting to thwart Martin's advance. Yet, as he turned, all he could see was the ball soaring into the air. It was right before his eyes. But he simply could not touch it. Whoosh. As he watched the ball descend through the hoop's net, witnessing the triumph of the young Martin, Duncan was finally confronted with the reality of retirement. Am I truly getting old? Chapter 25. I am not old yet. Duncan was undeniably aging. His steps had become heavy and sluggish. In his prime, he would have effortlessly executed that defensive turnaround. Yet today, it eluded him. Outside the baseline, Duncan picked up the basketball, staring intently at it, devoid of intention to pass. What was this? Had he lost focus? "Tim, pass the ball, there's no time left." Finally, jolted back to reality by his longtime teammate Jen Billy's reminder, Duncan regained his composure. Oh, right. Tony Parker was calling for the ball ahead, and without a moment's thought, Duncan sent it sailing. But the instant he passed it, he sensed something was amiss. Parker has someone behind him. Be careful. Parker reacted immediately, yet it was too late. Bang. The ball was intercepted. By Martin. Martin seized the ball and immediately launched an assault on the hoop. How infuriating. Parker swiftly positioned himself to thwart the shot. But his eagerness betrayed him. With a deft maneuver beneath his legs, Martin executed a swift change of direction, prompting Parker to hastily sidestep in an attempt to obstruct him. However, in that fleeting moment, Martin unexpectedly performed another under-the-legs move, this time retreating rather than advancing, and executed a pullback dribble. The consequences were dire for Parker. In his eagerness to block Martin, his feet seemed to betray him. With a stumble and a gasp from the crowd, Parker found himself unceremoniously seated on the floor. Meanwhile, Martin, with another change of direction, surged toward the basket. It took Duncan a moment to comprehend the unfolding situation and rush to provide support. Yet, Martin, instead of proceeding forward, retreated a step beyond the free throw line and leaped into the air for a mid-range shot. No, don't run away. Duncan stretched his body and extended his arm, striving to block Martin's shot. Alas, his feet felt heavy, his speed diminished, and his jump lacked height. The basketball sailed past Duncan's fingertips by a considerable margin, producing a sharp swish as it passed through the net. 8-0. Watching the ball roll out of the net, Duncan felt a chill of despair wash over him. I am truly aging. Throughout the first half of the season, Duncan had not sensed any decline. Retirement felt like a distant concern. However, as the latter half approached and his play became sporadic, the reality of his waning abilities finally dawned on him. I am 40 years old. At that moment, Duncan felt a sharp pain in his knee, followed by the taunting words, Tim, you almost had me. Turning slightly, he caught sight of the grinning young man retreating. Youth is indeed a blessing. No, this is not the time to commend an opponent. This young man is infuriating. Did he think he could bask in glory at my expense? Clenching his fist, Duncan thought, you arrogant little brat. Do you believe a few successful shots will inflate your ego? Gritting his teeth, he broke into a light jog. Standing at midcourt, Martin soon heard the ominous words. You better wait for me. Noticing the glimmer of determination in Duncan's eyes, Martin felt a twinge of anticipation. Would the old tree bloom anew? Or was this merely a fleeting moment of brilliance? Come on, Stone Buddha, hold your ground. The San Antonio Spurs find themselves in an offensive opportunity. Parker advances with the dribble. As he crosses the half-court line, Duncan positions himself in the low post, signaling for the ball. Tony, the ball is coming. Observing Duncan's stance, all of his teammates instinctively clear the space. At this juncture of the quarter, it is merely Duncan and John Lawyer left in the fray. However, will Duncan truly receive the ball? The outside player, Martin, is unwilling to concede. How frustrating. Parker, poised to make a pass, is met with Martin closing in. Hands raised high. How will he manage to pass? Fortunately, Kawhi arrives to offer support. Otherwise, Parker's play would have ended in farce. Kawhi Leonard, seizing the ball, wisely seeks out Duncan. With the passer's position altered, Duncan must also adjust his location. Yet, the prepared John Lawyer stands resolute. He maneuvers, pushing through. Remarkably, the seasoned Duncan is bested in this battle of strength. The Suns fans cheer, John, well done. The Spurs fans were filled with a sense of melancholy. When did these obscure players begin to overshadow our historical greats? Alas, our Tim has truly aged. Unable to secure a position or demand the ball, Duncan felt an unwillingness to concede defeat. The seasoned veteran would certainly not sit idly by. If the ball wouldn't come to him, he would venture out for it. Abandoning his confrontation with Royer, Duncan stepped beyond the arc, setting a pick. Very well, my friend. Leonard understood the unspoken cue. Utilizing Duncan's screen, he surged forward, shaking off P.J. Tucker's grip, and pulled it aside. Simultaneously, his gaze caught Duncan slipping down the lane. A splendid opportunity. With a deft bounce pass, Leonard delivered the ball into Duncan's hands. At last, having received the ball, Duncan felt a flicker of excitement reminiscent of his rookie days in the NBA. Here it comes. At last, my moment to shine. This reception was truly hard-earned. The current crop of youngsters showed a remarkable lack of respect for their elders. Now, he was determined to showcase his prowess. With a clear path ahead, Duncan faced Chandler, who stood firm. In his prime, he had faced the likes of Shaquille O'Neal, Hakeem Olajuwon, Patrick Ewing, and Karl Malone without fear. What was a mere boxer to him? Gripping the ball firmly, he initiated his advance. 1, 2, Duncan barreled toward Chandler. Chandler raised his hands, displaying no intent to resist. Young man, since you choose not to contest, I shall not be blamed. On the third step, he leaped. Duncan soared, eager to deliver a thunderous dunk. It had been far too long since he performed an aerial assault. There was no day like today. Behold my soaring inferno. As Duncan ascended, his right hand lifted high, ready to execute a devastating axe-like slam. However, while his hand reached skyward, where was the ball? In midair. As Duncan continued to rise, he turned his head and caught sight of an opportunistic thief behind him. Martin, it's you again. The thief had snatched his ball and dashed away without a backward glance. Thief, don't run. Duncan landed and exerted himself to chase back. The humiliating dunk had cost Duncan his pride, far more than the earlier windmill dunk. However, the thought of pushing off with his feet made Duncan's brow furrow. Damn these old legs. Why do you refuse to cooperate when I need you? As Duncan reached the midcourt, he saw Martin completing a forceful layup right next to Parker. 10-0. With 5 successful shots, Martin had already scored 10 points. All the pregame strategies had proven futile. Duncan patted his chest, feeling remorseful towards his old teammate Parker. It's my fault. It's all right, Parker replied with a faint smile, indicating he didn't take it to heart. Yet, Duncan etched this into his mind. He slapped his old legs vigorously. Old buddy, wake up. Duncan refused to be overshadowed by the rookie. In the stands, thousands of fans wore expressions of sorrow. Some felt pity for Duncan's self-reproach, while others mourned his evident aging, and some empathized with their own numbing legs. Oh Tim, it's not your fault. Just score a basket already. My legs are going numb. Come on, Tim. Suddenly, cheers erupted in support of Duncan. Looking up at the familiar court, the familiar stands, and the enthusiastic fans, Duncan nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, he had clarity. Since he was leaving, why not end his final season on a high note? If he was to depart, let it be with dignity. With renewed resolve, he concentrated all his energy. He decided to teach that kid a lesson. Come on, kid. Let me show you what the greatest power forward in history looks like. The crowd, led by the DJ, began to chant in unison, "Let's go, Spurs." Amidst the raucous encouragement, the Spurs launched another offensive. This time, Duncan received the ball beyond the three-point line. His teammates began to weave around the obstacles. Was Duncan preparing for a high post play? No, not at all. Tony. Duncan's expression was earnest, and he feigned a pass. John Lure fell for it. At that moment, Duncan released the ball and initiated his attack. With a swift change of direction, he drove left. Lure was a step behind, desperately chasing him. Duncan felt a tinge of regret. If it were earlier in his career, he would have glided past effortlessly. Yet, it was acceptable. He could still perform. Positioned at the wing, Duncan maintained his back to the basket, pivoting left and right. As Lure became disoriented, Duncan executed a powerful left pivot at a 45-degree angle. Everyone witnessed his signature scoring method. Off the backboard. Bang. The basketball ricocheted and nestled into the net. The score was 10-2. Hooray. The entire Spurs arena erupted in cheers for the first time that day. After 4 minutes of play, over 20,000 fans finally found relief, their faces displaying satisfaction. On the court, Duncan, and finding solace for the fans, smiled contentedly. I, Tim Duncan, am not old yet. However, that smile was fleeting. With a serious expression, he furtively glanced around. Noticing Crawford wasn't officiating, he sighed in relief and shook his head. I'm becoming too professional. At that moment, Duncan heard someone shout. Get back. The Suns were attempting another sneak attack. That same kid was charging down with speed. Defense. Stop him. Don't let him score again. Duncan, the veteran captain, directed his teammates to block Martin. Thankfully, Leonard was there. Otherwise, they would have been caught off guard. Duncan quickly returned to the paint, bracing himself. However, they failed to guard the perimeter. Leonard had just contained Martin, but Martin utilized Booker's screen to target the weakest defender, Parker. With a deceptive move, Martin easily bypassed Parker and executed a quick jump shot right in front of him. The ball went in. Parker stood there, staring at the basketball as it fell, feeling a sense of defeat. Didn't the old man say that as long as we interfere, he wouldn't make it? Why is he scoring today, especially over me? In the paint, Duncan witnessed everything unfold. He yearned to suppress that kid but found himself powerless. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Nevertheless, Duncan fought to suppress his frustration. He was unwilling to concede. Gritting his teeth, he slapped his legs again and shouted, Come on, come on. It's just a few baskets. We can fight back. The veteran captain still possessed the spirit to rally his teammates at critical moments. This time, Duncan reaped rewards on the offensive end. Leonard broke through and passed to Aldridge. Duncan and Aldridge coordinated beautifully in the paint. Finally, Duncan soared for a two-handed dunk. Bam! The rim resounded loudly. Who knows how much effort Duncan expended for that shot? 12-4. After scoring, Duncan's spirits soared even higher. Returning to the backcourt, he was filled with excitement. I, Tim Duncan, am not old. Chapter 26. I am truly old Tim. Great shot. Tim, beautifully executed. You will forever be our MVP. The fans chanted Duncan's name, always remembering his contributions. He had brought championships and honor to the Spurs. On the court, Duncan's momentum intensified. Seeing Martin dribbling towards him, Duncan quickly called for everyone to tighten their defense. Defense. Everyone, guard him. Duncan spread his arms wide in the paint, ready to crush Martin. However, Martin didn't approach Duncan. Instead, he played with Parker on the perimeter. With a spin and a change of direction, Martin effortlessly shook off Parker. Here he comes. Duncan prepared to assist with the defense. But that kid stepped just inside the three-point line and launched a jump shot, even with Parker closely defending him. A long two-pointer, heavily contested, surely. That shot wouldn't go in, as the coach had said. Duncan turned to the basket, leaning against Lure, ready to grab the rebound. However, as Duncan called out, the basketball struck the rim with a resounding thud, gracefully finding its way through the net. The sound echoed like a slap across Duncan's face, sharp and stinging. The ball went in. The score gap widened to 14-4, once again reaching double digits. Unbelievably, it went in. Parker and Duncan exchanged incredulous glances, both surprised by the occurrence. Duncan felt compelled to inquire with the coaching staff, "Is this what you refer to as a shooting percentage of less than 40%? How can it keep going in? That's 7 for 7. Is this what you call inconsistent mid-range shooting? Is this the typical affliction of a rookie?" Despite the players executing the coach's strategy to disrupt Martin's shots, how is it that he continued to score? Nevertheless, Duncan remained composed. Approaching his despondent teammate to offer reassurance, "It's all right, we will seek our vengeance." On the sidelines, the Spurs coaching staff observed closely. "Coach, I believe my data requires further updates." Popovich's face flushed with frustration. Prior to the game, he had devised a strategy involving relentless defensive pressure to expose this rookie's weaknesses. Yet, the rookie had not faltered. Instead, he had risen to the occasion, revealing the Spurs' own vulnerabilities. This was indeed disheartening. "Coach, perhaps we should consider substitutions? With the first quarter halfway through, it might be time." Yet, Popovich valued his pride. Substituting players would imply that his pregame plan was flawed. "Let us hold on a little longer. They will surely rectify the situation. That young man's accuracy cannot remain this high." Meanwhile, Hornacek rubbed his face, attempting to dispel the mask of anguish he wore. Internally, he was unsettled. Yet he had to maintain an air of composure. "This is unbearable. How can that young man be so precise? It's peculiar. He was this accurate during yesterday's practice. Could he, like myself, be a player who thrives in high-stakes situations? If we lose this match, I might feel redundant as a coach. Am I destined to become a coach like Tyronn Lue, a mere taskmaster exploiting players?" Hornacek was reluctant to embrace such a talentless role. Yet, reality starkly indicated that this seemed to be the only viable path for the Suns at present. Should he yield to despair or resist it? Hornacek remained engulfed in his dilemma. On the court, the game continued. The Spurs advance on the offensive front. This time, Duncan deliberately seeks to facilitate Parker's scoring by collaborating with Leonard. Leonard drives and dishes, assisting Parker. With Duncan's screen, Parker takes a mid-range shot. It finds its mark. With the score at 6-14, Parker finally exhibits a glimmer of satisfaction. However, upon returning to defense, his expression clouds over once again. You again." As Martin continues to target him, Parker feels a twinge of apprehension. This rascal is impossible to guard against, even more daunting than Iverson. Parker harbors an intense disdain for such adversaries. Yet, there is no escaping it. Observing Martin still pursuing him, Parker braced for further torment. The other members of the Spurs could no longer tolerate it. "Here I come." Leonard approached proactively, seeking to switch defense. However, Martin offered no opportunity whatsoever. As soon as Leonard arrived, Martin quickly sought cover, playing a game of hide and seek, once again facing Parker. Green and Duncan contemplated assisting. Yet Martin resolutely clung to Parker. Regardless, he refused to engage with you, Leonard, shunning any close interaction with you, and denying Duncan the chance to touch the ball. "I simply delight in tormenting the French speedster." Whoosh, whoosh. In a remarkable display, Martin, under the influence of Parker, successfully executed mid-range shots consecutively. After being blessed by the Stone Buddha, he truly became an unstoppable force. With an astonishing 9 out of 9 in the first quarter, he amassed a total of 18 points, leaving the Spurs utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, Duncan could only watch helplessly as his teammate Tony Parker was bullied. Feeling a profound sense of impotence wash over him. "I refuse to accept this. I cannot simply fade into obscurity." Duncan's eyes ignited with determination. "Give me the ball." In the front court, Duncan demanded possession, sensing the team's morale plummeting, and initiated a one-on-one against the young John Lure. This time, Duncan expended tremendous effort, relying not on finesse but sheer power as he bulldozed his way through. Bam! Lure, caught off guard, was pushed back a considerable distance. Wow, Tim, that was impressive. Just plow through him. Tim was poised to unleash his prowess. Who said Tim was past his prime? He still embodied the spirit of a rookie. Duncan's physical condition appeared remarkably sound. He could easily play for another decade. The fans, witnessing such fervor from the veteran, were electrified. Yet, his old comrade Ginobili's eyes glistened with emotion. Sigh, he truly is aging. In his heyday, Duncan would have effortlessly overpowered his opponent in a single step. How times have changed. On the sidelines, Popovich squinted, acknowledging, Tim has indeed aged, but thankfully, I have already secured a successor. His gaze shifted to the composed Leonard on the other side. Observing the robotic Leonard with a glimmer of enthusiasm, Popovich felt great satisfaction. With a loyal and obedient Prot G like Leonard, the Spurs' future was assured for the next 2 decades. On the court, the aging Duncan continued to exhibit his last flickers of brilliance. Boom, boom, boom. He charged at Lure 3 consecutive times, forcefully shoving him aside. Opportunity knocked. Having positioned himself in the paint, he pivoted and took a monumental step forward. With that stride, only the rim remained before him. Duncan launched an all-out assault on the basket. Underneath, he leaped, raising one arm high, and unleashed a thunderous dunk. Boom. An earth-shattering slam dunk. 10-18. Oh my goodness. What a play. The rim still reverberated, and the fans erupted in cheers as Duncan sprinted back to the backcourt. His face was grave, as if embroiled in a playoff battle. As Duncan stood at the forefront of the paint in the backcourt, suddenly he slapped the floor, fixating his gaze on Martin, who was dribbling toward him. He spread his arms wide, adopting a defensive stance, bracing for Martin's approach. Duncan's posture suggested a desire to stifle Martin's advance. The crowd joined in unison, chanting, defense, defense, defense. It was reminiscent of the thrilling Cavaliers versus Mavericks finals from 2 years prior. Martin felt a surge of admiration. However, he could not help but acknowledge that the trio had indeed aged. The other two might still have some vigor left, but Duncan had truly grown old. In Martin's memory, shortly after Duncan's retirement that season, he transformed into a figure with graying temples. At the age of 40, the man undeniably appeared aged. Martin believed that aging and retiring to return home to embark on a new chapter of life would be the preferable choice. Today, he was determined to confront Duncan directly. Old man, times have changed. At that moment, Martin dribbled the ball slowly across the half-court. He disregarded the imposing stance of Duncan, who was glaring at him in anger, and instead sought out Parker. Duncan felt a surge of displeasure and quickly advanced to the free throw line, eager to assist Parker. Even voicing, "Why don't you come in?" Frustration mounted within Duncan. Observing Duncan's demeanor and glancing at the already perspiring Parker, Martin made his decision. All right, let's do this. Upon hearing Martin's words, Duncan braced himself for action. In that instant, Martin executed a deceptive move, misleading Parker by half a step. Then he accelerated, charging directly towards Duncan. This was splendid. Duncan felt a thrill of excitement, preparing to trap Martin alongside Parker. However, Martin defied expectations, completely avoiding the trap set by Duncan and Parker, opting instead for an outside maneuver. As he approached Duncan, Martin performed another deceptive move, swerving and effortlessly slipping past Duncan's right side. Caught off guard, Duncan found himself outmaneuvered by Martin. He attempted to pursue, but suddenly he was collided with. It was Parker. Duncan could hardly believe it. In his effort to assist in cornering Martin, he had inadvertently become Martin's shield. In that moment, Duncan quickly turned, hoping to rectify his mistake. But wait. Martin showed no mercy. Seizing the space created by Duncan's obstruction, Martin lunged forward, leaping into the air. He took his shot. The spot from which Martin shot was one that Duncan was exceedingly familiar with. Duncan noticed that Martin's shot seemed a bit off this time. It did not follow his usual shooting trajectory. Surely, the shot won't go in? Moments later, Duncan's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the ball hit the backboard and, in an instant, bounce into the hoop. In the Tencent live broadcast, Wang Ming held his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, the god of Ding has begun again. This is Duncan's signature move. It is a lethal strike to the heart." Yang Yi expressed a sense of melancholy, stating, "At this moment, I feel as though Duncan has aged considerably. Perhaps, after this season, he will truly retire." The elder departs, making way for the newcomers. Such is the nature of the NBA. Fans in the live broadcast room chattered excitedly, "Wow, that Duncan-esque technique. He is using their own method against them. Martin is truly merciless. My heart aches for Duncan for 10 seconds. 10 for 10. Good heavens. Is the god of Ding about to replicate the miracle from the last game? The Spurs cannot contain his brilliance. In Phoenix, Duncan stood frozen, gazing at the backboard. Feeling the weight of his aging limbs, and a deep sense of melancholy enveloped him. After nearly 2 decades in the NBA, he could hardly fathom that he had become a burden. I am truly getting old. Subsequently, Duncan competed in a daze. After a considerable time, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the first quarter. Thanks to Leonard's support, the score remained closely contested, with the Suns leading by 4 points. 29-25, the Suns jubilantly bounced off the court, while the Spurs appeared somewhat disheartened. Duncan was trailing significantly. In the center of the court, he pressed his lips together and lifted his gaze to survey the familiar arena. Yet, for reasons unknown, his eyes suddenly grew moist. It was a feeling of reluctance, a sense of unyielding spirit. The Spurs sat on the bench, with Duncan and Parker wearing expressions of despondency and frustration. The others bore looks of deep gloom. During the first quarter, they felt as though they were mere spectators to the shooting exhibition being performed by the young player on the opposing team. They had hardly engaged in the game at all. It was rather dull. Popovich cast a sweeping glance over the team and finally spoke. Your performance this quarter was commendable. Fully adhering to my pregame strategy, which is excellent. Our current deficit is inconsequential. It is merely a result of that young man's scorching shooting touch. He cannot maintain such a hot streak throughout the entire game. Stay patient. We can win this. He continued. Now, according to our rotation plan, David, Manu, Mills, Dia, and Kawhi, you 5 will take the court. We shall adhere to the previously established defensive strategy. Upon hearing this, Duncan shuddered slightly, his gaze darkening considerably. Popovich persisted in his instructions. He's just a 20-year-old kid. According to my rotation strategy, by the end of the second quarter, I am confident that his shooting percentage will plummet dramatically. I believe this game will conclude within 3 quarters. He urged, go forth. Show that rookie that basketball is not a solitary endeavor. Chapter 27. The pinnacle of ball control techniques. Beep. The referee had been blowing his whistle for quite some time. Yet everyone lingered, dragging their feet. Duncan and Parker remained seated on the bench. Before departing, Ginobili patted Duncan on the shoulder, assuring him, fear not. I shall bring victory back for us old-timers. Duncan glanced up at him, intending to ruffle Manu's hair in a gesture of camaraderie, bestowing upon him a fortifying buff. But Ginobili had already moved away. Failing to impart the buff, Duncan couldn't help but let out a sigh. Alas. Soon, the players from both sides took to the court. The Spurs fielded a lineup featuring Mills, Ginobili, Kawhi, Dia, and David West, while the Suns brought in Martin, Archie Goodwin, P.J. Tucker, Alan Williams, and Alex Len. With the sound of the whistle, the second quarter commenced. Immediately, the ball was entrusted to Ginobili, the legendary El Contusion, whose prowess seems to intensify with age. However, at the age of 39, his physical condition is undeniably deteriorating. Nevertheless, he boldly charged into the center. With his signature Eurostep, renowned for its fluidity, he sought to challenge Alex Len. Ultimately, he maneuvered past Len, yet his execution lacked the requisite power, allowing Len to secure the rebound. The Suns' offensive assault was underway. Martin had just dribbled past the half-court line when the Spurs' defense materialized ahead. For the previous 6 or 7 minutes, the Spurs had opted for a relentless rotation, with Green, Parker, and Leonard taking turns to apply pressure. But what would this time entail? Would it be a sandwich or perhaps a hamburger? Soon enough, Martin discovered the answer. Only Mills stepped up to defend. No substitutions. The stubborn old fox had chosen to remain resolute in his convictions. The Spurs continue with their familiar strategy. If it's just one person, then I shall not hold back. As he dribbled towards Mills, the opponent had yet to acclimate to Martin's presence when Martin suddenly launched his offensive. A swift feint to the left followed by a dash to the right. Martin effortlessly maneuvered past Mills in a single stride. With remarkable ease, he advanced 2 steps inside the 3-point arc before launching into the air for a shot. Despite Mills raising his hands in defense and closing the gap, Martin exhibited an unwavering decisiveness in his execution. The ball sailed through the air swish. It found its way into the net, marking the score at 31-25. Martin has scored 11 consecutive points. Mills glanced at the coaching staff, expressing that he had given his all. Despite being fully aware that the opponent would maneuver towards the right, he found himself unable to defend effectively. He felt no blame towards himself. It's all right. It's all right. Keep going. Keep going, shouted Popovich from the sidelines. His words instilled a surge of confidence in Mills on the court. Consequently, in the next play, Martin once again faced this Australian player. Mills attempted to disrupt Martin with frequent defensive attempts, but to no avail. Martin sidestepped, taking a significant leap, and then unleashed his shot. Bang! The basketball crashed through the rim and into the net. Another score. 12 consecutive makes. Mills spread his hands in exasperation, shaking his head in resignation. The opponent was clearly shooting right before him, yet he could not touch the ball. Frustration was etched across Mills' face. This shot signified that Australia's fire alarm had malfunctioned. On the sidelines, Popovich began issuing instructions. "Manu, you're up." Ginobili was tasked with guarding Martin. If this balding fellow had appeared a decade ago, Martin would have surely been more cautious. The bald buff was no jest. Now, although Manu was indeed completely bald, he had undeniably aged. Thus, Martin took full advantage, deceiving Ginobili's defense with 2 ruthless shots. Another score. Another score. 13 in a row. 14 straight. In the next sequence, Popovich again orchestrated the lineup. "Kawhi, you go." Popovich firmly believed that no matter how hot an individual's shooting hand might be, it could not remain unperturbed indefinitely. Once again, they switched defenders on Martin. This time, it was Leonard. The specter of his presence lingered ominously. Ever since the first basket, Martin had intentionally evaded this relentless opponent. However, it seemed that evasion could no longer suffice. To retreat now would be to succumb to fear, and fear was a lethal weakness. Consequently, Martin waved away the towering Len, who had attempted to provide a screen, while the Spurs players showed no inclination to assist. Everyone's gaze was fixed solely on the confrontation between Martin and Kawhi. Leonard, who became renowned after securing the Finals MVP 2 years prior, had delivered a classic performance against LeBron in the championship series. He was a merciless machine on offense and an irksome predator on defense. He was the cornerstone of the Spurs foundation and an undeniable future superstar of the league. And what of Martin? Martin, an undrafted player from last summer, officially entered the NBA this January and only made his debut on the court 4 days ago. However, his consecutive stunning performances have captivated basketball fans worldwide, leading to the widespread mention of Mainsanity. But does such a resounding reputation truly rest upon genuine skill? Before him stands Leonard, the quintessential star evaluator. The arena's large screen zooms in on the two. Beyond the three-point line, they stand facing each other. Leonard, with his dreadlocks, maintains an expressionless demeanor, resembling a stoic figure. Martin sported a dashing pompadour hairstyle, his expression slightly smiling, undeniably a handsome figure. Among the Spurs fans present, many beauty-conscious young women couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Wow, so handsome." At this utterance, a nearby older sister quickly covered their mouth, insisting that one should not diminish their own stature by elevating another's. In my opinion, Kawhi remains the epitome of coolness. Yet, as the older sister spoke, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards someone on the court. The two exchanged not a single word. Martin took a half step back. Leonard advanced a half step forward. This left no room for Martin to accelerate. Martin chuckled softly, altering the rhythm of his dribbling. Thud, thud, thud. He executed a between-the-legs dribble at a pace of once per second. Leonard remained expressionless, rooted in place, maintaining a safe distance without any further movement. Upon witnessing this, Martin hastened his actions. The sound of rapid knocks echoed, 2 per second. Leonard remained impassive, yet the spectators in attendance began to respond with fervent enthusiasm. Martin accelerated once more, the sound of rapid dribbling resonating like a drumbeat. The pace was so dizzying that it elicited gasps from the crowd. "Oh wow. Incredible. That's AI," they exclaimed. Observing Martin's ostentatious display, Leonard could not help but mutter, "No matter how fast he is, it's futile." Just then, Martin made his move. In an instant, he executed a deft feint to the left before surging to the right. The spectators watched as Leonard leaned forward, bracing himself against the ground, while Martin elegantly glided past him. Without waiting for Leonard to close the gap, Martin launched a jump shot before the defense could react. Swish. It was another success, his 15th consecutive point. Martin departed triumphantly, yet the atmosphere was eerily silent. The spectators in the stands were left in a state of astonishment. The players of the Suns blinked in disbelief, while the Spurs exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the incredulity etched upon their faces. What had transpired? Like them, the fans both in the arena and across the globe were inundated with a multitude of questions. Hadn't Leonard's relentless pursuit compelled him to intercept? How had he failed to do so? Moments later, the arena erupted with commotion. The Suns players ceased their contemplation. Instead, they rushed towards Martin, exclaiming, "Brother, you were phenomenal. That was divine skill. How did you outsmart him? Teach me, quickly." The members of the Spurs rallied around Leonard. Manu inquired of the individual involved. What transpired? Leonard cast his gaze towards Martin, and at that moment, his eyes conveyed a multitude of emotions. Swift, he was exceedingly swift. Despite his significant reach advantage and the formidable threat of his death grip, he simply could not seize the ball. Swift? Manu Ginobili's speed remains a mystery. However, at that moment, the large screen on-site began to replay the action, prompting everyone to instinctively lift their heads. Across the ocean, in the Tencent live broadcast room, the lead actor Wang Ming once again habitually cradled his head in disbelief. Good heavens! What kind of maneuver is this? Is this the essence of simplicity mastered by a true expert? Teacher Yang Yi, believing he had discerned the truth, commenced his analysis. In this play, Leonard had been overly ambitious. Had he refrained from intervening, Martin would not have found it so easy to advance. We all recognize that Martin's dribbling is a learned skill from Allen Iverson's repertoire, weaving left and right. And it is common knowledge that he would inevitably favor the right path. Leonard capitalized on this insight and boldly made his move. Yet, to his astonishment, Martin proved to be significantly swifter. Indeed, Ding Xin is exceptional. Just as Yang Yi concluded his analysis, the slow-motion replay commenced, revealing the undeniable truth. The visuals unfolded as follows. Martin's rapid crossover dribble elicited gasps from the audience. Leonard seemed to utter a remark, and then, seizing the moment, Martin made his move. With a series of deft feints, he executed a maneuver that lasted merely half a second. Yet, within that fleeting moment, Martin engaged in additional tactics. As he initiated his drive, Leonard shifted his feet slightly, maintaining his balance and not easily losing his center of gravity to Martin's deception. At that instant, he clearly perceived Martin's intent to surge past him on the right flank. Confident in his long reach, Leonard believed he could intercept the ball with absolute certainty. However, as he lunged forward, disaster struck. In that instant, Martin's hands were even swifter. The rhythm of their movements, bang, bang, was entirely within Leonard's expectations. Originally, he had a genuine opportunity to steal the ball. Yet, he found himself one step behind. After Martin added an extra dribble to evade, the ball, upon hitting the ground, should have followed a path Leonard anticipated. Astonishingly, Martin's final dribble did not bounce up at all. It glided from his left hand, skimming the floor straight to his right. No matter how astute Leonard was, he could not foresee this unexpected maneuver from Martin. Watching the thrilling replay, Wang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. This is Iverson's signature move, the extreme low crossover. Wow, Ding Xin truly exemplifies a fervent admirer of AI. Mastering such a technique is impressive. Yang Yi also forgot his previous embarrassment and eagerly joined in. The ultimate low crossover. This skill requires not only rapid hand speed but also exceptional proficiency, indicating that Martin had devoted considerable effort to perfecting it. Furthermore, we witnessed how Leonard's brief lapse, a mere moment of distraction, was skillfully exploited by Martin. This is the essence of a duel between masters. It is truly remarkable. The fans in the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow, wow, wow. Yang Yi was once again left speechless, laughing at his previous presumption. A low crossover? What on earth is that? Not even the death grip could stop him? Ding Xin is truly impressive. With 15 consecutive hits, will Popovich still refrain from applying double coverage? This could turn disastrous. Chapter 28, 18 for 18. Tying the historical record. On the sidelines, witnessing Leonard succumb to the death grip as well, Popovich felt a deep pang of disappointment. At the end of the first quarter, he had remarked that the young player would likely experience a shooting slump by the second half. Yet here we are, with the Spurs trailing. And that player has hit 15 in a row, his touch scorching hot. System. Teamwork. This has been Popovich's steadfast philosophy throughout his 20 years coaching the Spurs. How could a system ever be vanquished by an individual? That is absolutely unacceptable. Just a couple of days ago, the Spurs triumphed over the league-leading Warriors, establishing themselves as the third most formidable contender for the championship this season. Coach Popovich was already envisioning an astonishing turnaround to claim the title. How could they possibly allow themselves to be outmatched today by the second-to-last team in the Western Conference, the Suns? This is absolutely unacceptable. Even Leonard was unable to halt the onslaught. What should they do? Coach, perhaps we should consider employing a box-one strategy? Suggested assistant coach Hammond from the sidelines. She had contemplated proposing this strategy prior to the game, but Popovich had already committed to a man-to-man defensive rotation, and she hesitated to speak up. After all, Popovich is a disciple of Larry Brown, known for his stubbornness. Now, witnessing her beloved Parker being so thoroughly overwhelmed, she felt compelled to seek retribution, hence her cunning suggestion. However, to her surprise, Popovich remained resolute. No, that won't be necessary. We can manage with double teaming. There's no need to squander resources on a young player. Beep. A timeout was called. The Spurs have called a brief timeout lasting 20 seconds. Popovich succinctly laid out the game plan. Listen up, you five. We need to adjust our defensive strategy to double team. The nearest defender should always be ready to assist. If he dares to drive beyond the three-point line, go straight for him. Do not allow him to score. Wasn't this exactly the treatment afforded to Jordan back in the day? If Jordan was on fire, then let us double-team him and compel his teammates to overcome us instead. The Spurs nodded in agreement. It was about time. However, Leonard furrowed his brow. He wished to express, "Coach, leave it to me." Yet, recalling that nearly perfect shot moments ago, his confidence waned. He could not help but lament. In comparison to Kobe's finesse, LeBron's strength, and Durant's length, this fellow is simply too swift. Meanwhile, Hornacek was arranging the starting five once more. Martin remains relentless in his efforts. Initially, Hornacek intended to advise Martin, saying, "Martin, you might consider placing your trust in your teammates." However, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he ultimately refrained from speaking them. As the game approached its second half, Hornacek grappled with an intense internal conflict. Ultimately reaching a resolution, he surrendered to the situation, thinking to himself, "Isn't the boss quite formidable? I shall heed your command. Isn't Martin quite formidable? I've urged you to play with gusto. After all, as the head coach, I cannot escape the connection to our victories. Rather, I should bask in the glory. Thus, my guidance has transformed into this. Excellent. Everyone is performing admirably, particularly Martin. Just 2 days ago, our adversaries triumphed over the illustrious Golden State Warriors. Yet today, they find themselves subdued beneath our prowess. I firmly believe that, after a few rounds, should we face the league-leading Warriors, we too can engage them in a fierce contest. Now, step onto the court, gentlemen, and let them witness the fiery spirit of Arizona." Roar. Martin regarded Hornacek with a hint of admiration. Unexpectedly. While Hornacek's tactical coaching had not advanced, his motivational speeches had become increasingly compelling. However, burdened with responsibility, Martin did not allow himself to become overly arrogant. This timeout was an opportunity for the seasoned opponent to devise a strategy against him. It was not the playoffs. The treatment akin to that received by Bowen and Horry from years past was unlikely to be afforded to him, but double teams were certainly on the horizon. The previous flawless 15 shots could indeed have been attributed to the blessings of the Stone Buddha. Moving forward, maintaining his exceptional shooting touch would prove challenging. Thus, before he took to the court, Martin leaned in to whisper to Tucker, "PJ, your shooting practice has been commendable these past few days. Shall we see the fruits of your labor today? Is that permissible? Didn't the coach assign you to handle the ball?" "Of course, what is mine is yours." Tucker replied with a chuckle. "Good brother, thank you." The two exchanged hearty pats on each other's chests, filled with enthusiasm. Nearby, Booker seemed to have caught wind of their conversation. "Hey, don't forget about me. I'm quite reliable with my shots too. Did he hear that? Well, fair is fair. He could join in as well." Martin chuckled softly and nodded. The team took to the court together. Whether they could endure the second quarter and emerge victorious in the end hinged upon their teammates' ability to make their shots. Beep. The game resumed. Right from the start, Leonard, like a machine, scored a mid-range shot under PJ Tucker's defense. 41-34. Steady. Leonard was remarkably composed. If today's most reliable performance belonged to Martin with his 15 consecutive shots, then the second most dependable was undoubtedly Leonard's, quietly. He had already made 8 out of 12 attempts, amassing 19 points. On the sidelines, observing his protege make that shot, Popovich nodded in satisfaction. Truly deserving of being my discovery, so composed and steady. On the court, it was the Suns' turn to attack, and Martin swiftly sensed the changes in the opponent's defense. Martin had just crossed the half-court line, with Mills defending him, while Leonard was poised at the three-point line, ready to initiate a double team. Indeed, it came to pass. Leonard's approach was neither too aggressive nor too passive, and Martin refrained from making an immediate pass. After all, that would only lead him into the trap of those with long reach. "If you don't come to me, then I shall advance." He suddenly surged forward, dashing towards the right side at a 45-degree angle from the three-point line. A single thread pulled can move the entire tapestry. At that moment, the Spurs' defensive formation shifted dramatically. Every player was on high alert. Mills positioned himself in front, while Leonard hastened to pursue. The other 3 players stepped away from their marks, ready to pounce on any open opportunity. Excellent. Observing the disruption in their defense, Martin opted not to pass but instead accelerated, plunging into the fray beneath the Spurs basket. At this moment, it was no longer merely a double team from Mills and Leonard. What? He has chosen not to take a mid-range shot? The Spurs were taken aback. This unexpected turn of events has certainly disrupted their plans. David West from the Spurs front court is also closing in. This will involve the attraction of 3 Spurs players. A splendid opportunity. Martin faced 3 defenders, and the Suns had an abundance of open spaces. Spotting David West directly in front of him, Martin accelerated forward, maneuvering around West and darting towards the baseline. Oh no, he intends to pass. Stop him, Leonard shouted in warning, but West was still a moment too late. As Martin approached the edge of the baseline, he executed a swift pass towards the left corner. P.J. Tucker was positioned there. Leonard darted out in pursuit, but alas, it was too late. With precision, Tucker struck the ball with force. Bang! It soared through the hoop. Clean and decisive. Yes, Tucker, having successfully made the three-pointer, animatedly pointed to his head, brimming with excitement like a jubilant child. Martin also offered his thumbs up. What a beautiful shot. You passed it well. While the two were engaged in mutual flattery, Booker suddenly interjected, Hey, the top arc is also vacant. My three-pointer is undoubtedly more accurate than his. Martin and Tucker exchanged a glance, followed by a gentle smile. Next time, surely. The competition resumed. Martin continued to be targeted. His scoring was curtailed, however. The Spurs failed to close the gap. Instead, Tucker remarkably sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, causing great distress to the Spurs. Popovich promptly assigned a defender to closely monitor Tucker. With Martin being double-teamed and Tucker heavily guarded, it seemed the Suns would struggle to find a scorer. Yet, to everyone else's surprise, Martin passed the ball to the rookie Booker, who unleashed a sudden strike from beyond the arc. This left the Spurs in anguish. Swish, swish, swish. A deluge of three-pointers descended upon the Spurs, throwing their formation into disarray. Popovich's hair seemed to turn white with urgency. Beep, beep, beep. As the second quarter drew to a close, the Spurs finally exhaled. At this moment, the score stood at 60-45, with the Suns boasting a staggering 15-point lead. Popovich stormed off into the players' tunnel, exclaiming, To hell with three-pointers, I utterly despise them. The sounds of items being thrown echoed from the locker room. Meanwhile, the Suns were filled with jubilation. Martin and Tucker amicably draped their arms around Booker's shoulders. Rookie, you are almost as accurate as I am, Martin remarked. Buddy, you've been a tremendous help to me. Despite being flanked by the two, Booker remained unfazed. He was resolute in his decision not to join their little clique. I'm not assisting you. I'm aiding myself. Besides, my shooting skills are already exceptional. P.S. I've been practicing for 2 additional hours lately. How could I possibly be inaccurate? Observing Booker's haughty demeanor, Martin increasingly felt that the pudding duo should be on the agenda. The third quarter of the game was soon to resume. The Spurs persistently maintained a stringent defense against Martin. Consequently, Booker and Tucker emerged once more, each sinking a three-pointer. At this juncture, the Spurs could no longer afford to apply heavy pressure on Martin. As Tucker and Booker drew the Spurs' defensive focus, Martin, who had patiently awaited his moment, finally found his opportunity. Swish, swish. 2 consecutive mid-range shots. 17 in a row. Martin left his defender Mills in a state of existential doubt, leaving the Spurs fans in the arena in a state of despair. He continues to score. Can anyone halt his relentless pursuit of points? As the score gap widened to over 20 points, Popovich, unable to remain passive, resorted to a desperate strategy. Mills, Green, Leonard, Bonner, Aldridge, a formidable offensive lineup, forsaking defense entirely. Attack, he commanded. All of you shoot three-pointers and close the gap. The Spurs sought to pursue victory through three-point shots. However, the incessant clanking of missed attempts not only extinguished the enthusiasm of the fans present, but also eroded the confidence and precision of the Spurs players themselves. Observing their opponents, desperate and reckless, launching three-point attempts, Martin merely smiled faintly, aware that the Spurs were in disarray. Initially, Coach Popovich was also averse to three-point shooting. Yet he succumbed to the influence of the small ball era. In this age of long-range shooting, the failure to convert can indeed be disheartening. Nevertheless, the timeless truth remains that the closer one is to the basket, the easier it is to score. Today, I shall impart a lesson, Martin declared. As the Spurs continued their futile barrage of three-point attempts, he responded with his own steady mid-range shots, effectively countering their efforts. Whoosh! Martin scores once more, bringing his consecutive hits to an astonishing 18. At this moment, the point differential between the two teams has swelled to 30 points. 30 points. In the Tencent livestream, the ever-enthusiastic commentator, Wang Ming, announces this historic achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, he has hit 18 for 18. Unbeknownst to many, Martin has now equaled another historical record set by the illustrious Zhang Yongyi, with a hint of pride. Shares his knowledge that the all-time record for perfect shooting percentages is held entirely by Wilt Chamberlain, first with 18, followed by 16, and then 15. The well-known Yao Ming has also etched his name in history with a flawless 12 for 12, ranking 9th. Should Martin score again, he will claim this honor exclusively for himself. Will he succeed? We shall eagerly await the outcome. The fans, upon witnessing this record, are naturally elated. Do you comprehend why we relish watching Martin's games? Because every moment is a testament to the birth of historical records. It is truly exhilarating. Even Iverson pales in comparison to our esteemed Ding. In his rookie season, where was Iverson's prowess compared to our Ding's? We await the record-breaking moment. At the live venue in San Antonio, the director has also recognized this momentous occasion. Consequently, the large screen displays the words, 18 for 18. Martin has equaled Wilt Chamberlain's record for perfect shooting percentage. This has undoubtedly drawn the audience's full attention to Martin. Can he set another record? Meanwhile, the Spurs players are on high alert, watching Martin like hawks. No way we'll let you score again. Absolutely not. The Suns players have also gathered near Martin, declaring, if you wish to stop him, you'll have to go through us first. Thus, an intense tug-of-war ensues between the two teams. Chapter 29. Record-breaking. Clocking out. Martin. Booker advances the ball to the front court, opting not to take the glory for himself, but instead passing it directly to Martin. This presents a golden opportunity to break the record. Everyone is eager to assist Martin, and Booker is no exception. As for Martin, the record is within reach. Why not seize the chance? He certainly must. Across from him, the Spurs players are poised, their eyes fixated on Martin as he receives the ball once more. In front of him, Mills clings to Martin like a kangaroo from Australia. Martin seemed to be constrained in his movements, whether to the left or to the right. Isn't such behavior considered a foul? Yet, the referee displayed no indication of this, appearing oblivious to the situation. Allow me to assist you. Upon witnessing his brother in distress, P.J. Tucker was the first to rush over. He approached directly and, with a subtle maneuver, grasped Mills. Martin, taking advantage of the cover, finally escaped from the clutches of danger. However, eluding Mills' henchman only led him into a more terrifying embrace of death. This evokes a sense of well-intentioned misfortune. Is this a blessing or a curse? Enter Devin Booker. In a moment of humanitarian impulse, Devin Booker chose to momentarily relinquish his competition with Martin, opting instead to unite against a common adversary. Though Booker's cover was not particularly effective, he had also learned a thing or two from Mills' tactics of pulling strings. Martin has once again evaded the clutches of death, yet new adversaries have emerged. Danny Green. No, there is also the towering David West, who has already stepped out from the paint. Observing West's positioning, he stands resolutely, denying Martin the opportunity to drive past Green for a mid-range shot. Martin smiled faintly. Brother, do you think I can only make mid-range shots? Bang. Martin suddenly exerted force with his hands, accelerating his dribbling. In the blink of an eye, he deftly maneuvered past Green, charging towards David West. West spread his arms wide, attempting to obstruct Martin's path. However, at that moment, Martin executed a sudden sidestep. With a swift motion, he glided past West. On the sidelines, Ginobili's eyes widened in astonishment. That's my serpentine drive. The serpentine drive is synonymous with the Eurostep. Harden's slow three-step is a languid version of the Eurostep. Wade's elusive step is an accelerated variant, while Ginobili's interpretation is the unhurried Eurostep, utilizing Ginobili's signature move. Martin effortlessly bypassed West and surged towards the basket. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Martin opted for a powerful leap, executing a two-handed slam dunk. Boom. The ball swished through the net. What a thrill. Martin cast a proud glance around him and departed with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not merely proficient in mid-range shots. Martin, a diminutive figure, executed a magnificent shot. Behind him, West was seething with frustration, following the successful basket. The grand screen displayed the astonishing feat once more. 19 out of 19. Chamberlain's record had been shattered. A new chapter in history had been written. Wow. The arena erupted with applause and cheers. These sounds further ignited a fierce determination among the Spurs players. They could not allow him to score again. Absolutely not. While setting a historical record is commendable, no one wishes to be merely a backdrop for the opposing player. The Spurs retaliated with a shot from Leonard. When Martin once again advanced with the ball, the Spurs players became increasingly aggressive. There was no way he could pass. Mills directly tugged at Martin's jersey, nearly hanging onto him. Martin was also feeling quite distressed. How unfair. Over here. At this moment, the seasoned veteran Chandler extended his goodwill. With Chandler's cover, Martin managed to evade Mills' relentless pursuit. Initially, it was Martin's chance to take on Aldridge, but Mills quickly closed in from behind, creating a tight double team with Aldridge. Tyson. Martin struck the ball towards the ground, passing it to Chandler. As the opponent's attention was solely focused on Chandler, he swiftly darted back, using Chandler as a shield. Rather than opting to take the shot himself, Chandler positioned himself with his back turned, intuitively understanding the play, and with a seamless exchange, delivered the ball into Martin's hands. Martin had found an open position and was poised to take the shot when a voice called out from behind him. Watch out. It was Tucker's voice. With a swift glance, Martin spotted Leonard lunging from the left flank. Meanwhile, on the right, Mills had already bulldozed past Chandler in hot pursuit. In a flash, Martin raised his arms, feigning a shooting motion, and just like that, both Leonard and Mills took the bait, leaping into the air. Deceived. A collective gasp rippled through the arena, followed by thunderous applause from Suns fans, while Spurs supporters clenched their fists in tension. Don't let him shoot. Stop him. Having outmaneuvered the double team, Martin swiftly dished the ball to an open Tucker before slipping away from the trap. As Martin darted behind him, Tucker executed a slick behind-the-back pass, setting Martin up for another attempt. But danger loomed. Ahead of Tucker, multiple defenders charged forward with frenzied intensity. No, don't let him release it. Foul him if you must. The desperation was palpable. Even at the cost of a foul, they refused to grant Martin a clean look. Green, Mills, Leonard, three predators pouncing at once. Tucker managed to body-check the most threatening of them, Leonard, leaving only Mills and Green to close in from either side. By the time they lunged, Martin was already airborne, launching his shot. Too late. In a last-ditch effort, Mills yanked at Martin's arm, while Green, off balance, collided with him midair. The contact sent Martin's form askew, robbing him of his usual elevation. Yet, undeterred, he released the ball. The attempt was visibly rushed, overpowered, its arc unnaturally flat. This 1-1 go in. Mills and countless Spurs fans dared to hope. And then a clang. The ball caromed hard off the front rim, soaring high into the air. Yes, the arena of the Spurs reverberated with an unprecedented roar, as if they had already secured victory. Rebounds. Underneath the basket, several players jostled for position, poised to seize the rebound. Yet, with a clatter, the basketball ascended and descended erratically, stubbornly refusing to fall. Ultimately, amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, it mischievously perched upon the rim, motionless. The entire audience held their breath, fearing that even the slightest sound might disturb its precarious balance. Supporters of the Suns urged, go in, make it happen. While Spurs fans countered, get out, don't let it in. At that moment, the sharp whistle of the referee pierced through the tension, signaling a foul on Mills for holding. The ball, seemingly influenced by the sound waves, slipped from its perch and fell into the net. It was a successful shot. A splendid 2-1 play. Hooray. Oh, and one. The atmosphere transformed into a juxtaposition of exhilaration and despair. The fans of the Spurs hung their heads in despair, while the Suns erupted in celebration, their spirits soaring high. Following Martin's remarkable shot, he achieved a perfect 20 for 20, breaking yet another record. At that moment, the large screen lit up to announce the birth of a new record, with the DJ exuberantly proclaiming, wow, a new record has been set by Martin. In our home arena, the beloved main Sanity has etched a new chapter in NBA history with an unprecedented 20 shots made without a miss. He surpassed the legendary Wilt Chamberlain's record of 18 for 18. Now, he stands alone as the sole record holder, with victory no longer within reach. Why not offer applause for witnessing this historic moment? The crowd erupted with cheers and gasps of disbelief. Is this man even human? Unstoppable, truly unstoppable. Perhaps only the divine could contain him. Bravo, Martin. Among the villagers of San Antonio, there were those who stirred up trouble. Yet many showed respect and admiration for their opponents. As Martin approached the free throw line, a chorus of MVP, MVP, MVP rang out from the Suns supporters. This was Martin's first experience of such adulation. Although the crowd was modest, the thrill was undeniable. Next time, I hope it's in our home arena. And with a larger audience. The sounds from the crowd undoubtedly stung the Spurs. As Martin sank another free throw and cheers resounded, the spirits of the Spurs players plummeted. Coach Popovich's expression darkened. I absolutely loathe this kind of player. The last player to leave him feeling this way was Kobe Bryant. He had always believed that a single player could not dismantle a system. Yet, these two individuals shattered that conviction. Beep, beep. After Martin's free throw, only a few possessions later, The referee's whistle signaled the end of the third quarter. The score stood at 95-60. The Spurs exerted their utmost effort on both offense and defense, yet they were unable to reduce the deficit. In fact, it expanded even further to a staggering 35 points. A 10-point gap is merely a small stream. A 20-point difference represents a significant hurdle, while a 30-point disparity is akin to an insurmountable chasm. One could assert that the game had prematurely descended into garbage time. Gradually, Spurs fans began to exit the arena. In the fourth quarter, the Suns deployed their entire bench, allowing their starters, including Martin, the rare opportunity to clock out early. In the final quarter, the Spurs rotation took to the court with fervor, desperately attempting to close the gap. While their bench players launched a relentless offensive, relentlessly pursuing the Suns, the Spurs managed to erase a deficit of 25 points in a single quarter. However, it was of little consequence. The earlier gap was insurmountable. The game concluded with a score of 110-100. As the underdog Suns emerged victorious against the second-ranked Spurs in the West. Following this triumph, the Suns achieved a 3-game winning streak, ascending from the second-to-last position in the Western Conference to the third-to-last. They surpassed the Minnesota Timberwolves in the process. Nonetheless, this achievement failed to capture much attention, as they remain merely the 13th in the West. Post-game statistics: Suns, Martin, in a mere 30 minutes of play, achieved an impeccable record of 20 for 20 from the field, alongside 3 out of 5 from the free throw line, summing up to an impressive 43 points. He also contributed 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks. Booker, with 8 out of 18 shooting and 5 out of 8 from beyond the arc, secured 24 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists. Tucker, shooting 5 out of 9 and 4 out of 8 from three-point range, tallied 15 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals. Chandler, with a shooting performance of 4 out of 5, amassed 10 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 4 blocks. San Antonio Spurs: Leonard, with 11 of 22 from the field, accomplished 29 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Aldridge, shooting 8 of 16, contributed 20 points and 7 rebounds. Duncan, with 3 of 8, added 8 points and 2 rebounds. Parker managed 5 points on 2 of 6 shooting, along with 4 turnovers. Ginobili, hitting 6 of 13, netted 15 points and 4 assists. Mills, shooting 3 of 8, recorded 7 points and 3 turnovers. Danny Green, with 2 of 9 from the field and 1 of 8 from three-point range, finished with 5 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist. On the court, players exchanged cordial gestures. Popovich, with a stern expression, approached Hornacek. "Well done, kid. Until next time, I won't make it easy for you." Before Hornacek could respond, Popovich interrupted him. "However, our next encounter may not occur until next season." With a mischievous grin, the veteran patted Hornacek on the shoulder and turned, striding directly into the players' tunnel. "To hell with three-point shots. Utter nonsense. I told you, two-pointers work just fine." That day, he had learned a lesson from that young man, and the next few days would not be pleasant for him. Behind, Hornacek stood still, feeling a sense of desolation. It seemed the next season would be equally grim. Although frustrated, Hornacek was acutely aware that his coaching capabilities would make it challenging to secure a good position in the short term, unless that young man, Martin, could consistently lead the Suns to the playoffs. But was that even feasible? The Suns were currently 10 wins behind the 8th-seeded Mavericks, with only 19 games remaining. How could the Suns make up that gap? "Oh, Jeff, don't overthink it," Hornacek chuckled to himself with a self-deprecating smile before turning to leave. Chapter 30. Is the future mine? The players on both sides exchanged friendly gestures. Martin secured the game ball today and even had it signed by the 3 esteemed veterans. The trio remained amiable and approachable. Witnessing Duncan gracefully inscribe his name brought immense satisfaction to Martin. This ball holds great significance. It should fetch a handsome price, shouldn't it? At that moment, Duncan, unable to restrain himself, playfully tapped Martin on the head, saying, "Young man, you performed admirably today." "Tim, I expected you to proclaim that the future is mine," Martin retorted. Upon hearing this, Duncan smirked dismissively. "Youngster, discussing the future is premature. Focus on making the playoffs first." Making the playoffs? Is there still hope this season? With 10 wins separating them from the 8th-seeded Mavericks and 19 games remaining, including 2 direct encounters between the Suns and the Mavericks, the outcome remained uncertain. "Then let us meet in the playoffs," Martin declared. Duncan merely chuckled again, choosing to say nothing further before departing. He held little faith that the Suns team could catch up. Martin was just about to pack his basketball meticulously, intending to take it back and sell it for some money. Suddenly, he found someone standing behind him. Oh, wow. Leonard. How is it that this fellow is so persistently haunting me today? You played quite well today, congratulations. Truly, he speaks with the detached tone of a machine. Your defense is commendable, yet my offense is even stronger. Martin constructed a cup, yet the other party remained utterly expressionless, which was rather dull. As he noticed the other person preparing to leave, Martin hastily pursued them to engage in a brief conversation. By the way, Kawhi, have you ever contemplated playing in a major city? No. Kawhi, you haven't even managed to score 40 points here in this humble town, have you? If you were to transition to a larger city, you could effortlessly achieve 50 points, just like me. Why demean yourself in such a small place? Surely personal accolades must be appealing, no? So what? Shall we form a team together? I have no intention of leaving here. I wager that you will undoubtedly depart in the future. A big city, a grand stage, that is where you truly belong. No, I will not. I am committed to the city. My word is my bond. Then let us await the outcome. Martin dismissed the ramblings of the expressionless oddity. Unsure of what the future held, he decided to venture to Canada before returning to his hometown. With a dismissive shake of his hand, Martin ceased his attempts to engage with him and turned to join his teammates. The underdog players of the Suns were elated after securing victory in today's match. Yes, we have triumphed once more. The second place in the West is merely a stepping stone. We are now on a 3-game winning streak. The first time in 2 years. The exhilaration of victory is simply magnificent. Although we were the visitors, lacking the festive confetti and the roaring cheers of the crowd, the Suns had comrades fighting side by side and unwavering fans. That was more than enough. Together, they linked arms and approached the stands, bowing in gratitude to the loyal fans. At that moment, the fans instinctively began to chant, "Let's go, Suns." Martin and his companions joined in the rhythm, chanting together with fervor. The future remains uncertain, but in this moment, the exhilaration of victory feels truly magnificent. In the Tencent live broadcast, Wang Ming had just finished reading an advertisement for a certain brand of daily necessities. The host, Xiaoyi, flushed with excitement. It was at this juncture that Wang Ming began to summarize the game. In today's match, the Suns unexpectedly triumphed over the Spurs. The Spurs veteran trio struggled to perform. Yet Leonard remained a scoring machine, consistently delivering. However, I must declare that today, the title of scoring machine should be bestowed upon our very own Dingshin. Today, Dingshin lived up to expectations, showcasing his prowess once more. Mainsanity maintained an extraordinary level of performance, achieving an impeccable 20 out of 20, surpassing Chamberlain and etching a new chapter in NBA history. Moreover, this isn't the end. Dingshin's average of 41 points across the first 3 games of his career also ranks first in NBA history. Prior to this match, many may have underestimated Dingshin. But after today, no one can afford to overlook his presence. Yang Yi also offered his insights on today's game. The Spurs are a system-oriented team. Their victories do not rely solely on superstars, but rather on their cohesive system. Long ago, I stated that Popovich's teams are most wary of superstar players. In the past, Popovich feared Kobe. Now, he has a new concern, our Dingshin. In the live broadcast room, fans expressed their opinions freely. 20 out of 20. Who else can match that? Dingshin is incredible. 3 consecutive victories. I have a premonition that the Suns will make it to the playoffs. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The next season is still a topic for discussion. After watching the game, I felt the urge to play myself. Previously, I aspired to practice 3-point shots after watching Ku Ritian. Now, after witnessing Dingshin, I yearn to hone my mid-range jumpers. With Martin and the Suns winning so elegantly today, even the critics have vanished. The female host, Xiaoyi, wore a radiant smile. At the end of the program, she announced to everyone, the day after tomorrow, Dingshin and the Suns will fly to Houston to challenge the 8th-seeded Rockets. We hope everyone tunes in on time. And we shall see you then. Goodbye. In San Antonio, during the post-match press conference, Hornacek, as usual, accompanied Martin. Sitting at the interview table, Hornacek smiled slightly, becoming the mascot as cameras focused on Martin. A girl with large eyes asked, "Martin, with this victory, you have achieved 3 consecutive wins. Where do you think this winning streak will end?" "As far as our hearts can take us, that is how far we can win," a middle-aged man inquired. "You spoke with Kawhi for quite some time after the game. Are you planning to recruit him to San Antonio?" No. I intend to persuade Kawhi to join me. We will play brotherly basketball together, and even when facing the Warriors, we won't back down." A beautiful woman with burgundy hair asked, "Is it true that your goal is to surpass Michael Jordan? Are you confident you can achieve that?" Humanity is great because of dreams. With dreams, anyone can be extraordinary. What if it becomes a reality? A seasoned journalist posed a question today. Coach Popovich insisted on using a single-player rotation defense in the first half instead of double-teaming. What are your thoughts on that? I am grateful to him. Why? Without his defensive strategy, I wouldn't have achieved my 20 out of 20, so I am thankful. Laughter erupted in the room. When Popovich saw this interview, his expression shifted to one of deep concern as he took note of this young man. Initially, the interview proceeded smoothly, but as questions multiplied, the tone shifted dramatically. A bespectacled journalist, resembling NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, asked, "Martin, congratulations on the victory. After going 20 for 20, why did you stop shooting? Were you afraid of preserving your record?" Many in the audience struggled to contain their amusement, casting glances at Martin. Martin retorted, "Sir, did you watch the game today?" "Of course, I was right there at the venue." "Then please enlighten me. During my flawless 20 out of 20 shooting, at what point in the game did that occur?" "At the end of the third quarter. And at that moment, how many Spurs defenders were on me as I dribbled the ball?" "I'm not quite sure. 1? Or perhaps 2. "Let me ask you, what was the expression on the Spurs players' faces when I had the ball?" "I'm also uncertain about that. I didn't observe." "Well, since you were present at the game, you must remember the score, right? What was the point difference at that time?" It seemed to be around 20 points. Martin chuckled softly, shaking his head as he candidly addressed the other party. "Allow me to enlighten you. At that moment, during the third quarter, with merely 2 minutes remaining, the situation intensified. The moment I secured the ball, 3 opponents converged upon me, their eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson hue. What could have prompted such fervor? The score gap had widened to over 30 points. If I were to score again, it would be akin to striking a fatal blow to their morale. They would undoubtedly ensure my departure was anything but safe. Thus, do you believe I should continue shooting?" The pale-faced reporter, caught off guard by the query, flushed crimson and quickly retreated. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Martin could not have anticipated that this pretty boy was merely an appetizer. For there was indeed more to come. A strikingly alluring woman, with golden hair and piercing blue eyes, rose from her seat. Such a woman possesses an irresistible charm at any moment. Yet, her heart is tainted with malice. "Martin," she began, "I have heard that China is vast and rich in resources, boasting the largest population in the world. So why has your basketball team never claimed a single world championship? Is this not a source of sorrow for you?" Many in the audience raised their cameras, preparing for the unfolding spectacle. At this juncture, Horacek could no longer remain silent. "Esteemed journalist, I urge you to mind your language." However, the woman merely turned her gaze toward Martin, offering a smile, seemingly indifferent to Horacek's admonition. Martin returned to Horacek, unperturbed, with a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You, the United States, occupy the 4th largest area in the world. Yet with a mere population of 320 million. With such abundant resources to sustain so few, it is rather lamentable that you possess no champions in diving, weightlifting, or table tennis at the Olympics. Is this not your sorrow?" Upon Martin's utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The once self-satisfied reporter, with her alluring charm, now bore an expression of sheer panic. She had not anticipated such eloquence from her counterpart. Meanwhile, the majority of American journalists present, who had been poised with cameras to witness the spectacle, now found themselves profoundly affected, their hearts aching with an unexpected intensity. Martin fixed his gaze upon the enchanting woman, eagerly awaiting her response. However, it appeared that she had left her intellect behind on this occasion, failing to utter even a single word. At that moment, Martin rose to his feet and, surveying the multitude present, spoke with gravitas. "Every individual possesses their unique strengths, excelling in their respective domains. Indeed, you, in the United States, are the birthplace of basketball, showcasing the highest level of competition. Yet, my great China excels in various disciplines such as table tennis, weightlifting, and diving. We ought not to judge others by appearances, nor should we mock their shortcomings due to our own advantages. A nation should never deride another, particularly a less fortunate one, based solely on its own areas of expertise. Should you choose to do so, it is not a reflection of your homeland, the United States, but rather a manifestation of your personal shortcomings and moral character." Martin's words reflect a profound insight, transcending to a national level. He skillfully illuminated the issue of personal moral cultivation, chastising the other for their lack of decorum. The audience, composed of astute individuals, certainly grasped the implications. The female journalist was rendered speechless, her face betraying a mix of panic and confusion, acutely aware of the disdainful gazes surrounding her, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. In a moment of desperation, she emulated the previous speaker, bowing her head and discreetly slipping away. As she departed, a wave of applause erupted in the room. The sound of clapping resonated, echoing appreciation for Martin. Everyone recognized that he was a person of intellect, in stark contrast to those who were merely brawn without brains. However, amidst the applause, there were also several Americans gritting their teeth in frustration. The notion of a Chinese individual audaciously criticizing Americans was intolerable to them. Consequently, a bespectacled elder rose to speak. "Martin, I've heard that the Chinese believe their country is the best. Do you share this sentiment?" "Of course. Patriotic individuals are inclined to think this way." Martin's response was unproblematic. However, the old man wore a smug smile. "If your country is so splendid, why do you come to America to play in the NBA?" Upon hearing this question, the audience collectively turned their gaze toward Martin, undoubtedly eager to witness his embarrassment. Yet, in the face of their scrutiny, Martin merely smiled faintly. Could he be oblivious to the thoughts swirling in their minds? Certainly not, however. He would not grant them the satisfaction they sought. Martin suddenly rose to his feet, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Was he attempting to flee? Such is the nature of those with grand aspirations. Do Easterners truly have a penchant for evading reality? Yet at that moment, Martin looked down upon the assembly, a sneer gracing his lips as he declared, "I came, I saw, I conquered." A wave of astonishment swept through the venue. Flashbulbs erupted in a frenzy. How dare he? How dare he? To conquer the NBA? Do you possess the merit for such an ambition? You dare to surpass Jordan? Who would believe it? Merely seeking attention. The atmosphere was chaotic. Some were anxious, others exhilarated, while a few scoffed. There were those who chuckled at the success of their schemes, and others contemplating questions, eager to unearth sensational news. However, Martin paid them no mind. He boldly announced the conclusion of the interview, and, with a flourish, turned away, leaving only his silhouette behind. He understood their thoughts and recognized that this was precisely the scenario some yearned to witness. Yet, Martin remained indifferent. "Since you look down upon me, I shall strike back fiercely." Chapter 31, The Mosaic, secured. As everyone returned to their hotel rooms to rest, Martin and PJ Tucker made their way to the underground gym of the hotel. Ding. Training task. Execute 10,000 mid-range shots. Upon completion, enhance mid-range ability by 10. Following each game, the system promptly updates with additional training tasks. Such tasks will only accumulate, growing increasingly numerous, but as long as they foster strength, Martin relishes them. During these moments, he would gaze at his data panel. Height, 179. 5 centimeters, weight, 77 kilograms, wingspan, 199 centimeters, speed, 95. 5. Agility, 94. 7. Vertical leap, 94. 2. Coordination, 94. 5. Stamina, 94. Strength, 88. 3. Offense, 96. 4. Mid-range, 91. 3. Defense, 92. 1. Other, 92. 6. The figures displayed on the Divine Physique card had transformed to 35, while the Divine Defense card's enhancement rose to 44. The Divine Mid-Range card augmented mid-range capability by 20, mid-range shooting percentage, open 60, uncontested 51, 6, contested 42. Martin is growing taller, becoming stronger, and his skills are continuously improving. Although his daily progress may seem minuscule, he firmly believes that, through cumulative effort, he will one day reach the pinnacle of success. With an eager anticipation, he playfully pressed his fingers together and rubbed his hands, yearning to become even stronger. PJ, let us cast 1,000 votes for him tonight. That is quite a lot, but I'm with you. Today, Tucker made several crucial three-point shots, realizing the importance of extra practice after the game. The key was to secure this valuable connection, and soon he would be negotiating his own sneaker endorsement. There is nothing more exhilarating than that. Suddenly, a commotion echoed throughout the gym. In the hotel lobby, a small film crew made their appearance. The most striking figure among them was a long-haired female reporter adorned in a chic white dress, with exquisite features and an alluring silhouette. She possessed the grace of an Eastern beauty combined with Western allure. Anyone familiar could easily recognize her as Joe Lingen, the correspondent stationed in the U.S. For 10 Cent ESPN. "Mr. Chris, we spoke on the phone earlier. I trust you understand our purpose here." Chris, the team's assistant responsible for the players' accommodations, responded, "Of course. You are here from the Chinese media, undoubtedly seeking Martin. However, he is not upstairs at the moment." "What? The god of basketball is not here?" A hint of disappointment flickered across Joe Lingen's face. Having traveled all the way from Los Angeles, not only did she miss the game, but she might also miss him at the hotel. Where has he gone? Is it far? If not, we can drive over. Noticing her urgency, Chris smiled and reassured her. Not far at all. He is in the underground gym of the hotel. The gym? What is he doing there? Martin is an exceptionally diligent individual after every game. He consistently engages in additional training. Wow, such an impressive person still practices after games? It's no wonder he has achieved fame, Zhou Lingyan marveled internally. Her thoughts drifting to another figure she had followed closely over the past 6 months, the Lakers superstar, Kobe Bryant. Wasn't it the same relentless dedication that propelled young Kobe to greatness? At this moment, Zhou Lingyan felt a surge of eagerness to meet Martin. Could you take us there? Of course. I believe you will be thrilled to see compatriots from his homeland. The group made their way toward the underground gym. The underground gym was modest. Merely a repurposed parking garage, featuring half a court. Whoosh, whoosh, clank. Oh no, PJ, you lost again. Hurry and grab the ball. Martin, don't get too cocky. I will definitely win the next round. Let us see about that. From a distance, Zhou Lingyan could hear the lively banter within. There were 2 individuals inside. The group chose not to intrude and quietly approached, peering through the crack in the door. A basketball hoop, a large basket for balls, and a floor scattered with brown basketballs came into view. Tucker was retrieving the balls while Martin seized the opportunity to shoot hoops. Swish, swish, swish. Wow. Zhou Lingyan gasped in amazement at Martin's flawless mid-range shots, inadvertently drawing the attention of those inside. Who was there? The group could no longer continue their discreet observation. Apologies for the interruption. Upon recognizing familiar faces and hearing the familiar Mandarin, Martin's face lit up with a warm smile. No problem. We were just taking a break. The newcomer, Zhou Lingyan, was known to Martin. She had reported on him during the draft last year, but after his undrafted status, their paths had diverged. Many NBA fans recognized her. Even if they were unfamiliar with her name, her striking figure left a lasting impression. Martin, it's been a while. Indeed, it has. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the interview commenced. Dear viewers, I am fortunate to be interviewing the beloved god of basketball today. Hello everyone. I'm Martin. A standard greeting to the fans back home. Zhou Lingyan then offered her congratulations. First of all, congratulations on achieving a flawless shooting percentage today with 20 successful shots. Once again making history. Martin replied with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Zhou Lingyan continued to inquire, in today's match, you played just 3 quarters. Achieving a remarkable 20 out of 20 shots and scoring 43 points, leading your team to a decisive victory over the second-ranked Spurs in the West. What are your feelings about such an outstanding performance? Martin stroked his chin, his gaze cast downward, seemingly immersed in contemplation. Zhou Lingyan understood that Ding Xin was undoubtedly formulating his thoughts. She refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to wait quietly. After all, a rookie in the NBA cannot express himself as effortlessly as those seasoned veterans. The distinction between what can be said and what must remain unsaid requires careful consideration. After a considerable pause, Martin's eyes sparkled with clarity, as if he had reached a conclusion. Under Zhou Lingyan's eager gaze, Martin responded directly into the microphone, awesome. Absolutely awesome. At that moment, Zhou Lingyan, a remarkably professional journalist, couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. She nearly burst into laughter. After all the preparation, he had managed to express himself with just awesome, absolutely awesome. The cameraman behind her was truly on the verge of an internal injury, his hands beginning to tremble. The camera lens slightly swaying. Zhou Lingyan quickly pinched her thigh to stifle her laughter and continued the interview earnestly. Before the 20th ball, you had already broken the record. Why did you choose to continue? Are you not afraid that you might ruin it all? I was feeling exceptionally confident. I knew that shot would go in. And indeed, I made it. As for your concern about ruining my previous efforts, that is simply unfounded. A confident man is undeniably charming. With a mere gesture, Martin's simple movements caused a blush to rise on Zhou Lingyan's cheeks. When you outmaneuvered Leonard, you executed an exceptionally complex horizontal dribble to change direction and evade him. That maneuver is exceedingly difficult. You must have practiced it for a considerable time in reality, correct? Not for long, perhaps only 3 or 4 decades. Martin speaks the truth. Indeed, he has practiced for such an extended period across 2 lifetimes. However, others are unlikely to believe it. Ahem, you truly have a knack for humor. Martin is merely in his early 20s. Who would believe he is trained for 30 or 40 years? Nonetheless, Zhou Lingyan truly believes that Martin has indeed honed his skills for many years. After all, Martin is the kind of individual who continues to practice even after matches. His accomplishments thus far undoubtedly stem from an extraordinary level of dedication and effort, far surpassing that of the average person. Lastly, we currently have a multitude of fans in our country supporting you. What would you like to convey to them? Martin nodded and said, Thank you all for your unwavering support, dear fans. Your encouragement is the greatest driving force behind my progress. With you by my side, no opponent, no matter how formidable, can intimidate me. To repay your faith in me, next match, against the Rockets, we shall claim victory. Such dominance, truly befitting the man who once declared, I came, I saw, I conquered. Watching Martin clench his fist with unshakable confidence, Zhou Lingen felt her heart surge with exhilaration, her mind momentarily lightheaded. At that moment, she was overwhelmed, completely unprepared for such a commanding declaration from someone usually so gentle. Yet, it struck right at the core of her admiration. Ah, this is intoxicating. Just then, a voice abruptly shattered her reverie. Reporter Zhou? Huh? What is it? If there's nothing else, I'll resume my training now. Oh, of course. Thank you for the interview, Dingshan. I eagerly await your performance on the Houston court. Martin waved his hand and then immersed himself in shooting practice once more. As she watched Martin continuously take shots, Zhou Lingen's face flushed with a bittersweet reluctance as she departed. The Sun's next destination was the vibrant city of Houston in Texas. Dingshan, see you in Houston. Zhou Lingen and her companions boarded a flight across the ocean that very night, as various reports began to proliferate. Dingshan declared, I come, I see, I conquer. Achieving an astounding 20 out of 20, Dingshan etched his name in NBA history, with an exquisite change of direction and relentless perseverance. Nothing could impede him. The GDP era may have waned, but the future belongs to Dingshan. The excitement among Chinese fans was palpable. However, all news regarding Martin paled in comparison, overshadowed by the fervor surrounding Dingshan. Indeed, Dingshan is unparalleled. The first true champion of Chinese basketball has emerged. Conquering the NBA, I, Dingshan, shall certainly prevail. Dingshan's diary entry read, March 5th, Spurs, checkmate. The Suns celebrated their third consecutive victory, aiming for the playoffs. Can main sanity last? Dingshan asserts, no, absolutely not. Detractors are not to be outdone. Do you still dream of conquering the NBA? Perhaps a reality check is in order. The remarkable conqueror of the NBA stands at 183 centimeters. I come, I see, I conquer. Who can't shout a slogan? Winning a few games does not grant amnesia of one's identity. Soon, Zhou Lingen's interview video made waves in the NBA section of Tencent across the ocean. The sight of the real Martin sparked another surge of excitement. Wow, the true Dingshan. Such talent coupled with relentless effort is simply awe-inspiring. It's no wonder he has gained fame. Dingshan, I adore you. The buzz intensified. Harden and Howard trembled in trepidation. Before long, a plethora of sensationalist reports began to surface. A gift from Dingshan to his fans. Mosaic, we shall conquer. The next target of the esteemed Ding is, astonishingly, the Houston Mavericks. Can the Houston Mavericks impede Ding's relentless advance? In a climate of widespread acclaim, many have elevated Martin to lofty heights. Are we not aware that the higher one is lifted, the more devastating the fall? Yet, the populace willingly embraces this notion. Chapter 32, the fourth match, Suns vs. Mavericks 2 days later. Houston, 7 a.m. Kinney Basketball Training Facility, 9,900, 9,990, 9,998, 9,999. The final shot. With Martin's successful basket, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Training task completed. Mid-range shooting ability enhanced by 10. Martin exhaled deeply. This endeavor of 10,000 shots was truly arduous. His hands felt as though they might shatter. He was so fatigued that he could barely lift them. However, the thought of his mid-range shooting proficiency being enhanced brought a smile to his face. Previously, his mid-range capability had reached an impressive score of 91.3, and now it had skyrocketed to 94. The display for his divine mid-range card had also changed. Now reading. Increased mid-range ability by 30, mid-range shooting percentage, open shot 66, in motion, uncontested 57, contested 49. This enhancement of 10 points in mid-range ability transformed Martin's previous weakness into a distinct advantage. A score of 66 for open shots is achievable for many. Yet the percentages in motion are astonishing. An uncontested shooting percentage of 57 and a contested rate of 49 are indeed formidable. Martin clenched his fists. Although his body was weary, his eyes shone brightly, as if ablaze with fire. Tonight, he would seek a swift resolution. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the nightclub, the Mosaic team emerged, with Terrence Jones supporting his weary back. Upon noticing this, the bearded James Harden couldn't contain himself, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Terrence. You can't go on like this. I suppose I shall have to take you for some workouts. Please, spare me your mockery. You have no idea how large that woman's dairy was last night. It nearly broke my back. Is it really that impressive? Harden almost drooled at the thought. A voluptuous figure was precisely what he regarded as the epitome of allure. Meanwhile, Howard merely scoffed. In his eyes, no woman could hold any allure. He couldn't help but glance at the remarkably talented Harden. Dwight, why are you staring at me? Nothing at all. Superman Dwight certainly wouldn't reveal his inner thoughts about the team leader. Hey, where are you all headed now? I'm going home. Aren't we going to find a place to have a lavish meal together? Perhaps sing after dinner? I'm in. While the atmosphere was relaxed, Coach Brewer expressed some concern. Guys, we have a game tonight. Is it wise to indulge in such revelry? Many suddenly remembered the impending match. Harden, who are we facing tonight? Brewer, the Phoenix Suns. Harden, the Suns, huh? Who's their standout player? Brewer, there's a Martin who's recently gained fame, known as Insanity. He's Chinese, a compatriot of Yao Ming. Harden, in that case. It's no issue. It's a piece of cake. That guy claimed a few days ago that he would surpass Jordan, and just the day before yesterday. He declared his intention to conquer the NBA. Don't underestimate him. He truly possesses some skill. And what of it? He's merely a short fellow. Tonight, I'll teach him a lesson. Harden chuckled slyly, already plotting to finish the game early and seek out Terrence's companion for a little adventure. At 5 p.m., the Suns players enjoyed some snacks before boarding the bus to the arena. Pre-game, they refrained from overindulgence, as a full stomach could hinder performance. On the bus, the atmosphere among the young Suns players was quite pleasant, each with their own small hobbies. Some were listening to music, others were cleaning windows, while a few were engrossed in their phones. Martin and the others in the vehicle were engaged in lively conversation. However, a small faction of players had yet to interact with Martin significantly. They harbored grievances against this Chinese individual, particularly since he had usurped their positions, exacerbating their discomfort. Originally, everyone was content to lead a quiet existence, akin to a salted fish. Now, with one fish transforming into a leaping dragon, it has become quite unsettling. Furthermore, this fellow exhibits an audacious demeanor, setting his sights on the lofty achievements of Jordan, and just days ago, he boldly proclaimed his intention to conquer the NBA. Such arrogance reflects a woeful ignorance of his own limitations. Consequently, the majority of players have developed considerable prejudice against Martin. Martin and Tucker engaged in pleasant conversation, disregarding those who look down upon them. It is not uncommon for Asians to face cold shoulders in Western countries, even domestically. There are numerous critics who cannot tolerate even the slightest mistake from Martin. Over the past year, Martin has endured quite a lot, yet he remains unafraid. If he aspires to surpass Jordan and conquer the NBA, he should begin with the small matters, starting with winning over his oblivious teammates. Martin narrowed his eyes slightly. His fist clenched. It was 5:30 p.m., and there remained an hour until the match commenced. The pregame press conference had begun. A reporter inquired about the star player of the Rockets, Harden, asking if he knew Martin, the Chinese player from the Suns. That's Insanity. Of course, I know him. Harden replied. He claims he will surpass Jordan and conquer the NBA. What do you think of that? Harden was acutely aware of the Chinese market's significance, thus, he knew he couldn't speak recklessly. He adjusted the microphone before stating, I admire his courage. He articulated what I and the vast majority of NBA players wish to say but dare not. The room fell silent, as the American journalists were taken aback by Harden's unexpected support for the audacious young Chinese player. However, the reporter quickly shifted tactics, seeking another target for his question, Dwight Howard. He asked, Dwight, what are your thoughts on that Chinese player's statements? Howard grinned and responded, confidence is a commendable trait, but that kid has crossed the line into arrogance. Despite Howard's appreciation for the financial backing from Chinese businessmen, he never shied away from speaking his mind. The reporter was delighted by Howard's straightforwardness. It was evident that he was a man of action rather than thought. The reporter then posed another question. Recalling Martin's declaration in the Chinese media that the Rockets would be defeated, what will you do tonight? He pressed. Today, we will teach him a lesson. Howard began to respond, but Harden's cough interrupted him, a clear signal that he was treading on dangerous ground. Acknowledging the pitfall, Howard, unfazed, declared, as an American, I pursue freedom. No one can restrain me. He lifted his chin, surveying the room with confidence. Indeed, tonight, I shall exploit the Suns' frail defense and deliver a grand gift to that Chinese kid on the defensive end as well. I will teach him to respect his elders. The journalists buzzed with excitement. The day's headlines were secured. Now, all eyes turned to the impending match. Would the Rockets emerge victorious, with Howard achieving his desires? Or would the Suns erupt, continuing Martin's magical journey? Anticipation filled the air. Dwight, will you serve up a hearty block tonight? If you can end my insanity, you will become my superhero. I eagerly await the moment you bring glory to America." Meanwhile, the Suns had just disembarked from their vehicle. As they gazed upon the familiar Toyota Center in Houston, the iconic red R logo greeted them, igniting a sense of nostalgia. Martin is filled with profound emotions. The Mosaic team, established in 1967 and joining the NBA during the 1967-68 season, is a professional basketball team based in Houston, Texas, United States. The Houston Rockets are a team steeped in the tradition of possessing a formidable center. From the early days of Moses Malone and Ralph Sampson to the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon, and culminating in the era of the Chinese giant Yao Ming, the franchise has been home to some of the most dominant centers in NBA history. Many who grew up in the 1990s began their journey into the NBA through Yao Ming and his tenure with the Rockets. This team also marked the inception of Martin's NBA aspirations. The Yao McGrady duo, the iconic fingerwag of Mutombo, a remarkable 22-game winning streak, the unforgettable 13 points in 35 seconds. The struggle against the Jazz in the playoffs, and the triumphant return of the Giant. The memories of basketball are abundant here. Today, Martin will step onto this coveted court, where his reality and dreams will converge in a decisive moment. From this point onward, he is determined to embrace the challenge wholeheartedly. Martin, what troubles you? Are you feeling the pressure? Tucker, ever the observant one, has noticed that the mood of his teammate seems markedly different today. Martin appeared somewhat dazed, nevertheless. He managed to smile and conceal it. How could this be? Tucker noticed but did not press the matter. Instead, he jested, "It's all right, you're still young. If you fear your opponent, just pass the ball to me more often. Trust me, the rhythm you had the day before yesterday has already transferred to me. And I shall undoubtedly excel today." "Huh, you're overthinking it." Martin chuckled softly, shaking his head. However, Tuck remained unfazed, continuing to strive for more possession of the ball. "The bold words you uttered before the match are now being scrutinized by the entire city of Houston. Today, you are in for a rough time. Therefore, it would be wise to pass the ball to me more often. I assure you, this is for your own good." Yet again, a justification for your well-being has emerged. "Impossible. Martin was on the verge of exposing the despicable facade of this sycophant when unexpectedly, another individual interjected. You could always reach out to me as well. You are well aware of my capabilities. If they surround you, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall resolve everything." How shameless of Booker, this blushing fellow. Martin was rather blunt. "Devin, are you going to join our little group, or not?" "No. I don't need to," Devin replied. Booker felt a flicker of excitement, yet he resolutely suppressed it. He would never be swayed. "I, Devin Booker, am destined to be the future leader. No one can make me settle for second place." Truly, he was a devotee of Kobe. Booker raised his chin defiantly. However, Martin suddenly chimed in, "If you don't want to, then what do you call eavesdropping on our conversation?" Coughing lightly, Booker touched his nose, his face flushing once more. Chapter 33, The Legendary Free Throw Card. In the evening, at 6 o'clock, the players took to the court for warm-ups. The Mosaic team evokes Martin's most profound memories. Yet, within those reminiscences, only the stout center Hayes remains. Who were the others? The bearded and robust James Harden, who not only aspires to cultivate his physique but also seeks a partner of matching stature. During his tenure with the Thunder, he was the third wheel behind Durant and Westbrook. However, he was not valued enough to stay in Oklahoma City and was subsequently acquired by the Houston Rockets. In Houston, Harden discovered a new chapter in his life, forging a new path. Within a few seasons, he led his team to the playoffs, even reaching the Western Conference Finals last year. Regrettably, Harden has faced considerable criticism. He often exploits loopholes in the rules during the regular season, drawing fouls to become one of the league's leading scorers. His scoring prowess has even drawn comparisons to Kobe Bryant. However, in the playoffs, he tends to vanish, failing to deliver in crucial moments. Many believe he is unfit to be the team's primary cornerstone. Nevertheless, despite the criticisms, Harden remains one of the few super shooting guards in the league, much like the muscular Howard, who enjoys playing the role of a superhero. The Mavericks have long upheld a tradition of possessing a formidable center. Howard currently serves as the face of the Mavericks frontcourt. Despite harboring certain less favorable habits, his abilities remain undeniably impressive. However, his level of enthusiasm leaves much to be desired. If even a figure of Kobe's stature could not inspire him, how can Harden possibly succeed? The Mavericks delivered an impressive performance last year, yet their fortunes have waned this season, which is undoubtedly linked to the influence of this extraordinary player. Moreover, this team boasts the renowned headband gang, the remarkable display by Josh, Brewer, Terry, and others during the sixth game of last season's Western Conference semifinals is a memory that countless fans will cherish. Martin cast a sweeping glance across the court, only to discover that he was the subject of peculiar gazes from those opposite him. Some were laughing, others were whispering conspiratorially, and a few were gesticulating animatedly. It was evident that all attention was directed towards Martin. This match promised to be anything but ordinary. The pregame posturing had set the stage, and tonight, they must ensure that the stakes were fully realized. As the warm-up approached its conclusion, both teams finalized their strategies. The former coach of the Rockets, McHale, had favored a laissez-faire approach to player management, devoid of strict tactics. However, early in the season, the players had ousted him. The current head coach, former assistant Bickerstaff, possessed a keen understanding of the player's psyche. His directive for today was clear. Our approach is straightforward. LeBron, you shall command the ball. Utilize your most effective playing style to exploit their weaknesses and dismantle their frail defense. Once they find themselves burdened by fouls and their key players are sidelined, their rotations will crumble. Ding. As you step onto the court, you have an opportunity to check in. Would you like to do so now? Check in. Ding. Check in successful. Congratulations on receiving a Supreme Free Throw card. Note, the Supreme Free Throw card will enhance the host's free throw ability by 30. Martin glanced at the data panel, noticing in addition to the offensive options, a free throw. The free throw percentage now displayed a rate of 75. Should a legendary free throw card be employed? Indeed. Instantly, the free throw percentage transformed, soaring to 89. A free throw percentage above 85 signifies a proficient free throw shooter, while 90 denotes a master of the craft. Akin to the likes of Nash, Curry, and Rick Barry, among others, Martin's remarkable shooting percentage of 89 has indeed propelled him into the ranks of elite players. However, he pondered the peculiar scheduling of free throw cards for the day. Casting a glance at the opposing lineup, featuring Harden and Howard, he quickly understood. Harden, a master of drawing fouls, typically garners 8 or 9 free throws per game, a paragon of the league. As for Howard, he averages around 6 free throws. A noteworthy statistic. Crucially, the Superman has set an extraordinary record of 39 free throw attempts. Competing in free throws against these two would be quite a challenge, albeit an intriguing one. Beep, beep, beep. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the players from both teams took to the court. Mosaic team, Beverly, Harden, Ariza, Modiajunas, Howard. Suns team, Martin, Booker, Tucker, Alex Len, Chandler. Chandler won the jump ball. The ball was passed to the backcourt to Martin. As soon as Martin seized the ball, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Oh, you still aspire to surpass Jordan? Conquer the NBA? What illusions you possess. Do you truly believe our Mavericks are so easily defeated? Such thoughts are fanciful. Not only the fans, but even the players on the Mavericks cast sidelong glances filled with schadenfreude. Yet Martin, surrounded by the unusual gazes of the audience, he remained utterly unfazed, even reveling in the attention. To elicit such fervor from the visiting fans was already a victory in itself. Now, his task was to silence them, and subsequently, to win them over. Martin thought this way and acted accordingly. As he dribbled into the front court, Beverly confronted him. Defend, hold him back. Patrick, clamp down on him. Show him what you're made of. With the cheers of the home crowd echoing around him, Beverly felt a surge of confidence. Many had labeled Bradley as the ultimate point guard finisher, while Tony Allen was revered as a defensive specialist. Even the young man before him had been dubbed a defensive powerhouse by others. Yet, Beverly bore a reputation steeped in disdain. It was unjust. Beverly felt that fate had dealt him an unfair hand. Today, he intended to prove himself, to demonstrate everything through this very encounter. You can pass. Just leave the ball behind. As the relentless defender charged forward, Martin merely smiled. Then, under Beverly's incredulous gaze, he executed a swift change of direction and effortlessly slipped past him. How could this be? Beverly had anticipated a chance to intercept. Yet he grasped nothing as Martin glided by. He stood there, frozen in place. As Beverly pivoted to pursue, Martin had already come to a sudden stop, leaping high to take his shot. Whoosh! The ball sailed through the air and swished through the net. Oh, what a revival! It was merely a single basket, wasn't it? Patrick, keep at him. The arena erupted in noise. Beverly felt his confidence rekindle. It had merely been a misstep. Next time, he would show him who was boss, rookie. Martin shook his head dismissively. You still have a voice? That simply won't do. The intensity is insufficient. Not enough. Then let us do it again. Do it again? You'll find out soon enough. Humph. Rookie, don't act all mysterious. I'm not falling for your Chinese tricks. With that, Beverly wrapped herself around Martin. It was clearly the Mosaic team's offensive turn, yet an unusual phenomenon occurred where Beverly was defending against Martin. The offense of the Rockets is rather sluggish, largely due to the presence of their lethargic and languid guard, James Harden. Harden ambles into the front court, executing a few dribbles between his legs. With only 10 seconds remaining on the 24-second shot clock, observing his teammates' lack of movement, he attempts to drive himself. Booker, showcasing commendable defense today, manages to thwart his advance. As the clock winds down, Harden leans against Booker, steps back, and leaps into the air, all eyes fixed on the basket. Unexpectedly, Harden executes a deceptive pass instead of a shot. His intended target is none other than Beverly, who is entangled with Martin along the sideline. Patrick Beverly, upon hearing Harden's call, feels a rush of wind behind him. Before he can turn around, the crowd erupts with anticipation. Alas, Patrick, what are you doing? This was a shot Harden should have taken. It seems that Harden's habitual tendency to pass the buck has resurfaced yet again, not for the first time with the Rockets. On the court, Harden glances helplessly at Beverly and gestures towards the 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, his message unmistakable. Buddy, shouldn't you be over there? Beverly looks back at Harden, raising his hands in surrender. Why don't you shoot it yourself? I'm merely a blue-collar worker. Nearby, Martin strolls by, chuckling nonchalantly. Don't run away. Are you afraid? Beverly immediately pursues him. The Mavericks fans express considerable satisfaction with the relentless spirit displayed by this fierce competitor. Many even speculate that if core players like Harden and Howard could emulate Beverly's unwavering focus, the Mavericks would undoubtedly journey far beyond expectations. Patrick, go forth. Seize your prey like a hyena. They urge. No one can escape your defense. Show that arrogant young lad what true prowess looks like. Inspired, Beverly exerts himself even more on the court. Yet, just as the crowd rallies behind him, the Mavericks face another setback. The Suns launch an offensive. Martin suddenly accelerates, utilizing Booker's screen to break free from Beverly's pursuit. The ball swiftly arrives. Martin versus Harden? LeBron, step up on defense. Beverly quickly reminds him to switch. However, despite Harden being right in front of Martin, LeBron shows no defensive effort whatsoever. Martin simply dribbled the ball with an air of nonchalance, casually strolling past. Indeed, he sauntered by. Under the watchful gaze of Harden, Martin once again halted abruptly and released a jump shot. Whoosh! The sound of the ball swishing through the net resonated once more. 4-0, Martin swiftly netted 2 goals right from the outset. Your defense is utterly flawed. However, this is still insufficient. You, novice, brace yourself. Martin departed victoriously. Behind him, Harden and Beverly exchanged incredulous glances. Beverly's face bore a look of disbelief, tinged with a hint of irritation. Harden, with his round eyes, exhibited no discernible emotion, appearing utterly nonchalant. The atmosphere in the arena mirrored their sentiments as the players exchanged looks of confusion. How could James defend in such a manner? Is it a prerequisite for anyone named James to behave thus? My friend, are you alluding to the greatest of all time in history? As if sensing something, Harden retrieved the ball once more in the backcourt. This time, he was determined to score, to make a statement. This is my domain. He leisurely dribbled past half-court once again. Harden faced the defensive Booker. Initially thwarted and unable to shoot, Harden was not about to show any courtesy this time. Patrick. Come. Harden, epitomizing intelligence, exerted minimal effort for maximum output. He perceived that Martin was the Suns' most vulnerable player. Beverly, understanding the strategy, nodded in agreement. To bully the weak, that is the law of the jungle. Chapter 34. You want to shoot, huh? Then let us see how you fare with free throws. Harden and Beverly executed a pick-and-roll, a screen, and a slip. Beverly successfully held back Booker, allowing Harden to face Martin as intended. Harden versus Martin. This was the most captivating mismatch of the game. Oh, how I relish such confrontations. To exploit the weaker opponent, James had indeed opted for the most efficient strategy. The Rockets excelled in data-driven basketball, and James had truly grasped its essence. If this attempt to exploit the mismatch fails, it would be indefensible. The spectators' excitement surged. On the court, Harden too felt a surge of competitive spirit. Observing the diminutive and frail Martin before him, Harden maintained a friendly demeanor, infused with a touch of compassion. Hey, considering you share roots with Yao, I shall show you some mercy. Should I thank you for that? Not at all. First courtesy, then combat. Harden was poised for action. Martin was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the big-bodied player who could effortlessly step back for a three-point shot. When it came to breakthroughs, Martin had unwavering confidence in his speed. Here I come, he declared, and indeed he did. After executing a couple of between-the-legs dribbles, Harden initiated his offensive maneuvers from the right side. Thud, thud, thud. Raising his right hand to clear the path, Harden's protective dribbling arm obstructed Martin, who sought to close in. Initially, Harden aimed to drive aggressively down the right flank. However, he soon realized that Martin's agility was too acute, effectively blocking his route. What to do next? There was no need to panic. Harden had no intention of expending excessive energy. If a breakthrough proved elusive, he could always resort to his signature move. Thud, thud, thud. After a few more dribbles, Harden pressed forward against Martin. And just as he stepped within a foot of the three-point line, he suddenly exerted force with his protective arm, nudging Martin aside. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Harden unleashed his signature step-back three-pointer. However, just as he was about to execute the shot, he noticed the young player suddenly advancing toward him with remarkable speed. In a flash of inspiration, Harden decided to lean in and draw a foul. Yet, to his surprise, Martin stood his ground, raising his hands cleanly in defense. One plan foiled, Harden resorted to another. He lifted the ball slightly, feigning a shot. Yet, his deception was far too transparent. Martin was utterly unfazed. I faint. I shall faint again. Harden persisted in his attempts. However, Martin remained impervious to his antics. James, take him on. Be assertive. Is this really the time to be so hesitant? Urged the crowd. Harden, unable to decipher their exact words, was nonetheless aware of the fan sentiments, which had always resonated with him. Am I too soft? This is merely a display of intelligent play that you fail to comprehend. Since joining the Rockets, Harden's style had evolved into one of efficiency, effortlessly scoring points without exhausting himself. Why waste energy in a futile contest with another man when he could save it for the evening's pursuits? If they say I'm soft, then this time I shall demonstrate my strength. I, James Harden, am not soft. With this resolve, Harden took another shot. As a left-handed player, he shielded the ball with his right hand, pushing Martin aside. The slightest gap emerged, and Harden took to the air for a jump shot. A pull-up right in the face. At that moment, Martin was still striving to close the distance. Could he possibly block me? That thought was absurd. Just as Harden contemplated this, an unexpected hand appeared before him. Darkness fell. Please close your eyes. Oh no. In midair, Harden realized the impending disaster. Though the ball had been released, its accuracy was uncertain. Clang. As anticipated, the shot missed. The once vibrant atmosphere now descended into a chorus of discontented murmurs. On the bench, Hayes, witnessing this familiar play, was suddenly flooded with nostalgia, reminiscing about the old comrades with whom he once fought alongside. If only we could return to the past. Old friends, I miss you. As time passes, so too does the tendency to reminisce, a sentiment shared by aging players. On the court, Chandler of the Suns secured the rebound and passed it to Martin. Get back. As Martin received the ball in the backcourt, Beverly braced himself for the impending threat. Meanwhile, Harden remained consumed by frustration over his previous miss. That shot should have gone in. Martin had grazed my eyes. Surely that must count as a foul? As Harden turned to retrace his steps, he caught sight of Martin charging toward the front court. Martin deftly maneuvered, effortlessly eluding Beverly. Realizing Martin was poised for a sudden jump shot, Beverly, feeling the urgency of the situation, resolutely grasped him. To his astonishment, even while losing his balance, Martin managed to release the ball. Whoosh. It found its mark. Beep. The referee's whistle followed suit. Beverly committed a foul and won. Martin smiled and nodded his fingers, exuding a sense of pride. Yet, the atmosphere around him was one of desolation. The once boisterous fans who had been fervently supporting their team now found themselves at a loss for words. Harden, still lingering near the center circle, witnessed the moment unfold before his eyes. However, it seemed that Martin's remarkable shot had no bearing on him whatsoever. The players may have faltered, but the fans remained speechless. As Martin approached the free throw line, a wave of restlessness swept through the crowd. Amidst the uproar, to everyone's astonishment, Martin missed the free throw. The basketball clanged against the rim, failing to find its mark. Alas, what a pity. Martin clapped his hands sharply, displaying a hint of frustration. Yay, you can't even make a free throw. How embarrassing. Michael Jordan could sink them with his eyes closed, and you were falling woefully short. The fans of Marseille reveled as if they had secured victory, each one brimming with exuberance. A plethora of taunts and jeers emerged. Nevertheless, the match on the field continued unabated. Bang! Howard secured the rebound with remarkable prowess, his hands gripping the basketball as if they were a vice, rendering Chandler utterly incapable of wresting it away. He subsequently passed the ball to Ariza, who swiftly advanced and delivered it to Harden. The Mosaic swiftly advanced towards the front court. The Suns hastily retreated on defense. Ordinarily, this would prompt other teams to execute a fast break. However, Harden remained composed. Quick, quick, quick. Although the coach fervently urged from the sidelines, Harden appeared unfazed. He raised a single hand towards the heavens, signaling his teammates to take their time and aim for a high success rate. This time, it's bound to go in. This exemplifies Harden's confidence as one of the league's premier scorers. He sought a screen from Howard, and then, under the watchful eyes of the spectators, Harden skillfully maneuvered, drawing a foul from Chandler. The shot was evidently off the mark, yet the referee's whistle rang out promptly. 2 free throws. This is one of Harden's signature moves, using his basketball IQ to draw fouls, in comparison to scoring through one-on-one confrontations. The tranquility of sinking free throws is far more gratifying. Whoosh, whoosh. Harden made both free throws. 6-2, and the energy among the fans surged. Did you see that? That young man over there, that's what MVP free throws look like. Young man, are you taking notes? James's free throws are genuinely reliable. Martin, however, took all the remarks from the sidelines to heart. Nevertheless, he had no desire to be reduced to a mere conversation with Harden. Although drawing fouls to score is undeniably effective, it is rather unscrupulous. At this moment, Martin is still unable to engage in such tactics. Even with integrity, I can still triumph over you. Just wait and see. Martin wishes to act with integrity. However, the person opposite him has different intentions. As Martin accelerated from the center of the court, Beverly found himself outpaced and left behind in the middle circle. He quickly assessed the situation and, upon noticing Harden ahead of Martin, a wry smile flickered across his lips as he placed his hopes on the lurking presence of Howard behind him. Dwight, block him. Howard had proclaimed before the game that he was ready to serve up a banquet of rejections, and now that the moment had arrived, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Prepare to face your doom. As Howard approached, Martin, aware of the impending confrontation, was not about to engage in a physical contest. Just as he neared the basket, Martin executed a sudden lateral step. The Euro step was back in play. In those initial strides, Martin's speed was astonishing. Howard, living up to his Superman moniker, displayed an exceptional level of athleticism. As Martin took his second step, he began to count the rhythm, and with a sudden leap, he soared into the air. However, his third step faltered slightly, causing a momentary delay. In midair, Howard's face flushed with embarrassment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Kid, do you dare to deceive me? In front of Howard, Martin effortlessly capitalized on the momentary lapse, preparing to take another jump shot. Yet, just as Martin was about to release the ball, the descending Howard unexpectedly lunged at him, not aiming for the ball, but for the man himself. Martin was originally poised to ascend, yet he was abruptly yanked down. The basketball thudded against the rim, failing to score. Beep. A foul was called. It was Howard's foul. However, Howard was unfazed, feeling quite pleased with himself for managing to restrain Martin. Youngster, scoring against me isn't as simple as you think. At midcourt, Harden stood vacantly, resembling the most privileged spectator in the arena. This kid lacks basketball intelligence. Trying to play small against big, drawing fouls should be a breeze, yet he insists on complicating things. I suppose he's learned his lesson now? Meanwhile, Martin approached the free throw line. Oh, he can't make it, can't make it, can't make it. You can't do it, you can't do it. Amidst the booing of the crowd, Martin stood confidently in his place. You lot really think you can stop me from shooting? Well then, let us see how I fare at the free throw line today. His feet firmly planted at his familiar spot, the center aligning perfectly with the midpoint of the free throw line. Thud, thud, thud. Martin had practiced his free throws extensively. After dribbling 3 times, he held the ball with both hands, his fingertips making contact with the basketball, left hand assisting, right hand cradling the ball. With the preparation complete, Martin slightly bent his knees, crouching to gather strength. As he crouched, he raised his hands. The angles between his wrist, elbow, and shoulder formed 3 perfect right angles. Ready for action. Once the preparatory movements were executed flawlessly, he could release the ball with ease. Just like the countless free throws he had taken before, whoosh. The basketball soared from the propulsion of his arm, enhanced by the control of his wrist and the spin imparted by his fingertips, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Whoosh. It was in. The second shot. Likewise. 2 for 2. The boos from the crowd faded into silence. Chapter 35. Is drawing fouls all you can do? In the Tencent live broadcast room, the host was Ku Fan, joined by the esteemed commentator Zhang Weiping. Ku Fan, it's 8-2. Martin's shooting today remains remarkably steady, having already secured 8 points. The Rockets are in for a headache if they allow Martin to continue like this. Today, they may very well find themselves as victims under Martin's prowess. Zhang Weiping, Martin's style of play is entirely justified. While Harden is solely focused on drawing fouls and gaining advantages, Martin is grounded, playing consistently. I have great faith in Martin leading his team to victory in this match. Kufan, Coach Zhang, given that the Rockets are trailing, what do you think they must do to turn the tide? Coach Zhang, they must address this from two fronts. The first point is offense. They need to increase their shooting percentage and ensure they can score to have a chance to catch up. The second point is defense. The Rockets must contain Martin and prevent him from scoring. With this offensive and defensive balance, the Rockets can hope to close the gap. As long as their scoring exceeds that of the Suns, the Rockets can reverse the situation. Kufan appeared utterly bewildered. The audience in the live room was equally amused. Ha ha ha, Coach Zhang is indeed reasonable, as expected. As long as their score surpasses that of the Suns, the Rockets can win. Isn't that stating the obvious? I reckon I could commentate just as well, certainly not worse than Coach Zhang. Outside the commentary booth, Intima donned a flowing white dress. She could not comprehend Coach Zhang's words, but she sensed that his suggestions would ultimately prove futile for Martin, and the Suns would surely emerge victorious in the end. In Houston's arena, nearly 2 minutes had elapsed since the start, and after several exchanges, the Rockets had managed a paltry 2 points. This was simply unreasonable. Playing so poorly at home was unacceptable. They needed to score swiftly. Let's go, Rockets. The home fans spontaneously cheered. This also served as a reminder to the players on the court. However, Harden was somewhat impatient. What are you all rushing for? Just watch me play. There's no need for concern. We must win today. Dribbling into the front court, Harden signaled for everyone to clear out. As he took on Booker one-on-one on the left side of the court. Booker, so young, was easily knocked aside. Harden was unapologetic, charging right in. Beep. The referee's whistle blew. Free throws. 2 shots, both successful. Hooray. Closing the gap. Time to teach them a lesson. This is our home court. Many in the crowd were not particularly fond of such scoring, yet they reluctantly accepted the 2 points as their team was in pursuit. They comforted themselves, saying, "The Rockets are creating opportunities." It was indeed what Coach Bickerstaff had arranged before the game. However, on the court, the players seemed to have failed to execute his intentions. As long as Harden desires, the ball belongs entirely to him. He plays as he wishes. After adding 2 more points as he returned to the backcourt, he cast several glances at Martin, seemingly conveying, "Rookie, have you learned?" This is the essence of scoring with high efficiency. Martin surprisingly comprehended the other's intention. "Wait. Allow me to demonstrate for you as well." "Demonstrate what?" Harden returned to the half-court with a question mark hovering above him, just as Martin charged forward. "Find Booker screen. A block." Martin confronted Harden. The entire arena erupted with fervent shouts, urging Harden to exhibit some fortitude. However, ever since that fateful moment in Oklahoma City when he was struck by the elbow of world peace, Harden has been reluctant to assert himself on the basketball court. Outside of it, in nightclubs, he could be bold. Yet, perhaps this time, he would reluctantly rise to the occasion. Harden intended to utter this word. But before he could finish, Martin charged at him. As Martin surged forward, Harden suddenly sensed an unusual shift in the atmosphere. In an instant, he realized the source of the predicament. How dare you? To Harden's astonishment, Martin, in the midst of his drive, seized Harden's arm and released the ball. Beep. The referee decisively blew the whistle. Harden's previous play was deemed a foul, and this one could not be overlooked either. The home team's number 13 was called for a personal foul. 2 free throws awarded. The referee announced the verdict. Harden, feigning innocence, raised his hands in protest. This was not a foul. He had merely made contact. It was not my fault. Was it truly not your fault? The referee cast a knowing glance at Harden. It seemed Harden recalled something, and he quietly stepped back. Martin approached the free throw line. The distractions returned. However, Martin remained entirely unfazed, maintaining his own rhythm. Whoosh. Whoosh. He sank both free throws. The raucous interference from the crowd had no impact whatsoever. As he passed by Harden, Martin offered a subtle smile. "Is that all you can do, clutching onto someone's arm? I can do that too." Observing Martin's demeanor, Harden regarded him with newfound respect. "Not bad. You've managed to pick up a few tricks from me. Yet, with such rudimentary skills, you won't be able to defeat me." With that, Harden resumed his antics. Feigning fouls to draw contact. Martin, undeterred, promptly retaliated. The two commenced an exceedingly tedious yet remarkably efficient free throw contest. The game swiftly progressed to the second quarter. Whoosh. Harden successfully sank his free throw. This marked James Harden's 8th successful free throw of the day. The Mavericks narrowed the score to 28-22, reducing the gap to 6 points. The fans in attendance remained unfazed, perceiving it merely as a straightforward basket. At this moment, the Suns launch their counterattack. Martin. It's Martin. As Martin accelerates towards the goal, the fans in the stands become increasingly agitated. No, they begin to feel a sense of anxiety. Stop him. Do not allow him to score so effortlessly. We implore you. Defend. Martin has now accumulated 17 points, having made 9 out of 10 free throws and flawlessly converting all 4 attempts from field play, showcasing an impressive shooting touch. Observing Martin with the ball induces a greater sense of anxiety in the defenders than when Harden possesses it. On the court, Martin charges forward. Confronted by Beverly, he effortlessly glides past him. With just a slight positional advantage, he seizes the opportunity to shoot. The sound of his shoes skidding against the floor suggests yet another abrupt stop for a jump shot. With a swift motion, Martin raises his hand, causing Beverly to leap. It turns out to be a deceptive shooting feint, followed by a perfectly timed play. Martin leaped into action, directly leaning into Beverly. Upon making contact with Beverly, Martin momentarily lost his balance but still managed to release the ball. Bang! The ball fortuitously banked in. The referee's whistle echoed through the arena. Beep. A blocking foul on Beverly. Another opportunity for a three-point play. Harden patted Beverly's backside reassuringly. It's all right. I shall avenge you. However, just as Harden dribbled the ball into the front court, the whistle blew again. Beep. Harden turned to see Martin grappling with Howard. Martin beamed with joy, yet Harden and Howard, representatives of the Mavericks, wore expressions akin to that of bitter gourds. The hack-a-shack strategy. Who could have anticipated that the Suns would resort to such unscrupulous tactics? Leading in the second quarter, they shamelessly employed this underhanded approach. The entire league is aware that the Mavericks boast a Superman. It is equally known that this Superman possesses an unyielding fortitude, especially evident in his free throws. His muscles resemble granite, yet his free throws reek of disgrace. How infuriating. If they possess the skill, they should engage in honorable combat. Harden glared at Martin from a distance. Martin, however, smiled and spread his hands. No way. Harden is a player who relies heavily on his shooting touch. Once that touch falters, his performance deteriorates significantly. Presently, the Suns are deliberately denying Harden any opportunities, opting instead to let Howard take the free throws, intending to disrupt Harden's rhythm and cool off his shooting hand. It won't take long before Harden becomes anxious. On the court, Howard trudged to the free throw line, gritting his teeth. Come on, just sink that damn ball. Dwight, you can do this. The crowd rallied in support of Howard. In truth, Howard felt rather pleased, as if he had returned to Orlando, to the days when he was the undisputed star. Yet, the moment Howard received the ball, a sudden hush fell over the arena. The fervor that had ignited within him was abruptly extinguished. Then, as expected, clang, the first free throw missed. A collective sigh echoed through the venue. For the second attempt, Howard concentrated all his energy, eager to prove that his free throw skills were still commendable. However, as the basketball soared away, he sensed he had exerted too much force. Rebound. Chandler, under immense pressure, seized the ball above the heads of the others. Devin. He promptly passed the ball to Booker, who, without a moment's hesitation, sent it to Martin stationed beyond the arc. Upon encountering the mosaic of players, Martin found himself facing Beverly and Harden. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward. 1 against 2? What was he thinking? Was such a feat truly feasible? One should not underestimate James's defensive prowess. The spectators below erupted with excitement, hoping that Harden would reclaim his former glory and teach the opposing team a lesson. On the court, Harden sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly signaled to Beverly. Double team. Hurry. We are 2 against 1. However, upon hearing Harden's call, Beverly furrowed his brow. To be candid, he was reluctant to team up with Harden. Yet, with the adversary closing in, there was no alternative. A double team it would be. Nonetheless, he resolved to place only limited trust in Harden. For James's defense was notoriously disappointing to teammates and surprisingly effective against opponents. Just as this thought crossed Beverly's mind, Martin suddenly accelerated, launching an attack from Harden's left flank. Harden merely extended his hand in a token gesture, attempting to swipe the ball, but then ceased all movement. As for Beverly, he intended to join in the double team. Yet Martin effortlessly evaded their grasp. The most disheartening part was that Harden had inadvertently become an obstacle, a mere pawn in Martin's play. As anticipated, Martin glided past with ease, prompting Beverly to abandon Harden and pivot to give chase. Don't run. Martin had already established a 2-step lead over Beverly. The space was ample enough for a direct dunk. However, Martin chose not to pursue that option. As he approached the free throw line, he suddenly accelerated. It seemed he was truly intent on attacking the rim. Beverly, gritting his teeth, hastened his pursuit from behind. A rookie. You think you can dunk in front of me? Not a chance. But Beverly's burst of speed proved troublesome. Suddenly, Martin leaped, not directly beneath the basket, but from 2 steps beyond the free throw line. Beverly crashed into him. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air once more. Beverly, aware of the impending foul, disregarded the consequences and yanked Martin down. However, before he could pull him down, Martin had already released the ball. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net with precision. And won. Martin excitedly pointed his fingers, basking in his triumph. Beside him, Beverly glared at Martin with resentment, yet he had no choice but to retreat to the sidelines. He had already committed 4 fouls. Behind Beverly, Harden looked at him with a hint of regret, patting his chest in a gesture of apology. My bad, my bad. However, Beverly paid him no heed and strode off the court. Without a doubt, Beverly understood that Harden had not taken the mistake in the defense to heart. The phrase my bad was utterly infuriating. Chapter 36, The Eyes Closed Free Throw. A tribute to Jordan. Amidst the jeers, Martin stepped up to the free throw line once more. Yet, the derisive shouts quickly lost their intensity. Whoosh. Martin casually threw the ball, and silence enveloped the arena. Nice. Well done, Martin. My friend, your skills are increasingly impressive. In terms of drawing fouls, I believe you are in no way inferior to someone else. Not bad. Just a tad better than that fellow. Observing Martin and his teammates celebrating as they departed, Harden clenched his fists. Are you really better than me? You overestimate yourselves. Pass me the ball. Harden turned to Ariza, demanding the ball. This time, he was determined to prove himself. However, just as he gained possession, the whistle blew. Beep. Upon turning, Harden spotted Howard being held in the front court. In the front court, Howard wore a look of frustration, while Tucker beside him wore a cheerful grin. Meanwhile, Martin smiled and gave a thumbs up. PJ, splendid work. Haha, not bad. In the backcourt, witnessing Martin and the others reveling in their misfortune, Harden became infuriated. Bang. He forcefully slammed the ball onto the ground. Damn it. What a futile effort. I possess the weapon yet cannot strike. Harden was consumed by anger. He loathed his own helplessness, able only to watch as his teammate was bullied. He despised Howard for his abysmal free throw performance. He resented that fellow on the opposing team for being so shameless, questioning why they couldn't engage in a fair contest. He seethed under Harden's furious gaze. Howard's free throws finally improved slightly, making 1 out of 2. Yet, as he turned back, Martin once again employed his deceptive tactics. During a mid-court dribble, he abruptly halted, drawing yet another foul from Howard. Harden was once again furious, itching to curse, but the Rockets coach, Bickerstaff, was not oblivious. Seizing the opportunity, he finally substituted Howard, bringing Capella onto the court. Yet, upon witnessing this substitution, Martin chuckled with delight. While Howard's free throw skills were indeed lacking, Capella was even more inadequate. Last season, Capella's free throw percentage was below 20, and this season, it barely reached 37. Thus, Martin set his sights on Capella. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the whistle echoed throughout the court once more. Martin committed a foul against Capella. Chandler fouled Capella. Martin commits a foul on Capella. Alex Len also fouls Capella. The sharp swish of the net marks Martin's successful free throw. The clang of the rim echoes as Capella takes his turn at the charity stripe. Before long, the gap in the score widens significantly. The Phoenix Suns, languishing at the bottom of the Western Conference, lead the playoff-bound Mavericks by 17 points, 55-38. Reluctantly, the Mavericks decide to substitute Capella, bringing in Moti Ajunas as the center. However, while he may perform adequately at the free throw line, his rim protection skills do not measure up to those of his predecessors. Seizing the opportunity, Martin penetrated the paint once more, drawing a foul from Moti. Meanwhile, Harden disregarded the defense, creating chaos in the Suns' backcourt. The game had once again devolved into a one-act play featuring Martin and Harden. Furthermore, it had transformed into a fierce contest of free throws. Whoosh, whoosh. Martin, an impressive 18 out of 19. After a missed first free throw, he succeeded with 18 consecutive shots. Just 2 days prior, Martin had set a record for perfect shooting in San Antonio. Today, in Houston, at the Mosaic's home court, in the presence of the master of drawing fouls, James Harden, was Martin poised to break Dwight's record of 39 free throws. The commentators were electrified. Clearly, the fans were not eager to witness such a spectacle, and Harden was even less inclined. Martin scored, and it was only a matter of time before Harden responded. Whoosh. Bang. LeBron made 1 out of 2 free throws. 10 out of 14. In contrast to Martin's consistency, Harden's rhythm at the free throw line was disrupted today. After a period of play where Howard and Capella took center stage, Harden hadn't taken a shot in a while, and his recent free throw attempts were significantly affected. Just as Harden felt his shooting touch returning, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the first half. The score stood at 60-41, a 19-point gap. After a 15-minute intermission, the second half commenced swiftly. The third quarter, the same narrative unfolded once more. Upon resumption, the Suns immediately began committing fouls. Their intentions were clear. They aimed to slice through. Consequently, the rim protectors, Howard and Capella, were deprived of opportunities. Modi was on the court, resembling a sieve with numerous holes. This approach was unsustainable. Despite Harden's earnest efforts to close the gap, he was having an exceedingly challenging day. Creating fouls for free throws was no longer feasible. After all, he had only made 18 out of 23 attempts, while his opponent had remarkably scored 29 out of 30. Harden recognized that his free throw accuracy paled in comparison to that of his adversary. Continuing to rely on free throws would lead to a gradual demise of the game. Observing the score gap persistently at 24 points, Harden resolved to fight back. He was not limited to free throws alone. A step-back three-pointer. He envisioned reclaiming points through his signature move. However, he was overly optimistic. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive three-point attempts, and Harden missed them all. Meanwhile, Martin once again drew a foul, sinking 6 consecutive free throws. Harden's 3 missed shots left his teammates disheartened. Martin's 6 successful free throws widened the score gap to 30 points, shattering the confidence of the Rockets' starting lineup. Beep. The third quarter concluded with a score of 96-63, a staggering 33-point deficit. Martin. The Suns' bench erupted in jubilation. This victory was effortlessly secured. However, the opposing Mavericks were engulfed in despair. Alas, must we hasten into garbage time? Numerous fans in attendance discarded their rally items, turning their backs and departing the arena without a glance. To hell with the Mavericks. Harden is utterly disappointing. What a dreadful performance. Accursed Phoenix and vile shark basketball. That Chinese lad is on the verge of achieving greatness. It is often said not to contend with the Chinese. They wield Eastern magic, yet you choose to disbelieve. A multitude of disappointed fans exited the venue, leaving the remaining supporters in low spirits. On the sidelines, the Mavericks players hung their heads, devoid of morale. Harden draped in a towel, his eyes vacant. Howard, clad in long sleeves, had no intention of rejoining his teammates. Capella scratched his head, lamenting his dismal free throw performance today. However, not all Mavericks were resigned to defeat. No, do not surrender. We still have a chance. The veteran Brewer rose to encourage his comrades. Coach, let us older brothers take the court. Bickerstaff glanced at Brewer and the others, then at the despondent Harden and his companions. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Very well. Thus, as the fourth quarter commenced, the Mavericks replaced their starters with a fresh lineup. Terry, Josh, Brewer, Ariza, Jones. The headband crew has arrived. Last year, these players achieved a stunning comeback in the Western Conference semifinals. Could they replicate their magic today? The moment this lineup took the floor, the previously hushed arena buzzed with excitement. Oh, they are coming. The Mavericks' secret weapon has arrived. What does a significant lead matter? We shall undoubtedly assist in reclaiming this game. The headband crew brimmed with confidence. Terry, Coach, rest assured, we can resolve this. Josh, my forte is mentoring newcomers. Leave it to me, it's a sure thing. Brewer, James, we will swiftly recover. You take a breather. We will need you in the fourth quarter. Ariza, that opponent has made 35 out of 36 free throws. Do not allow him another chance to shoot. All right. Understood. The headband crew confidently took to the court. They indeed showcased their formidable spirit. Whoosh. Right off the bat. The isolation king Josh skillfully outmaneuvered Tucker. The Suns' staunchest defender was no match, faltering under pressure. Others were equally ineffectual in providing support. Yes. Well played, Josh. This is how it should be done. Break through them. The arena's silence shattered by Josh's prowess. Fans were eager to witness their team's resurgence. However, Martin offered no opportunities. If you wish to fight desperately, I shall not relent. In such circumstances, the optimal response is to draw fouls. One must thank Harden for this. Thus, Martin remained resolute in his strategy. Regardless of how the headband crew might scramble about, my intent is to secure free throws. You may endeavor to run fast, but I shall penetrate your weakened interior and convert those free throws with certainty. Beep. Martin committed a foul against Jones. This presents a remarkable opportunity for a potential three-point play. At the free throw line. Whoosh. Martin struck with precision. Out of 37 free throws, he scored 36. The headband team not only failed to narrow the gap but found themselves trailing even further. The frustration was palpable. On the sidelines, Howard grew increasingly anxious. His concern, of course, was not the score or the outcome of the match, but the free throw record. Brothers, stop him. Do not let him shoot. It was critical. Howard had finally achieved a historic NBA record, and he certainly did not want it to be shattered so easily. However, no amount of shouting from Howard could alter the situation. On the court, Martin once again deceived Brewer into committing a foul, employing Harden's classic trick. A blatant foul. Whoosh. 38 attempts, 37 made. Whoosh. 39 attempts, 38 made. Had he equaled Howard's free throw record? Moreover, the deficit had inexplicably widened to 35 points. Brewer, in exasperation, threw up his hands, while Harden, towel draped over his head, had already resigned to fate. Meanwhile, Howard was on his feet, fervently cheering on his teammates. Hey, guys. Keep it up. On the court, Ariza reiterated, come on, everyone, let us be smart with our defense. Just raise your hands, don't give them a chance, got it? Yet. That man was formidable. He wielded James's techniques. Merely raising hands seemed insufficient. So what should we do? Double team him without the ball? Deny him any opportunity to receive it? That could work. However, just as their little strategy was being discussed, Martin, under Ariza's defense, cleverly drew a foul by using his face. The referee decisively blew the whistle. Martin used his face. How could you deny him? Watching Martin step up to the free throw line, Howard simply sat down, utterly speechless. Swish. The first free throw found its mark, 40 out of 39. Broken. Howard's record had been shattered. Cheers erupted. Applause rippled through the arena from some Suns fans and quite a few Rockets supporters. Yet more Rockets fans curled their lips in disdain, rising from their seats without a backward glance. Trash Rockets. I'm never watching your games again. Seeing those disgruntled fans storm out early, Martin merely smirked, the corners of his lips curling upward. If you're leaving, then let me send you off properly. The next shot came swiftly, under the gaze of thousands. Martin, having already broken the record, suddenly closed his eyes. What was he doing? What was he attempting? Michael Jordan. He was imitating Michael Jordan. A blind free throw. How dare he? Amidst the stunned silence, Martin raised his arm and released the ball. It traced a perfect arc through the air. Chapter 37, 41 out of 40. Defeating the Rockets. Swish. The crisp sound of the net echoed. Martin successfully converted another free throw. He has now made 40 out of 41 attempts. The record has been shattered once more. The point difference on the court has reached 37 points. The game has undoubtedly entered garbage time. The Mavericks players hung their heads in defeat. Even the once heroic headband wearers who had saved the Mavericks were now rendered utterly dispirited by Martin's relentless prowess. Brewer remarked, "This fellow is more formidable than LeBron." Josh added, "Our LeBron only focuses occasionally, while he maintains his intensity throughout the entire game. It's truly terrifying." Terry lamented, "I wish I could say we still have a chance. But that guy's free throw prowess is infuriating." Ariza chimed in, "It's Dwight's fault for provoking main sanity. Now look, his free throw record is likely shattered too." On the sidelines, Howard sought refuge by the water cooler, contemplating his escape to avoid any opportunistic reporters. Damn it, I'll never boast again. My face hurts. But that kid is something else. If only I were on the same team as him. Harden, with a towel draped over his head, stared blankly at the court, fixated on that remarkable player. Yao Ming had shown Harden the stature and depth of Chinese basketball, while this young man conveyed a profound sense of despair. Chinese guards are not only adept at breaking through defenses, they also comprehend data-driven basketball, rational play, and efficiency. Next time, I shall not be defeated, Harden thought, lowering the towel to completely shroud his face. Defeated. They had lost this match. As the game progressed, more Mavericks fans began to exit. Yet, many Mavericks supporters joined the Suns fans in joyful exclamations to witness Martin's record-breaking performance and his astonishing blindfolded free throws. Incredible! Is he truly destined to surpass the divine? They mused. Regardless of everything else, I believe today he can. Among the crowd were two blonde, charming girls, hands clasped over their hearts, clad in the Mavericks number 13 jerseys of Harden, yet their eyes were fixed on Martin. "Well, Judith, I realize that Martin is quite impressive," exclaimed one. "Heidi, impressive? No. He's absolutely phenomenal. He is not only emulating James Harden, but also mimicking Michael's moves. I believe he surpasses Harden by far. He aspires to eclipse Michael. How could he be as slow and lackluster as our guy?" Suddenly, one girl felt a pang of disloyalty towards the Mavericks. If it weren't for my dad's love for the Mavericks, I wouldn't even bother watching them. Can I now be a Suns fan? Nearby, someone couldn't resist reminding the young ladies, "Ladies, you are Mavericks fans. How can you betray your team?" "I don't care. I'll betray them if I want. He plays so well, can't we praise him? And this is a blindfolded free throw. Can Harden do that?" The two girls felt no shame, standing their ground. "I see you're just captivated by his looks. So what? Is it any of your business? From today on, I'm a fan of Martin." With that, the two girls boldly removed their Harden jerseys. As they spotted Martin passing by the sideline, they erupted into fervent cheers. "Martin! Martin! Martin! Ah, Martin, you're so handsome. Martin, look here." Witnessing the girls switch allegiance, a nearby Mavericks fan could only shake his head in disbelief. Resigned, he joined the exodus of fans. Soon, the stands grew increasingly sparse. Although there was still ample time left in the game, Mavericks fans could no longer bear to watch. The Mavericks called for a timeout, substituting their headband-wearing player with a member of their third-string lineup. Following a few rounds, the Suns also made adjustments, bringing in fresh legs. Hornacek showed Martin the utmost respect by isolating him for a one-on-one matchup. "Martin, Martin, Martin. MVP, MVP, MVP." The cheers from the hundreds in attendance resonated through the arena as Martin gracefully exited after a stellar performance. Observing the desolate stands where some unsavory characters fled, Martin felt a wave of satisfaction. His spirits lifted when he noticed several fans clad in Mavericks jerseys cheering for him. The sight of a few beautiful young women among the Mavericks supporters, eagerly waving and calling out to him, stirred something within Martin's usually composed heart. This feeling was delightful. On the court, the final moments were left to Booker, who executed his plays with fervor and precision. However, the Mavericks' third-string players fought valiantly, managing to match the Suns' second unit. The score did not widen significantly, but the damage inflicted was undoubtedly severe. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the game. The final score read 133-96. With the Suns triumphing over the Mavericks by a staggering 37 points on their home turf. Martin dominated the game today, scoring an impressive 50 points along with 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals. He excelled at the free throw line, converting 40 out of 41 attempts for a total of 40 points. In the flow of play, he made 5 out of 9 shots, contributing an additional 10 points. Booker contributed 26 points, shooting 10 out of 23. With 14 of those points coming in the fourth quarter, he showcased his prowess against the opposing bench players. On the opposing team, the Mavericks, Harden scored 30 points. For rebounds, 3 assists, but struggled with 6 turnovers, making 22 out of 30 free throws and only 4 out of 14 from the field for 8 points. As for Howard, who was supposed to teach Martin a lesson, he managed only 6 points, 5 rebounds, and no blocks, hitting 6 out of 14 free throws and failing to score from the field. Brewer, Terry, and Josh combined for 33 points, displaying remarkable efficiency. Yet it was not enough to orchestrate a miraculous comeback. On the court, players exchanged pleasantries, but Martin did not have the opportunity to see Harden and Howard, who had already retreated to the player tunnel. Watching their departing figures, Martin smiled subtly. Mosaic. This should be considered a victory, right? On the sidelines, a beautiful reporter in a burgundy short skirt approached with a microphone. She was about to interview today's star of the match, Martin. "Hey, everyone." As Martin was about to respond, the scene erupted with excitement. "Martin, Martin, Martin," echoed through the crowd, transforming into MVP. 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 The fervor of hundreds resonated powerfully. Martin turned to wave at them. Receiving such enthusiastic support away from home clearly indicated that he had achieved the pre-game objective. How did he manage it today? In truth, I had never intended to rely on free throws for victory. After all, my accuracy from the line is quite remarkable, which feels somewhat unfair. However, those few players were relentless in preventing me from taking clean shots. Whenever I received the ball, they practically clung to me, leaving me feeling quite frustrated. At that moment, I noticed that James Harden was also struggling with his shooting, and I observed how he utilized free throws to counter his opponents. Thus, I adopted a similar strategy. And there you have it. I was compelled to resort to free throws as a means of overcoming the challenge. It was not intentional. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. They cheered for this guy with the giant cup. "Tonight, you are the most dashing. Everything you say is right." In the background, Harden couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Rookie, I'll remember you." The journalist pressed on with their inquiries. "You have set yourself a goal that surpasses that of the gods. Do you believe you can achieve it? Did you see my last free throw? If Michael could do it, So can I, and I shall surpass him. Upon Martin's declaration, an uproar ensued in the venue. Go for it, Martin. You can do it. While many harbored doubts within, Martin remained unfazed. Having already made bold claims, he had no intention of retreating. As a transcendent figure, how could he not surpass the legends of Jordan and Kobe? Many speculated that Maine's sanity would not endure for long, asserting that future games would become increasingly challenging for him. Martin encountered this query online. A foreigner thriving in the NBA, could they truly be pleased? Yet, whether they were pleased or not, it mattered little. Glancing at the hundreds in attendance, Martin flashed a warm smile and confidently proclaimed, "Yes, it is inevitable." The audience erupted in applause, honoring this self-assured Chinese athlete. Anticipation filled the air, with everyone eager to witness his forthcoming performance. However, the critics harbored greater hopes of seeing Martin and the Suns defeated by rival teams. Across the ocean, in a Tencent broadcast room, the jovial CUF fans summarized the event. Congratulations to Martin and the Suns for consecutive victories. Numerous foreign media outlets had been skeptical of the Suns, doubting Martin's ability to sustain Maine's sanity. Yet, once again, Martin captivated all with his performance, silencing the naysayers. Although his shooting percentage was not the astonishing 100% of previous games, Martin adeptly applied the techniques learned from Harden. Remarkably, he surpassed the master himself, earning undeniable respect. With a free throw record of 40 out of 41. His fundamental skill shone through, showcasing the immense effort he dedicated to honing his craft. This exemplifies our Chinese guard, a figure we can always rely on. After showering Martin with praise, Kafan ceded the floor to Coach Zhang. Teacher Zhang Weiping beamed with delight, remarking that Martin's gameplay today was nothing short of exemplary. Despite the clear defensive and offensive strategies of the Rockets, Martin maintained his composure, leveraging his consistent free throws to secure victory, truly the most rational approach to winning. Martin is a graduate of USC, a brilliant student indeed. This match directly showcased his high basketball IQ and exceptional game discernment. Moving forward, the opponents of the Suns are bound to face a dilemma. How does one contain a clever individual with such a high basketball intellect? I eagerly anticipate the next game. Teacher Zhang Weiping shares this anticipation, and the fans are no different. The live chat is abuzz with excitement. Ding is extraordinary, breaking records in every game. He is on a trajectory towards greatness. I have long asserted that he surpasses Iverson, who among you still disagrees? While his prowess is undeniable, let us refrain from incessantly comparing him to Iverson. Have you children ever witnessed my AI on the court, relying on past glories? Haha, Iverson is indeed remarkable. But Ding is our singular gem. It's universally acknowledged that he is the best in the country, right? Where do you place my formidable king? My young Ding is the CBA MVP. Who else can be deemed the top player domestically? Detractors, be gone. Ding is formidable. Congratulations to Ding for achieving the highest free throw record in history, 41 out of 40, truly magnificent. I soar like Ding, unstoppable in my pursuits. Chapter 38, a 92 free throw rate. Ding. Post-game training task. 10,000 free throws. Upon completion, the free throw percentage will elevate to 92. At the hotel basketball court, Martin, despite his exhaustion, made his way there. Several times, he contemplated taking it easy, yet the allure of post-game training was simply too enticing. Unlike Tucker and Booker, who would return to wash up, lie down, and sleep, Martin simply could not allow himself that luxury. Free throws? Just 10,000 free throws? I shall practice. Go, go, go. Whoosh, 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 bang. One after another, free throws were launched with precision. Basketballs scattered across the floor. Before long, a basket of 50 balls was depleted. Observing the ensuing chaos, Martin couldn't help but think of Tucker. How he wished for someone to retrieve the balls for him. If only there were a ball retriever around. Outside the hotel, a taxi came to a halt. Two blonde, attractive girls stepped out. Judith. Are we really going to chase him down here? Isn't that a bit abrupt? Plus, it's so late. He must be asleep by now. Haley. Surely you haven't checked the news? I just searched and found that he always practices after each game. I bet he is in the hotel gym right now. Hearing Judith's words, Haley was somewhat incredulous. Which star player doesn't rest after a game? Who would work that hard? Only that old man, the Black Mamba, Kobe, would. Moreover, that old man Kobe is past his prime and no longer puts in the effort. In this materialistic society, is there really someone who wouldn't return to the hotel for fun or to play games? Really? Shall we sneak in and take a look? Oh, Haley. Why are you even more eager than I am? The two bold girls ventured into the hotel, making their way towards the gym. Indeed, the gym lights were on. The two girls exchanged glances filled with excitement. Thump, thump, thump. As they approached, they heard the sound of dribbling. There was only one voice inside, likely just one person. They reached the door, peering through the crack. Then they witnessed Martin's relentless shooting. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 10 in a row, 20 in a row, 30 in a row, 40 in a row, 50 in a row. The two girls, who had initially held back, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Wow, so cool. Oh, how impressive. Their moment of distraction startled the lone occupant inside. Who was there? Came a booming voice, causing the two girls to quickly hide. Haley, being the more timid one, felt a tinge of fear at Martin's intimidating tone. Judith, he is so fierce. Shouldn't we just leave? Now that we're here. Why would we leave? He is so handsome. A little fierceness only adds to his masculinity. Judith, you're only 16. I've had 3 boyfriends already. I'm no longer a child. Haley, you may excel in many areas, but in this regard, I surely surpass you. Compared to the innocent Haley, Judith exuded a certain maturity. Though Haley was more physically appealing, Judith dressed in a more daring and mature fashion. Haley, you're 18 now, as sisters. How about I let you have this guy? He is still single, you know. Judith, you're insufferable. I don't want him. If you don't want him, I'll just take him for myself. No, you're still a minor. How could you pursue him? Just as the two sisters playfully bickered, the door creaked open. Haley and Judith froze in place, instinctively wanting to flee, but a voice held them in place. What are you two doing? Inside the gym. The two girls stood before Martin like children caught in mischief. Speak up. What are you doing here? Out so late? Are you thieves? No, we're not. Haley's face flushed as she quickly waved her hands. Judith, however, confidently straightened her alluring figure and boldly stated, We're actually your fans. We cheered for you today. My fans? Martin looked at the two attractive girls before him. Martin's eyes brightened with excitement. Excellent. Observing the exhilaration on Martin's face, Judith lifted her chin, remarking, Indeed. Men have a penchant for this. Meanwhile, Haley felt a twinge of disappointment in her heart, sensing the premature demise of a beautiful romance that had yet to unfold. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Just then, Martin spoke up. Wonderful, you are my fans, so you would be delighted to assist me, wouldn't you? Both women nodded in agreement. Haley felt a mix of confusion and sadness, while Judith was eager to seize the opportunity, having never experienced the allure of an NBA star. Then, Martin unabashedly declared, Very well, tonight you shall serve as my ball girls and fetch the balls for me. Huh, is that all? Both women stared at him in astonishment. Martin, however, was quite self-assured. Of course, as a devoted fan, one would naturally be eager to assist their idol in retrieving the basketballs. Absolutely. We are more than willing. Haley beamed with delight, while Judith appeared rather disinterested. Very well. I shall now practice my free throws, and I would greatly appreciate your assistance in collecting the balls. No problem. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Martin consistently sent the ball swishing through the net, Haley felt a stir of excitement, while Judith's mouth, initially pouting, gradually widened in surprise. Haley exclaimed, Is he this accurate? He is truly remarkable. Judith remarked, after playing a match, to maintain such precision for this long, he demonstrates incredible endurance. Haley pondered. Is his extraordinary skill a result of diligent practice? Judith responded, with such striking looks and an impressive physique, I refuse to concede him to Haley. Haley mused. His gaze is so intense. Can he even perceive my beauty amidst his focus on basketball? Surely, my figure is superior to Judith's. Judith declared, I've made up my mind. You shall be my fourth boyfriend, and my last. The two ball girls, while retrieving the balls, reveled in their admiration and entertained various fantasies. 3 hours later, Martin has scored 2,000 goals. The night has grown late, and this shall be the end for tonight. As a token of my gratitude, allow me to offer you a gift. What would you like? Martin said so, and Judith graciously asked, I want your jersey. Of course. Martin discovered a new item in his bag. To his surprise, Judith shook her head. No, I don't want something new. I want that damp one from your competition today. I simply adore the dampness. As she spoke, Judith winked playfully. What a seductress. Is this a peculiar desire among foreigners? After all, he had assisted her throughout the night, drenched in fragrant sweat, fulfilling her whims. Martin decided to simply gift it to her, as he was too lazy to do the laundry himself. Here. Judith, upon receiving the jersey, brazenly took it out and inhaled its scent. whom she appeared to be quite enraptured, despite its unmistakable odor of sweat, likely tinged with a hint of unpleasantness. Eagle sauce, do as you please. Martin quickly turned his gaze to another girl, who appeared innocent and pure, surely devoid of any peculiarities. And you? May I request a photo and your autograph? This girl indeed seemed perfectly normal. Click, click, click. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Martin certainly satisfied her. However, just when he thought it was all settled, this little sister highly blushed and said, "Could you give me the t-shirt you just changed out of?" Ah, yet another one who enjoys the original flavor. Martin could not help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of the Eagles. It was midnight, and the entire Suns team was taking a moment to recuperate at the hotel before boarding a charter flight back to Phoenix. On the plane, the others were utterly exhausted. Coach Hornacek leaned his head to one side, asleep, his face showing clear signs of fatigue. Yet there was a hint of indescribable joy mingled with a trace of struggle and reluctance. Veteran Chandler donned a sleep mask, emitting soft snores. This seasoned player, a holder of a championship ring, could find restful slumber in any circumstance. Rookie Booker, wearing headphones, kept his eyes closed, not actually asleep, merely pretending to be. The individuals seated in front of him were also awake. He could not afford to doze off either. While everyone else was fatigued and resting, Martin, brimming with excitement, was engrossed in his phone, oblivious to the world around him. Tucker quietly approached and observed Martin hastily stow away his device, as if guarding a secret. Tucker shifted the conversation. "Hey, weren't you supposed to be practicing late tonight? You seem even more relaxed than I am." Martin spread his hands in resignation, declaring, "What can I say? I am young. For the youth, spending the night awake is hardly a challenge." The elder Tucker, struck by a sudden revelation, cast a sidelong glance at Martin, yet his lips curled into a mischievous grin as he whispered, "Martin, I saw you. Tonight, you were with two young ladies." When they exited the hotel, they appeared quite fatigued, and their attire seemed somewhat damp. "Heh, you rascal." Tucker truly had a knack for discerning the essence of a situation from the smallest detail, his imagination running wild. Martin couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. "That is simply not true. Don't let your imagination run wild. Tack wouldn't believe it either. Who hasn't been young at some point? I once took on 2 challenges myself. It was exhilarating. Now, I find myself full of desire yet lacking the strength. Alas, I am growing old." Martin realized that the old man had misconstrued his intentions and, unable to clarify, decided to let it be. However, Booker suddenly interjected from behind. "Isn't it merely 2? I faced off against 3. Martin rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Why are you always around? Do you think it would kill you not to compete with me? Moreover," he added, "and please, refrain from flaunting colors." At 2 in the morning, the Sun charter flight landed in Phoenix. After several days of arduous battles on the road, the Suns finally returned to their home turf. The next game awaited them in 3 days, granting the team a rare mini-vacation. An Audi was already awaiting them at the airport. "Dad, you're finally back." Upon seeing his daughter Abby come to greet him, Hornacek was filled with joy. "Abby, my wonderful daughter, I am so happy to see you." Jeff Hornacek took the opportunity to impart some wisdom to Martin regarding the importance of fatherhood. "Martin, did you see that? When you marry in the future, you must have a daughter. Daughters are the sweetest and most understanding." "Indeed, I will definitely want a daughter in the future." Hornacek beamed with delight, blissfully unaware that Martin was winking mischievously at his daughter behind him. Abby quickly dodged, tossing the car keys to Martin. "You drive." Then she wrapped her arms around her father, saying, "Dad, let us go home. I've prepared a late-night snack for you." Hornacek replied, "My darling, you truly know how to care for your father. All my affection for you has not been in vain." Martin, likewise. Chapter 39. Divergent thoughts within the team. The Suns concluded their 2-game road trip and returned to Phoenix. With a rare 2.5 days for adjustment and practice, the team was eager to make the most of it. On that day, at 9 a.m., the Phoenix TSR Arena witnessed the arrival of the Suns players, one by one. Ronnie Price, driving his second-hand Mercedes, slowly entered the parking lot. Upon exiting his vehicle, he was greeted by reporters and fans who had been waiting at the entrance of the players' tunnel. He was about to respond with a smile when the reporters' inquiries abruptly extinguished his enthusiasm. "Ronnie, under Martin's leadership, the team has achieved a 4-game winning streak. How long do you think you can maintain this momentum?" "Ronnie, what are your thoughts on the outstanding young talent that is Martin? As Martin's backup, how do you feel about your role?" Ronnie Price's face fell in an instant. He had no intention of answering any questions, he merely squeezed past them. Born in '83. At 33 years old, he considered himself a veteran. After going undrafted in 2005, he wandered through teams like the Kings, Jazz, Trailblazers, and Magic. Eventually finding his footing with the Suns. Initially, Ronnie believed he had outlasted Bledsoe and T.J. Warren, and that his position as the third string would be significant. However, unexpectedly, an obscure Asian player had seized the spotlight from him. In recent days, the Suns' four-game winning streak was all the media could talk about, celebrating the revival of Phoenix, heralding a renaissance brought forth by this young prodigy. The headlines read, "Main sanity continues. The young talent from China, Martin, has saved Phoenix for consecutive victories. A momentous achievement." The reports flooded in, yet the Phoenix media remained relentless, while the fans celebrated, discussing him in their daily conversations. Yet, Ronnie Price felt increasingly disheartened. Just earlier, the radio in his car had been blaring reports about that same young player mimicking Jordan's blindfolded shots, setting a record with 41 free throws, and being hailed as the architect of the four-game winning streak. Frustrated, Ronnie nearly shattered the car's speakers. Now arriving at the arena, the reporters continued to pester him with questions about the young sensation. "Isn't it bothersome? Do you not find this incessant inquiry tiresome?" Ronnie was genuinely irritated, his patience wearing thin. "That should have been my position. I should have been the one leading the Suns to victory and gaining recognition." Yet, all of that has been snatched away by him. Fuming, he strode towards the locker room. As he passed the arena, he could hear the commotion inside. No need to look. It was undoubtedly that annoying kid Martin along with Tucker, his ever-loyal shadow. With a resentful glance, he headed straight to the locker room. Upon entering, he found a few familiar faces already present. "Hey, guys, you're here early," greeted Ronnie. "Remember our discussion last night?" "Of course," they replied. "Well, for the sake of your futures, we must put in some real effort today." "No problem," the others agreed, motivated by the prospect of gaining some recognition themselves. If Martin continued to shine alone, the rest of them would have no chance to showcase their talents, and their statistics would be dismal. They needed to assert their presence. However, amidst their light-hearted banter, Ronnie noticed a solitary figure, Sonny Weems, a name that many CBA fans, especially those from Guangdong, would come to recognize, as he had aided the Hanyuan team in securing championships in the future. He was heralded as the strongest CBA foreign player, often compared to a young LeBron James. Yet, in present-day Phoenix, his name held no value. Sonny Weems was merely a water cooler attendant, even less significant than Martin's previous role as a mere mascot. At that moment, Weems was intently lacing his shoes. Having once been teammates with the shoe-tying enthusiast J.R. Smith, Weems approached this task with utmost seriousness. Ronnie Price sauntered over. "Sonny, brother, what has got you down? Aren't we on a four-game winning streak?" Surprised by Ronnie's solemn demeanor, Weems wondered why the team's success didn't elicit joy. Unlike Ronnie, Weems was more focused on the team's honor. "Oh, don't get me started. It's the news. It's got me feeling a bit off." "News? What news?" Weems leaned in to see Ronnie's phone, discovering an array of articles extolling Martin. Unique and unparalleled, Martin has saved the Suns. One article was a lengthy 800-word piece brimming with praise for Martin. It declared him the savior of the Suns, attributing his arrival to divine intervention. "We are grateful to the heavens for guiding us away from undrafted players to Martin. His presence has indeed heralded the revival of Phoenix." It continued, "Our ding god can rival Allen Iverson of yore. His aspirations are to surpass Michael Jordan, an ambition that great individuals harbor, and he shall certainly realize it." After skimming through the article, Weems couldn't help but nod in agreement. "What's wrong? Is there something amiss with this article?" he asked, looking at Ronnie with confusion. Recognizing Weems' naivete, Ronnie sighed. "Brother, basketball is a team sport, yet all the accolades are being attributed to him alone. Do you not find that somewhat tragic?" However, Weems did not concede to Ronnie's perspective. Before Martin arrived, the Suns were abysmal. Without him, we might have been looking at another 10-game losing streak. What has this talk of a 4-game winning streak? It's all thanks to Martin. I believe that's accurate. His brilliance has made our victories seem effortless. We've merely been riding his coattails. Ronnie Price grew agitated. "Buddy, that SA Chinese player. He is our competitor. How can you allow yourself to be swayed by the opposition?" Ronnie Price chose to be somewhat indirect, mindful of the fact that Weems, at 30 years old, was rather honest yet somewhat wooden. He possessed a stubborn, rigid mindset akin to that of an inflexible log. While he did exhibit some prowess, he was akin to a lone wolf, lacking in team spirit, which rendered our group anything but a cohesive unit. We found ourselves deprived of any opportunity for expression. However, Weems held a different perspective. He thought it quite advantageous to coast through work while still receiving a paycheck. "Is this the extent of your ambition?" Ronnie Price felt a deep frustration, akin to the disappointment of seeing iron not transform into steel. If we did not deliver results, the upcoming season would spell disaster. Without impressive statistics, no team would seek our services. Weems, upon hearing these words, recognized their validity. He had to consider the realities of providing for his family. After experiencing setbacks in the NBA, he ventured into the Lithuanian League, where he thrived. Yet, his return to the NBA left him feeling insignificant. At 30, it was time to contemplate his future. What to do then? Upon witnessing this dense-minded individual finally come to terms with reality, Ronnie Price could not help but smile. Today was the day of a practice match, and we intended to undermine Martin's morale. Weems understood the message. This practice was an opportunity to secure more playing time and ball possession for future games. While vying for possession was feasible, could we truly compete against him? The thought of Martin wreaking havoc on the championship-favored Cavaliers still haunted Weems. Ronnie Price was aware of this but remained unperturbed, for he had made preparations. "It's just PJ and I," he stated plainly. "What does that mean?" "Quite literally, it means that in today's practice match, regardless of who teams up with him, it will be 8 against 2. Moreover, the assistant coach will officiate, and he is on our side. It would be nearly impossible to lose." Upon hearing Ronnie Price's words, Weems grasped the intention. This was a plan to unite against Martin. "What do you say? You'll cooperate with us, won't you?" "All right." Weems hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. Strength in numbers compelled him to avoid standing out as an anomaly. Nevertheless, he secretly yearned to measure himself against someone like Martin. "Just how formidable are you, Martin?" Weems found himself intrigued. "Sonny, you are my good brother." Ronnie Price beamed with satisfaction at successfully winning over another ally. Yet, this was not sufficient. There remained an unpredictable X-factor, Devin Booker. In Ronnie Price's view, Booker had always harbored animosity towards Martin, positioning himself as a staunch opponent. Yet, during games, he occasionally lent support to the opposing side. Could he be swayed to join their cause? As these thoughts crossed Ronnie Price's mind, Booker entered the locker room with his bag slung over his shoulder. "Devin, good morning." "Hey, good morning." Ronnie Price approached him casually. After exchanging pleasantries, he broached the subject. "Devin, do you think our team needs a leader?" "Absolutely, we do. What else on your mind?" "Devin, I believe you should be our leader. We can't allow a Chinese player to take the helm. That's simply one T deal." Upon hearing this, Booker comprehended Ronnie's implication. "I've thought the same. But he truly is impressive." No, he merely has more shooting opportunities. If you had 40 free throws, wouldn't you score 50 points? If you shot 30 times, could you not surpass 50 points? "I certainly could not," Ronnie Price admitted, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Cough. "Devin, you must not speak so despondently. You are our leader, and you must exude confidence." "Confidence? Of course, I possess it. But no buts. You are the most formidable among us and deserve the majority of the ball. We have a practice match today, right? You will face Martin. And I am confident you can prevail." "Face Martin?" Booker clenched his fists but ultimately agreed. "All right, let us see what I've got." He had been secretly honing his skills, striving for what? To surpass that young man, of course. He, Devin Booker, should be the rightful ruler of the Suns. Nearby, Weems observed all of this, his mind swirling with doubts. Why does this sound different from before? Is he deceiving? Is he deceiving Devin? Chapter 40. 8 against 2. This match promises to be entertaining. "Good morning, everyone," Martin exclaimed, drenched in sweat as he entered the locker room, followed closely by his imposing companion, PJ Tucker. Many gazes initially fixated on Martin, but quickly averted upon the intimidating presence of Tucker. Devin Booker, however, approached Martin without hesitation. "Martin, shall we compete in the practice match later?" "Sure." Martin did not take it seriously as he changed out of his drenched training shirt. This displeased Devin Booker, who was earnest in his demeanor. "Martin, I am being serious," he insisted. Martin then turned around to face the solemn visage of Booker. He understood that this individual was indeed serious about the matter at hand. Very well. This time, a definitive outcome must be established. It was a contest for the position of the team's future star. Booker boldly articulated this in front of everyone, catching many by surprise. Martin had always recognized the considerable ambition of this individual, often referred to as the White Mamba by numerous Phoenix fans, a potential future Kobe Bryant for the Phoenix Suns. "Since you've said that, let us have a game, shall we? Today victory shall undoubtedly be mine," declared Booker, clenching his fist with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, the expressions and thoughts of the others around him varied, each lost in their own contemplation. Beep, beep, beep. The daily training session on the court concluded as the assistant coach blew the whistle for assembly. Head coach Hornacek was absent, allowing the assistant coach to oversee the tactical training, dividing the players into offensive and defensive roles. Today's tactical course will be conducted in a game format. The starting lineup and the first substitute team will practice together, the assistant coach began, but before he could finish, Booker stepped forward. "Coach, I request to join the practice team." "Me too," chimed in Ronnie Price. "I want to join as well," added Chandler, observing the three starters stepping forward. The assistant coach said nothing but nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us experiment with the lineup today." Soon, the rosters were established. The starters: Martin, Sonny Weems, P.J. Tucker, Corey Jefferson, and Alex Len. The practice team: Ronnie Price, Devin Booker, Mirza Teletovic, John Lure, and Tyson Chandler. The practice team boasted a commendable level of skill, exhibiting no significant weaknesses in either offense or defense. Although the starting team included Martin, Tucker, and Len, the others lacked offensive prowess, aside from Martin. The remaining four struggled with individual scoring. While Len excelled in defense, his shooting was woefully inadequate. Jefferson was somewhat of a blue-collar player, with minimal ball control on the Suns, and Weems was more of a peripheral figure. Tucker could shoot, yet had no ability to create his own shot. In the eyes of the onlookers, it seemed that Martin and his starting team were in for a rough time. The practice team, eager and ready, possessed the enthusiasm to overpower their counterparts. Ronnie Price was in high spirits, secretly relishing the moment, perhaps reveling in a cunning triumph. Teletovic, Lure, and Chandler shared light laughter, clearly believing their opponents would be no match for them. The recently celebrated player was bound to falter today. Yet, Devin Booker wore a grave expression, acutely aware of the significance of this matchup. To him, it represented both an opportunity and a formidable challenge. Success would herald triumph, while failure loomed as a descent into despair. "I must reclaim my position," he thought resolutely. The countenance of the starters revealed their discomfort. Alex Len felt uneasy. He had originally intended to join the practice team, but had been usurped by Lure. "Damn it, being an undercover player is not my forte." Corey Jefferson remained indifferent. As the second-string power forward, he harbored endless fantasies of starting, yet knew his capabilities did not warrant such aspirations. Given the collective aversion to one player monopolizing the ball, he resolved to cooperate with his teammates. Weems, however, felt bewildered. "This isn't what we agreed upon. How did I end up as a spy in the starting lineup? Do they doubt my abilities? Besides, I'm not suited for this role." He glanced at P.J. Tucker, whose muscular physique resembled a boulder, and felt a shiver run down his spine. If Tucker finds out, will he tear me apart? Regardless, he decided to put his worries aside and focus on the game. After all, as a member of the third string, his performance wouldn't attract too much scrutiny, would it? With this thought in mind, Weems instinctively lowered his gaze. Martin observed the expressions of those on the court, catching a knowing glance with P.J. Tucker, both recognizing an underlying significance. "There is something intriguing about today's scrimmage," he mused. The small camaraderie displayed by the opposing team did not escape his notice. Yet, did they really believe they could contend with him? Could his starting five truly be outmatched? Martin held unwavering confidence in P.J. Tucker's capabilities, although Alex Len's shooting left much to be desired. His proficiency near the rim remained intact. Jefferson may struggle offensively, but he could certainly serve as a solid screen. As for Sonny Weems, Martin was familiar with him. Despite a lackluster performance with the Nuggets and Raptors, he had shone brightly in Europe, now returning to the Suns as a mere bench player. Martin felt a twinge of regret for him. This individual was destined to dominate in the CBA, bearing the moniker of Little James. "If you wish to challenge my position, then let us see what unfolds." Martin glanced at Booker, his eyes narrowing slightly as a gentle smile graced his lips. However, unbeknownst to him, this was not a scheme orchestrated by Booker, and the situation was far more complex than he imagined. "Gentlemen, let us play diligently in today's scrimmage. If we secure a victory, I assure you that your playing time and possession will undoubtedly increase." Martin gave his teammates an inspiring pep talk right before the kickoff. "Really? Splendid. Very well." While Williams seemed rather stirred, Jefferson and Alex merely responded with half-hearted murmurs of acknowledgement. Martin failed to perceive anything unusual. Beep. The match commenced swiftly. Right from the outset, the jump ball took place at center court. Chandler deftly redirected the first offensive play over Alex's head. "Defend. Defend." Martin urgently signaled for everyone to assume their positions, preparing to thwart the impending assault. The starting five positioned themselves within the three-point line, establishing a commendable 2-to-3 zone defense. Ronnie Price dribbled past the half-court line, delivering the ball directly to Devin Booker. Noticing the starting five's defensive stance, Booker flashed a subtle smile at Martin. A zone defense? Are you intentionally denying me the opportunity to penetrate? Yet, you underestimate me, don't you? Well, let us see what you've got. Martin directly called upon Wims, who was positioned higher, to apply pressure. Booker immediately sprang into action. Martin's coercion did not stem from a solitary effort, but rather from a duo. The two guards at the high position executed a 2-3 zone defense, intent on encircling the ball handler, Booker, by employing a numerical advantage in defense. They aimed to create a localized superiority. Such defensive tactics undoubtedly imposed considerable pressure on the ball handler. However, what Martin did not foresee was Booker's swift change of direction, allowing him to deftly maneuver past Wiggins. Martin was obstructed in his path by Wims. The double team from Martin and Williams proved to be utterly ineffective as Booker seamlessly penetrated the paint. Alex Len abandoned Chandler in the post to make an aggressive attempt to contest. However, Booker executed a smooth Eurostep, effortlessly maneuvering past his defender. Rising high on the left side of the basket, Booker launched a simple bank shot that found its mark, securing the first 2 points of the game. 2-0 yes. With exuberance, Booker raised his arms in celebration, taking a moment to flaunt his prowess before Martin. Did you see that? This is my strength. The zone defense cannot hinder me at all. Martin furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, Wims, standing beside him, offered an apology. I'm sorry. My fault. To be candid, many athletes tend to utter such self-blaming phrases upon making a mistake. However, Martin found this expression quite distasteful. The reason being, numerous individuals who utter these words do so without genuine reflection. While they proclaim my fault, they inevitably repeat the same errors in subsequent instances. Would Wims fall into this category? Martin was unaware. He chose to place his trust in his teammates. It's all right. We shall soon make a comeback. Martin swiftly orchestrated the offensive play for the starting team. As he received the ball in the backcourt, he urged his teammates to advance quickly. Come on, guys, let's go. The substitute team's veteran, Ronnie Price, attempted to impede Martin's progress with sheer physicality. However, he underestimated the challenge. It was indeed a formidable task for a single individual to contain Martin. Martin's movements were remarkably agile. With a swift behind-the-back dribble, he eluded Price effortlessly. Stop him. Price called out, pursuing from behind, yet he was unable to close the gap and could only helplessly gesture for his teammates' assistance. Devin Booker immediately abandoned his defensive assignment and charged directly towards Martin. Behind Booker, Chandler and a few others also vacated their respective opponents, coordinating seamlessly to form a pocket formation in the paint, lying in wait for Martin to fall into their trap. With a deft maneuver, Martin feigned to the left and then to the right, momentarily deceiving Booker and positioning himself to drive into the fray. He fell for it. Ronnie Price, stationed in the backcourt, couldn't contain his delight. He had meticulously crafted this strategy prior to the game, and it appeared to be quite effective. Chandler and the others were also in high spirits as they commenced with an aggressive onslaught, invigorating everyone's competitive spirit. However, one must ponder. Does this pocket formation truly yield results? As Martin found himself encircled by 4 opponents, he made an immediate decision. What the hell, is this really how they play? Even under such intense scrutiny, he still contemplated taking a shot. However, the underhanded tactics employed by Booker were simply intolerable. This rascal was tugging at Martin's shorts, and he feared that if he leapt, it might result in an unfortunate incident. Moreover, Booker's actions were so blatant. Why on earth did the referee not blow the whistle? Infuriating. Delayed by Booker's antics, Martin's opportunity to shoot slipped away as others closed in around him. Martin did not rush recklessly. Instead, he delivered the ball directly to the absolutely open Alex Len near the basket. The blockade by Chandler and his 3 companions was futile, leaving them helplessly turning to watch Len beneath the hoop. However, upon realizing it was Len, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not PJ, then it's all right. At that moment, Alex Len received the ball, instinctively dribbling once before leaping skyward. With great effort, Len soared, lifting the ball high before forcefully slamming it toward the rim. The power of the shot was tremendous, yet his aim faltered, resulting in a rather errant dunk. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Chandler seized the rebound above PJ Tucker's head with a resounding bang. Without a moment's hesitation, he passed the ball to Booker. Devin, go. Booker grabbed the ball and surged forward like a bolt of lightning. With every stride quicker than the last, even the swiftest Martin could not keep pace. Everyone watched in awe as Booker leapt into the air on the front court. Boom. A 2-handed slam that reverberated through the arena. Wow. Booker mimicked his idol Kobe, tugging at his jersey before delivering a powerful fist pump. It was evident he was brimming with excitement today. The bench players shared in his exuberance, their faces lit with joy. As for the starters, Wiggins, Lynn, and Jefferson maintained their composure. P.J. Tucker appeared bewildered and somewhat irked. Yet Martin squinted, sensing something intriguing. This game is turning out to be quite entertaining. Chapter 41. Frenzied. An extreme 2-on-1. PJ, this game relies solely on us. No problem. Tucker and Martin exchanged determined glances before turning their fiery gazes to the other 8 players and the referee. 9 against 2. Despite being outnumbered, the duo showed no signs of intimidation. Wiggins stepped out of bounds, preparing to inbound the ball, but Tucker barked at him to stop. Give me the ball. Faced with Tucker's fierce demeanor, Wiggins complied without a word, hastily retreating. They figured it out. They must have noticed. PJ looked like he wanted to take me out just now. What should I do? What should I do? With so many of us, we can't let them bully us. Can we? Wiggins contemplated whether to continue his role as a double agent. He was aware that, within the Suns, there were only 2 paths for survival. One was to yield to Price and his faction, which was the prevailing trend. The other was to switch allegiances and join Martin's camp. Every team has its own cliques. But the Suns group was particularly exclusionary. Wiggins was uncertain about his next move. Nevertheless, he clearly recognized that Martin was the more formidable player. I'll just wait and see. I can simply follow Booker. If I don't engage in defense or attack too earnestly, I should avoid serious issues, right? After weighing his options, Wiggins opted for neutrality. Meanwhile, Martin and Tucker were wholly focused, acutely aware of the overwhelming number of opponents. Today, they had to be serious. Go, go, go. Tucker executed a baseline free throw, passing the ball to Martin. As soon as Martin received the ball, no one approached him for close defense. This is a sign that Price, the opponent, has become astute. Even in a front-court defense, he poses no threat to Martin, so it is better to forego the defensive effort altogether. Observe. The 5 substitutes over there have already assumed their positions, eagerly awaiting Martin's advance. Splendid. Martin gazed at the 2-3 zone defense before him, displaying not an ounce of trepidation, but rather a palpable excitement. He relished such challenges. Gradually dribbling across half-court, he approached the 3-point line, prompting Price and Booker to step up their defense. A double team. This is the essence of a 2-3 zone defense, employing numbers to counter fewer opponents, compelling the adversary's key player to relinquish the ball or seizing the opportunity to intercept. However, Martin was not one to yield possession simply due to the presence of 2 defenders. Just 2 of them. I can handle it. Like Kobe and Jordan, Martin exuded confidence. Booker, confronted by the double team, opted to exploit the weaker side of the defense with a swift maneuver. Meanwhile, Martin sought an opening head-on. The moment the double team closed in on Booker and Price, Martin discerned a gap between them. He sidestepped forward, nudging Booker slightly, and immediately executed a behind-the-back dribble. Price and Booker barely grazed the ball as Martin surged boldly through the center. Reinforcements. It was hard to imagine that this was called out by the assistant referee. Martin would not grant the other eager individuals within the vicinity an opportunity. He executed a sudden halt, followed by a swift jump shot. Martin's jump shot soared to an impressive height. Booker and Price could only watch in astonishment as Martin leapt gracefully into the air to release the ball. Whoosh! The basketball sailed through the net effortlessly. The starters reclaimed a point, making the score 4-2. After scoring, Martin exchanged a simple high-five with Tucker, exhibiting no excess celebration or concern for others, as he promptly retreated to the backcourt. The expressions of the other 3 were strained, yet they pressed on, determined to follow suit. While being discovered was one thing, admitting to being outmatched was entirely another. The bench players exchanged glances, bewildered. This was a defense they could not breach. That fellow was indeed formidable. However, we are not without our own strengths. Booker declared, "This is my rival. I shall defend against him, without fail." Price's mind raced. We must adapt our defense for the next play. Defense was one aspect, but first, they needed to execute this current play well. Yet, as Price contemplated strategy, Booker seized the ball in the backcourt and charged toward the front, ignoring the others. Booker set his sights directly on Martin. Price gritted his teeth in frustration. That scoundrel. Why wouldn't he wait for us? They hastened to catch up, but it was too late. Booker had already begun his advance. Martin, prepare to defend against me. Booker was intent on reclaiming his honor. Let's see what you've got. Martin would certainly not grant any opportunities. Booker, believing that his diligent practice over the past few days would enable him to gain an advantage under Martin's tutelage, found that while his breakthroughs showed some improvement, his movements remained excessively slow and overly formulaic. Martin seized the opportunity with remarkable swiftness, deftly snatching the ball away from Booker. Caught off guard, Booker was unable to react in time. With the ball in his possession, Martin surged forward with unstoppable momentum. Price and his companions had only just arrived and were utterly unprepared to thwart Martin's advance. They could only watch in awe as Martin maneuvered past 3 defenders, slicing through the center with grace, and executed a breathtaking leap towards the basket. The resounding slam echoed through the arena. Martin responded with a powerful slam dunk. The score is now 4-4. Martin showed no inclination for celebration and swiftly retreated to the backcourt. Thereafter, he engaged in an unending synergy with Tucker. Although the bench players managed to score a few points, Martin's scoring was increasingly unrestrained. The score quickly transformed to 20-25. What had initially seemed a guaranteed victory with a numerical advantage had devolved into a one-man show by Martin. Observing Martin's uncontainable scoring spree, the lead widened, leaving the bench players standing in silent bewilderment, exchanging glances. It was evident that the points they conceded stung their pride. Timeout. Price called for a pause in the game. After merely a few possessions, he gathered his teammates. Guys, let us remain composed. The opposing team has only Martin. If we can contain him, the rest will fall into place. Yet, how should we defend? Should we employ a strategy akin to the Celtics and Spurs? Box 1? That might not be advisable. Booker interjected. That won't be necessary. I can confront him head-on. Upon hearing Booker's assertion, the others involuntarily cast him a glance. Though no words were exchanged, their expressions spoke volumes. Clearly, they all harbored doubts about Booker's ability to withstand Martin's prowess. Booker himself sensed a tinge of arrogance in his statement. So, what do you propose? I'll defer to your suggestions. With Booker yielding, Price felt encouraged to elaborate. Have you ever witnessed Stephen Curry's college games? No. Why? The group had not paid much attention to Curry, as during his college years, he was merely a shooter, not particularly renowned. His fame burgeoned only in recent years, notably during the Warriors' glorious Splash Brothers era. Price, however, had observed Curry and recognized his exceptional talent. He recalled a game where Davidson College faced Loyola University, during which the opposing coach anticipated defeat and opted to assign 2 players to double-team Curry the entire game, denying him any opportunity to handle the ball. Ultimately, Davidson triumphed by 30 points, yet Curry finished the game with a shocking 0 points from 3 attempts. Do you believe we could employ a similar strategy today? The other team lacks the ability. We certainly can, he chuckled. I concur. The group had no objections. Although Booker harbored reservations, he ultimately yielded to the majority's consensus. Has that guy instilled such fear in everyone? Truth be told, Booker felt a twinge of jealousy. Yet, he couldn't deny that he seemed to fall short in comparison. No, the strongest player in Phoenix is me, Devin Booker. Meanwhile, Tucker glared at the 3 teammates before him, his expression fierce. You lot are pathetic. It's no wonder you aren't getting any playing time. If my performance were as dismal as yours, I would be too embarrassed to even step onto the court. Still dreaming of stepping off the bench? Think again. Tucker appeared oblivious to the fact that these players were merely underperforming. He merely wanted to vent his frustrations at their lack of effort. The 3 felt a sense of guilt, accepting Tucker's reprimands without protest. As for their next steps, they found themselves in a state of confusion. At that moment, Martin stepped forward. Guys, reflect on the significance of today's scrimmage. What does it truly mean? Significance? Wims pondered deeply, contemplating the matter. Martin continued speaking. The loss in the scrimmage means little to me. Do not forget, I am Chinese, the boss's chosen starter. Even if all of you were to leave, I could effortlessly remain on the team. Now, how shall we proceed? You should ponder this carefully. Wims and the others exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. It was common knowledge that the boss favored Martin, yet they had previously agreed on a different stance. Was it appropriate to rebel now? With such thoughts lingering, they took to the court once more, still undecided on whether to align with Martin. Beep. The match resumed. The trailing substitute team launched an aggressive attack. Ronnie Price, utilizing Booker's screen, successfully blocked Martin's defense and found Wims, the traitor, an opportunity. A sly smile crept across Ronnie Price's face as he charged toward Wims. Wims reached out in a token gesture, but Price had already accelerated past him. UNT escaped. Although Price maneuvered past Martin and Wims, he was met with fierce resistance from Tucker, who was prepared to thwart any easy attempts at scoring. Beep. Tucker committed a foul, sending Price to the free throw line. Having incurred a foul, Tucker collided with Price and then shot a fierce glare at Wims, saying nothing. Wims, avoiding Tucker's gaze, felt a pang of anxiety. It seems I may have truly erred. Perhaps I should take this more seriously? Swish. Swish. Price sank both free throws, narrowing the score to 22-25. Tucker retrieved the ball and prepared to inbound it. However, upon turning around, he realized the situation had soured. Martin was flanked by both Booker and Price, effectively sandwiching him, leaving no opportunity for Martin to receive the ball. Tucker had no choice but to pass to someone else. Wims. He passed to Wims and advanced, snatching the ball directly from the opposing player. This traitor was better off handled personally. Tucker dribbled past half-court, intending to await Martin's arrival to pass him the ball. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Price and Booker were still shadowing Martin. The message could not have been clearer. Martin went wherever he went, and the two followed directly, giving Martin no gaming experience at all. Tucker himself bravely aimed for a three-pointer. Clang. Chandler easily grabbed the rebound over Alex's head. Go, go, go. The bench team quickly counterattacked, executing a beautiful fast break. 24-25. Yes. Well played. Oh, exhilarating. The bench team celebrated the goal but still remembered to defend well. Watching Booker and Price double-team Martin again, Tucker felt miserable. It was practically 9 against 2, yet they remained shameless. What should be done? Tucker cursed angrily. Are you even human? Chapter 42. Sony, go. Seeing Tucker's frustration, Price bared his fangs with a triumphant smirk. PJ, this is a training match. Training matches simulate real game conditions. Of course, we have to take it seriously. You all. Tucker gritted his teeth, unable to refute. He knew every team had its factions, and the Suns, in their chaos, were no exception. With key starters like Bledsoe out for the season, everyone harbored their own selfish motives. These bastards are truly shameless. Just then, Weems stepped forward. PJ, here, give me the ball. Let me take a shot. Weems' voice was meek, carrying a hint of pleading and remorse in his eyes. Tucker glanced at him but didn't pass. In the current Suns team, aside from Martin, Tucker trusted no one. It was Martin who spoke up. PJ, give him the ball. Let him try. Honestly, in my opinion. Sony isn't any worse than Devin. Not any worse than Devin? The word struck a nerve, especially for Devin Booker and Sony Weems. Devin Booker glared at Weems indignantly. Him? A bench player comparing to me? Sony Weems, bewildered yet slightly elated, muttered, Me? I'm not worse than Devin Booker? Hearing Martin's words, Tucker nodded slightly, a faint smile curling his lips. Give it to him? Tucker knew what to do. Sony, watch the ball. Just as everyone expected Tucker to pass to Weems. His hand extended toward Weems, only to suddenly shift direction. Martin. Tucker was passing to Weems. He had deceived them all. The ball was meant for Martin. Ambush. A feint to the east while striking west. Seizing the moment of distraction, Martin swiftly broke free from Booker and Price's double team, sprinting to the midcourt. Tucker, reading his move perfectly, delivered the pass. Charge. With only 2 defenders left in the backcourt, Martin drove forward mercilessly, facing Chandler and Lyles. He weaved through them with nimble footwork, nearly sending them tumbling. A smooth mid-range jumper, swish. 24-27. As Martin turned away with effortless grace, Chandler and Lyles exchanged helpless glances. Why provoke that guy? Should we just give up? But Price, rushing back, refused to surrender. Guys, that was just a mistake. We want to give them another chance. Booker nodded firmly. Right. No more opportunities. Then let us push harder? Let us go. Starting backcourt. Martin, were you serious about what you said earlier? Weems clung to Martin's earlier words. Arriving in Phoenix, Martin was the first to acknowledge him. Martin gently patted Weems on the shoulder. Sonny, do you believe I have any reason to deceive? Lying offers me no advantage whatsoever. Moreover, I am not comparing you to Devin. Rather, you should be compared to LeBron. At this moment, you can be regarded as a junior version of LeBron James. Your talent is truly on par with others. I've heard that a few years ago. You were the MVP and the dunk champion. Ahem, but that was in the European League, hardly worthy of mention. By that measure, you surpassed Devin. The title of Little LeBron is more fitting for you. If the opportunity arises today, why not challenge Devin? Really? As you can see, I am unable to move. So why not let you give it a try? Martin is currently facing a formidable defense. This extreme situation of 2 defenders against 1 player utterly diminishes the gaming experience. Williams is more than willing to alleviate Martin's burdens. However, he is acutely aware that this opportunity has been granted by Martin himself. Well, I appreciate that, Martin responds. No need for thanks. Focus on playing well for your own sake. For my own sake? Williams clenched his fists. After years of traversing the league, even experiencing the European circuit, he ultimately returned to the NBA, driven solely by the desire to play and prove himself. If someone as talented as Martin believes in my capabilities, then I must indeed possess them. Observing the fire in Williams' eyes, Martin nodded with a smile. You have your clever strategies, and I have my means to overcome obstacles. The ensuing match promises to be even more intriguing. As Booker dribbled to midcourt, he regarded Williams with newfound seriousness. Is this man truly superior to me? I refuse to believe it. Williams mirrored his intensity, harboring no ulterior motives. He simply yearned to substantiate his worth. Prepare yourself. Bring it on. With no assistance from their teammates, the two engaged in an intense one-on-one duel. Booker executed a swift change of direction, momentarily shaking off Williams. Yet, Williams remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing his opponent. Though Booker surged forward, he could not penetrate the paint. Sensing the opposing player's speed and strength, Booker opted for a sudden stop-and-pop jump shot instead of a reckless drive. Williams raised his hands high, fully unfazed by the feint. Despite Booker's repeated attempts to shoot, Williams remained steadfast in his defense, refusing to be deceived. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, Booker pivoted left and right before attempting a fading shot along the baseline. The ball barely escaped Williams' fingertips, soaring high yet ultimately failing. An air ball. A chorus of sighs erupted from the bench players. Booker, filled with self-reproach, slammed his hands together in frustration. As he berated himself, possession shifted on the court. Martin. Tucker. Reclaiming the ball, passed it to Martin, who intended to advance, but was startled to find someone even faster, Sonny. Without hesitation, Martin delivered the ball to Sonny Williams. Boldly, Williams charged forward. Price had anticipated Martin's move, but instead, he encountered Williams. Utilizing his body against Price, Williams forcefully barreled into the paint. Under the incredulous gazes of onlookers, Williams leaped, soaring over Price to emphatically dunk the ball into the basket. Boom. The rim reverberated with a thunderous echo. Price tumbled to the ground. Williams, looking down from his elevated position, shot Price a fierce glare before pounding his chest and roaring, "Yes." After so many years, Williams felt revitalized. It had been ages since he had experienced such exhilarating release. Players in the NBA are inherently exceptional. Who dares to look down upon whom? Today, Williams is determined to prove himself. Sonny, that was splendid. Oh, brother, that move was fierce. Martin and Tucker ran swiftly, playfully patting their heads and bottoms. Weems chuckled, also patting his head, feeling quite content. At that moment, Booker approached as well. Martin noticed the peculiar glimmer in his eyes, and with a smile, he playfully nudged the fellow. Devin, the training match you organized was quite entertaining. Martin believed that today's match was orchestrated by Booker. To be candid, he was somewhat taken aback by Booker's remarkable ability to incite enthusiasm. If Booker has consistently wielded such influence, he would undoubtedly be the future leader of the Suns. However, Booker himself shook his head. Huh? This was not arranged by me. He was startled by Wiggins' exuberance. Martin's sudden remark left him feeling inexplicably flustered. Not you? Not Booker? Martin furrowed his brow. If this game was not orchestrated by Booker, then the stakes had grown considerably higher today. Booker's words suggested a contest among companions. But if there were ulterior motives at play, then who could it be? Ronnie. Without a moment's hesitation, Booker revealed that it was Ronnie Price who had sought to enlist him. At that moment, Ronnie Price, who had just risen from the ground, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing once more. How could he betray me like this? Just as he regained his footing, a chill ran down his spine. Casually turning his head, he found Martin regarding him with a gaze filled with resentment and scrutiny. What do you intend to do? Martin approached directly without stating his intentions. Price inexplicably took a half-step back, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that he was the seasoned veteran. How could he be intimidated by a mere rookie? Besides, he had many supportive comrades behind him. And this was America. What could one possibly wish for? At that moment, Martin spoke calmly. I have seized your possession. Are you now targeting me? Your prowess is evident to all, quite formidable, yet we do not appreciate it. Price boldly expressed himself without any pretense. His words astonished Martin. Am I too formidable, and thus, you wish to bring me down? Is this not the nature of societal competition? This is the law of the workplace. Should the most capable among us be cast aside? Certainly not. The most competent should indeed thrive. Otherwise, how could others find their opportunities? Price articulated this plainly, and Martin swiftly grasped the essence of this workplace principle. It appeared that his overtly assertive demeanor in recent days had indeed offended these individuals. The elevation of one did not lead to the rise of all. Rather, it left others feeling as though their own opportunities had been usurped. Yet, Why could they not consider that Martin's excellence could also amplify their chances to shine before the global audience of football enthusiasts? Martin involuntarily cast a glance at Tucker. The disparity among individuals was indeed quite pronounced. Turning his gaze once more to Price, Martin's expression took on a menacing quality. Very well. Since you have made such a statement, I shall not hold back any longer. How shall I refrain from being courteous? Price, however, was unperturbed. In fact, he reveled in having provoked Martin's ire. Come on, strike me if you dare. Did Martin intend to take action? Not at all. He beckoned to Weems and instructed, Sonny, go teach this old guy a lesson. Close the door. Release our young player. Weems felt a surge of confidence as Martin patted him on the shoulder. Price approached with the ball, completely disregarding Weems as he prepared to defend. Price appeared nonchalant. Yet Weems exuded an air of utmost seriousness. In a mere instant, Weems executed a swift maneuver, successfully stealing the ball. Price. Caught off guard by the water cooler guardian, felt his face flush with embarrassment. He quickly pursued, exclaiming, You will not score. Weems surged ahead of Price by 2 strides and continued dribbling. Price found himself empty-handed. Despite his efforts, Price could not close the gap, and the distance only widened. As Weems approached the 3-point line, he soared high into the paint area, and Price reached out, but his efforts were futile. Boom. Weems executed another magnificent dunk. Splendid. Well done, my friend. Martin and Tucker rushed over, offering a thumbs up. Weems chuckled, yet found himself inexplicably drawn towards Price. Upon seeing Weems before him. Price seethed with frustration. Did he truly believe he was easy to bully? Having failed to put Martin in his place. Would he allow himself to be outdone by this mere water cooler attendant? Price was undeniably displeased. Just wait and see. Chapter 43. Are we still playing? Price once more seized the ball in the backcourt. Be careful. Price heeded the warning, remaining highly cautious of Weems, who was defending him. However, just as he prepared to pivot, the ball was snatched away by an unknown adversary from the other side. Sonny. Upon hearing that voice, Price immediately recognized the culprit to be that wretched Martin. Watching the ball return to Weems' possession, Price swiftly pursued. Still dreaming of scoring, still yearning to reclaim his position? No way. Yet, Price's overly zealous defense played into Weems' hands, who feigned a shooting motion and effortlessly deceived him. With Price momentarily fooled, Weems executed a swift turn, leaping into the air to shoot. As Weems released the ball, Price's expression was filled with ire. This shot was beyond his reach, but he could still take action. Thus, he raised his hand, desperately attempting to block, while his foot involuntarily stepped forward. Whoosh! Weems' shot swished through the net. However, the moment he landed, he twisted his ankle. Weems clutched his ankle in agony, enduring the pain with gritted teeth. Unlike Neymar, who would roll around dramatically on the field, Weems simply held his ankle, biting down hard. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, cascaded down his forehead in an instant. That twist was indeed excruciating. Everyone witnessed the villainous Price stepping on him. And Weems' ankle had cruelly twisted a full 90 degrees. Meanwhile, Price feigned innocence, spreading his hands as if to say, I did nothing. This is not my fault. It was an accident. Martin and his companions could no longer contain themselves. You scoundrel! How dare you? 2 figures swiftly approached, their hands forcefully pushing towards Price. Like a bobsled at the Winter Games, Price was propelled forward, gliding several meters across the court's floor. Booker and the others were taken aback, but quickly rushed over to restrain the furious Martin and Tucker. Despite being held back, the 2 remained incensed, even managing to kick Price a few times. Are you for real? How can you dare to play? Price lay on the ground, feigning death, while Martin and Tucker continued their tirade of anger. Meanwhile, an assistant coach hurried off the court to consult the team doctor regarding Weems' injury, while a logistics assistant dashed away, seemingly in search of someone. I didn't mean to. He just accidentally stepped on my foot, Price protested as he rose, attempting to defend himself. Are you even human? You can act tough, but you can't admit your mistakes. Do you lack the courage? As Martin and his companion contemplated hurling a few more insults, Weems abruptly rose to his feet, surprisingly lively. I seem to be all right, he remarked, scratching his head, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. He felt genuinely grateful for the fervor displayed by the 2 in defense of his well-being. However, it appeared he was indeed unscathed, and a sense of embarrassment washed over him. Observing this, Ronnie Price, who had previously felt a twinge of guilt, felt liberated. See? He is perfectly fine. That was merely an accident. With Weems himself asserting that he was unharmed, what further could Martin and Tucker say? Nevertheless, Price's despicable demeanor would not go unchallenged by Martin and his allies. Ronnie, you wish to play, do you? Then I shall indulge you in this game. Price's primary objective had always been to target Martin, yearning to teach him a lesson. Now, Martin had unwittingly stepped into the trap. With a 2-on-1 scenario, even Curry would struggle, let alone a novice. Devin, come, let us continue to encircle him. Booker disapproved of Price's antics and contemplated refusing. Yet he was more inclined to thoroughly discipline Martin and seize the opportunity. Thus, he found himself moving along involuntarily. In the backcourt, the starting team prepared for the inbound pass. Tucker and Wims exchanged glances, concern etched on their faces. Martin, perhaps they contemplated offering assistance, but Martin interrupted them. Pass me the ball. I'm fine. As Martin spoke, Price and Booker converged upon him. Before the ball could even be passed, the two had already initiated their double team. What should be done now? Martin, today, you shall not get past me. I will not grant you any scoring opportunities. Booker felt an unusual confidence in his decidedly and scrupulous defense. Is that so? Then let us see. At this moment, Martin suddenly initiated a response. Without any reservation, he delivered a sharp elbow to the closely guarding Price. As Price rubbed his chest in discomfort, Martin swiftly maneuvered to the side. The server, Wims, immediately sought out a path and sent the ball flying. Martin, watch the ball. As soon as it reached him, Martin found himself besieged by Price and Booker, one to his right and the other in front, attempting to drive him towards the sidelines while their hands raised to obstruct any potential passing route. Give me the ball here. Right here. Pass it to me. Not only Tucker and Wims joined the fray, but also Alex and Jefferson came to offer their support. However, Martin had declared his intent to play well, and that meant he would play well. Passing was simply out of the question. You all step back. I can handle this. Witnessing Martin's unwavering confidence, Price couldn't help but chuckle derisively. You have nowhere to go, haha. Price wore a contemptuous smirk. Booker felt somewhat complicit in this cruel game, yet in contrast to the detestable Price, he was more preoccupied with the desire to win this single encounter. To thwart Martin even just this once. Just this one time, and Booker would be thoroughly satisfied. This time, Martin, I'm going to defeat you. However, Martin refused to offer an opportunity. As he was driven towards the left sideline, he unexpectedly collided again with Price. Price, displaying remarkable resilience, absorbed the elbow without yielding. You think you can get past me? Not a chance. Price stood firm, denying Martin any space to break through. Meanwhile, Booker sealed off Martin's path ahead. In that instant, Martin pivoted, turning his body towards the left sideline, his back now facing the two defenders. Was he retreating? Such a thought crossed the minds of Price and Booker. But just then, Martin truly took a step back. Price and Booker instinctively closed in. Yet, as they advanced, Martin spun like a top, executing a swift turn. Martin leaned against Booker and then followed it with a swift turn. Martin astonishingly maneuvered past Booker's right hand through a narrow seam along the sideline. Wow! The substitutes on the bench were utterly flabbergasted. Such a miraculous display unfolded right before their eyes, leaving them speechless. Successfully evading the encirclement of two defenders, Martin raced forward with unwavering determination. Chandler and Lloyd abandoned their respective assignments in an attempt to impede Martin's advance. However, employing deft left and right feints, Martin skillfully eluded all three opponents in succession. Gliding beneath the basket, he executed a graceful layup with a clever use of the backboard. Splendid! What a magnificent play! O.M.G. The starting players, including Tucker, rushed over, exchanging chest bumps and high fives, utterly mesmerized by Martin's brilliance. Yet, this was merely the beginning of Martin's dazzling performance. Neither Booker nor Price relinquished their defensive efforts against him, but Martin remained undaunted by their threats. In a display of sheer speed, he launched from the baseline, effortlessly shaking off both defenders, seizing the ball at midcourt before darting through the opponent's defense. Subsequently, when Booker and Price resorted to grabbing him to halt his progress, Martin responded without hesitation, opting for a bold reception that resulted in an elbow striking both defenders. As they nursed their bruises, Martin had already surged ahead. Later, receiving the ball near the baseline, Martin's swift and agile footwork bewilderingly sent both defenders tumbling to the ground. He launched forward with unrelenting momentum. To his surprise, Chandler and the others made way down the center, displaying a complete lack of defensive intent. Martin effortlessly scored a goal. After netting the ball, he showed no inclination to celebrate, instead sprinting back to the center line, confronting Price, who remained seated on the ground. Still playing? Booker, also on the ground, glanced at Martin before rising with a resigned demeanor and walking away. I'm done. You're no human. You're a demon. Booker silently vowed not to engage with this individual until he had honed his skills. The only one left sitting on the ground was Price. His face was ashen, filled with fury but also tinged with fear. Pointing at Martin, Price gritted his teeth and stood up. "Let us go again. I refuse to believe that 2 cannot contain you. Surely 3 can." Filled with resentment, Price turned to summon others to confront Martin. However, upon turning, he realized that no one remained behind him. The comrades he had arranged to support him before the match were now seated off the court. "Tyson, get over here. The game isn't over yet. Come teach this arrogant rookie a lesson. Kai see, if they want to engage, you must. You're the veteran. You cannot let this guy dominate us. Loyal, didn't you complain about not having the ball yesterday? If we defeat him, we can extend the game." Price desperately sought allies, yet no one paid him heed. It was Booker, with a sense of pity, who pointed towards the entrance. Price dismissed Booker's suggestion, continuing to implore him to return to the court. "Devin, aren't you joining in? I'm helping you today. You are the future star of Phoenix. We cannot allow this Chinese kid to overshadow us." Although the situation did not escalate into a brawl, it was far from trivial. They were losing. Despite having a 9-2 advantage, they couldn't even defend against one opponent. The instigator of this debacle would undoubtedly face the consequences. Price was frantically shifting blame. Yet no one was willing to rally to his aid. Martin should return to his inferior league in China. This is our NBA, our league. Why waste resources developing their players? While Price continued to incite others, a booming voice interrupted. "Enough." A powerful voice thundered as a red-haired man stormed in. "Ronnie, you fool. Shut your mouth. I pay you to support my team, not to disrupt it. Have you eaten too much nonsense? Martin is the future star of Phoenix. And what absurdity are you spouting?" Upon hearing this voice, Price felt a chill run down his spine before he even turned around. It was Robert, the owner of the Suns. Ronnie Price was finished. Chapter 44. Please, forgive me. The brown-haired owner of the Suns, Robert, was flushed with excitement. Recently, the Suns had been soaring in performance, and wherever he went, the citizens of Phoenix welcomed him warmly. The last time he received such treatment was back in 2005, when the Canadian Nash led the team. However, today Robert's rosy complexion was not due to the team's success, but rather because of a significant issue. Just moments ago, he had been boasting to others about how even if the Suns did not make the playoffs this season, they would surely soar in the next. With 3 injured starters returning next season, along with Martin and Booker, they would have a formidable lineup of guards. Yet, before the next season could even arrive, someone had emerged, determined to shatter Robert's dreams. Upon arriving at the training facility and hearing Ronnie Price's remarks, Robert could barely contain his fury. After a lengthy tirade, he confronted Ronnie Price directly. "You idiot. Do you think my money grows on trees? Just because you have a guaranteed contract doesn't mean I'm stuck with you." Another barrage of insults ensued, leaving Price's face flushed with embarrassment. He attempted to retort several times, but Robert interrupted him each time. "You spoiled brat." After a considerable time, Robert continued his tirade, with everyone present watching in silence, offering no support. The insults escalated to personal attacks, and Price could no longer contain himself. "Boss, you can't speak to me like this." Seeing Price stare to retort, Robert seized the moment, decisively declaring, "Cut him. Get rid of this guy. He is never to appear here again." The team belonged to Robert. His word was law. And who could oppose him? Upon hearing the threat of termination, Ronnie Price panicked. He had endured the prior insults, but personal attacks were one thing. Now, facing dismissal? Impossible. "Boss, you can't say that. I've been with the team for so many years. I've made contributions, if not in accolades, then in effort. You would dismiss me for a player from an impoverished Eastern nation? That is unwise. Think about it. Am I wrong?" "Shut up, you ignorant fool." Robert was infuriated. This man had no insight and was merely rambling. Robert would not reveal that due to Martin, the Suns' revenue was poised to soar into the league's top 10 this year. Nevertheless, Ronnie Price was not willing to concede without a fight. If he did not struggle, his fate today was sealed. Since the board was unyielding, he would change his approach. "Boss, no matter what, you surely want to dismiss me today, right? Trust me. Don't be blinded by his fleeting performance. His stats are merely a product of ball dominance. Give Devin 40 attempts, and he could produce similar extravagant numbers. He has simply had good luck." Robert turned to look at Booker, and others followed suit. The tension escalated, and Devin Booker felt an unwarranted heat from the confrontation. No, I can't." Though he yearned to assert his capabilities, he was genuinely incapable of achieving them. In comparison to the extraordinary Martin beside him, he felt woefully inadequate. It was akin to today's match. If Devin Booker were to switch places, he would require no more than a single defender to contend with him, rendering the need for a double team utterly superfluous. Should two defenders be assigned, he would simply vanish from the court. Observing that Booker was not coming to his aid, Price was compelled to contemplate his next steps. What to do? What to do? Just then, his boss, Robert, glanced over once more. Do you have anything to say? Yes. I wish to report something. Price exclaimed. This is of great significance. If the boss hears me out, perhaps I won't face dismissal. Let us see what you have to say, Robert replied. Price felt he had nothing to lose. He would take a desperate gamble. Boss, I wish to report our manager and head coach. What secrets do the manager and head coach harbor? Are they embezzling funds? Robert pondered, suspecting some clandestine activity might have been witnessed by Ronnie. They just happened to be absent today. This revelation stunned the entire room. Did Price possess some explosive information? Everyone's attention turned to him. The general manager and head coach were both conspicuously absent. What unsavory dealings could they be concealing from the boss? Robert himself was intrigued. Was there truly a secret being kept from him, the great boss? Then please, enlighten us. Price, in a moment of desperation, spoke without much thought. However, at this juncture, retreat was not an option. He steeled himself to utter whatever came to mind. Isn't the boss particularly fond of that fellow Martin? I shall play to that favor. I report that our team manager and head coach are colluding. They signed Martin for just 1 year, and their own contracts are also nearing expiration. They are planning to leave en masse this summer. Leave en masse? Robert was taken aback. He had believed he treated those two well, perhaps even exceptionally. Yet, how others perceived it was an entirely different matter. Do they dare? Robert erupted in anger. How could such a remarkable player as Martin be signed for merely a year? This must be a conspiracy. He nearly reached for his phone to confront them directly. However, his secretary's reminder halted him. Boss, the secretary interjected, prompting Robert to recollect that he had indeed agreed to the 1-year contract initially. He had not anticipated Martin's astounding performance. Nevertheless, Robert was not naive. While it seemed those two might genuinely be preparing to depart, he had no intention of retaining them. If they chose to leave, so be it. Robert was more than capable of managing the Suns on his own. With sufficient financial resources to secure Martin's future, the path ahead appeared promising. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that Price was merely speaking out of desperation. To secure his position, he was willing to say anything. Moreover, did he not realize that Martin was Robert's ultimate asset? Ronnie. Seeing his boss's demeanor soften considerably, Price felt a sense of relief. Boss, have you forgiven me? But unexpectedly, Robert chose to spare Martin's reputation. Ronnie, Martin is the absolute cornerstone of the Suns. Go, apologize to Martin, acknowledge your mistakes, and earn his forgiveness. Only then will I consider keeping you. At these words, silence enveloped the room. Many turned their gazes toward Martin, each with their own thoughts swirling in their minds. Martin himself had not anticipated such a predicament. Ronnie Price was utterly flabbergasted. What? You want me to plead with him? Boss, you must be mistaken. Price could hardly believe his ears. What do you think? Robert's capricious expression confirmed the grim reality for Price. He reached out to touch his boss's brow, and at that moment, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yet, to apologize to Martin himself? That was utterly inconceivable. Boss, you are humiliating me. I will not comply. Robert showed no mercy. Then you may as well leave. Boss, you will come to regret this. For the sake of such a petty fellow, you are willing to forsake me. In the future, I will join another team, and I assure you, you will pay for this. Upon hearing Price's fervent declaration, Robert lunged forward. Change teams. Seek revenge? You are delusional. I will call those old-timers from other teams right now, and anyone who offers you a chance to play will be showing me blatant disrespect. After hearing this, Price, who had just been defiant, quickly turned around and clung to Martin's leg. Martin, please forgive me. Everything I said today was utter nonsense. You are magnanimous and surely will not hold it against me. Right? Martin, we have no grievances between us. You are noble, generous, and principled. A small-minded individual like me is certainly worthy of your forgiveness. Wouldn't you agree? After all, we have played together, and I have even been your substitute on several occasions. Please, just forgive me. Price wore an expression of abject pity. However, it is often true that those who elicit sympathy also harbor traits that are deserving of disdain. How pitiable he appeared now, while his prior actions had been so contemptible. Martin was eager to lend a hand, yet the individual before him possessed skin as dark as his heart, rendering him beyond salvation. Had it not been for Wim's fortunate circumstances, it is conceivable that this season could have spelled ruin for him at the hands of this man. If Martin were not endowed with greater strength and support from others, he might have succumbed to the oppressive influence of this individual. What the team requires is unity, rather than treachery and intrigue. Forgiveness is an unattainable notion. Martin is no saint. Take heed of your own actions. Martin tore away the opponent's hand, devoid of any sympathy. Price attempted to persist, only to be forcibly pulled away by Tucker and subsequently dragged out by security. You, remember this, I will exact a fierce revenge. As Martin watched Price's retreating figure, he suddenly thought of the tenacious gray wolf, and a smile inexplicably crossed his face. Meanwhile, Tucker, witnessing the departure of the troublemaker, was filled with delight. Bravo. Well done, boss. With one less troublemaker, we shall perform even better. He flattered Robert so earnestly that it nearly sent him soaring. Robert glanced at Martin, then at the others, a broad smile illuminating his face, seemingly in high spirits. You all are exceptional, each one a valued asset. Train diligently, cooperate well with Martin, and strive to achieve remarkable results next year. My substantial contract is already prepared for you. The future history of Phoenix will be shaped by your efforts. Being a boss does not necessarily imply extraordinary prowess. However, their talent for persuasion is indeed formidable. Just look at the enthusiasm radiating from everyone now. Long live the boss. The boss is generous. For the sake of Phoenix, we shall fight. As Martin beheld the confident faces before him, a smile graced his lips. This Suns team appears quite promising. Chapter 45, Our ambition extends beyond a 4-game winning streak. The following day marked a training session. The Suns arrived early and in good spirits. Morning, Martin. Your performance yesterday was astonishing. I would have been in tears had you not been my teammate. I believe you surpass Allen Iverson. The absence of a certain troublemaker transformed the entire Suns team. Perhaps it was merely the presence of one malevolent individual that had stifled others' true thoughts, now concealed. After all, the Suns owner had made it clear yesterday. Martin was the unequivocal core of the team, unshakable by anyone. Regardless of circumstances, the atmosphere within the team had shifted to one of harmony. Martin has also come to a renewed understanding of the Suns, getting to know all his teammates. Sonny Wims. This is a delightful surprise discovered on the Suns bench. Standing nearly 198 centimeters tall, he is likened to a young LeBron James of the Guangdong team. With a commendable physique and decent skills, his mindset still requires some refinement. Having played extensively in lower-tier competitions, he struggled to find his place in the top league. However, after yesterday's game, Wims has shown significant improvement. I believe that in future contests, he will emerge as a formidable asset off the Suns bench. Devin Booker. Though still holding on to hope, he has temporarily acknowledged Martin's prowess and decided to embrace the role of a secondary player. Yet, like many rookies, he possesses considerable talent but lacks refinement in his skills. His shooting fundamentals still need development, particularly in mid-range and long-range shooting. PJ Tucker. Training alongside Martin, he has achieved a three-point shooting percentage of 35%, which is a remarkable improvement. His tenacity in rebounding and commitment to defense earn Martin's absolute respect. Thanks to Tucker's assistance, Martin often finds himself unburdened by concerns over ball possession. Alex Len. Playing as a power forward and center, his rebounding and rim protection are average. Yet he possesses a fighting spirit, with daily efforts to improve and a relentless pursuit of excellence in each game. He is destined to evolve into a better version of himself. Tyson Chandler. The sole champion among the team, an experienced traditional center with well-rounded skills. Although his foot speed has diminished, he still maintains above-average defensive capabilities. Despite his age, he stands out as the most accurate shooter among the Suns' big men. The youth often flaunt their skills, but the seasoned ones understand the allure of fundamental techniques. With this veteran's support, the interior defense is secure. Mirza Teletovic. A 206 centimeters white power forward from Bosnia. He embodies the typical European big man style of play. His three-point shooting percentage hovers around 40%. Archie Goodwin. A 196 centimeters shooting guard. Selected 29th overall in 2013. He occasionally fills in as a point guard or small forward. John Lure. A power forward with an energetic performance, possessing a reliable three-point shot with a 38% success rate. His flaw lies in his overzealousness for three-pointers, struggling with shot selection. Phil Prezi. A 180 centimeters guard. Undrafted and released by the Celtics. He boasts a three-point shooting percentage of 37%. John Jenkins. A 193 centimeters guard. known for his speed and ability to make quick steals. Chase Budinger, a 28-year-old small forward, reminiscent of a later player on the Rockets, a teammate of Yao Ming. Currently, he is not performing well, merely going through the motions with the Suns. His shooting skills have declined, with a three-point success rate below 25. However, recently he has been arriving early, proactively engaging in shooting drills with Martin and Tucker, yielding some positive results. Corey Jefferson, a power forward, average at best, yet better than some. He resembles the likes of Jeffries during Jeremy Lin's tenure with the Knicks. Lacking in ability, he relies solely on grit. This year, the Suns faced misfortune as starting point guard Eric Bledsoe, starting shooting guard Brandon Knight, and starting small forward TJ Warren were all injured. 3 key starters lost for the season, a situation that couldn't get worse. Yet, they are fortunate. With the absence of these 3, a plethora of fresh talent has been introduced to the team. Martin, Booker, and Tucker. These 3 have truly made their mark this season. Despite the Suns' lackluster performance, these individuals have garnered significant recognition, ensuring that wherever they go, lucrative contracts await them. Yesterday, the promising Wiggins made a noteworthy debut, and today he has become the favored small forward of Hornacek. Consequently, the Suns' starting lineup has undergone a transformation. Martin, Booker, Wims, Tucker, Chandler. Martin remains the point guard, while Booker continues as the shooting guard. However, there has been a change at the small forward position. Wims, often likened to a young LeBron James, has ascended to this role. Tucker has been assigned to the power forward position, and Chandler stands as the team's sole towering presence. Here we go. Martin, keep your eyes on the game. Sony, charge. What a splendid play. Yes. On the court, the starting lineup executed a dazzling series of plays, utterly overwhelming the bench team. Observing the remarkable performance of the new starters, head coach Hornacek nodded in satisfaction. I never expected Martin to be so perceptive. Wims was a talent recommended by Martin. Initially, Hornacek intended to merely experiment with Wims, but to his surprise, this trial revealed a hidden gem. With Wims on the court, the team's offensive prowess has intensified, surpassing previous efforts. To be honest, he almost slapped himself just moments ago. Why didn't I see this sooner? Am I truly unfit to be a head coach? Hornacek scrutinized the players on the court, now seeking to unearth additional talent among the remaining substitutes. Martin is capable of uncovering Wims, and so he can. On the field, the training continues. Martin has truly risen to prominence. All strategies are orchestrated under his guidance, with Booker and others unconditionally supporting him. Williams has diligently performed his role as a small forward, showcasing commendable effort in both offense and defense, at times even outshining the rookie Booker, leaving him in a cold sweat. Secretly, Booker has resolved to intensify his training. Meanwhile, many substitutes envy Williams' ascent. It is evident that Williams' rise has invigorated his teammates. They too aspire to be starters like Williams, to befriend Martin, and to enjoy a greater share of the ball. The previously complacent Suns have undergone a transformation, ignited by the emergence of Martin and Williams. The competition within the Suns has commenced. With a swift motion, Martin converts a free throw ding. Mission accomplished. His free throw percentage has surged to 92. After sinking that shot, Martin opts not to continue training, choosing instead to rest on the sidelines. However, numerous others remain fervently engaged in practice. The sounds of dribbling and shooting echo in the air. Observing this dedicated group, Martin feels a sense of comfort. Training alone can often be monotonous and tedious, but when surrounded by like-minded individuals striving towards a common goal, mutual encouragement creates an unimaginable strength. This sudden shift in dynamics took Martin completely by surprise, and he perceives it as a result of the influence of owner Robert. Is Robert akin to the lackluster James Dolan? Martin was uncertain. What he knew was that on several occasions, Robert had performed commendable acts beneficial to the team. During the match against the Celtics, he provided tactical guidance and financial incentives. He restrained Coach Hornacek's strategic approach, establishing Martin as the focal point. He eliminated the disruptive presence of Price, solidifying Martin's absolute status within the team. He constrained both the coach and the general manager, ensuring that they revolved around Martin. This may have been a case of trial and error, yet the results were undeniably positive. The Suns were now poised for a promising journey ahead. Martin, what are you laughing about? Tucker, drenched in sweat, approached eagerly. Everyone was now rallying around Martin, and Tucker was determined to stay closely aligned with him, leading the charge in this newfound camaraderie. Don't you think the atmosphere we have now is rather splendid? Martin observed with delight as Wims flourished on the court. His spirits lifted considerably. Tucker, somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. Yes, you're right. However, the newcomer seated nearby held a differing opinion. What is so great about this? I preferred things the way they were. Devin Booker felt a pang of discomfort watching Wims excel on the court, especially since Wims had overshadowed him during their earlier plays together. If this continued, not only might he lose his top position to Martin, but also his second place to that scoundrel. This was intolerable for him. Noticing Booker's stern expression, Martin merely smiled gently. A competitive Suns team was far more appealing than a complacent one. Devin, PJ, what are your aspirations or expectations for the team and yourselves this season? Booker confidently declared, I will secure the Rookie of the Year award, without a doubt. In his eyes, Martin was his fiercest rival. Yet, Martin had only played a few games. He hardly seemed a worthy competitor. As for the others, they were completely beneath his consideration. Even Anthony Towns, the first overall pick, who was currently leading, did not intimidate him. He was preoccupied with the presence of an even more formidable opponent. While Booker focused on personal achievements, Tucker was more concerned about the team. I think our 4-game winning streak is commendable. If we continue to perform well in the remaining matches and secure a few more victories, I would be quite satisfied. Tucker did not harbor grand hopes for the team. He merely wished for an exciting season ahead. And you, Martin? Yet, Martin had a different perspective. PJ, my ambitions extend far beyond just a 4-game win streak. What do you mean? How many victories do we trail behind the 8th-place Mavericks? Both Booker and Tucker shook their heads. They only recalled that the team was currently 3rd from the bottom in the Western Conference and had not paid attention to their win-loss record. Martin indeed recalled with clarity. Currently, we stand at 22 wins and 42 losses, while the Mavericks hold a record of 29 wins and 35 losses, resulting in a net game difference of 7. Booker had already begun to sense the implications, yet he still inquired, what do you mean by all this? Martin did not respond, but continued to inquire. How many matches do we have left? Booker and Tucker bowed their heads, gazing at their fingers as they endeavored to perform the calculations. Martin provided a direct answer, 18. We still have a regular season game. 18 and 7. These two numbers emerged in the minds of Booker and Tucker. A powerful thought surged within their consciousness. Martin boldly declared, 18 and 7. We have ample opportunities ahead. Booker was taken aback by Martin's audacity, feeling a surge of excitement mixed with a hint of anxiety. Are you suggesting? Tucker, equally astonished, countered with a pragmatic perspective, but we can't win forever, and they, the Mavericks, cannot lose indefinitely. 7 games may seem few, yet they are incredibly challenging. However, difficult does not equate to impossible. Devin, you agree, don't you? As Martin's gaze shifted towards him, Booker's initial apprehension began to dissipate. Nothing could overshadow their resolve. Even if it meant feigning confidence, they would maintain their facade. Indeed, 7 games, isn't it? We will certainly rise to the occasion. Inspired by the unwavering determination of the two youngsters before him, Tucker felt a rush of excitement as well. Since you both feel this way, I shall not be left behind. Let us give it our all. The three united their hands in solidarity, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Chapter 46, Game 5, Utah Jazz. On March 12th, Martin's 5th game with the Suns swiftly approached. Today, they faced the Utah Jazz at the Talking Stick Resort Arena. The Jazz currently held the 9th position in the West, with a record of 28 wins and 36 losses, trailing the 8th-placed Mavericks by a mere victory. After years of rivalry, the playoff contention between the Houston Rockets and the Utah Jazz seemed far from resolved, remaining as entangled as ever. Yet this year, a new competitor had emerged, the Phoenix Suns. Although the Suns lagged 7 victories behind, they brimmed with confidence in their prospects for advancement. At the pre-game press conference, reporters interviewed Suns head coach Jeff Hornacek. Jeff, there are rumors that your goals for this season have changed. Could you elaborate on that? Oh, is that so? I was unaware, Hornacek replied, fully cognizant that the team's objectives had indeed shifted, a decision made unilaterally by Martin and his peers, with no input from him. In front of the media, Hornacek was reluctant to appear overly ambitious, announcing a revised goal of making the playoffs could backfire if they ultimately fell short, leaving him as the scapegoat. Yet, the reporters pressed on. Since you're not willing to comment, we shall speak on your behalf. Jeff, we have reliable sources claiming that the Suns have altered their season's objective to focus on securing a playoff berth. Is this true? The reporter's assertion caused a stir among the audience. Although the Suns had recently enjoyed a 4-game winning streak, their preceding losses left them languishing at the bottom of the standings. Many were skeptical of their ability to surge ahead. Nonetheless, The Suns supporters and certain media members were elated. Excellent. The Suns exhibit such fighting spirit. I believe they have great potential this season. Cheered a fan. This is the spirit of Phoenix. Go, go, go. While there were numerous supporters, others harbored doubts, their thoughts unspoken. In response to the unfolding situation, Hornacek stood firm. I cannot confirm the source of your information, but what you're suggesting is beyond my knowledge. He was determined not to take the blame. However, someone else was poised to step forward. All right, Jeff, step aside. Allow me to speak. The attention of the room shifted to Robert, the Suns owner, who approached the stage in a sharply tailored suit, exuding vigor and charm. Hornacek felt a flicker of annoyance, quickly suppressed, as Robert was, after all, his superior. You were the one who disseminated this information, weren't you? Now it's your turn to address it, he thought. As Hornacek yielded the stage, Robert confidently took the spotlight. The cameras clicked rapidly, capturing his moment of glory as he relished the attention. With a smile, he confidently declared, "Indeed, the reporter speaks the truth. This season, our objective is to reach the playoffs. It has been 5 seasons since we last participated, yet we have achieved a remarkable 4-game winning streak. We have risen from the second to last position to the third from the bottom, closing the gap to the 8th-placed Mavericks by just 7 games. I believe that with our current strength, we can indeed vie for a playoff spot. It is time for Phoenix to reclaim its place among the top 8 teams." Applause erupted in the room. Well said, Mr. Robert. We, the Phoenix fans, are ready to return to the playoffs. Many in attendance felt a renewed sense of optimism. However, skepticism lingered among some reporters. Mr. Robert, as I understand it, the Suns face significant challenges this season. Key players such as Eric Bledsoe, Brandon Knight, and T.J. Warren are sidelined. Are you truly confident in the team's prospects? Absolutely. I have faith in Martin and Maine's sanity. With them, Phoenix will emerge from its current struggles. Mr. Robert, it has been reported that you recently released veteran Ronnie Price, a decision that may impact your bench strength. How do you respond? That will not hinder us. Price was merely a liability for the team. We made that decision based on performance and age. Our current roster is brimming with youthful energy. Those who cannot contribute effectively have been let go. Just wait and see. Under Martin's leadership, the Phoenix Suns are poised for takeoff. Today, you face the 9th-seeded Utah Jazz. What is your goal? Victory. Our objective is clear. We will triumph today. With this goal in mind, our 5-game winning streak is assured. Though the Jazz may be 9th in the West, this is our home court, and we will emerge victorious. Robert's confidence was palpable. Yet, the question remained, could the Suns truly soar? Many individuals continue to harbor skepticism. Subsequently, the Utah Jazz participated in a pre-game interview, attended by their head coach, Quinn Snyder. Prior to the game, the owner of the Phoenix Suns predicted a victory for his team. What are your thoughts on this? Snyder responded with a gentle smile, stating that the game cannot merely be won through words. It is the players who must strive on the court. If merely uttering a few phrases before the match could secure a win, I would gladly spend an entire day here, conversing in front of everyone. However, it is evident that I will not do so, as those with insight and intelligence would not either. The Phoenix Suns boldly proclaim their intention to reach the playoffs this season. What is your perspective? I would applaud their ambition. Nonetheless, I remain skeptical. Their courage is indeed commendable, yet given their current record and capabilities, making it to the playoffs this season seems rather distant. The Suns have achieved a 4-game winning streak, thanks to the presence of Martin. Will you implement a targeted defense against him? Certainly not. The preceding games have provided ample observation. Martin possesses formidable scoring ability. Yet no single player can conquer an entire team alone. He still requires collaboration with his teammates. After all, basketball is a collective endeavor, necessitating the cooperation of all 5 players to ensure both offense and defense. So, are you suggesting that in today's game, you will not focus on Martin? We shall see during the match. Snyder departed the press conference with a notably indifferent demeanor. Martin had witnessed all 4 of the previous games. It was difficult for him not to watch, especially considering that in the past 10 days, the most talked about player was this Chinese athlete. The term insanity had swept across the globe. The Phoenix Suns games were undoubtedly the focal point of everyone's attention. How could one defeat this winning Suns team? How could the rookie Martin display his extraordinary talents? Snyder, of course, had his own strategies and plans. Earlier that morning, the Jazz had made targeted arrangements at a small training facility in Phoenix. The Jazz had always been known for their iron-willed style of play. Although former head coach Sloan had departed, the legacy he left behind was profoundly ingrained in the team. As for Snyder, he had previously worked under Coach K and later under Larry Brown, gaining extensive experience with various college teams, European teams, and even NBA teams, developing his own defensive system. He felt it was time to prove himself against today's opponent. The previous Cavaliers had failed, the Celtics were unable to defend, the Spurs were overwhelmed, and the Rockets were left bewildered. Those who could not defend would find themselves challenged by Snyder's Jazz. Today is the day to prove ourselves. Upon returning to the locker room, Snyder paused at the entrance, hearing a commotion inside. "Haha, Rudy, you big fool. Come on, come get me. You dare hide my sneakers? Do you want to live? Oh, Mark, run fast. Rudy, you better chase him." Everyone was caught up in the excitement, but the ever-reasonable white player Hayward interjected. "Mark, Rudy, stop fooling around. The coach is bound to get angry if he sees you like this." However, no one paid heed. The playful banter continued. "Mark, you better stop. Rudy, aren't you French guys the best at giving up? It's tiring to chase me, just give up." "No, I want to give up. Mark, just wait. If I catch you, you'll be sorry." The locker room was in disarray. Suddenly, the door creaked open. As Snyder appeared, silence enveloped the room. The French center Gobert, who had just been playfully tussling with Mark, now embraced him as if offering comfort, while Mark immediately accepted a pat on the head. Those who had been spectating, like Hood and others, feigned tying their shoelaces. Some were listening to music, others searching for jerseys, and a few had simply slipped away. Hayward cautiously glanced at the coach before quickly stepping aside. Snyder sighed quietly to himself. Alas, these guys are still not mature enough. Nevertheless, he understood that managing a team was no simple task. Chapter 47. The Frenchman is anxious. Clap. Snyder walked to the center and clapped his hands. The players quickly gathered around. "Listen up, you must secure victory in today's game. Why must you win?" Snyder recounted what had transpired during the recent press conference. Seeing the seriousness on the players' faces, he began to rally them. "Our opponents, the Phoenix Suns, have already declared that they will win today's game without even playing. Can you tolerate that?" "No," came the unanimous response. "Even though this is their home turf, how dare they boast when they are near the bottom of the Western Conference? Can you bear it?" "No." "And what of the exceptionally talented player main sanity on their side? Are you afraid?" "No." "Then tell me, why are you here today?" "For victory. Victory. Victory." One must admit, although these young Jazz players enjoyed their antics, they had managed to earn Snyder's favor. Observing the spirited young men before him, Snyder smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. This is wonderful. Though the game has yet to begin, we have already won." Fueled by their enthusiasm, Snyder believed the Jazz could not possibly lose today. This morning, they had established a targeted defense. Today, in Phoenix's arena, let everyone witness that while the Cavaliers failed to defend, the Utah Jazz could. "Oh, Utah Jazz, we will prevail." While the visiting locker room buzzed with enthusiasm, the home team's locker room was filled with indignation. This was not due to their opponents, the Jazz, but rather because of someone else. PJ Tucker, holding his phone, suddenly exclaimed, "Guys, did you see the news?" "What news? Is someone cheating?" Lawyer was particularly fond of such gossip, relishing any scandal involving a celebrity. However, Tucker shook his head. "No, it's not about a celebrity. It's about Price." Upon mentioning Price, who had just been dismissed yesterday, the mood shifted among the group. They had once been brothers in arms, but now he was gone. Why bring him up? We don't need him now. Exactly, we don't need him. Someone like Ronnie can only lead others astray. It's best not to mention him. Yet, Tucker's words stunned everyone. The Spurs have signed Price. The San Antonio Spurs have embraced Price. Did not the owner of the Suns extend cordial greetings to many NBA team owners? Why then did the Spurs disregard the Suns owner's sentiments and insist on acquiring Price? Is Robert's influence insufficiently potent, or is Price's prowess truly exceptional? Consequently, a gathering ensued to witness the unfolding events. The news on mobile devices revealed today that San Antonio has officially announced a press conference, unveiling their partnership with former Suns player, Ronnie Price. Popovich exuberantly proclaimed to the media that they had struck gold. Ronnie is an immensely experienced player. The decision of a particular Phoenix team to relinquish him is undoubtedly their loss. With Ronnie's addition, our San Antonio bench strength will be significantly fortified. This year, the Golden State Warriors and Cleveland Cavaliers are formidable contenders, vying for the championship. However, we in San Antonio shall not be left behind. Ronnie Price, facing the cameras, exuded joy. Joining a team with championship aspirations is indeed an honor. The squad boasts 3 superstar players of the GDP trio, alongside exceptional talents like Kawhi Leonard. And learning from them will undoubtedly render this season the pinnacle of my career. As for my former team, although they lack the capability to reach the playoffs and are striving for summer draft picks, I must express my gratitude. I am thankful to all of them for releasing me, allowing me to escape the quagmire of despair and rejuvenate my career. Moving forward, I shall dedicate myself entirely to aiding the team. I firmly believe that this season will yield remarkable achievements. Observing Ronnie Price's transformation into a sycophant, the expressions of the Suns players turned sour. Has Ronnie gone too far? Just yesterday he was one of us, and now he disparages our team. A quagmire? Is it truly that dire here? This fellow seems to embody the very essence of a sycophant, utterly despicable. Witnessing Price's demeanor, the others could not restrain themselves and uttered a few scathing remarks. Martin was similarly situated. Faced with such an individual, they would have had no further interactions. However, now that the Spurs have taken him in, the situation is bound to continue evolving. Since he claims we cannot make the playoffs, we shall indeed prove him wrong by securing a playoff position. At that point, we will leave them with bruised egos. Just then, a hearty laughter echoed at the locker room entrance. Ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. Robert, the sun-kissed owner of the Suns with his brown hair, entered with a shadowy grin. It was evident to all that Robert's mood was far from cheerful. Have you all seen the news? The crowd nodded in agreement. Robert made no attempt to conceal his sentiments. Ronnie Price, the San Antonio Spurs, and Popovich, these figures now stood as Robert's primary adversaries. How dare Ronnie and the Spurs crew utter such words? Therefore, moving forward, I expect every one of you to exert yourselves wholeheartedly in the games. If we reach the playoffs, I shall reward you with a hefty bonus. Oh wow, our boss is generous. Thank you, boss. We will undoubtedly make the playoffs. The allure of bonuses invigorated everyone present. Although making the playoffs is no small feat, they were willing to fight for a little financial incentive. At the TSR Arena, the players had yet to take the court. Yet the stands were already filled to capacity. Orange remained the dominant hue for the Suns' home game. Waves of orange surged through the crowd intermittently. On the court, the Arizona Desert Fire danced with fervent steps. Brilliant fireworks and enchanting lights, harmonized with the enthusiastic beats spun by the DJ, elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Following this crescendo, the players from both sides made their entrance. Let's go, Suns. Let's go, Suns. Let's go, Suns. The Suns fans showered the team with fervent cheers as the opening ball was tossed. The Suns had previously secured 4 consecutive victories and had boldly declared their playoff aspirations before the game, stirring excitement within the hearts of the fans. Beep, beep, beep. With the referee's whistle, the starting players from both teams took the court. The Jazz's starters remained the same: Neto, Hood, Hayward, Favors, and Rudy Gobert. Neto, a Brazilian point guard standing at 188 centimeters, was the 47th pick in the 2013 draft. His characteristics were rather unremarkable, neither particularly fast nor slow, neither tall nor short. With average offensive and defensive capabilities, Hood, standing at 203 centimeters, could play both small forward and shooting guard. Although still relatively young, he possessed a remarkable scoring ability, making him a formidable offensive asset. Hayward, also at 203 centimeters, was a rare talent among white swingmen. His athleticism was commendable, and he garnered significant admiration for his striking appearance. Despite his youth, his abilities had earned him the universal respect of the team, making him a cornerstone of the Jazz. Favors, a power forward at 208 centimeters, embodied the Jazz's traditional big man. He boasted a solid mid-range shooting ability, though his foot speed was somewhat lacking. His determination made him a valuable player. Rudy Gobert, the French center standing at 216 centimeters, was known for his long limbs and occasionally unpredictable behavior. Nevertheless, his extraordinary reach provided him with significant advantages. His agility and expansive defensive range suggested that, with a few more years of development, he would emerge as one of the league's top defensive players. In contrast to the Jazz's regular starting lineup, the Suns had opted for a different set of players today. Martin, Booker, Wims, Tucker, and Chandler. Wims ascended to the position of starting small forward, which surprised many who had not seen him play before. The commentator, Marv Albert, was also somewhat astonished. Marv Albert has taken a particular interest in the Phoenix Suns, expressing a fondness for the team's recent improvement. He has certainly gained a deeper understanding of the players on the roster. Sonny Weems is set to take the court today as the starting small forward, a name that may be unfamiliar to many. Allow me to enlighten you. Subsequently, Marv Albert elaborated on Weems' credentials. However, after his brief discourse, the audience was met with an utter lack of response. The MVP of the Lithuanian League, How quaint. What exactly is this Lithuanian league? It seems almost too easy to earn such an accolade there. One could casually stroll into a European league and claim the title of MVP. Thus, one might ponder, what is the purpose of his presence? Many voices of skepticism echoed this sentiment, including Albert himself, who harbors doubts about Weems. Nonetheless, every player who steps onto the court possesses unique qualities that often remain hidden from plain view. Albert, the coach, never underestimates any NBA player who steps onto the court. With his impressive physique and athleticism, Sonny is expected to contribute significantly to both the offensive and defensive aspects of the Suns. This alteration in the Suns lineup will transform their formation into a larger player alongside four smaller ones, resulting in a swifter pace compared to their previous arrangement. A decade ago, the Suns were renowned for their fast-paced basketball style that captivated the entire league. Will they once again evoke that nostalgia today? We shall see. As Coach Albert introduced the lineup, all eyes turned to the newly injured Weems, who also felt the weight of thousands of spectators' gazes upon him. Prior to being a starter, he had yearned for such a stage. However, facing such overwhelming attention in his first starting appearance left him somewhat anxious. We just achieved a 4-game winning streak. If we lose today, will they tear me apart? Weems was filled with trepidation. Upon stepping onto the court, he should have sought out his teammates to prepare for the game. Yet he found himself with his head down, lost in contemplative thoughts. At that moment, a hand playfully smacked his backside, causing him to wince in surprise. He then heard Martin's teasing words, "Sonny, you old fellow. Are you so scared that your legs have gone weak?" "Whose legs have gone weak?" he retorted. "Then why are you just standing there, neglecting your defensive duties?" Weems felt his face flush, rendered speechless and devoid of excuses. Martin patted him reassuringly on the back, encouragingly stating, "It's all right. Today you can play freely. And I will support you." "Yes, I will give it my all," Weems replied, nodding vigorously. Joining this new team was undoubtedly the wisest decision he had made since arriving at the Suns. Meanwhile, Rudy Gobert, the towering player from the Jazz, appeared displeased. "Hey, do you really think so little of me? Is it truly acceptable to openly discuss our Jazz team like this?" Martin spread his hands nonchalantly, remarking that whether they spoke or not, defeat was inevitable. Sharing a few words in advance was of little consequence. However, the towering Frenchman Gobert could not help but feel a twinge of irritation, exclaiming, You little rascal, just wait. I shall make you regret it." Chapter 48. Breaking the Zone Defense? Ding. Upon entering the arena, you have an opportunity to check in. Would you like to check in now? Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Divine Zone Breaking card. Note, the Divine Zone Breaking card will enhance the host's zone breaking ability by 30 points. Would you like to use the Divine Zone Breaking card? Yes. Zone breaking ability? In previous matches, Martin had also encountered zone defenses. However, breaking through a zone defense was not particularly challenging. With unparalleled speed and deft maneuvering, Martin could effortlessly penetrate the opposing team's defensive formation. Much like Allen Iverson, a simple zone defense was utterly incapable of containing him. Martin is in the same situation. Will the Jazz team employ a zone defense against him today? Martin was quite eager as the match was about to commence at the TSR Arena. Right from the outset, Wim seized possession of the ball, yet his performance left much to be desired. The defense. The Jazz employed a straightforward zone defense, effectively neutralizing Wim's offensive attempts. Though Wim's movements were graceful and his shooting form impeccable, he fell short at the critical moment. No, it would be more accurate to say he faltered at the rim. His touch was slightly off. Clang. A shot that failed to find its mark. The crowd murmured discontent regarding Wim's. Why pass the ball to him? Wouldn't it be better to let Martin take the shot? While Wim's displayed a certain flair, it proved futile. Such ostentation holds little value in the NBA. This is the NBA, not some minor league. On the court, the current possession was still in play. Rebound. Gobert shouted from under the basket in the backcourt. The area below the rim was a chaotic flurry. In the paint, Tucker leaped with determination. Despite Chandler's efforts to box out Gobert, Tucker managed to secure the offensive rebound amidst the commotion. Martin. In an instant, Tucker's first choice was to pass to Martin. Many times, Tucker could have opted for a second chance shot himself, yet his initial instinct was to facilitate. The ball was in hand. In an instant, two players from the Jazz appeared before Martin, Neto and Hayward. Although Coach Snyder of the Jazz had stated prior to the game that his remarks were not directed at anyone in particular, the defensive strategy exhibited on the court spoke volumes. The moment Martin received the ball, the Jazz's defense underwent an unconditional transformation. The The double team they employed was not the anticipated zone defense. Martin slightly retreated, opting not for a forceful play, but instead passing the ball to the open whims. Sony. Upon witnessing this pass, many in the audience shook their heads in disapproval. Handing the ball to that individual seemed a lesser choice than allowing Martin to pursue his own path. After all, spectators gathered to witness Martin's extraordinary display, and countless highlight reels online showcased his remarkable feats, particularly those moments where he took on multiple opponents. Yet on this day, such a spectacle was destined to be absent from the opening act. Do not pass it to him. Martin, take charge yourself. Someone, return the ball. Stop this nonsense. Once in possession, Wims paid little heed to anything beyond his immediate focus. Martin passed the ball to him, as previously agreed upon before the game, to allow him to practice more. Naturally, the only way he could express his gratitude to Martin was through his actions. In that moment, Wims opted to drive past Hood, who failed to intercept the ball, yet he also could not convert the shot. This time, Wims refrained from forcing the play. If Martin were faced with a man-to-man defense, he would surely penetrate successfully. However, I am not him, so I must play more wisely. Physical contact inevitably alters the shooting form. Thus, Wims signaled to his teammates. Tucker willingly stepped up. A screen and roll. With a solid pick, Wims faced the towering defensive favors. When a smaller player goes up against a larger one, speed becomes the advantage. Accelerating towards the paint, after deceiving his opponent with a backward step, he opted for a step back. Favors could not react in time. Left helplessly watching as Wims leaped from beyond the arc, Wims' shooting form was impeccable. Though it may not have possessed the elegance of a Kobe or Jordan shot, his release was a textbook example of a perfect 90-degree angle. However, this time, even his refined technique could not secure the basket. Thud. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Bang. The towering Gobert, at 216 centimeters, stood resolutely under the basket, securing the rebound with both hands. The ball belonged to him. No one would dare take it away. Holding the rebound aloft, Gobert surveyed his surroundings. He was not searching for a teammate. He was showcasing his rebounding prowess. Rudy, over here. Oh. Without glancing to see who called out, Gobert instinctively passed the ball. But that pass led to an unexpected turn of events. What the? Gobert had not passed to just anyone. He had passed to Martin. Upon merely greeting, Martin was deceived. Watching Martin before him execute an immediate jump shot, Gobert's resentment swelled. From such a distance, Gobert yearned to deliver a block, yet it was simply beyond his reach. He could only silently pray, "Do not go in, do not go in, do not go in." But was that wish feasible? Certainly not. Whoosh. Martin skillfully executed a mid-range shot, eliciting an immediate eruption of applause and cheers from the crowd. "Well done, Martin," they exclaimed, their excitement palpable. "Oh ho, oh ho, oh ho. It's Martin again." You can always rely on main sanity. Do not pass the ball to anyone else. It should be entrusted to our divine ding. The commentators, including Mafu Albert, nodded in agreement. Sonny Williams received the team's support at the outset, possibly due to his debut as a starter, as tactical arrangements were made to bolster his confidence. However, he appeared to struggle to find his rhythm initially, while Martin emerged as a relentless assassin on the court, given the slightest opportunity. He would deliver a decisive blow to the opposition. As the match continued, the Suns, having scored first, were buoyed by their momentum, while the Jazz exhibited signs of impatience. Gobert sprinted to the front court, his gaze fixed intently on Martin. Does this kid truly deserve the title of main sanity? He pondered, skepticism evident.